1. Infinite plundering system. Plunder life essence. 3,600 years into the star calendar, Xia Kingdom. Outside the high-built Great Wall, the Luoxia mountain area. Under the withered poplar trees. A drop of scarlet sticky liquid fell on young Chen's face. He sat up suddenly and then opened his hazy eyes. Is it raining? As far as the eye could see, the corpses of various ferocious beasts were scattered everywhere. Just as he was staring in amazement, another drop of sticky liquid dripped from his head. Snap! Feeling a slight warmth, Yang Chen subconsciously looked up. Then I saw a ferocious beast face. The warm liquid just now was dripping from the face of the ferocious beast above. At a glance, Yang Chen almost had a heart attack. He used his hands and feet to retreat dozens of meters. Only then did he realize that the ferocious beast above his head was hanging on a tree branch, completely dead, with no sign of life. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! It was at this moment that a flood of memories came flooding back. After a long while, Yang Chen said in a daze, I travel through time. The name is still Yang Chen. Now 19 years old. Currently he is a member of the Great Wall Garrison. In this new world, as long as people reach the age of 18, they can awaken their talents by injecting awakening potions. Then make a choice based on the characteristics of your talents. You can choose to take the college entrance examination, embark on a career in politics, or become a scientific research worker. You can also choose to become a powerful warrior, a security officer, or a soldier. In short, there is more than one path. The talent awakened by the predecessor is S-level space talent. Although it is an S-level talent, his spatial talent only has one ability, which is to open a 100 cubic meter dimensional space. It does not have any attack capabilities, nor does it have the effect of improving IQ, mental strength, or power. A year ago, my predecessor was tricked into joining the army and became a garrison commander at the Great Wall under the deliberate arrangement of some people. The Great Wall Garrison. Yang Chen cursed immediately after reading the memory. Damn it! Isn't this bullying an honest man? Are the Great Wall Garrisons human? In my memory, the Great Wall Garrison was the one fighting on the front line, hovering between life and death almost every day. According to statistics, the survival rate of those who entered the Great Wall Garrison was as low as 0.3%. That's why the survival rate is so low. It's all because of the special structure of the Xia Kingdom where he lives. The Xia Kingdom built a great wall tens of thousands of kilometers long to keep the ferocious beasts out. And our Great Wall Garrison troops are actually going to go out of the city to strangle the ferocious beast? What a curse! The Great Wall is clearly a giant meat grinder. Strangled countless humans and ferocious beasts. For a moment, Yang Chen smiled bitterly. I'm afraid the people who were assigned here with me are just cannon fodder. He covered his forehead and said in a very depressed tone, I actually traveled through time and space and became a cannon fodder. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of Yang Chen. Infinite plunder system has been bound. You can plunder the life essence and talents of the beasts from their corpses without limit. P.S. This also includes humans. System. Is this the benefit of being a time traveler? Yang Chen's pupils flashed with brilliance, and he was very excited. Unlimited plunder. Are you serious about your last tip? Can I still plunder humans' life essence and talents? He asked repeatedly, but received no response from the system. Simply, Yang Chen turned his head to look at the vast number of ferocious beast corpses around him, and immediately said, there are so many ferocious beast corpses, let me give it a try first. He pointed at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around him and said, can the life essence in the corpses of these ferocious beasts around here be plundered? This time, a word popped out. Able. TSK. The system is quite aloof, it doesn't say anything else. Yang Chen grinned, then shouted, plunder the life essence and talents of the surrounding ferocious beasts. Zheng. With a clanging sound, golden streams of air emerged from the beast's corpse and gathered towards Yang Chen. The golden airflow just penetrated his body. A burning sensation surged in his body and quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Just as he was receiving the life essence from the corpse of the ferocious beast, a series of prompts came. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level water talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level fire talent. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level gold talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level wood talent. After acquiring one talent after another, Yang Chen clearly felt that he was becoming more friendly with his surroundings. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a flame ignited on his fingers. With another movement, the raging fire turned into a stream of water. The water in his hand suddenly turned back into flames. He dispersed the flames, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. There are many talents, but unfortunately, most of them are D-level talents. Tip: 10 D-level talents can be combined into one C-level talent. If the D-level talents used in the synthesis have different attributes, a C-level talent will be obtained randomly. 10 talents with the same attributes will be combined into a high-level talent with the same attributes. It's like a pillow is given to me when I'm sleepy. It turns out that talents can be synthesized and upgraded. Yang Chen understood the system's prompt at the first time. In other words, if you use 10 D-level talents with completely different attributes, for example, 2 each of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements, one talent will appear randomly. But if there are 10 identical D-level gold talents, you will get one C-level gold talent. I understand. Yang Chen slapped his thigh and immediately understood. I'll wait until I've plundered all the ferocious beast corpses here before synthesizing the talent. As he spoke, a wave of energy burst out from Yang Chen's body. The second level of Qi cultivation realm. He raised his eyebrows, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. In this world, fighting against ferocious beasts not only relies on special abilities brought by talent, but also on martial arts cultivation. The levels of martial arts cultivation from low to high are Qi Nourishing Realm, Innate Realm, Qi Fu Realm, Golden Yuan Realm, Indestructible Realm, Longevity Realm, Imperial Realm, Ziwei Realm, and Great Sage Realm. Cultivating the Qi state is the first step in martial arts, and the emphasis is on cultivating the foundation of life. As the fundamental nature of life grows stronger, the acquired energy also becomes active. Once the acquired Qi is sufficient and complete, it can attract the innate true Qi from the external void into the body. At that time, you will transform from ordinary to real. The power of talent will also grow greatly. At this moment, Yang Chen was replenished with the life essence from the corpse of the ferocious beast, and his martial arts skills skyrocketed. Qi Cultivation Stage 2. The third stage of the Qi Cultivation Realm. The fourth stage of the Qi Cultivation Realm. Sixth level of Qi Cultivation Realm. He crossed 5 levels in succession and stopped only when he reached the 6th level of the Qi Nourishing Realm. At this moment, Yang Chen felt as if he was in a hot spring, and his whole body was warm. Comfortable. After a long while, this strange feeling finally dissipated, and Yang Chen quickly turned on the system. Prepare to synthesize and upgrade the talents just plundered. Chapter 2 One-click talent synthesis. I don't know how to synthesize it. On the system panel, a one-click talent synthesis popped up. One-click talent synthesis, only for talents below S level. Talents above S level need to be synthesized manually. It's convenient. Talents below S level can be synthesized with one click. Yang Chen chose one-click talent synthesis without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. More than 100 talents plundered were synthesized into advanced talents in an instant. Congratulations on synthesizing a B-level gold talent. Congratulations on synthesizing a B-level fire talent. Congratulations on synthesizing a C-level plant talent. Congratulations on synthesizing a C-level earth talent. Congratulations on synthesizing a C-level physical enhancement talent. After synthesis, a total of 2 B-level talents and 3 C-level talents were synthesized. I got a new talent. Yang Chen grinned, his eyes full of excitement. Plunder the life essence of ferocious beasts, as well as their talents. Suddenly, my identity as a Great Wall Garrison soldier has become quite valuable. It smells so good. As long as I keep killing ferocious beasts, my strength will increase rapidly. Especially, my martial arts cultivation. It is said that it would cost hundreds of thousands of star coins to advance to my current level in such a short period of time just to reach the Qi cultivation stage. Use the life essence of fierce beasts to save money, it's comfortable to pinch. At this moment, a roar came from Yang Chen's earphone. I asked you to transport the corpse of a ferocious beast, why are you so slow? It's team leader Li Dekai. Only then did he recall that his mission today was to use his spatial talent to pack up the corpses of the ferocious beasts in front of him. Then bring it back to camp. As long as you complete this delivery mission, you will get 5 merit points. 5 merit points, that's 50,000 star dollars. And 50,000 star dollars is enough for a family of 5 to cover their living expenses for a year, and there is still some money left over. The good thing about the Great Wall Garrison is that the returns are quite high. Simply transporting the corpses of ferocious beasts will earn you 5 merit points. Of course, a survival rate of 0.3% is enough to illustrate its high risk. At this time, young Chen started to talk nonsense into the headset. I just encountered a ferocious beast, Captain. Send the beast's body back immediately. Captain Lee Dekai, speaking through the headset, softened his tone. Then, be careful. If you encounter a ferocious beast, try to hide. Come slowly, and be careful. People with spatial talents like Yang Chen, although they have no combat ability, are good at transporting the corpses of ferocious beasts and logistical supplies. In any squad of the Great Wall Garrison, it is like a mascot. In most cases, you will never be bullied. Unless, in a hurry. After turning off the communication in the headset, Yang Chen immediately activated his spatial talent and collected the corpses of ferocious beasts that were everywhere. Then a black crack appeared out of thin air. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were all submerged in the black cracks. In a short while, the corpses of the ferocious beasts filled the space created by Yang Chen. He thought gloomily, my previous incarnation seemed to have fainted from the fright of the ferocious beast's corpse. How miserable. As he spoke, Yang Chen turned his head and looked at his exclusive space. My space is filled to the brim with the corpses of these ferocious beasts. I can't imagine what kind of battle took place before this. He sighed, then hurried along a path towards the camp. For 5 merit points. In addition to being used for living expenses, merit points can also be used to purchase various martial arts techniques, weapons, and equipment. Martial arts techniques and weapons are of course very important to martial artists. This is the most critical point in improving combat effectiveness. Return along the same route. Along the way, Yang Chen relied on the sea-level physical enhancement talent he had just obtained to run as fast as a rabbit. About half an hour later, he appeared at Camp 353. Captain, I'm back. Yang Chen shouted. Then Lee Dekai, dressed in camouflage uniform, was seen emerging from a row of houses. He held a bowl of broth and drank it while saying, "Where's the food?" Hearing this, Yang Chen casually opened up his personal space and dumped out all the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Crash! A large number of ferocious beast corpses immediately filled the open space. Lee Dekai nodded in satisfaction. Are there any remaining ferocious beast corpses out there? Upon hearing this, Yang Chen immediately responded, no, they are all here. Lee Dekai took a big sip of the broth and said, okay, Lao Chen, come quickly and count the ferocious beast corpses here to see how many merit points they are worth in total. The man called Lao Chen's full name is Chen Chi. He is the real veteran in their team. When Chen Chi came out of the house, the first thing he looked at was not the corpse of the ferocious beast on the ground, but he made a 3 gesture to Lee Dekai. The latter closed his eyes and nodded, while making a 7 gesture. Chen Chi nodded suddenly, and then began to count the corpses of the ferocious beasts in front of him. My predecessor, who was only 19 years old, might not have understood the meaning. But Yang Chen, who had lived 2 lives, understood it at a glance and said in his heart that these 2 people were making gestures and gesturing repeatedly. I'm afraid that either they are trying to make money or there is something else going on. Let us see first. After Chen Chi finished counting, he took out one of the beasts, which was fat-headed and big-eared and looked like a pig, and pulled it in front of Yang Chen. At the same time, he made a silencing gesture and said in a low voice, this green sheep pig is very nutritious. Take it back to replenish your body. Remember. Don't let anyone else know. There is a sign that you understand the ways of the world when we meet. Seeing this, Yang Chen casually opened his personal space and threw the green sheep pig into it with lightning speed. Then he pretended nothing had happened, turned around and walked towards where he lived. Chen Chi's eyes lit up and he thought, this kid is sensible. At this moment, Chen Chi began his operation. Then I saw Chen Chi skillfully sorting out certain special parts from each ferocious beast. Like the horns on the head, whips, or blood, some of these can be sold at a high price as medicinal materials. Some can be used as decorations and sold at a good price as handicrafts after being carved. Finally comes the meat of the ferocious beast, the spine and spinal cord. After returning to the room, Yang Chen stared outside quietly. After Chen Chi picked and chose for a while, he made gestures and played dumb with Lee Dekai again. He combined the facts and analyzed them, and suddenly understood, so that's it. Rely on Lao Chen's discernment skills to earn extra income. You guys are really amazing. I don't know if I, a person with spatial talent, can participate in it. To gain more benefits. The spatial talent gives you more room to operate than anyone else. Don't worry about that for now. Yang Chen rushed into the bathroom and took a shower. Then he lay on the bed and thought secretly, what I have to do now is to plunder as much strength and talent as possible from the corpses of ferocious beasts, and then earn merit points while finding out who harmed me. I can't pretend I don't know anything. Chapter 3 Heading to Twilight City. After Shinji and Lee Dikai finished distributing the profits, he called a team of people in camouflage uniforms to transport the ferocious beast meat all over the ground. Only 3 were left as a snack in the evening. Time flies. Night fell quickly and all the team members gathered around the campfire. This includes young Chen. Sizzle. A green sheep pig was being roasted on the grill over the campfire. In the flames, it turned golden all over and drops of oil kept dripping down. Chef Wang Jiu sprinkled another packet of seasoning on it. For a moment, the whole camp was filled with an enticing aroma. While everyone was present, Lee Dikai began to distribute merit points to everyone. Lee Dikai, 15 merit points. Chen Shi, 10 merit points. Wang Jiu, 9 merit points. Only at the end did Yang Chen hear his name. Yang Chen, 8 merit points. Lee Dikai distributed the merit points to their respective accounts one by one. We have gained so much today, and we have to thank Captain Chen from the next hill. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face and he looked in one direction. Okay, everyone, it's time to eat and drink. Lee Dikai suddenly said, Corporal, Yang Chen, come with me. Here. Yang Chen responded out of habit, and this had become muscle memory in his body. Seeing that Lee Dikai had walked a long way, Yang Chen hurriedly followed him. After reaching a secluded corner, Lee Dikai said, come with me to Twilight City later. Hiss. Hearing the word Dusk City, Yang Chen took a breath. The impression of Dusk City is that it is an extremely wild city because it is located outside the Great Wall. Not inside the Great Wall. It is a place that is completely not subject to the laws of Xia State. So, there are also many large gray industrial chains stationed there. The power situation is not complicated at all, as it is all controlled by 3 martial arts masters at the Imperial Realm. They are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. It seems, some kind of agreement has been made. Because there are 3 martial arts masters at the Imperial Realm in charge, the Beast Tide cannot pose a threat to them. At this time, Lee Dikai continued, when we get there later, remember not to talk nonsense. I told you to pack something, so just do it. If I can come back this time, it won't be a loss for you. Is this an invitation to cooperate and make money together? But Yang Chen suddenly reacted and thought to himself, no, it's not an invitation, but a test. Captain Lee is observing whether I am reliable. If it is reliable, there will be more cooperation in the future. If I were unreliable, I would never have the chance to make money with him. Almost there, a corner of the invitation ticket can already be seen. Yang Chen, who had come to his senses on the spot, quickly said, no problem, Captain Lee. Lee Dikai's mouth curled up. Okay, go fill your stomach first. You have a lot of work to do tonight. After agreeing, Yang Chen returned to the place where the barbecue was set up and started to eat with relish. He had only drunk a sip of water all day and was looking forward to having a good meal now. Lee Dikai stared at Yang Chen's back and thought to himself, I didn't realize that you were smart before, and I didn't dare to let you get involved in those things. Let me try it for you tonight. If we can really cooperate, your spatial talent will be of great use. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound nearby. Lee Dikai growled, who? Ahem. A man came out from the woods nearby. It was Chen Shi. Don't get excited, Captain, it's me. Chen Shi pointed at himself and said repeatedly. You, old Chen, how dare you eavesdrop on my room? Lee Dikai slapped Chen Shi on the head. Chen Shi laughed, no way. Captain, do you think this kid has the potential to work with us? Lee Dikai pretended to put his arm around Chen Shi's shoulders and said, didn't you hear what I said just now? Chen Shi lowered his voice and said, I heard it, but I'm just confirming it again. Are you really going to take him to Twilight City? Lee Dikai nodded immediately, that's right, you don't want to dispose of the things we collected? The beast furs alone have already filled up an entire warehouse, and there are also all kinds of materials you've plundered, and those. Chen Shi put his index finger to his mouth and said, Shoo, if someone finds out, especially the one above, we'll both be in big trouble. Maybe even this uniform will be lost. Lee Dikai suddenly realized, okay, tomorrow we'll know if Yang Chen is a reliable partner. As for Yang Chen, he was eating all kinds of food. In addition to the roasted golden green sheep and pigs, there are also many kinds of delicacies cooked with the meat of ferocious beasts. Only after Yang Chen's belly was full was Li Dekai brought him to a remote place. There are a large number of ferocious beast furs and various treasures from the beasts piled up here. Yang Chen even saw a few weapons scattered inside. It must have been left behind by some warriors after their death. Finally, it was picked up by Li Dekai. As he glanced over, he thought to himself, so this is the business that Li Dekai is doing. No wonder we're going to Twilight City. It's basically equivalent to selling stolen goods. Since it was just selling stolen goods, Yang Chen felt relieved and bold. Before this, he thought Li Dekai had some incredible plan. At this time, Li Dekai pointed at the various objects around him and said, "Pack all these up and see if they can fit." "I'll try." Yang Chen agreed and then opened his personal space. Put a huge amount of various objects into your personal space. Until you put them all in. Li Dekai stood aside, folding his arms and saying, "Great, little brother Yang, you can actually fit so many things in there." Hearing him say this, Yang Chen pretended to smile innocently and laughed it off. "Okay, let's hurry up and go to Dusk City." Li Dekai snapped his fingers, then ran inside and drove out a car. In the car, Li Dekai once again warned, "After you arrive in Dusk City, talk less and watch more to avoid unnecessary trouble." "I understand." Yang Chen agreed and fell silent. Soon, Li Dekai started the car and drove towards Dusk City. Along the way, the two chatted casually. "How many people are there at home?" "2. Then you were assigned to the Great Wall garrison." "Someone set me up." "Could it be that you cheated on that man?" "He actually assigned you to guard our Great Wall." "I don't know." The car flew directly at a low altitude and at a very fast speed. About half an hour later, the two appeared in the legendary Twilight City. There are a large number of people stationed outside the city, who are no less capable than the garrison troops at the Great Wall. This is also an important reason why Dusk City can stand firm. There didn't seem to be many people on the streets of Dusk City. Go around into a warehouse and go down to the third underground floor. Li Dekai and Yang Chen met the key figure of this trip, Zheng Ji. When they came in, Zheng Ji was playing billiards. Chapter 4 came here specifically to buy candy? Bang! Link! Boom boom boom! Another connecting rod. Seeing this, Li Dekai clapped his hands and said, "Brother Zhang's skills are still as strong as ever." Hearing the noise, Zheng Ji turned around and saw that it was Li Dekai. "Oh, it's Captain Li." He then looked up and down again, and said in mock surprise, "You came here empty-handed? You didn't bring me anything?" "Lao Wang, go and kick them both out." Old Wang, who was huge and looked like a wall, just smiled and did not take any action. He knew the relationship between the two very well. Li Dekai immediately put his arm around Yang Chen's shoulders, as if to tell Yang Chen that it was okay, Zheng Ji was just joking. At the same time, he said, "My brother has awakened his spatial talent. Get something without having to hold it in your hands." Zheng Ji just hit a ball and looked over in astonishment. "Spatial talent? Then you found a treasure." "I heard that on the other side of the Great Wall, anyone who has awakened their spatial talent is hidden away by the dignitaries. How could it be placed in your Great Wall garrison?" A dim light flashed in Li Dekai's eyes. "Yeah, if this kid hadn't offended someone, he wouldn't have been thrown here." Zheng Ji immediately became interested. "Come on, tell me, which nobleman did he offend?" Li Dekai frowned. "Zheng Ji, you can't just talk about this kind of private matter casually." Zheng Ji coughed and quickly waved his hand, saying, "I'm just curious." "Okay, you two didn't come to my place just to introduce someone, did you?" As he spoke, he looked Yang Chen up and down. "He looks very young, as if he is a student who has just graduated from school." Li Dekai immediately said, "Of course I'm not just here to introduce myself." "Zheng Ji, do you have a larger empty warehouse here?" Zheng Ji waved his hand and said, "Yes, I have plenty of empty warehouses here." "Come on, Lao Wang, take us to warehouse number 12. Lao Wang nodded silently. As his feet moved, he could feel the rumbling vibrations coming from the ground. Looking at old Wang, Yang Chen began to speculate in his heart, wondering whether old Wang had awakened an advanced talent for physical strengthening, or if he was just like that from the beginning. So strong that it's scary. At this time, Lao Wang made a pleased gesture. Immediately afterwards, Li Dekai held Yang Chen in his arms and followed all the way. Go to the next level, layer after layer. Until they arrived at warehouse number 12 that Zheng Ji mentioned, the warehouse opened. There is about 800 square meters of space inside. Zheng Ji pointed inside the warehouse and said, How about it, Li Dekai, is my warehouse big enough? Li Dekai whispered into Yang Chen's ear, put all those furs and other things here. After saying that, he patted Yang Chen's shoulder vigorously. That means it's your turn to perform next. So, Yang Chen stepped forward and released the beast furs, horns, whips, and weapons stored in the space. In an instant, the 800 square meter warehouse in front of him was filled up. Zheng Ji said in astonishment. He came over to try to get closer to him. Sure, little brother. Your space can actually hold so many things? Those people in the city were blind to throw you here. Li Dekai kicked Zheng Ji on the butt and said, don't say what you shouldn't say. Although the kick was not heavy, Zheng Ji still deliberately screamed AOAO. A real drama queen. The people around Zheng Ji covered their eyes and pretended not to know him. After a long while, Zheng Ji finally called out, brothers, count the value of these things in the warehouse. His men came forward and began to count them. At this time, Zheng Ji came over and said in a negotiating tone, Captain Li, shall we stick to the old rules? Li Dekai nodded immediately, old rules. By the way, find me a better store that sells martial arts and weapons. Zheng Ji dodged and said, isn't the place I introduced to you last time good enough? You're amazing, Captain Li. The requirements are quite high. Li Dekai's face was visibly darkening. That shop is actually a public restroom right above it. You guys can't disguise it like that. Zheng Ji smiled awkwardly and said, that was in the past. I've already asked someone to fill up that public toilet. You can go there without worry. Li Dekai pointed at Zheng Ji and said, you said that. Zheng Ji patted his chest and said confidently, of course I said it. He has a very complete collection and definitely has what you want. Li Dekai nodded secretly and said in his heart, this is indeed very complete. Boss, the brothers have finished the inventory. There are about 316 worth of items in this warehouse. Zheng Ji made an okay gesture and turned to look at Li Dekai. Are you satisfied with this price? Li Dekai secretly calculated for a while and decided that this was about the right price. Okay, this price is fine. Zheng Ji immediately opened a light curtain and operated on it for a while. 316 points were transferred to Li Dekai's account. At the same time, Li Dekai extended his hand and said, it's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Zhang. Zheng Ji extended his hand and shook his. Happy cooperation. Still trying the same thing on me. The transaction was successful and Li Dekai made a move to leave. Zheng Ji hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. Since you're here, why don't you have a meal with me before you leave? Li Dekai refused repeatedly, we have a mission tomorrow, and we'll probably have more cargo in a while. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Zheng Ji sighed and shook his head, oh, you always say the same thing, and never change your words. Li Dekai said without hesitation, Brother Xiao Yang, let's go back. Zheng Ji didn't try to persuade him to stay. Instead, he stared blankly at the alloy swords in warehouse number 12, how should I sell these things? I heard they are all numbered, so if I sell them directly, I don't think anyone would buy them. By the way, find blacksmith show. He must have a solution. After returning to the third underground floor, we followed another road and after making many turns, we appeared in front of a seemingly inconspicuous shop. Looking at the name of the store, Yang Chen was stunned. Candy store. Li Dekai is such a grown-up. Would he come here just to eat candy? Obviously not. Li Dekai walked up to the old man, looked at him with wrinkles on his face, and said, do you have any new candies? The old man raised his golden pupils and glanced at Li Dekai, then said, you're here again, kid? I haven't finished practicing the last time yet, so I'm here again this time. The old man said as he tapped the button on his hand. Boom boom boom. The entire candy store suddenly became like a transformer, with huge changes inside and out. When the transformation was completely completed, Yang Chen was shocked to see various martial arts techniques and many pieces of magical equipment emitting a glowing light. This store is so hidden that it actually secretly sells weapons in various martial arts. Chapter 5 Martial Arts Technique. Zhou Tian Xing Chen Ju. Li Dekai first looked at Yang Chen beside him. Brother Yang, choose a martial arts technique and a weapon. The old man with golden vertical pupils looked at Yang Chen and said in a low voice, so you want to choose a technique and a weapon for this little brother? The old man stood up, looked at Yang Chen and said, your talent is an S-level spatial talent. No, how come you still have 2 B-level talents and 3 C-level talents? There's something very strange about you. Hearing his words, Yang Chen was shocked. Who was this old man? How could he see through my talent at a glance? Li Dekai was even more astonished, and looked at young Chen repeatedly. I can't believe, Brother Yang, you actually have so many talents. Hearing this, young Chen lowered his voice and said, Captain Li, these are my personal secrets. I hope you won't tell anyone. Li Dekai suddenly felt relieved. No problem. Everyone has some secrets. How about it, does Elder Wukong have any good techniques to recommend to my little brother? It turns out that this old man with golden vertical pupils is called Old Man Wukong. Old Man Wukong looked straight at Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen felt his whole body go hairy, as if he had been completely seen through. A long time passed. Old Wukong then spoke, you have a magical power. The most suitable technique for you is? As he said this, he turned around and rummaged through the shelves at the back. From it, he found a very ancient martial arts book, the Zhou Tianxing Shenju. I'll give you a discount, only 100 points. Old Man Wukong stretched out a finger. Li Dekai paid the points without hesitation, and then motioned Yang Chen to pick it up. Seeing this, Yang Chen hurriedly grabbed the Zhou Tianxing Shenju on the table. Elder Wukong said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. A very wise choice. But seeing that Yang Chen was just holding it in his hand, he changed the subject and said, but why don't you open it and take a look? Li Dekai gestured repeatedly, lowering his voice and saying, hurry up and open it. Seeing that both of them said so, Yang Chen simply opened the Zhou Tianxing Shenju in front of him. The first page that can be opened does not have words or graphic actions. But it was all black. Moreover, Yang Chen's consciousness immediately fell into the starry sky. Endless stars surrounded him, enveloping him completely, and at the same time attracted countless starlight to flow into his body. As rays of starlight poured in, massive amounts of information also appeared one after another. Evolved the related cultivation methods of the Zhou Tianxing Shenju. The Zhou Tianxing Shenju is a practice prepared for people with multiple talents. With each additional talent, the combat power that can be exerted increases exponentially. When Yang Chen opened his eyes, his first reaction was that he had found a treasure. The Zhou Tianxing Shenju can be perfectly matched with the plundering talent system. Seeing Yang Chen wake up, Old Man Wukong quickly took the Zhou Tianxing Shenju from his hand and put it back on the bookshelf at the back. He tapped the table with his fingers and said, is there anything else you want to buy? Seeing what Old Man Wukong did, Yang Chen complained in his heart, even though he could get all the contents of the technique just by watching it. So amazing. But this Old Man Wukong is too stingy. He didn't even give me a copy of the skills. Li Dekai quickly said, pick another weapon for my friend. Old Man Wukong slapped his forehead and said, okay, then pick another weapon for your friend. As he said that, he ran to the back room and started searching. Soon he came out with a Miao Dao-style long sword. This is Master Zhou's meticulous work. That's a bargain for you. I'll sell it to you for 50 points. Li Dekai didn't bargain at all. He paid the points directly and took the long knife from Old Man Wukong. Then pass it to Yang Chen. At the same time, say, how is it, are you satisfied? Looking at the long sword in his hand, Yang Chen nodded in a daze. He was giving her both a weapon and a martial arts technique. This is to tiny tightly to Captain Li Dekai's worship. However, it's not a bad thing. For the time being, I'll just follow Captain Li and enjoy the good life. Fill your pockets and worry about other things later. Immediately, Yang Chen let out a long sigh, satisfied. Li Dekai's tense face turned into a smile. As long as you are satisfied. After Wukong sat down, he said, if you don't have anything to buy, please leave quickly. You are really disturbing my sleep. Under the repeated urging of Old Man Wukong, Li Dekai and Yang Chen left quickly. When they got outside, Yang Chen asked, Captain Li, how much is 100 points worth? Li Dekai said with a carefree smile, 100 points equals 1 million star dollars. Points are the exclusive currency of Dusk City. Why are you curious about this? 1 million star dollars. After understanding the value of it, Yang Chen took a breath and thought that he would have to work hard for Li Dekai for a long time. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Anyway, the other party is here to win me over. He simply stopped caring about it, holding his head in his hands, and asked curiously, Captain Li, why didn't you bargain with Old Man Wukong just now and buy it all at once? Li Dekai first glanced around, then lowered his voice and said, Old Man Wukong is a martial arts master at the Imperial Realm. What he takes out is definitely cheaper than outside. The Zhou Tianxing Shenju in your hand, for example, would be sold at 3 million star yuan in the market within the Great Wall. If placed inside the Great Wall, it would be sold for 3 million star dollars? Ahem. Young Chan's eyes widened. Then this knife, placed inside the Great Wall, is worth about 1.5 million star dollars. Lee Dikai said affirmatively, yes, that's about the price. So, don't feel like you've lost out. Oh yeah. When you're not using a knife, it's best to keep it in your personal space. To prevent being spotted. Knife. Being targeted. It seemed to make some sense, so Yang Chen simply did as he was told and quickly put the knife back into his personal space. Listen to advice and eat your fill. Then the two of them returned along the same route. Li Dikai went to find Shinji, while Yang Chen returned to his camp room and, following the methods in the Zhou Shenju, used the power of the stars in the sky to cultivate his acquired qi. Consolidate the previously skyrocketing martial arts skills. The stars in the sky, the 36 celestial beings, and the 72 earthly demons are all added to my body. Yang Chen growled. At this moment, the light and shadow of the stars in the sky enveloped him, and phantoms appeared behind Yang Chen. You can vaguely see the black tortoise, white tiger, vermilion bird, and azure dragon flashing by. Sometimes you can see the Tiangang star, and sometimes you can see the Disha star. As the light and shadow flickered, Yang Chen seemed to be on fire. After a while, his skin turned red. Just like a roasted red prawn. The other side. Li Dikai found Chen Qi and gave him 60 points, saying, Yang Chen is not bad. He will be one of us from now on. Chen Qi said exaggeratedly, really? I've hinted at him so many times before, but I never thought I'd be on the wrong track this time. Chapter 6 A stunning slash. What pirate ship? What pirate ship? We call this a pirate ship? We call this making money together. Li Dikai said indignantly. Okay, let's get rich together, let's get rich together. Chen Qi nodded rapidly. Always remember, we are here to make a fortune. Li Dikai reminded in a low voice. He then lit a cigarette and looked in one direction. We tricked Captain Chen a few days ago. Given his personality, he won't let this go. Chen Qi straightened his body and said righteously, because he's so weak, I guess his strength is just the same as our previous strategy, which is to attract a group of ferocious beasts. Li Dikai chuckled, if that's really the case. Then, the task of protecting that kid Yang Chen is now left to you. Chen Qi uttered an ah with an unnatural expression on his face. You asked me to kill the beast, but you asked me to protect him? Li Dikai said with an uncertain look in his eyes, that's right, after all, he has a natural ability in space. It can help us make more money. Chen Qi thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. The spatial talent could secretly transport many treasures to places where they could be sold at more suitable prices. As long as you operate it properly, you can easily make a profit from it. It's okay for me to protect him, but you have to give me more. Chen Qi stretched out a hand and twisted it repeatedly. Look at your behavior, Li Dikai said disdainfully, if you didn't know me, you'd be a Philistine and profiteer. Chen Qi scratched his head, is there? He still pays great attention to his image. Yes. Li Dikai patted Chen Qi's shoulder and said, don't worry, I will give you more. Our small interest group will definitely be able to eat their fill. Chen Qi admitted in his heart that he was indeed full. So far, he had earned millions of star dollars. The family moved into a big and beautiful house, and it's a small villa. It's much stronger than before. If Yang Chen joins in the future, the company will take off rapidly. By then, if I can get a higher military rank and have the opportunity to return to the Great Wall, it will be glorious. At this moment, Chen Qi has begun to imagine a better life in the future. At the same time, Yang Chen was diligently practicing the Zhou Shenju to condense the acquired energy in his body. After practicing at night, I get up in the morning and continue practicing. Yang Chen acted like this for many days in a row. After these days of practice, although he did not advance in realm, his acquired qi was condensed to be extremely refined, comparable to the 7th and 8th level masters of the qi-nourishing realm. If 2 more B-level talents and 3 C-level talents were added, there would be a good chance of killing a 9th level qi-nourishing realm expert. It was also on this day that Li Dikai received the order to advance and rendezvous at Lishan. Everyone assemble! Li Dikai shouted at the camp. In a hurry, everyone gathered in front of the camp. Li Dikai coughed and said, we just received an order from above. We need to cross the mountain valley and head to Lishan to meet up. At this point, he paused for a second and continued, our current problem is crossing the foothill canyon. There are a lot of mountain wolves and fierce beasts like firebulls there. Everyone, do you have confidence? Have. Everyone, including Yang Chen, roared. Of the 20 people present, except Yang Chen who had just arrived, the rest were all battle-hardened people. Everyone has some understanding of the temperament of the ferocious beast. As long as they don't encounter high-level ferocious beasts equivalent to the Jinyuan realm or the indestructible realm, they are confident that they can pass through the mountain valley. Okay, let's pack up now. Li Dekai waved his hand. All of a sudden, Yang Chen and his team dismantled the temporary houses. Soon after, they gathered at the foot of the mountain path. 20 people in total. The road ahead is a mountain road, and after going down, there is a mudflat with only pebbles. The car was of no use here, so Li Dekai simply left it in Yang Chen's space. Follow along and walk together. Coming down this section of the mountain road, we didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. But just as they crossed the mountain road and arrived at the rocky mudflats below, they heard roars of beasts in the distance. Li Dekai saw the mountain wolves and firebulls all over the mountains at a glance, and his brows immediately furrowed. Why so many? He asked suspiciously. Chen Qi came closer and said, could this be Lao Qin's means of revenge? Li Dekai said bitterly, based on my understanding of him, it's most likely him. Otherwise, why would so many ferocious beasts gather here for no reason? He looked at the soldiers and said in a very low voice, but one that everyone could hear, everyone, be careful and don't alarm the beasts on the other side of the mudflat. For a moment, everyone was extremely cautious. Only Yang Chen had an idea in his mind that could not be suppressed and grew and spread. Hurry up and alarm the ferocious beast on the mudflat. After days of training, Yang Chen has acquired the strength to fight against the ferocious beasts. Self-confidence is at its highest point. He quickly warned himself, calm down, you must stay calm. There are so many ferocious beasts, and we only have 20 people. Most likely he's just going to get killed. So, Yang Chen followed the team forward with extra caution. But at this moment, a shrill horn sounded, and all the ferocious beasts on the opposite side woke up. Damn it, it really is that Qin Zhan. Chen Qi confirmed it on the spot, only he could do such a thing. Li Dekai's brows furrowed into the shape of a character, who else could it be but him? Prepare for battle. As he spoke, Li Dekai pulled out the spear from his back. At the same time, Yang Chen also took out the long sword stored in his personal space, looking eager to try. Chen Qi immediately came to Yang Chen and repeatedly warned him, calm down, kid. But the only response he got was a clanging sound. Then Yang Chen decisively drew out his long sword and assumed a fighting stance. Chen Qi was extremely surprised and said, don't you have much martial arts skills? But the next second, Yang Chen lowered his voice and said, since we are in the same boat, let me show you my fighting ability. Chen Qi curled his lips and said, even if you have the skills and weapons, it is impossible to achieve a very high level of martial arts cultivation in a short period of time. He said frankly in his heart, you are just inflated with self-confidence. Well, you still have to rely on me, old Chen, to protect you. Who made you a baby with spatial talent? Just as he was thinking about it, the mountain wolves and firebulls on the opposite side of the mudflat rushed down together. It's like someone is directing it. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beasts rushed forward and launched an extremely fierce attack. Chen Qi was just about to take action to deal with the ferocious beast that rushed in front of him. Unfortunately, Yang Chen acted before him and started with the Star River Slash, a move that can be used in the Qi Nourishing Realm and the Zhou Tianxing Chenju. This slash requires activating multiple innate abilities, superimposing them, and then making another slash. It was his first time using it, so Yang Chen wasn't very skilled yet. But the power has begun to show. With one slash, the mountain wolf that rushed forward was cut in half from the middle. Then it collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 7 The more you fight, the braver you become, and you reach the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. AA talents of thunder and fire. At the same time, a system prompt popped up. Automatic looting has begun. The life essence and talents of the ferocious beast that Yang Chen had just killed were also integrated into it. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level mountain talent. Automatically plundering life essence and talents? Yang Chen's eyes flashed, the plundering system is really powerful. Chen Qi, who was standing by, was stunned. This was a ferocious mountain wolf beast equivalent to the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Was he killed by just one blow? Exaggeration, even more exaggeration than me. While Chen Qi was shocked, Yang Chen moved incredibly quickly, using the Star River Slash repeatedly. Every time a slash with the flow of talent came down, it would take away a mountain wolf or a firebull. Moreover, as Yang Chen became more and more familiar with the Star River Slash, his movements became faster and faster. The speed of killing ferocious beasts even surpassed Li Dekai at one point. Shinji was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. He kept roaring in his heart, "Didn't you just join our Great Wall garrison? In less than a year, they already have such combat effectiveness? Are you kidding?" Old Chen, am not convinced." Suddenly, a mountain wolf attacked Shinji from behind. This scene happened to be seen by young Chen. He moved his feet very flexibly and suddenly appeared beside Shinji and slashed at the mountain wolf. This strike was the one that allowed him to initially master the Star River slash. Swish! The knife flashed and cut the wolf in half. "Old Chen, what are you thinking about?" After killing the mountain wolf, young Chen did not forget to remind him. For a moment, Shinji was overwhelmed with shame. As a veteran guarding the Great Wall, he actually needed reminders from a newcomer who had been there for less than a year. Shinji bit his tongue and immediately came to his senses. "After we defeat these beasts, I'll settle the score with you. It's too cruel to hide it from me. I only just now realize your true fighting ability." Even Li Dekai was amazed and surprised. Wow, it has only been a short time and Yang Chen has practiced the Zhou Tianxing Shinju to this level. Could it have a lot to do with the fact that he has multiple talents? What he didn't know was that the more ferocious beasts the team killed, the more talents Yang Chen would gain. In addition to the replenishment of the ferocious beast's life essence, Yang Chen not only did not feel tired. Instead, the strength in my body is becoming more and more abundant. There is a feeling of becoming more courageous as the battle goes on. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining C-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Amidst the massive amount of prompts, the Zhou Tianxing Shinju in Yang Chen's body was operating at its limit. And he continuously transforms the life essence of the plundered ferocious beasts into martial arts skills. As he continued to kill, Yang Chen's strength suddenly increased. 7th level of Qi Cultivation Realm. A sharp light flashed in his pupils, Star River Slash. This was the first time he used the Star River Slash after breaking through to the 7th level of the Qi Nourishing Realm. After cutting the ferocious mountain wolf in front of him into two, he continued to move forward and cut a fireball into two halves. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining C-level talent. I'm lucky. That fireball actually gave me a C-level talent. The excitement in Yang Chen's eyes was obvious. Others have to fight desperately to kill ferocious beasts, and they are exhausted in the end. But Yang Chen, now as long as a ferocious beast dies, no matter who kills it, he will gain a significant improvement. Especially after various talents were superimposed by the Zhou Tianxing Shinju, the power suddenly increased exponentially. At this moment, Yang Chen became the focus of the battle circle. The number of ferocious beasts he killed alone was more than that of Li Dekai, Shinji, and others combined. After seeing Yang Chen's amazing performance, Shinji was completely depressed. Is this kid a monster? Others find it more and more difficult to fight. But you are so good. The more he fought, the braver he became, and the sword light he swung became more and more fierce. Just now he could only kill 2 ferocious beasts with one sword, but now he can kill 3 with one sword. He's simply not a human being. Shinji squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Yang Chen, listening to the pleasant voice, felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. I guess it won't be long before I can break through to the 8th level of the Qi Nourishing Realm. Yang Chen thought to himself. At this time, a voice came from the side, Brother Yang, remember to store the corpses of the ferocious beasts in your space. Looking back, it was Li Dekai. Old Li really doesn't miss any opportunity to make money or earn merit points. But I like. Who doesn't want to make more money? At that moment, Yang Chen agreed and took advantage of the gap between attacks to store the corpses of the ferocious beasts around him into his personal space one by one. There were originally many corpses of ferocious beasts piled up around, but in the blink of an eye, it suddenly became empty. Of course, it also gives others more room to display their talents. Seeing the ferocious beasts coming in like a tide, they were killed by the joint efforts of everyone, and in a short time, only 3 or 2 kittens were left. Shinji was also very angry and killed the last few with all his strength. The crisis is over. Li Dekai glanced up the mountain and called out to everyone, "Let's go. Hurry and get to Lishan base." After Yang Chen plundered the life essence and talent of the last ferocious beast and stored it in the space, his martial arts skills officially broke through to the 8th level of Qi Nourishing. Every move he made had nearly 5 tons of force. Talents, more than 300 have been collected. After catching up with the team, Yang Chen quickly synthesized all the looted talents with one click. Congratulations on synthesizing an A-level thunder talent. Congratulations on synthesizing an A-level fire talent. Congratulations on synthesizing a C-level gold talent. Congratulations on synthesizing a C-level physical enhancement talent. Together with the 2 B-level and 3 C-level talents from last time, they were synthesized together, and finally 2 A-level talents and 2 C-level talents were obtained. Dual A-level talents for thunder and fire. Yang Chen's mouth curved into an arc, comfortable. The 2 talents of thunder and fire are said to have the most explosive output. With these 2 talents, I have the confidence to challenge masters of the Xiantian realm. At this time, Shinji put his arm around his neck and said, "Good boy, you practice secretly without telling me that you already have this level of strength." Looking at the angry Shinji beside him, Yang Chen put his hands in his pockets, looked up at the sky and said, "You didn't ask. Can I still tell you? Then I am sick." The expression on Chen Chi's face changed again and again. He said in astonishment, "It seems, that's the reason." Hearing this, Yang Chen stopped and said in a low voice, "For the sake of our plan to make a fortune, please don't tell others about my true strength." Chen Chi's pupils were filled with money and merit points. He quickly agreed, no problem, my little god of wealth." This Nima. Even the little god of wealth was called. This sound really froze young Chenlei in place, and he stood there for a long time. Seeing him stop, Chen Chi quickly turned around, supported Yang Chen and said, "My little god of wealth, let's catch up." Chapter 8 The name of the sword is Dragon Arc. Okay. With a helpless smile, Yang Chen and Chen Chi followed the team. Shortly after their small group left, a bald man walked out from the hill behind them. He looked down at the empty mudflats below. He slapped the reflective top of his head and said, "Damn it, is Li Decai's team so powerful? They killed all the ferocious beasts I controlled." This bald man was none other than Captain Xinjiang, whom Li Decai had always mentioned. He was 7 feet tall, had a bald head, and exuded the aura of a gangster. Although Xinjiang looks like this, he is not good at close combat. He uses his spiritual power to induce ferocious beasts to become his subordinates, and then uses the beast sea tactics. As for Xinjiang's talent, it is spiritual guidance. The talent of spiritual guidance is very effective against ferocious beasts with questionable IQ. With just a little guidance, many ferocious beasts can unite to attack others. Like Xinjiang himself, with his 9th level martial arts cultivation of Qi Yang, he can lead more than 30 ferocious beasts to launch a gang-beating tactic. Together with the more than 10 team members he intentionally trained, their team can lead a total of more than 300 ferocious beasts. Ordinary teams can't even compare to them. Xinjiang spat, looking at Li Decai's back as he walked away, gritting his teeth in hatred. "Li Decai, just wait for me. I'll make you look bad." Since he had no ability to fight in close combat, Xinjiang didn't dare to confront Li Decai head-on. I could only watch Li Decai and the others leave. In contrast, Li Decai's team is all good at close combat. The weapons used are all close combat weapons such as knives, guns, and swords. Right now, Li Decai led the team forward for a long time before stopping to rest. Yang Chen was wiping the sword he had just obtained last night. This knife is both sharp and tough. He silently felt the knife in his hand. If I hadn't had this knife in my hand, I really wouldn't have been able to kill the beast with one blow. Thinking of this, his fingers happened to touch a few dents on the blade. It's not obvious at ordinary times. Now I look carefully and see it. With the help of sunlight, Yang Chen read 2 words on the depression on the blade: Dragon Arc. Dragon Arc? Is this sword originally called Dragon Arc? As he said the name of the Dragon Arc long sword, a soft hum came from the sword, as if responding to what Yang Chen said. Zheng. What a good name. Yang Chen praised and sheathed his sword. Then he looked up and saw the smiling Li Decai. Li Decai pretended to be indifferent and said, "Wipe the knife. You really need to take good care of it. Even if your martial arts cultivation reaches the indestructible realm, this sword will still be of great use to you." As soon as he saw his expression, Yang Chen knew something was wrong and immediately put the knife back into his personal space. "Brotherly, besides the knife, I guess you have something else to talk to me about?" Li Decai clutched his belly and said, "Well, I'm a little hungry. You just collected so many ferocious beasts, take out a few quickly." After he said that, Yang Chen also felt a little hungry, and quickly found 3 fireballs from his personal space. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're just hungry. Yang Chen put the fire bowl on the ground. When Li Kai saw this, he immediately shouted, Chef Wang, come quickly, use these 3 fire bowls to give us a snack. Wang Zheyu hurried over, okay. He stared at Yang Chen again and again with joy. The owner of the spatial talent is really enviable. After saying that, he picked up a cow on his back and left at great speed. After placing it next to his makeshift kitchen, he turned around and carried the second one. Then came the third one. After the 3 cows arrived at Wang Zheyu's temporary kitchen, he began to clean the carcasses of the fire cows. He performed a butchering trick for Yang Chen on the spot. The kitchen knife made cuts in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, only bones were left on the fire bull's body. He separated the internal organs, beef and other things, and put them aside. After butchering the beef, Wang Zheyu immediately heated up the oil in a pan and cooked the beef. Seeing Wang Zheyu's smooth butchering movements, Yang Chen sighed. Li Dekai's team is full of talented people. Even the seemingly inconspicuous chef Wang Zheyu has this ability. In a short while, the group of more than 20 people were enjoying the hot beef dish. Wang Zheyu specially gave 2 golden grilled steaks to Yang Chen and Li Dekai. After finishing the meal, Yang Chen burped. But soon, he thought, I've already plundered the life essence of these fire bulls, but how can their meat still taste so good? It doesn't affect you? The system gives answers in a timely manner. No impact. Life essence is the most fundamental thing for every living being, and it is related to lifespan. When a living being dies, its life essence is released into the world. This system captures the released life essence, so it does not affect the texture of the beast's meat. That's good. Yang Chen was very satisfied. After a hearty meal, Li Dekai led everyone on their journey. It didn't stop until it reached the canyon at the foot of the mountain. Li Dekai looked into the canyon. The ground was overgrown with weeds and all kinds of ferocious beasts were hiding around. A dazzling array of options. After quickly observing the foothill canyon, Li Dekai turned around and looked at everyone. You've all heard of the foothill canyon's reputation for being dangerous. We have to be extra careful. At this time, someone asked, Captain, just tell me directly, are we going there now, or should we wait until midnight? Li Dekai pondered for a moment, then pinched his chin and said, Tonight, everyone should go to bed now and get enough rest. After a big battle today and walking such a long distance, you must be tired. I'm hungry too. As he spoke, his gaze once again turned to Yang Chen, who without hesitation took out 3 fire bowls again. Xiaohu bot prevents file piracy. If you are looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you 1T step into pitfalls. More food, more food. Old Wang, thank you for your hard work in giving us more food. That's good. We'll have enough food to have the strength to get through this mountain valley. If I want to eat it quickly, you guys should help me. Don't just stand there like idiots. Like a goose. Ultimately, the temptation of delicious food is greater. Even Yang Chen is no exception. Together with the others, he cut the meat off the burning ox. Therefore, the meal takes less time to prepare. About an hour later, everyone ate their fill and lay down to sleep and rest. Just wait until night to cross the notorious foothill canyon. While Yang Chen and his friends were resting, a group of people quietly passed through the hill on the side, and then they dispersed. At the same time, release spiritual guidance. This group of people were Qin Zhan and his group. This time they set their sights on the countless ferocious beasts in the mountain valleys, hoping to control them. At that time, give Yang Chen and Li Dekai a big surprise. After several hours of spiritual guidance, the members of Qin Zhan's team were exhausted and panting. Chapter 9 Foothill Canyon? Old Six Canyon. Relying on their familiarity with the ferocious beasts, Qin Zhan and his men once again controlled more than 300 ferocious beasts. That's right. There are more than 300 ferocious beasts. In Qin Zhan's team, every member must be familiar with and memorize the living habits and attributes of various ferocious beasts. After seeing a ferocious beast, you must remember its habits and characteristics immediately. And this is just the basics. Their intermediate compulsory course is to determine the location of ferocious beasts based on the surrounding environment. And know what kind of ferocious beast it is. Only those who have completed this intermediate compulsory course can officially become a member of the Qin Zhan team. The incomparable familiarity with the ferocious beasts became Qin Zhan and his team's greatest reliance when walking in the ferocious beast area. Just after they controlled more than 300 ferocious beasts, Qin Zhan squatted on the hillside, looking down, and said to the people around him, You guys take a rest first. I'll observe the movements of Li Dekai and the others. It will be your turn in an hour. The others responded and immediately lay down to rest. At night, a chilly air hits. Li Dekai had been sleeping since the afternoon and finally got enough rest. The other members of the team also woke up one by one, including Yang Chen. In the biting cold wind of the night, his Zhoutian Xingqianju started to circulate spontaneously, making his whole body warm. Having martial arts skills has this benefit. Yang Chen stretched and looked up at the night sky. There is a full moon tonight, emitting bright silver light like a jade plate. Li Dekai whispered to the team members, "Let's go. As long as we cross this canyon, we'll be close to the Lishan base." After saying that, he did not forget to remind, "By the way, turn on the lights." The team members took out a lamp from their backpack and lit it. More than 20 people lit up their night lights at the same time, illuminating the area within 5 meters. The main horror of the mountain valley is not the large number of ferocious beasts, but the possibility that a ferocious beast may suddenly jump out at any time. In addition, some ferocious beasts contain highly poisonous substances. Many people died on the spot because of this. Under the illumination of night lights and the full moon, everyone entered the canyon at the foot of the mountain. They tensed their nerves and advanced cautiously. The ground is mainly composed of red mud, which is soft to step on. It will also make a rustling sound. No one spoke. Then, only the rustling sound remained. About an hour passed. On the side of the mountain, Shinji had just laid down and was replaced by another member of the team to keep an eye on him. He suddenly saw Li Dekai, Yang Chen and others walking with night lights on. He exclaimed, "Here it comes. Team leader! Team leader! Lao Qin, hurry up! They're coming!" The man called out repeatedly, and it took a long time before he woke up Shinji and other team members. Shinji forced his eyes open and said, "I was scolded. I just slept for a while and they came over?" The man who called him up nodded immediately, "Yes." Shinji rubbed his eyes and came to the top of the mountain. Looking down, he happened to see a group of people. He really came. "Everyone, release the spiritual power restraining the surrounding beasts, and then give them the next attack command. Just sleep peacefully afterwards. As long as the noise they make is loud enough, they will definitely attract more ferocious beasts. Even if they don't die, they will lose half their lives by then." The moment he finished speaking, everyone in the team released their mental restraints on the ferocious beasts and issued an order. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible spiritual power spread rapidly. The ferocious beasts that they controlled woke up one by one, crawled out of the mud, and launched a swift attack on Li Dekai and his group. Seeing the ferocious beasts surrounding and attacking him, Li Dekai was shocked and cursed loudly, "Damn it, Chen the dog thief really deserves to die. Here, you dare to ambush me again." As he spoke, he shook the spear in his hand, instantly piercing through a ground wolf covered in red mud. Chen also echoed, "Find an opportunity to make a killing from them." After listening to their conversation, Yang Chen curled his lips and said, "Let's get through this first." He put the dragon-shaped long sword at his waist and made a gesture as if to draw the sword. 2 A-level talents, plus 2 C-level talents, plus Yang Chen's own S-level space talent. Under the multiple superpositions, it formed a sword, Galactic River Slash. Swish. Boom. Lightning, fire, and a flash of white light were accompanied by a slash of swords. The moment the light flashed, it cut the 3 ferocious beasts into 2 halves, and the remaining power even injured another ferocious beast. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining C-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Most of them are D-level talents. However, Yang Chen had no time to watch any longer. He seized the opportunity to strangle the various ferocious beasts that were attacking him. Like ground wolf spiders, black-crested snakes, venomous tongue lizards. There are countless types of ferocious beasts in the mountain valleys. As a result, even the talents that Yang Chen plundered became more diverse. There are poisonous ones, shapeshifting ones, and stealth ones. Most of them are Lao Lu's talents. In my opinion, this canyon at the foot of the mountain should be called Lao Lu Canyon. Yang Chen killed 3 ferocious beasts again. At the same time, he threw the corpses of the 3 ferocious beasts into his personal space. He has become very skilled at it now. He can kill a ferocious beast in 1 second and throw it into his personal space in the next second. But even though Yang Chen had tried so hard to collect the corpses of the ferocious beasts, the smell of blood all around still attracted other nocturnal ferocious beasts. Seeing more and more ferocious beasts gathering around, Yang Chen knew in his heart that he had to leave here as soon as possible. He immediately shouted, "Brotherly, let's retreat quickly." Li Dekai's brows furrowed into the shape of a character. "Alright, you guys go first, I'll cover your retreat." Li Dekai is the last one to leave? Then where can I get the life essence of my ferocious beast and its talent? Brotherly, let me cover your retreat. Yang Chen came to Li Dekai and stood side by side with him. Li Dekai's face turned grim. "What are you doing here, kid? Why don't you leave?" Faced with Li Dekai's urging, Yang Chen was not in a hurry. He shook his wrist, and a streak of lightning flashing with heavy brilliance rolled back forward. "Kill the ferocious beasts one by one." Li Dekai's eyes widened. "Damn, your strength has grown to this point? No wonder he dared to come here to cover our retreat." Seeing that Li Dekai was about to mutter, Yang Chen quickly interrupted him and said, "That's right, just leave it to me. Besides, do you want to bring more ferocious beast corpses with you when I return?" Li Dekai was stunned. "You're actually more interested in making money than me. Okay, I'll give it to you this time." Chapter 10 After a night of fierce fighting, 2S level talents were obtained. If you have the guts, come back alive. If I can't come back alive, I'll. Li Dekai paused for a moment when he said this. He said this because of the current situation. If it were anyone else, it would be a life or death situation. There are endless ferocious beasts in the canyons at the foot of the mountain, and they can kill a person. But it can be placed on Yang Chen. It seems like there is still a chance of survival. Of course, this is just Li Dekai's judgment. Yang Chen, on the other hand, possesses an infinite plundering system, which allows him to fight to support himself. After killing ferocious beasts, he can plunder their life essence and talents. The effect of life essence is to restore physical strength and improve cultivation. The effect of the increased talent is that the power of Galaxy River / increases exponentially. With these two things as your backing, what can you lose? So, no matter how you look at it, Yang Chen has enough confidence to survive, and maybe even improve his cultivation to the innate level. Innate. Innateness is a threshold. As long as you break through to the innateness, you can transform from the ordinary to the real. At that time, not only will the effect of talents be greatly improved, but the attacks launched using innate power will also far exceed those of ordinary people. Don't worry, as long as you can get out, I can get out. Yang Chen once again shot out a streak of lightning. Kill the 5 ferocious beasts that are charging towards you. After witnessing Yang Chen's powerful display, Li Dekai felt inexplicably relieved. So, he hurriedly said to the others, "Everyone, hurry up and take advantage of the opportunity Brother Xiaoyang has given us to leave this mountain valley as soon as possible." Although the others wanted to stay and continue fighting, they were physically unable to do so. Most of the people present would lose their strength and their attack power would decrease after killing more than 30 ferocious beasts. Led by Li Dekai, the group cut a bloody path through the many ferocious beasts and rushed out of the canyon at the foot of the mountain at a very fast speed. Only Yang Chen and many ferocious beasts were left. Facing the various ferocious beasts attacking from all sides, Yang Chen felt as if there was a boiling power in his body. Kill. Galactic River / Yang Chen slashed out with one sword after another, no longer holding back and using all his strength. Each of his sword strikes produced a streak of blade light more than 5 meters long, cutting the ferocious beasts in half. At the same time, a huge amount of life essence poured into his body. The consumption just now was replenished in an instant. At this moment, Yang Chen was surrounded by a mist of life essence. At the same time, there are system prompts. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining C-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining B-level talent. Occasionally, I'll be lucky enough to snatch a B-level talent. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with joy. Of course, the more advanced talents the better. At this moment, Yang Chen has transformed into a killing god. As long as there is a ferocious beast coming forward, he will kill it with one sword. The Star River / can be used for free. This is all thanks to the replenishment of life essence, which allows Yang Chen to swing his sword continuously like a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, Yang Chen also discovered, even if I am injured, I can recover quickly with the replenishment of life essence? Perpetual motion machine, awesome. After plundering the life essence and talents, he would throw the beast's corpse accurately into his personal space. I don't know how much time has passed, when Yang Chen was killing the ferocious beast with great satisfaction. A surge of energy emanated from him. 9th level of Qi cultivation realm. As soon as he broke through, he looked around. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm, the 5 senses will be greatly enhanced. Is this the legendary "the cicada knows autumn before the wind blows"? Yang Chen imprinted everything around him in his mind. As long as the ferocious beast makes any movement, he can sense it immediately and respond. More importantly, after reaching the Qi nourishing state, not only the 5 senses will be enhanced, but even the mysterious 6th sense will be enhanced. There will be an early perception of danger. In ancient times, this was called a whim. In the following time, Yang Chen killed a lot of ferocious beasts all night long, but was stuck at the threshold of the innate realm and could not enter. Feeling depressed, he simply gave up on killing the ferocious beasts and stored as many of the ferocious beast corpses as possible into his personal space. He also hurried out of the mountain valley. He ran for a long way before stopping beside a small river. He gasped and said, "I'm right at the threshold of the Xiantian realm, and I spent an entire night and still can't break through? Do I have to rely on myself? Call." He let out a long sigh and murmured, "Forget it. I'd better synthesize all the talents I plundered first." Thinking of this, Yang Chen immediately performed a one-click talent synthesis. I saw that the large number of talents on the talent panel suddenly dropped sharply. Congratulations on synthesizing an S-level thunder talent. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level physical enhancement talent. Congratulations on synthesizing AB-level fire talent. Adding the 2 A-level talents from the previous round, 2 S-level talents can be synthesized at once. And one of them has a talent for thunder. The harvest is quite rich. Yang Chen stretched out a hand, and electric lights as thick as thumbs were constantly jumping on his fingers. S-level lightning talents are indeed more powerful. After he put the dragon arc long sword into his personal space, he looked up at the rising sun and said, "I killed ferocious beasts all night. Although I have the unlimited replenishment of the beast's life essence, I am not physically tired, but I am very tired mentally. Sleep." As he spoke, he leaned against a rock and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Xinjiang's men were hiding on the top of the mountain and staring at Yang Chen all night, and were telling Xinjiang the information they had obtained. "Captain, that kid is a monster. He killed beasts all night long and never stopped. And I feel that his innate aura is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that he is about to break through to the Xiantian realm." Xinjiang slapped his thigh. "Damn it, Li Dekai is so lucky to have recruited a half-step Xiantian master." Beside him, Jiang Xuantian said excitedly, "No, just now when he was about to leave, I felt that he only needed to enter a state of tranquility to break through to the Xiantian realm." Xinjiang wiped his face and said, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Jiang Xuantian said hurriedly, "I'm definitely not mistaken, Captain Qin, you also know my talent." Xinjiang thought to himself that Jiang Xuantian's mental talent was SS level. There is 80% chance that you won T go wrong. Xinjiang sat on a rock and pondered for a moment before speaking. "It seems we should stay away from Li Dekai and the others as much as possible before we achieve Xiantian. Did you hear everything? If anyone seeks death by provoking a Xiantian, don't blame me for being rude." Everyone nodded. All members of their team knew how terrifying the destructive power of a congenital master could be. Even if it's just a first-level innate level. Chapter 11 Wake up and be promoted to Xiantian. Jiang Xuantian said gloomily, then. "Captain, do we still need to gather at Lishan Base? If we go there, we will definitely meet them." Xinjiang pondered for a moment and said, "Go, why not? Only by going there can we know the next move from above. I'm afraid there will be big moves this time. When we learn about the big move above, we will hurry up and find a comfortable place to hunt the beast." Everyone said dejectedly, "Yes, Captain." Obviously, Yang Chen's performance last night dealt them a heavy blow. Coupled with lack of sleep, they all felt listless. After traveling all night, Li Dekai and his team arrived at the Lishan base. "We ran all the way here, mainly because some people were injured, and their injuries were serious." After sending several injured people to the Lishan base hospital, the rest of Li Dekai and his companions squatted at the gate of the base. It attracted the attention of every passing team. What are these idiots doing by the door like sculptures? Or is it a wife waiting stone? Look at them, they're all covered in dirt. It's likely that they just experienced a major battle and lost some members in the team? No wonder. Well, never mind. There's nothing to laugh at. Let's all go our separate ways. The more the group talked, the more things seemed to be going wrong, and some people even spontaneously sat down next to Li Dekai and the others. The result is, at the entrance of Lishan Base, a group of people sat together and looked into the distance. Others were remembering their deceased teammates. Li Dekai and the others were waiting for Yang Chen's return. Under the discussion and rumors of some people, more and more people joined in. It created a very strange scene. At the entrance of Lishan Base, there were hundreds of dusty people squatting there, dressed in Great Wall Garrison camouflage uniforms. They all looked in one direction. At the same time, Yang Chen was sleeping comfortably. Until he saw in his dream a ball of golden light, like the sun, coming at him at a high speed. Only then did he wake up from his dream with a start. Oh my god, what was that just now? Yang Chen raised his hand to support the stone behind him and was about to sit up. But the next second, as soon as he exerted force with his hands, the stone behind him shattered into pieces. Yang Chen fell to the side as he couldn't sit still. After a long while, he finally stood up from the rubble. Ahem! What the hell is going on? As he spoke, Yang Chen looked at his hands. I seem to be able to clearly feel the flow of air. Isn't this a unique phenomenon of innateness? I slept for a while and was promoted to Xiantian? Full of doubts, Yang Chen walked towards the river beside him, reached his hand into the water, and stirred it slightly, forming a huge whirlpool. Crash! The water flowed together, and he suddenly pulled his hands back, and a stream of water flowed down his arms. Xiantian, I am definitely Xiantian. Only when one reaches the state of innateness can one become extremely close to the natural world outside, and even the water and air will cling to me. It feels like the natural world outside is confessing its love to me. As he spoke, Yang Chen stretched out his arms, and his body floated into the air under the support of the air. Flying in the air. This is the true sign of a congenital master. Yang Chen jumped down from the air and landed steadily. It's really cool to become an innate. But the way I achieved innateness is really a bit strange. Just after a nap, I became a congenital? Although he was confused, he still checked himself. After breaking through to the innate level, one's talent will be greatly enhanced as the mortal becomes the real one. Therefore, the first item Yang Chen checked was his spatial talent. As soon as he opened his personal space, he saw an extremely huge black space. A rough calculation shows that it is a full 1024 cubic meters. Fuck. Yang Chen froze in front of his own personal space. The growth in talent gained after advancing to the Xiantian level is too powerful. This is just my spatial talent. Yang Chen was very excited when he thought about the 2S level talents and 1B level talent that were synthesized. He stretched out his finger, S level lightning talent, thunder. As the sound of crackling was heard, a huge lightning current as thick as a bowl wrapped around Yang Chen's fingers. That's fantastic, it's fantastic. He quickly retracted his S level thunder talent, Jing Lei, and quickly used his S level physical body strengthening talent, Yuan Mai. After activating the S-level physical strengthening talent Meridian, Yang Chen's whole body became burning and turned red and purple. There are also black lines outlining ancient symbols. Power, such abundant power. Endless power came from every part of the body, as if one punch could shatter the stars. The next second, Yang Chen swung his fist towards the distance. A fist made of pure white energy suddenly appeared out of thin air, flew into the air, and hit the river not far away. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a huge splash of water over 8 meters high suddenly appeared on the river. Fuck, is this Kamehameha? Even he himself was extremely surprised by its power. The effect of transforming from mortal to real is so strong? These are just the effects of S-level talents. If combined with Zhou Xingqianju, the power will be greatly increased. By the way, after achieving Xiantian, I can also learn a brand new move in Zhou Xingqianju. As he spoke, Yang Chen tried hard to recall the innate part of the Zhou Xingqianju. In the Zhou Xingqianju, there is a move that can be learned in the Xiantian realm, called Sun and Moonshine together. It is necessary to unleash all talents in a short period of time and combine the power of talents together to perform this move of Sun and Moon shining together. Fully unleash the innate power? Yang Chen took out the Dragon Arc long sword and held the Dragon Arc horizontally in front of him. He lowered his eyes, squinted slightly, and slowly unleashed the talent he currently possessed. S-level space talent, black hole. S-level thunder talent, thunder. S-level physical talent, Yuan Mai. B-level fire talent. In an instant, a black void sphere appeared behind young Chen, and lightning surrounded him with rumbling light. His whole body was red, and many mysterious symbols appeared on his skin. There were orange-red tongues of fire all around my feet. Yang Chen used all 4 talents. He slowly drew out the dragon arc and whispered, "Sun, Moon, shine together." In an instant, a huge ball of white light formed in the air in front of Yang Chen. Sword-like beams of light emanated from the sphere of white light, blasting in all directions. Huge holes were created in the open space around. Although it caused terrifying area damage instantly, no loud noise was heard. It's like the rain that moistens everything silently. After the strange vision faded, Yang Chen commented to himself, "The sun and moon shine together is more like a sneak attack move." Without a sound, the attack was unleashed. Magic. Chapter 12 Welcome the safe return of the little god of wealth. We can use the combined power of the sun and the moon to launch an unexpected attack. He analyzed it secretly for a while. Then he remembered, let's go to Lishan base and meet up with Laoli and the others first. The rest will be discussed later. In the next second, Yang Chen rushed to Lishan base. Now he is a first-level innate master who can walk directly in the air at an astonishingly fast speed. It was not until he got close to the Lishan base that he stopped flying in the air. Run over quickly. When he arrived at the entrance of Lishan base, Yang Chen saw hundreds of people sitting at the door. The people sitting in the front row were Li Dekai and his friends. Just when Yang Chen saw Li Dekai and the others, they also saw Yang Chen. Li Dekai exclaimed, "This kid is finally back." Chen Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Welcome our little god of wealth back safely." He suddenly stood up, stretched out his arms, shook his head, and greeted him with a heartless gait, "Little god of wealth." Chen Shi came up and gave Yang Chen a big hug. "My little god of wealth, you're finally back." Chen Shi said in an unusually friendly tone. Everyone was so worried. This old slick guy, always calling me the god of wealth. Yang Chen felt elated. After a brief hug with Chen Shi, he said nonchalantly, "What are you worried about? I have many tricks up my sleeve." At this moment, Li Dekai also came over and said, Okay, I think you are really getting ahead of yourself." "I guess so." Yang Chen scratched his head and said, "I just got promoted to the Xiantian realm." He was too lazy to hide anything from his teammates and just laid it out directly. Li Dekai's eyes lit up immediately, and he stared at Yang Chen again and again. "Are you serious? Innate?" Chen Shi was also surprised. "Are you really born with it?" Seeing Chen Shi's voice getting louder and louder, Li Dekai stepped forward and covered Chen Shi's mouth with his hand. "Are you afraid that others won't know?" Chen Shi was covered and kept crying woo-woo. "Keep your voice down," Li Dekai said repeatedly, lowering his voice. "I heard that the higher-ups summoned us to the Lishan base to select the innate masters from among us and send them to the Tandu Mountain bottomless cave." Chen Shi's eyes widened. The bottomless cave in Tandu Mountain. I heard that even the most innate masters found it extremely dangerous there. If the little god of wealth, who has just reached the first level of Xiantian, is selected, won't he become cannon fodder again? Chen Shi's mind worked quickly and he analyzed it on the spot. Li Dekai clapped his hands and said, "That's right, those below the 5th level of Xiantian will all be cannon fodder. So, I think Brother Xiao Yang should not expose his innate martial arts skills for the time being. It would be best if we could wait until the next screening so we can go to Rose Lake together." Chen Shi suddenly burst into laughter, and no matter how you looked at it, his laughter seemed extremely obscene. "Why the hell are you laughing like that?" Yang Chen stared at Chen Shi's face, looking him up and down. Li Dekai said, "Of course, this old man has heard of the benefits of Rose Lake. There's a special metal abundantly produced on the shores of Rose Lake, called rose gold. 1 gram of this rose gold is worth 50,000 star dollars. If we can collect a palm-sized amount of rose gold, we can sell it for tens of millions of star dollars on the spot." Having said that, Li Dekai patted Chen Shi's shoulder vigorously and said, "Be more restrained." It turned out that it was because of the rose gold that made Chen Shi, the old money grubber, look like this. Chen Shi immediately suppressed the obscene smile on his face. At this time, Li Dekai added, "Weapons made of rose gold can easily cut through the hard skin of ferocious beasts. The market demand is huge. And the bottomless cave in Tandu Mountain is completely dark once you get down there. It's hard to see, not to mention being on guard against ferocious beasts. So even though the benefits are high, few people are willing to go. Brother Xiao Yang has hidden some innate cultivation. Let's wait for the next selection." Hearing this, Yang Chen knew that the other party was doing this for his own good, so it would be better for him to hide his cultivation level. Besides, we all want to make money together. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately nodded and agreed, okay, I'll just hide some of my martial arts skills. Lee Dekai gave a thumbs up and said, yes. Let's go and register at Lishan base. Afterwards, under the guidance of Lee Dekai, everyone walked towards the Lishan base. When passing through the door, Yang Chen asked curiously, why are there so many people squatting here? Lee Dekai shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, when we were waiting for you here, they all came over and sat around. I don't know what they were doing. Everyone wanted to shout, we thought you were at the door remembering your deceased teammates, but it turned out you were waiting for someone. Damn it. We are so compassionate. Lee Dekai's next words dealt a heavy blow to the group, maybe he's begging at the door. Let's go, there's no need to worry about them. Everyone. At this moment, Yang Chen followed and registered before officially entering the Lishan base. Walking along a main road, there are rows of houses and various plants on the left. On the right is a green field. There are still many people exercising, or training, on the field. After crossing the green field, you can see a helipad, also called an airport. The latest aircraft are parked here. Many people gathered around to watch. Look, this is the DZ-999, which can carry more than 100 people. It is also equipped with laser weapons that can kill flying beasts in mid-air. Most of them are DZ-999, I didn't see any other small ones. Haven't you heard the news? A group of people will be selected to go to the bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain, and those who are selected will go on this ride. Are you going? You're asking a very novel question. Who the hell is willing to go to the bottomless pit of Xingqian Mountain? As expected, no one wants to go to the bottomless pit of Xingqian Mountain. However, there were 8 DZ-999 aircraft on the scene, and the intention was very clear. They wanted to select at least 808 masters and take them to the bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain. For a moment, Yang Chen tried his best to restrain his aura. Follow Lee Dekai and continue forward. All the way to an open space at the back. Lee Dekai shouted at a man standing on the ground, brother, are you still collecting the corpses of ferocious beasts here? The man came over at a trot, do you have the corpse of a ferocious beast? Lee Dekai narrowed his eyes and said, nonsense, if there are no extra beast corpses, how could we come here? He smiled brightly and said, of course I will take it. I'll take as much as I can. There have been too many teams coming in from the outer ring areas lately, and we're running out of food. Lee Dekai looked around and lowered his voice, saying, I have quite a few here. Please pick out a dozen or 20 to share with the logistics guys as a snack. As for the rest, you can figure it out yourself. Upon hearing that there was profit to be made, the man looked at Lee Dekai as if he were seeing a wealthy man. No problem. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a good price. Chapter 13 I'm rich. 1,100 merit points. By the way, my name is Zhou Qing, you can just call me Xiao Zhou. He immediately introduced himself and gave enough respect to the rich man in front of him. Lee Dekai. Lee Dekai pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, threw it over and said, it's all easy to talk about. Then he gave Yang Chen a look, signaling him to release the corpse of the ferocious beast stored in the space. Zhou Qing took the cigarette, took a look at it and put it in his arms, thinking, what a good cigarette, can even get this thing? I believe you can get a large number of ferocious beast corpses. Zhou Qing was just thinking when he saw Yang Chen casually gesture and create a black hole out of thin air. The corpses of ferocious beasts poured out from the black hole. Crash. Bang. Boom boom. As the corpses of the ferocious beasts fell onto the open ground, Zhou Qing was stunned on the spot. This was not the end yet. More and more corpses of ferocious beasts fell to the ground, piling up into a small hill in just a few seconds. But Yang Chen still did not stop releasing the corpses of the ferocious beasts. After continuous release, one mountain of ferocious beast corpses after another was piled up, and finally there were 5 mountains of ferocious beast corpses. Zhou Qing was distracted for a moment, and quickly said, I'll go find someone to help. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he rushed into the logistics store. He shouted repeatedly, quick, get up. A big client is coming. Zhang Yi, who was lying down to sleep, lazily shouted, what big client? How can it be more important than my sleep? Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and said, everyone who goes over to help will get at least a green sheep pig, which we can hide and eat slowly. Zhang Yi, who was about to fall asleep again, suddenly jumped up and asked, where is it? Where is it? Take me there quickly. Zhou Qing put his hands behind his back and teased Zhang Yi. Didn't some people say they didn't want to move? Zhang Yi put on his clothes and rushed over immediately. Brother Zhou, what are you talking about? Wasn't I still half asleep just now? Zhou Qing glanced over and asked, are you awake now? Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly and said, I'm awake, of course I'm awake. Good. Zhou Qing called out and came to the logistics door with the logistics staff. As soon as they arrived at the door, Zhang Yi and others saw the corpses of ferocious beasts piled up into 5 small hills. So many corpses of ferocious beasts? Damn, it's going to be busy for a while. Zhou Qing lowered his voice and said, they said we can keep more than 10 or 20 ferocious beasts for ourselves. Adding what I just promised you, we can leave at least 50 or so ferocious beast corpses. The logistics staff were immediately filled with energy. Zhang Yi and others immediately got busy, moving the corpses of the ferocious beasts into the machine and putting them into processing. Zhou Qing stayed aside, counting the bodies while saying, we have this batch of ferocious beast corpses. Enough to feed the entire base for a long time. Brotherly solved our urgent problem. Zhou Qing kept praising him. However, Li Dikai stepped aside and introduced, this is my brother, Yang Chen. The corpses of the beasts are stored in his personal space. If you want to thank him profusely. Zhou Qing understood as soon as he heard it. Yang Chen was a person with spatial talent. It turns out this guy is the heavyweight. He quickly said, this brother looks very young. It really fits the saying that heroes emerge from youth. After being praised by him, Yang Chen just smiled and didn't say much. Until Zhou Qing finished counting all the fierce beasts. These fierce beasts are worth about 1,000 merit points. I'll give you a little more, 1,100 merit points. He scratched his head and said, go through the logistics channels. Then he looked at Li Dikai, Yang Chen, and Chen Qi and asked, who is it for? Li Dikai pushed Yang Chen and said, just pass it to my little brother. Zhou Qing didn't say anything, but Yang Chen said in surprise, brotherly, you're the captain, why are you handing it over to me? Li Dikai crossed his arms and said impatiently, you got all these beasts. We didn't do much, we just talked a little. So, the lion's share of this is yours. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Qing again and said, just transfer them all to my brother. His name is Yang Chen. Just look for his ID. Zhou Qing smiled and said, no problem. He dug out Yang Chen's ID and transferred the money directly through the logistics department. I got 1,100 merit points in one go. The value of 1 merit point is 10,000 star dollars. 1,100 merit points is equivalent to 11 million star dollars. Become a multi-millionaire on the spot. Is there anything easier than making money like this? Alright. Zhou Qing raised the smart device in his hand. Would you like to go in and rest for a while? Li Dikai agreed on the spot, okay, when we came here, we were tired and hungry and didn't have time to eat. Zhou Qing clapped his hands and said, okay, follow me. Under Zhou Qing's guidance, they walked all the way inside and sat down in a private room that looked very luxurious. Li Dikai looked at the artistic portraits, vases and other things at the back, and immediately realized that this was a place specially used to entertain VIPs. It will not be open to the public at all. Li Dikai felt a little guilty on the spot, and he pulled Zhou Qing and said repeatedly, brother, you put us here, just in case a VIP comes. Zhou Qing patted his chest and said, don't worry, it's not dinner time yet, how could such a coincidence happen? You can sit here and eat without any worries. As he spoke, he pulled out a menu from the side and placed it in front of Yang Chen. Here, this is the menu, eat whatever you want. Li Dikai handed over the menu and said, no need to bother with all that. Just order whatever you like, or we'll eat whatever you want. Zhou Qing scratched his head and said, that's fine. It seems some of the ingredients on the main menu are exhausted. I'll arrange for someone to prepare it right away. After saying that, Zhou Qing hurried out and started arranging people to cook. On the other hand, Yang Chen had no intention of taking all the merit points for himself. He asked tentatively, brotherly, with so many merit points, I can't take them all by myself. You. Li Dikai interrupted him, smiling brightly, if you really feel bad, just give us some. After all, you're the one who puts in the most effort. As for me, I don't ask for much. Just give me 20 merit points. He is the captain, and as long as he speaks, he is setting a standard. The merit points given to others do not need to exceed 20. Okay. Yang Chen agreed immediately. 20 merit points were transferred to Li Dikai, 20 merit points were transferred to Chen Qi, and the others received 20 and 15. After distributing all the points, Yang Chen still had 700 merit points. Shinji smiled contentedly when he saw the 20 merit points that arrived. You truly are worthy of being my little god of wealth. Chapter 14 Li Dikai's sister, Li Jinmeng. Everyone can make money. Seeing this, Yang Chen agreed and said, that's the truth. We make money together and shoulder the responsibility together when trouble comes. With just one word, he tied everyone to his chariot. Shenji said affirmatively, that's a must. While they were talking, Zhou Qing brought over plates of dishes and placed them on the table. For a moment, the fragrance filled the air. The hungry crowd used both hands to eat heartily. Until your belly is full. At this time, Zhou Qing's voice came from outside, hey, don't be anxious, the people inside are still eating. Then a female voice like a clear valley spring came, I want to see who is hiding here to eat it this time. The next second, Yang Chen and his companion's private room was opened, and a heroic girl walked in from outside. She had a pretty face, was wearing a camouflage uniform, her hair wrapped in a hat, and a pair of leather boots. But Yang Chen was more concerned about the several flowers on the girl's shoulders. This girl is actually a lieutenant colonel? When Zhou Qing saw the girl rush in, he realized that he could no longer hide the truth. He winked at Yang Chen, Li Dekai and the others and urged them, everyone, if you've finished eating, hurry up and go train. Li Dekai and the girl said at the same time, no need. You go out first. Yang Chen was dumbfounded. Damn, you two are so synchronized. Zhou Qing looked at Li Dekai and then at the girl. The girl waved and said, brother, I have been looking for you so hard, I didn't expect to see you here. Elder brother. Not only Zhou Qing, but everyone present was frozen in place. Li Dekai said helplessly, Li Jinmeng, why are you looking for me? She is actually Li Dekai's sister? Li Jinmeng. Yang Chen muttered the name and looked the girl up and down for a long time. Zhou Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's an acquaintance. I feel relieved. You guys chat, I'll go out first. After saying that, he ran out in a hurry. At this time, Li Jinmeng strode over and said, I want to see how long my brother can hide. But I didn't expect that you would hide in the outer area of this wilderness. Any area outside the Great Wall is called the wilderness. At the same time, various areas are also divided. The outer area of the wilderness is filled with ferocious beasts equivalent to warriors in the Qi-nourishing realm. Li Dekai picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and said while chewing, I'm not like you. I don't have advanced talents. Li Jinmeng tilted his head and looked over. Alright, you're my brother, so you're right. After saying that, she looked at Li Dekai again and said, from what I see, you are not planning to go to the bottomless cave of Tandu Mountain this time? Li Dekai nodded and said, yes, that's right. That kind of dangerous place is not my thing. Li Jinmeng coughed and said, the bottomless cave in Tandu Mountain is even more dangerous than the rumors say. But I recommend you give it a try. Li Dekai swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked at Li Jinmeng strangely, you knew the dangers, but you still recommended Tandu Mountain to me. He raised his chopsticks and pointed at Li Jinmeng, continuing, there's something fishy going on. There's definitely something fishy going on. Tell me, what's the trick there? Li Jinmeng smiled mysteriously, if you don't go, I won't tell you. I can only tell you that anyone who goes there will have to sign an S-level confidentiality agreement upon landing. Sign an agreement as soon as you land? Li Dekai's face showed even more doubt. He stared at the silver flowers on Li Jinmeng's shoulders that represented her military rank and said, you are a lieutenant colonel at least. You can't reveal even a single detail. Li Jinmeng just shook her head, if I say no, it means no. It's your choice anyway. If you are sure you want to go, I will tell you a little bit about the bottomless pit in Tandu Mountain. Li Dekai put down his chopsticks and said, forget it, there's nothing to talk about. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Chen, Shenji, and Wang Zhiyu, brothers, let's go out for training. Crash. Li Dekai and Yang Chen led everyone out of the gate. He left quickly under the astonished gazes of Zhou Qing, Zhang Yi and others. Li Jinmeng was the only one left in the room. She snorted softly, coward, just keep hiding. I really don't know who Li Dekai learned this from. He has to be so humble and low-key. From now on, I'll call you Li Dekai, the Go Wang. The other side. While still on the road, Yang Chen asked curiously, brotherly, why does your sister have the rank of lieutenant colonel? There was another question in his mind that he hadn't asked yet, and you were still in the outer area? Not only Yang Chen was curious, but Chen Qi and the others were also curious. Everyone looked at Li Dekai. Li Dekai didn't want to say it at first, but he couldn't resist everyone's curiosity. My sister possesses an SSS level time talent. 1 hour of her martial arts training is equivalent to 100 hours of martial arts training for others. An SSS level talent, and it's time related. Li Dekai paused for a moment and continued, so, you can quickly advance in rank just by practicing martial arts. There's no need to envy her. Everything she has is the result of her hard work and practice. As for me, a man, how can I rely on my sister? Shinji gave a thumbs up and said, that's right, that makes sense. I also want to ask if your sister has a boyfriend? Li Dekai kicked Shinji on the butt, get out. My sister doesn't have a boyfriend, how dare you chase her? Shinji said nonchalantly, what's there to be afraid of? Just give me a crowbar and I can hold up the whole world. Li Dekai spat, a crowbar? Let me tell you, my sister is a martial arts master in the unbreakable realm. Whatever stick you have, I'll break it and crush it. Shinji took a breath, indestructible realm? No way, it's just her? A martial arts master in the unbreakable realm? The indestructible realm. Yang Chen murmured in a low voice. The indestructible realm is said to possess an impeccable body and is a superhuman who can live to 800 years old. No, to be precise, it should be called a demigod. I have an infinite plundering system. Everything will be there. Just give me time to develop. Yang Chen secretly clenched his fists. But the bottomless pit of Xingqian Mountain has piqued my curiosity. The bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain flashed through his mind for a while, and then the beautiful figure of Li Jinmeng flashed through his mind. What secrets are hidden in the bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain? We actually have to sign an agreement as soon as we land. With doubts in his heart, Yang Chen continued to train at the Lishan base in the next few days. At the same time, consolidate the innate first-level martial arts cultivation. Strengthen the foundation of martial arts firmly. Until 7 days later. All the teams closest to Lishan base gathered together. There are more than 50,000 people in total. On the day when everyone was present, everyone gathered on the green field. A high platform was built on top. On the high platform was Li Jinmeng, whom Yang Chen had met once, and several middle-aged men whose military ranks were higher than Li Jinmeng. Chapter 15 An unexpected event. A Chang Yao Jin shows up unexpectedly. This time we need to select a group of innate warriors and go to the bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain. The benefits are generous. All those selected will be awarded the rank of sergeant and 30 merit points. There's also a fixed monthly salary and 15 merit points. As for other special treatments, you won't know until you arrive at the bottomless pit of Xingqian Mountain and sign the confidentiality agreement. The person speaking on the podium had just finished speaking. Everyone gathered on the green field started talking. Everyone says the benefits at the Xingqian Mountain bottomless cave are good, but I didn't expect it to be so good. It's good, but you have to be alive to get it. I heard that the danger there is much higher than other innate areas. Besides, I heard that if we wait for a while, the base in the Rose Lake area will come over to recruit new people. Don't you want to go to Rose Lake? There's rose gold there. That's right, it's rose gold. 1 gram is 5 merit points. The vast majority of people present would rather go to Rose Lake. However, there are people who want to go to the bottomless pit of Xingqian Mountain to try their luck. High risk and high benefits mean higher additional income. Extra income. Li Dekai lowered his voice and said, everyone, let's be cautious. There's no need to do anything so risky. At this time, Shenji pulled the corner of Yang Chen's clothes and said, little god of wealth, I have mica stone here. As he spoke, he handed over a flawless white stone and said, as long as you wear this stone on you, the inspectors will not be able to detect your identity as an innate warrior. Glancing at Shenji in surprise, Yang Chen took the stone and asked, you still have such a good thing? Shenji smiled obscenely, hee hee. Of course. My talent, old Chen, is to pick out valuable treasures. This old Chen is also a funny guy. Old Chen, that's great. Yang Chen gave a thumbs up and praised him, while quietly putting the mica stone on his body. Shenji waved his hand and said, this is nothing. Just at this moment, a team hurried over and sat down next to Yang Chen's team. Seeing them coming, Yang Chen didn't think anything of it. Li Dekai, Shenji, and the others all glared at the group of people. Li Dekai, in particular, said sinisterly, Xinjian, it's been such a long time. That's right. The group of people who just came over was the team led by Xinjian. At this moment, it was like enemies meeting each other, and they were extremely jealous of each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and it seemed as if a fight would break out if there was any disagreement. Shinji, who had a bald head, didn't say anything. His eyes rolled around. He looked at young Chen, then at Li Dekai, Shenji, and the others. An idea immediately came to his mind to trick that kid who had entered the innate realm into going to the invincible cave in Xingqian Mountain. Shenji pointed at Shinji and said, "Look, this old fellow is silent. Who knows what bad things he might be up to?" Shinji pretended to be angry and said, "Our two teams have been dealing with each other for such a long time. Why do you say I am holding back on my bad intentions?" He stared at Shenji and said, "Am I so unbearable in your heart?" Shenji looked up at the sky and said, "Who knows?" After a while, Shenji pulled young Chen aside and said, "Little god of wealth, we have to be careful of him. This old fellow is full of bad intentions." As he spoke, he pointed out, "Hey, he has a few dog-headed military advisors around him. Bad and sinister, totally a sixer." Being able to receive such a high evaluation from Shenji, Yang Chen couldn't help but look at Shinji and the others more. Shinji was not angry, and said naturally, "Thank you for the compliment, Lao Chen." He was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. Shenji grinned and cursed, "Some people are like stinky and hard stones in a toilet." Li Dekai patted Shenji and said, "Alright, stop talking." After looking around, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't attract the attention of the inspectors." Shenji suddenly realized, "I understand." He kept thinking to himself that this might be a bad idea that old man Shinji came up with, to make us angry and attract the attention of the inspectors. At that time, you will be arranged to the bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain. What a vicious old man Shinji is. He patted his chest and said repeatedly, "Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, you'll fall into his trap." As he was speaking, inspectors came over, each of them carrying an instrument. As long as it gets close to a person, the instrument can detect that person's martial arts skills. Ding. Chi cultivation level 8. Ding. Chi cultivation stage 6. Ding. First level of innateness. Those who were detected by the instruments as being at the first level of the innate realm were immediately taken to the DZ-999 aircraft parked in the distance. "High tech." Yang Chen exclaimed, "I wonder if the mica stone Lao Chen gave me is actually useful." Coincidentally, a tester came over at this moment and the instrument touched Yang Chen. Ding, Chi cultivation level 9. The inspector looked at it and shook his head. Just when Yang Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly celebrating, Shinji next to him suddenly jumped out and said, "That's not right, is there something wrong with your instrument?" He pointed at Yang Chen and said, "I just saw this guy break through to the first level of Xiantian a while ago. How come he's only at the 9th level of Chi cultivation?" The inspector looked at Shinji in confusion. "How is this possible? This is the most advanced equipment." Li Dekai and Shenji looked at Shinji at the same time, cursing in their hearts, "This old guy was waiting here." Shinji ignored the angry glares from Li Dekai and Shenji and continued, "I remember there's a special kind of stone that can absorb our energy, thus shielding us from detection." "What's that stone called?" After he reminded them, the inspector suddenly realized, "You are talking about mica." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Yang Chen, "Little comrade, if you have mica stone on you, it would be best if you could take it out now. Don't wait for our people to take action. When the time comes, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am." Who would have thought that a Cheng Yao Jin of the 6th level would appear out of nowhere? Yang Chen looked at Li Dekai and Shenji helplessly. Li Dekai lip read, "You'd better take it out." Apparently, even Li Dekai was afraid of their people. In desperation, Yang Chen had to take out the mica stone that Shenji had just given him. Seeing this flawless white stone, the inspector frowned. He threw the mica stone aside and moved the instrument closer to Yang Chen. Ding, first level of innateness. The inspector sneered, "So someone is cheating and doesn't want to go." He took out a smart device and sent a message. Not long after, a group of extremely burly men walked out from both sides of the platform. Seeing this group of people, Shinji's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Shenji's pupils were filled with gloom, and he lowered his voice and said, "They are from the law enforcement supervision team. Don't even mention how brutal these people are." Chapter 16 A true man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River flowing eastward to the sea. One of them, who was 2 meters 3 inches tall and made a rumbling sound when he walked, said loudly, "I heard that some people here are using mica to circumvent instrument detection. I advise you to take it out yourselves. If we take action, things will not be so simple." He was facing all the people from the Great Wall garrison present. All of a sudden, mica stones were thrown out. The people in the law enforcement supervision team really do have a sense of oppression. The person who was checking Yang Chen glanced at Qin Zhan and then at Yang Chen. Don't do anything tricky. It won't do you any good. After that, he solemnly said to Yang Chen, first level of Xiantian, just passed. Go to the tarmac and gather. Helplessly, Yang Chen stood up and was about to walk over there. At this moment, Li Dekai suddenly said, wait. The inspector turned his head and looked over. What's the matter? Li Dekai took a step forward, emitting the aura of the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Take one more step and reach the first level of innateness. He quickened his pace, the 2nd level of innateness. The 3rd level of innateness. It was not until he reached the 4th level of Xiantian that he finally stopped. At the same time, he came to the tester and said, I am the 4th level of Xiantian. Then, he pointed at Yang Chen and said, can I go with him? The inspector was stunned for a moment. Okay. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. He lowered his voice again, depending on drugs to suppress one's martial arts cultivation to the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm? Li Dekai nodded in agreement, that's right. The inspectors kept saying, good. You can go with him. We need a lot of people this time anyway. The more the better. Shenji looked at Li Dekai in astonishment. Old Li, there's no need to make such a big deal. Li Dekai then said, why are you still standing there? Do you want to get rich with us? Shenji gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, you are cruel. Old Chen, will risk it all. The moment the words fell, Chen Qi's aura changed, starting from the 9th level of the Qi nourishing realm and rising steadily. However, he did not directly ascend to the 4th level of innateness like Li Dekai. Instead, stop at the 2nd level of innateness. He also got up and said hurriedly, I'll follow you. The inspector said in amazement, amazing. You are all quite capable of suppressing your cultivation. Not only were the inspectors surprised, even Yang Chen was astonished. I never thought, brotherly, old Chen, you two are suppressing your cultivation. The inspector simply put away the equipment and looked at the rest of Li Dekai's team. Who else has suppressed their cultivation? Come forward. I want to test it. Immediately afterwards, Wang Zhiyu also stood up and said, I have also suppressed my martial arts cultivation. Swish. A wave of air surged, and Wang Zhiyu's martial arts skills rose to the 1st level of innateness. The rest of the people looked at each other, and no one stood up. Li Dekai looked Wang Zhiyu up and down. You are quite good at hiding. Wang Zhiyu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, actually, I just got to this point yesterday. The inspector dragged Wang Zhiyu over to stand next to Yang Chen and said, if you want to chat, let's go to the apron over there. After saying that, he turned and looked at the others. Anything else? The rest of the people bowed their heads and remained silent. The inspector curled his lips and said, it seems that there are no more. Then I will go to the next team. Li Dekai sighed and took the lead to walk towards the apron. Yang Chen, Shenji and Wang Zhiyu followed closely behind. On the way, Shenji said indignantly, Su Ling has been suppressing his cultivation for a long time, and this time he couldn't keep up with us. Li Dekai sighed, people always have to make choices. It's not his fault if he doesn't choose us. Besides, once we leave, he will most likely be the new captain of Team 353. Shenji said bitterly, it's a pity that you, Li Dekai, took care of him for so long. Li Dekai sighed, it's okay, he's not the important one. The key is that Qin Zhan, that bastard, actually used this trick to harm us. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Yang Chen. What a shame, he actually saw you ascend to the Xiantian realm. Although Yang Chen was very happy in his heart that there were 3 people willing to follow him. But next we go to the bottomless cave of Tandu Mountain. After thinking about it, he said solemnly, yes, I didn't expect that either. Actually, having said that, it doesn't matter where we are. What matters is that I have you good brothers here with me. Li Dekai gave a thumbs up and said, that makes sense. It's good to have a few good brothers. Chen Qi's face was filled with tears. He held Yang Chen's arm and said repeatedly, little god of wealth, we are all following you without caring about our own lives. If you don't help us earn billions, you'll be letting us down. Woo. Looking at Chen Qi who was still crying, Yang Chen said with a mixture of laughter and tears, are you crying for real or just pretending? Chen Qi raised his head and said firmly, really cry. Ouch, woo. Li Dekai looked at it and shook his head, cry, keep crying. Let the other teams on the tarmac see that you, a master of innate talent, are actually a crybaby. Shinji let go of young Chen and wiped away his snot and tears. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He saw Wang Jiyu secretly laughing at the side. What are you laughing at? It won't be long before you two become cannon fodder in the bottomless pit of Synthesizing Mountain. It's almost dead. Wang Jiyu said nonchalantly, there is no need to mourn. A true man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River flowing eastward to the sea. Why should I miss the land of gentleness? Even Chef Wang could say such a thing. Yang Chen was shocked and said immediately, that's right. The outer ring of ferocious beasts is just a cradle, a land of comfort. We must eventually go out and see the world. Even if it's the bottomless pit of Synthesizing Mountain, I should go and try it without any regrets. Li Dikai felt a long-lost fire ignite in his heart. Well said. No regrets. As they were talking, everyone had already arrived near the apron and sat aside under the arrangement of relevant personnel. Only when he got closer did Yang Chen realize the huge size of the DZ-999 aircraft. Each DZ-999 is more than 200 meters long, black and gray in color, and has a streamlined body. It is very consistent with the aesthetic taste of the Xia people. More importantly, it is equipped with 16 injectors. The power is extremely strong at first glance. He was observing the DZ-999 aircraft when a voice came from behind. I really didn't expect that you, Li Dikai, would appear here. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Li Jinmeng, whom they had met a few days ago. Li Jinmeng's eyes fell on Yang Chen. I'm suddenly a little curious about you. You can actually motivate my brother, a coward. You are definitely not a simple person. There was a hint of weirdness in Li Jinmeng's tone, and Yang Chen hurriedly said, don't be curious about me. Chapter 17 Turning Point? Starstone from Synthesizing Mountain. Li Jinmeng asked suspiciously, why? Looking at Li Jinmeng's watery eyes, Yang Chen smiled mysteriously and said, haven't you heard of it? Being curious about a man is the beginning of your downfall as a woman. Don't be curious about me, I'm afraid you will fall in love with me. Li Jinmeng rolled her eyes at Yang Chen, humph. She acted like a little girl and said, what a joke. Li Dikai's eyes lit up. It's hard to say. Anything is possible. Li Jinmeng said angrily, I'm going to ignore you. After saying that, she turned and ran. As she ran onto the road, she thought to herself, let me find a quiet place and use the timeline deduction method I just learned to make some calculations. Let me first take a look at who my future partner is. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. Li Dikai looked at Li Jinmeng's departing figure and said, Brother Xiaoyang, how is my sister? Ahem. Hearing this, Yang Chen coughed for a while, then commented, it's a sign, and it also has powerful strength. Not comparable to ordinary women. Li Dikai laughed heartily with satisfaction. Then, he said seriously, very good, my sister is indeed a rare and extraordinary woman. So, how about introducing her to you? After studying Li Dikai's face for a while, Yang Chen felt that he was not joking. Are you serious? Li Dikai nodded and said, don't worry, if you think it's okay, I'll find an opportunity to bring you together. If you don't mean that. Stop. Yang Chen gestured quickly, we don't know what the outcome will be of this trip to the bottomless cave in Synthesizing Mountain. Let's talk about it after we get out. Li Dikai nodded immediately, alright, let's talk about it after we get out of the bottomless cave of Synthesizing Mountain. He added in his heart, but I'll take it as your consent. Everyone fell silent for a moment. On the other side, Xinjiang looked in the direction of Yang Chen and Li Dikai, feeling depressed. They are so united. We actually went to the bottomless cave of Synthesizing Mountain together. Jiang Xuantian said helplessly, Boss, your focus seems to be wrong. They have all suppressed their martial arts cultivation. Xinjiang turned his head and squinted his eyes and said, do you think they are the only ones who have suppressed their martial arts cultivation? We have suppressed our martial arts cultivation. Next time Rose Lake comes to recruit people, we will go directly to Rose Lake. And Xiao Jiang, you should also hurry up and reach the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm as soon as possible. Rose Lake is a perfect opportunity to do so. Jiang Xuantian had also heard of the rose gold of Rose Lake, so he naturally knew that this was an opportunity. A long time passed. The screening of innate warriors is finally over. All the teams present were reorganized, and those that lacked team leaders selected new ones. On the other side, Yang Chen and his companions lined up and boarded the DZ-999 aircraft one by one. Land in through the huge hatch at the back of the aircraft. Afterwards, everyone was assigned to their respective rooms. This time, a total of more than 560 innate warriors were selected. This is still the case when many people suppressed their martial arts skills. Otherwise, there would be even more. In the DZ-999 aircraft, 4 people lived in a spacious house with a large, comfortable soft bed and all necessary toiletries. Very complete. Li Dekai, Yang Chen, Shinji and Wang Zhiyu were reasonably assigned to one room. Room 3303. As soon as Li Dekai entered, he threw himself onto the comfortable and soft big bed. I have to say, the treatment at Tandu Mountain base is really good. Shinji sat on the bed, counting the items in his backpack, and said, "Okay, of course, but we have to risk our lives." Li Dekai didn't take it seriously. Maybe there's a chance of a turnaround. He thought of what Li Jinmeng had said before, recommending going to the bottomless cave in Tandu Mountain. Although she didn't say what the trick was, Li Jinmeng would definitely not make a random guess. There must be a reason. Brother Li is right. I feel like there should be a turning point. Yang Chen stood up and said, and it's in the confidentiality agreement that was signed upon landing. Li Dekai lay flat on his back, stretching his legs violently for a while, like pedaling a bicycle, and turned his body to look at Yang Chen. "Brother Yang, you think the same as me? Good job. You go through so much trouble just to say a word. Let's see after we land." Yang Chen smiled and lay down aside. I thought to myself, it's time to open the blind box. It all depends on what is written on the S-level confidentiality agreement. The huge DZ-999 aircraft headed towards the Star Mountain base at a speed exceeding Mach 10. Even though we were flying so fast, the air inside was incredibly smooth and there was no discomfort at all. This is the effect of being equipped with a super gravity balancer. A very advanced high-tech. After more than an hour, the DZ-999 aircraft landed steadily at the base below Star Mountain. As the aircraft landed smoothly, the doors of each room slowly opened. One by one, the innate warriors walked out from it. Among this team of innate warriors, there are 4 people: Yang Chen, Li Dekai, Shinji, and Wang Zhiyu. Following the crowd out of the DZ-999 aircraft, Yang Chen saw a high mountain about 300 to 500 meters away as soon as he walked out. The mountain rises high into the clouds, presenting a conical structure. The most important thing is not the mountain, but the huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Looking through the dark cave entrance, you can vaguely see dots of blue light. It's like stars dotted on a pure black curtain. No wonder it's called the Star Mountain Bottomless Pit. Yang Chen retracted his gaze and was about to follow the crowd to sign the S-level confidentiality agreement and then obtain the rank of sergeant from the Star Mountain base. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the front of the crowd. I vaguely heard something like, "Star Stone." Attracted by the movement ahead, Yang Chen quickly caught up with Li Dekai and asked, "Did you hear that?" Someone in front seemed to be talking about starstones. Li Dekai took a few deep breaths and said, "That's right, it's the starstone." Wang Zhiyu saw Li Dekai's serious expression and asked repeatedly, "Captain, what is a starstone?" Before Li Dekai could speak, Chen Shi stepped forward and said, "Let me tell you, I saw this kind of stone mentioned in the records of wonderful things in the world. Starstone is a luminous stone that can generate a special energy source. It can be made into nuclear magnetic energy weapons or power cores. If the confidentiality agreement was signed because of the Starstone, then everything makes sense." Chen Shigang finished speaking seriously and then burst into laughter like a madman. "Ha ha ha ha. We're going to get rich, this time we might really get rich." As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Yang Chen and shook him. "Little god of wealth, no, you may be promoted to the great god of wealth soon. I never thought there would be a Starstone here." Chapter 18 Doctor. Increase the dosage. Can Starstone be used as raw material for nuclear magnetic weapons? Power core? Compared to Chen Shi, who was laughing almost like a madman, Yang Chen was relatively calm. In other words, it can be used as an energy source. As he spoke, his gaze turned to the Star Mountain in the distance, where tiny stars twinkled in the darkness of the cave. Those starlights must be starstones. Staring at the starstone, Yang Chen asked casually, "Then, what is the value of the starstone?" Seeing Chen Shi running around like a madman, Li Dekai stepped forward and said, "Worth? A palm-sized starstone is worth hundreds of millions. Remember, it's an energy source. Things related to energy have always been regarded as precious. Just like oil. Fortunately, Yang Chen was mentally prepared and was not too surprised. It seems that Lao Chen's goal of earning hundreds of millions can be achieved, he said with a smile as he looked at Chen running back and forth. At this moment, Chen-Chi's extremely abnormal behavior was seen by everyone. Everyone looked at him sideways. However, there were also people who knew about the Starstone and went crazy with him. It's like a husky that has just been released, or a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. The crowd danced and cheered. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That's a Starstone. Do you know what a Starstone is? A Starstone is worth at least 500 million. If I can get one, I won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. We've made a fortune, brothers. We should show those people at Lishan Base what it means to be rich. Ha ha ha. No, we shouldn't let them know. We have to do this quietly and make a fortune without making a sound. Signing a confidentiality agreement is necessary, extremely necessary. Having said this, Chen-Chi stopped his crazy behavior. He walked back to the team in the surprised eyes of everyone. This posture is like a mental patient who has been injected with a sedative and calms down all of a sudden. Strange. Calm down? Li Dekai said with his arms folded. Chen-Chi took several deep breaths and said, calm down, of course I'm calm. Who would have thought that what was hidden inside was actually a mountain of gold? Hurry, I can't wait to sign the confidentiality agreement and rush in to fight for the Starstone. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands until his palms turned red. Unfortunately, there is still a long queue. It wouldn't be his turn for a while, so Chen-Chi finally calmed down. At this moment, everyone else present also calmed down and waited quietly. Waited for nearly an hour. Finally, it was Li Dekai's turn. The relevant staff handed him a smart device and said, read the agreement and sign it. Li Dekai didn't even look at it carefully, just signed and left. Chen-Chi, who was queued in another aisle, looked carefully from beginning to end. The more he looked down, the brighter the light in his pupils became. It seems like something extraordinary has been discovered. Finally, it was Yang Chen's turn. He picked up the confidentiality agreement and read it again and again. The first one is that matters related to Xingqian Mountain must not be disclosed to the outside world, and the dangers of Xingqian Mountain must be emphasized to the outside world. Second, the Star Mountain base will recycle starstones and moonstones by weight. 500 grams of starstones are worth 5,000 merit points. 500 grams of moonstone is worth 50,000 merit points. Third, you can use merit points to exchange for star weapons and advanced star equipment in the base. Article 4. Relevant entry methods and the prohibition of private trading of starstones, moonstones, etc. After reading it all and signing the S-level agreement, Yang Chen murmured to himself, why is there still moonstone? Besides, moonstone is much more precious than starstone. As he was guessing, Chen-Chi, who had been standing there quietly, started dancing again. Moonstone. See, it's moonstone. Chen-Chi almost jumped 3 feet high. Where's the doctor? Increase his dosage. Yang Chen pointed at Chen-Chi and shouted. Chen-Chi immediately calmed down and said aggrievedly, don't blame me. Really don't blame me. The value of moonstone is 10 times higher than that of starstone. Also, didn't you see the back? Finally, there's the legendary Sunwell. Every once in a while, the Sunwell releases a large amount of starstones and moonstones. As long as we find a Sunwell and defend it, we will surely make a fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhiyu's voice came over. Didn't you see it says on it that the Sunwell is guarded by the stonemen, a star race? The stonemen are born with a martial arts cultivation equivalent to the first level of Xiantian. As they age, their strength will further increase. After reaching adulthood, it is equivalent to the 6th level of Xiantian. Some of the stonemen have even reached the Chifu realm, so the situation is not optimistic. After Li Dekai's analysis, he said, yes, the situation is indeed not optimistic. Sharpening the knife makes the chopping of wood easier. We'd better improve our strength in the base for a few days before entering the bottomless pit of Xingqian Mountain. Chen-Chi suddenly became like an eggplant hit by frost, wilting. He said weakly, I was just getting excited, but you poured cold water on me. Chen-Chi rubbed his face vigorously, making it red. Okay, let's improve our martial arts skills in the base for a few days first. Li Dekai said, let's go. After signing the agreement, we will receive our new military ranks and exclusive uniforms for the Xingqian Mountain base. After he said this, Yang Chen took the lead and walked inside to receive the exclusive uniforms of Tandu Mountain as well as the military rank and merit points rewards. As soon as he received it, Yang Chen transformed himself from a private first class to a sergeant. He had nearly 845 merit points left. Converted into star dollars, that would be 8.45 million star dollars. You are only one step away from becoming a multi-millionaire. However, in the Tandu Mountain base, it is nothing. At this time, Yang Chen's attention was attracted by several machines in the distance. There are a large number of corpses of ferocious beasts on the machine, as well as many corpses of creatures that look like humans but are covered with stones. Stoneman tribe? Are those the stonemen? Seeing so many corpses, Yang Chen's breathing trembled. Now is the time. He looked around and saw that no one noticed him, so he hurried down the stairs and trotted all the way to where the bodies were piled. Get as close as possible. Boom! The plundering system's plundering ability automatically started to work, plundering the corpses around it. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level stoneman talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level fire talent. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level stoneman talent. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level water talent. A good start. He got a level stoneman talent right from the start, and the talent plundered from other stonemen is not weak either. Yang Chen was overjoyed. Just by standing here for a while, I got more than 100 talents. The most important thing is that there are 10 A-level talents and more than 20 B-level talents. Okay, it seems this is the best place for me to gain talent and cultivation. Chapter 19 Without a few starstones, it won't be cured. In addition to various talents, a huge amount of life essence also flowed into Yang Chen's body from all corners of the body. With the further refinement of the Zhoutian Xingqianju, all of them were transformed into Yang Chen's cultivation. But soon, Yang Chen noticed something was wrong. I feel like the life essence here is much less than before. The system responded immediately and a prompt popped up. The longer a ferocious beast's corpse is stored, the less vital energy it contains. The fresher the beast's corpse, the more life essence it contains. It turns out that the beast's corpse has been stored for too long. Yang Chen understood it instantly. At this moment, Li Dekai and others came closer. Seeing Yang Chen's thoughtful expression, Shinji asked, "Little god of wealth, what are you looking at here? What's so interesting about these corpses?" Hearing his voice, Yang Chen came back to his senses and quickly said, "I'm observing the corpses of these ferocious beasts that I've never seen before. Especially those." As he spoke, he pointed to the place where the bodies of the stonemen were kept. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a human-shaped, special corpse covered with stones. Hey, why do these corpses look so similar to us humans? Wang Zhiyu also noticed it. If my guess is correct, the corpses of these humanoid creatures are the stonemen described in the S-level confidentiality agreement. Yang Chen pinched his chin and guessed. After careful observation, Li Dekai concluded that the corpses of these humanoid creatures were from the stonemen. That should be right. Their skin is all lapis lazuli, and in some places there are traces of stone. It's likely they still have a layer of stone armor attached to their bodies. Chen Shi stepped forward and lifted up the arm of a stoneman and said, "I didn't expect that we would find their bodies before we even had a direct confrontation with them." As he was speaking, the stoneman suddenly sat up and grabbed Chen Shi's shoulder. In a flash, the stoneman reached out and grabbed Chen Shi's neck, saying something that was completely incomprehensible. "Not dead. This stone man is not dead yet." Everything happened so fast that Chen Shi didn't expect that this stoneman tribe would still die. In just a moment, the two sides confronted each other. Chen Shi was in the hands of the other party, and Yang Chen, Li Dekai, Wang Zhiyu and others did not dare to move. Even Li Dekai was nervous and kept saying, "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. I don't know if the other party can understand what I am saying." Chen Shi's forehead was covered in cold sweat and he was terrified. If he had known this, he would not have grabbed his arm for fun. How to break the deadlock? Yang Chen's mind raced, trying to resolve the sudden change as quickly as possible. The stonemen grabbed Chen Shi's neck and moved their feet repeatedly. Yang Chen and the others also followed their steps. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a dull sound was heard. The next second, a beam of light flew by. With a puff, the flowing light opened a bloody hole in the head of the stoneman. Immediately afterwards, the stoneman slowly fell to the ground and released his hand that was strangling Chen Shi. Chen Shi was so nervous that he cried in snot. What happened? What happened? Li Dekai breathed a sigh of relief, walked forward, and was about to attack the stoneman a few more times. He is fast, but there are people who are faster than him. Puff, puff, puff. Several dull sounds were heard in succession, and beams of light passed through the bodies of the stonemen, completing the final blow. Dark green blood sprayed all around. Li Dekai took several steps back in shock. Yang Chen looked towards the place where the beam of light had just been emitted, but did not see anyone, only a building similar to a watchtower. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level stoneman talent. The plundering system plundered the stoneman's talents very promptly. Before Yang Chen could be surprised, a man carrying a big gun walked out from a watchtower-like building in the distance. He waved his hand repeatedly. Shinji, who had just escaped danger, also saw the man on the watchtower and exclaimed, "Fuck. SCC-130 laser sniper rifle. And he's wearing a hunter light mech? You actually have the time to care about this?" Hearing this, Yang Chen looked over again. The spear behind the man was more than a person's height, and his whole body was wrapped in machinery. He was watching the man from a distance when he saw him climbing out of the watchtower. Jump down. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes and looked stunned. This is a leap of faith. Wang Zhiyu murmured in a low voice. Not long after, a figure with sparks and lightning flew in front of Yang Chen and his friends. With a boom, he jumped from a high place and landed on the ground. Seeing his outfit up close, Li Dekai was almost crying with envy. Hunter Light Mecha, worth 35,000 merit points. SCC-130 laser sniper rifle, worth 10,000 merit points. This outfit, from top to bottom, reeks of money inside and out. Although the price is extremely high, it allows people to easily hunt down ferocious beasts in the Jinyuan realm. And anyone with a little martial arts training can complete the operation. It can be said that the threshold is low and it has extremely strong destructive power. When everyone was stunned, a voice asked, "Are you okay?" Unexpectedly, Shinji walked forward and made a direct move, knocking him to the ground. He fell heavily to the ground, pretending to stretch out his hands and said with great difficulty, "I'm in trouble. Hurry, treat me quickly." The muscles on Li Dekai's face twitched. Shinji actually did this. Oh my god, you're such a talent. He actually has the talent to blackmail people by throwing them down on the ground. Yang Chen was extremely surprised. I don't know what expression is on the face of the person wearing the hunter light mecha. It must be helpless. At this time, the guy in the mecha walked up to Chun-Chi and slapped a blue light button on his chest. Swish, swish, swish. A blue light burst out from the chest of the hunter light mecha, and the blue light swept across Chun-Chi's entire body. After a moment, the blue light retracted. The guy in the mecha kept saying, "Stop pretending. My scanner can clearly see any injuries on your body." Seeing that he was exposed, Shinji still did not get up. He stretched out a hand towards the guy in the mecha. He deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "I'm indeed fine. But my young heart was damaged. Without a few starstones, I can't get better. Li Dekai, you really can act." He even tried to extort a few starstones from the other party. As for the starstone? No, the mech-clad guy said firmly, but because the stonemen didn't handle it properly, it almost led to serious consequences. I can give you a more comfortable martial arts training room. But in the end, Shinji was still shouting, "It's not going to get better, it's not going to get better. You kid. If you don't get up now, the secret room for martial arts training will be gone." Chapter 20, Martial Arts Training Chamber. If this is the way, why not that? The rich mecha brother stood up and said with his arms folded. Okay, it's settled then. Shinji quickly got up and went to his side and continued. He rubbed his hands and said, specifically, "What level of martial arts training chamber is it?" The latter opened the mechanical mask, revealing a resolute face. A martial arts training chamber that uses 3 starstones as its energy source. Additional special effects include gravity sensing, enhanced sensing, and more. It's probably a 4th level martial arts training chamber, worth a total of 20,000 merit points. When Shinji heard this, his eyes sparkled with a glittering luster. This is much more cost-effective than just giving me the starstone. He was thinking about it. As a result, the rich mecha brother changed the subject again, but it's not permanent. You only have 1 month to use it. Everyone, It turned out to only have a month of use. Especially Shinji, tisk. I thought it was a permanent martial arts training chamber. What a waste of joy. The local mecha brother patted Shinji's shoulder and said, 1 month's time, as long as you use it properly. Combined with a variety of high-quality medicines, it will be enough to elevate your martial arts skills to a higher level. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Dekai and said, like this one, he's at the 4th level of Xiantian. If used well, it's enough to advance to the 8th level of Xiantian. Take you for example. He pointed at Shinji in front of him. If you're lucky, you can break through to the 5th level of Xiantian. Then we will go to the bottomless cave, hunt down the stoneman, and seize the starstone. I can earn tens of thousands of merit points in a matter of minutes. Isn't that great? However, Yang Chen heard a key point: can the corpses of the stonemen be exchanged for merit points? The rich mecha guy snapped his fingers and said, you're right. The stonemen are a star race, possessing considerable research value. A 5th order innate stoneman corpse can be exchanged for 50 merit points. How is it, are you moved? A ferocious beast in the chi nourishing realm is worth 1 to 2 merit points. The ferocious beasts in the innate realm are worth 10 to 20 merit points. The corpse of a 5th level innate stoneman is worth 50 merit points. Under the premise of equal combat power, hunting the stoneman is obviously more profitable than hunting ferocious beasts. After saying so much, do you accept the 1-month training privilege in the level 4 martial arts training chamber? The rich mecha brother looked around. Accept. Li Dekai took the lead and said, 1 month is enough. Shinji glanced at Li Dekai with a reproachful look, like a little shrew. Okay. That's settled then. Come with me. The man first dealt with the bodies of the stonemen. Then he called on everyone to follow. On the way, the rich mecha guy introduced himself. His name is Zhao Shang. It's the white watch in the starbase. Belong to special skilled talents. After Zhao Shang took Yang Chen and the others to visit the entire starbase. From the base's special canteen to places to buy various supplies, there are also temporary leisure places. I introduced them one by one. Finally, we arrived at rows of martial arts training rooms. Zhao Shang handed over a glowing card. This is the door card to the Starry Martial Arts Training Room. Use this to enter and practice. I still have my duties, so I can't go in with you. Li Dekai took the light card and looked at it again and again with curiosity. This card can actually glow. Zhao Shang said proudly, this card is made of starstone. Keep it safe. After saying this, Zhao Shang left in a hurry. Li Dekai raised the card in his hand and said, come and see the martial arts training room in our Xingqian base. Shinji temporarily put aside his resentment and followed. It's pretty good to get a bargain for free. Yang Chen said with a smile. In front of the martial arts training room number 606, Li Dekai took out the card and walked towards the door. With a beep, the door opened. There is no decoration inside, just black. The ceiling is black, the floor is black, and even the walls are black. And there are no bumps at all, it's all flat. Shinji said in a daze, this is too monotonous, so boring. There aren't even any entertainment facilities. Looking at Shinji, who was still indignant, Yang Chen immediately said, you are here to practice martial arts, not to play. As he was speaking, Li Dekai took the lead and stepped into the martial arts training room. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the dark walls around it emitted colorful lights, forming an exceptionally beautiful image in the center of the secret room. At the same time, a voice rang out, welcome to the martial arts chamber. I am your intelligent AI guide, Xiao AI. AI Xiao AI is wearing an extremely gorgeous outfit, like a goddess from another world. Shinji stared at Xiao AI, muttering softly, you should have told me earlier, you should have told me there's such a beautiful intelligent AI guide here. He walked step by step into the secret room for martial arts training as if he was possessed. High tech again. Yang Chen muttered, and stepped into the martial arts practice room. After Wang Jiayu entered. As the door closed tightly, Xiao AI stretched out her hand and drew it in the air, forming a menu floating in the air. It has various functions, such as additional gravity, enhanced neural induction and so on. The most important thing is to change the environment. Xiao AI reminded her, you can choose from a variety of environments based on the menu. An idea immediately struck Shinji. He feigned disdain and said, if you have the guts, change the scene to a beach with lots of beautiful women in swimsuits. AI Xiao AI immediately started executing. I saw the pitch-black surroundings change immediately. The ground turned into a beach, and in the distance it became the sea. You could faintly hear the sound of the sea and the cries of seagulls. Then, the smell of sea water hit me. The most important thing is that there are really many beauties in swimsuits. It really works. Wang Zhiyu looked around in surprise. Please don't doubt Xiao AI's ability. Xiao AI said righteously. Xiao AI can perfectly simulate any scenario. Chen Shi was drooling at the sight. If this is possible, why not that? Upon hearing this, Li Dekai immediately said, Old Chen, are you here to practice martial arts or to enjoy life? Wang Zhiyu, Dashikan, what are you going to do now? Being stopped by the two of them, Yang Chen quickly said before Chen Shi, then can we simulate the space environment? Can. Xiao AI agreed and immediately changed the current environment from a sunny beach to a dark space environment. More importantly, in this space environment, the four of them all felt a sense of weightlessness. Chen Shi floated up on the spot. Can it really simulate any environment? Chapter 21 Innate 6th level. SS level physical talent, King Kong. Seeing Chen Shi floating in the air, Li Dekai swam over hurriedly, grabbed Chen Shi's legs, and exerted force with his hands. In a moment, Chen Shi's whole body began to spin in the air, and the speed of rotation was not slow. His tongue was stretched out in the air, making a lil sound. Lil. Li Dekai pointed at Chen Shi and burst into laughter. Taking advantage of the rare moment of relaxation, Yang Chen pushed Li Dekai, who began to do continuous backflips. Even Wang Zhiyu joined in, and they pushed each other for a while. The four of them spun, jumped, and lil. The other side. In an office at Lishan base, Li Jinmeng unleashed her talent for time. Her eyes were covered in a layer of silver gray. Soon, Li Jinmeng saw the long river of time that belonged to her alone. In this long river of time, her life trajectory is evolving. From this moment on, face the future. Boom boom boom. The future is infinitely stretched, extending to a very distant place. During this period, we also saw the entanglement with Yang Chen, but the further we went, the more information we got and the more confusing it became. In the end, Li Jinmeng only saw a string of garbled characters. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the silver-gray color in her pupils completely disappeared. Li Jinmeng took a few deep breaths and said weakly, I actually have some entanglement with that Yang Chen. However, after entering the Beyond Divine Realm, the future has become a series of garbled codes, with no complete information. She gasped for a while before feeling much better. It seems my future holds a huge secret, preventing me from evolving through time. I'm afraid we'll only know all of this when the other side of the Divine Realm descends. In the future, 15 divine realms will appear, the Taiqing Dao Divine Realm, the Yuqing Yuanshi Divine Realm, and the Shangqing Lingbao Divine Realm. Li Jinming's gaze turned to the boundless starry sky outside the window. Shining stars were reflected in her clear pupils. In the martial arts training room, the four people who had been having fun for a while finally stopped. Let Xiao AI adjust the environment of the martial arts training room to the top of a golden mountain. It's no wonder that they all felt extremely at peace on such a mountain of gold. Even the practice of martial arts has become much faster. For example, Yang Chen, before this, he had absorbed a lot of life essence from ferocious beasts. At this moment, not long after he sat down according to the jade chanting god sitting posture in the Zhoutian Xingqianju, he broke through to the second level of the innate realm. In the next month, Yang Chen not only practiced in the martial arts training room, but also ran to the place where the corpses of ferocious beasts and stone people were piled up to plunder the essence and talents of the ferocious beasts. In order to seize the time to improve his cultivation, Yang Chen made up his mind and used up all the 845 merit points he had. I bought all kinds of energy potions, Tianjiangs and incense, and other things that can help improve martial arts practice. Of course, the effect is also very significant. A month later, Yang Chen's martial arts skills were raised to the 6th level of innateness. It is only one step away from the 7th level of innateness. Li Dekai barely broke through to the 8th level of innateness. Chen Shi, innate level 6, Wang Zhiyu, innate level 4. After their cultivation levels were improved and everything was ready, Yang Chen, Li Dekai, Chen Shi, and Wang Zhiyu applied for the qualification to enter the bottomless cave of Xingqian Mountain. In the underground space of Xingqian Mountain base. In front of a huge steel gate that was more than 40 meters high, Yang Chen and the other three were waiting quietly. While the identity verification was in progress, Yang Chen opened the system and clicked on the one-click talent synthesis. He was busy improving his martial arts skills with the various talents he had accumulated some time ago and was not in a hurry to synthesize them. It wasn't until now that I finally had some free time that I was able to perform one-click talent synthesis. There are more than 3,000 kinds of talents. I want to see how many talents can be synthesized. Yang Chen said, staring at the system panel. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level life talent. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level flame talent. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level flame talent. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level physical enhancement talent. Congratulations on synthesizing an S-level thunder talent. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level stealth talent. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level dark talent. Congratulations on synthesizing an S-level wood talent. Congratulations on synthesizing an S-level thunder talent. Congratulations on synthesizing an S-level ice talent. Congratulations on synthesizing an S-level fire talent. 11 S-level talents were synthesized at one time, plus Yang Chen's own S-level space talent, S-level physical enhancement talent, and S-level thunder talent. There are 14 S-level talents in total. 14 can be combined into an SS-level talent. Yang Chen calculated secretly. You can keep 4 talents. My spatial talent can be preserved, and my S-level stealth talent can also be preserved. This 6th level talent is the Eternal God. Keep 2 more, one with the golden lightning talent of the lightning element, and one with the red snake talent of the fire element. The rest will be used to synthesize SS-level talents. Thinking of this, Yang Chen started to operate one after another and finally chose synthesis. With a swish sound, 10 S-level talents disappeared, and 1 SS-level talent was gradually generated. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level physical enhancement talent, King Kong. SS-level physical strengthening talent? King Kong? Yang Chen immediately felt his whole body filled with vigorous power. This is just the basic effect of King Kong. King Kong also has an enhanced effect activated by a talent. It looks like a very powerful one. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He even couldn't wait to activate the SS-level King Kong talent to see what it looked like. At this moment, Yang Chen and his team passed the identity verification. Ding, identity authentication passed. Boom boom boom. In the distance, a steel gate that was nearly 40 meters high and 50 meters wide slowly opened. Ding, please enter as soon as possible, expedition personnel. Li Dikai turned on a blue lamp, completely illuminating the cave in the distance. Then he called out, "Let's go." Everyone quickly passed through the gate and entered the cave. Stepping on the broken stones under his feet, he made a grunt sound. After walking forward for a long time, Yang Chen finally saw the light coming from above his head. Following the light, he suddenly discovered that it was a huge hole on the mountain of Xingqian Mountain. Further ahead is a downward passage. Go through the dark passage and go all the way down. Scarlet bloodstains could be seen from time to time along the way. It seemed that those who had entered the bottomless pit earlier had been cleaned out. All the ferocious beasts and stone people were killed. If you want to obtain star stones and kill ferocious beasts and stone people, you have to keep going down. No conversation along the way, just hurry down. Until. After passing through countless passages, Yang Chen and his friends appeared in front of 5 cave entrances. There are marks on the entrance of the cave. Obviously, these were marks made by people who came in to open up the wasteland. Chen Shichong stepped forward and observed, this cave entrance leads to the monsoon underground world. This path to the glacial underground world is different. Chapter 22 Entering the underground world of Chunguang. Looking at them one by one, they are Molten Underworld, Lichuan Underground World, Chenguang Underground World. Chen Shi finished reading them one by one and turned back. Oldly, little god of wealth, Chef Wang, which underground world should we choose to enter? Li Dikai looked back and forth, almost having difficulty making a decision. He looked at Yang Chen beside him and asked, which underground world should we choose to enter? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen. Meeting their gazes, Yang Chen said helplessly, "Why are you all looking at me?" In the end, they all kept silent. He continued, "Since no one is choosing, then I will choose." Li Dikai raised his hand and said, "The choice is yours." So, Yang Chen walked to the 5 entrances to the underground world and gestured, "Whoever the little rooster points to is the one." His finger finally landed on the entrance to Chunguang's underground world. "Let's go into Chunguang's underground world." Yang Chen took the lead and walked towards the entrance of Lichuan's underground world. Li Dikai followed without saying a word. As Chen Shi caught up, he shouted repeatedly, "Are you so careless? Hey, wait for me." Wang Zhiyu followed behind Chen Shi and said with a curled lip, "It's because you didn't choose." just follow me in. It's all the same to us anyway. Although it is called the entrance, you still have to walk a long distance forward. After crossing this distance, you will see the light at the entrance in front, which is all bright white light. After entering, you will see a series of luminous objects floating in the sky. Like rows of star chains. Can the underground world be so beautiful? Wang Zheyu exclaimed repeatedly. In addition to the star chain-like things in the sky, there are also many glowing plants around. The trees and grass all emit a crystal-like luster. No wonder it's called the Changwang underground world. Li Dikai seemed to understand the meaning of this name. At this moment, a beast roar was heard. A wolf-like creature, also blowing all over, jumped out from the mountain behind. It opened its mouth wide and pounced towards Li Dikai. While taking a few steps back, Li Dikai squatted down, pulled out the spear from behind, and stabbed it out. It just happened to go into the big mouth of the wolf-like creature and instantly pierced its brain. His brain is pierced, how can he survive? After struggling meaninglessly for a few times, it completely died. After pulling out his spear, Li Dikai looked at the wolf-like creature on the ground. It's the equivalent of a 5th level innate gold-clawed red-eyed wolf. Luckily, I shot it through the head. Li Dikai changed the subject. However, these golden-clawed red-eyed wolves have always been social. In other words, before he could finish his words, wolves with golden claws and red eyes jumped out from 4 directions. Attack everyone! Yang Chen reacted quickly and took out the dragon arc long sword from his personal space. Zheng. The long sword is unsheathed, and he raises his hand to strike with a slash, slashing through the galaxy like a river. Sizzle! A white light flashed, and the hard head of the golden-clawed red-eyed wolf suddenly opened up, and scarlet liquid exploded. This was done intentionally by Yang Chen, as he did not cut it in half with one sword. The main thing is the complete corpse of the ferocious beast, which can be sold for more money. After he killed the golden claw red-eyed wolf, he turned his attention to other people. The weapons used by Shinji are 2 sledgehammers, and he takes a power-oriented approach. After a few hits from the hammer, the head of the golden-clawed and red-eyed wolf turned into a pancake. It's unbearable to watch. The weapon used by Chef Wang Zheyu is nunchaku. He made a series of stick shadows in a short period of time. It's a pity that his martial arts skills were a little lacking, and he failed to cause any substantial damage to the golden-clawed red-eyed wolf. He is as fierce as a tiger in his moves, but the damage he inflicts is stupid. This is probably what he is talking about. Starry River Slash. Yang Chen took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. With one slash, he instantly cut off the head of the golden claw red-eyed wolf. As one golden clawed and red-eyed wolf after another was killed. System prompts came one after another. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level fire talent. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level gold talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level fire talent. At the same time, a huge amount of life essence poured into Yang Chen's body. Even his innate 6th level cultivation level was weakened. As long as more ferocious beasts come, he can be promoted to the 6th level of innateness. It has to be a fresh corpse of a ferocious beast. The life essence here is really rich. Yang Chen was even a little intoxicated. Just like drinking alcohol. However, he did not forget that the corpses of the ferocious beasts were still useful and could be exchanged for performance points. After plundering their life essence, immediately put them into the personal space. Swish, swish, swish. All the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground disappeared. These are just appetizers. Everyone should be careful next time. Li Dikai tightened his grip on the spear and warned. Let's go. Yang Chen didn't care, but was eager to try. Everyone quickly followed. Walking further and passing through a dense forest, everyone saw a group of ferocious beasts that looked like wolves and horses standing by the glowing lake in the distance. It is clearly a horse's body, but it has a huge wolf's head on top. When it opened its mouth, it was filled with sharp teeth. It's a split-toothed horse, which is equivalent to a 7th level innate beast. Shenji from Fire Encyclopedia said while staring at the horse in the distance. Kill or not? He looked at Li Dikai beside him. Let's go. I don't think we can eat anymore. Li Dikai shook his head and looked at Wang Zheyu. Their current team is still just a few big cats and small cats. Facing a group of split-toothed horses that are equivalent to the 7th level of innateness, it would probably be very difficult to cope with them. Our current mission is to find the human base in the underground world as quickly as possible. Yes. There is a human base in every underground world. Li Dekai's meaning was very clear. He first had to familiarize himself with the route and then expand the team. The reason why we didn't expand the team when we were on the ground. All because, after staying on the ground for a full month, only Yang Chen and the other 4 were qualified to go down to the underground world. The others had already entered the underground world in advance, and they were anxious to earn starstones. It is unknown how many people have reached the underground human settlement alive. They discovered us. Yang Chen noticed that a split-toothed horse happened to look over here. And the other spectral rift-toothed horses also looked over at the same time. It's as if they completed the information communication in a short time. I forgot to say that this kind of horse has extremely strong hearing. Shinji scratched his head embarrassedly. Damn, let's accept the challenge. Li Dekai had to make a decision. The word run does not exist at all in Li Dekai's dictionary. Shhhhhh. One after another, the split-toothed horses rushed forward with their mouths wide open. Their mouths were so big that they could almost swallow a person in one gulp. My scalp tingles just looking at it. The sun and the moon shine together. It was the first time that Yang Chen used the second move of the Zhou in actual combat. Buzz. Several lights and shadows appeared behind him, including a 5-meter-tall golden shadow, a circle of golden thunder, and a giant flaming snake. These are all external manifestations of talent. Chapter 23 The powerful effect after activating the talent. After using this move, blazing light burst out inch by inch, forming more than 100 extremely sharp light blades. The light blade instantly pierced through the bodies of the split light-splitting tooth horses. Li Dekai saw this and praised, he killed so many light-splitting horses with just one martial arts move. He is indeed worthy of being our little god of wealth. Kill. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his spear and rushed forward, and flames erupted all over the sky. And formed a long slender dragon of fire. Flowing Fire Dragon. With this move, the Flowing Fire Dragon suddenly rushed into the middle of the herd of split light and rift tooth horses. Several split light splitting tooth horses were swallowed up by the Flowing Fire Dragon on the spot and buried in the sea of fire. With just 2 killing moves, they strangled many light splitting tooth horses. Shinji was not willing to be outdone, so he also activated his talent. Then a golden vertical pupil appeared floating above Shinji's head. The vertical pupils are about the size of a basketball, releasing awe-inspiring power. Rays of divine light emerged from the vertical pupils and attacked the split tooth horse in the distance. Its power is not much weaker than Li Dekai's Flowing Fire Dragon. Swish, swish, swish. The divine light shot out continuously, killing one light-splitting and tooth-splitting horse after another. Wang Zhiyu asked loudly, "Old Chen just activated his talent? Then, I'll come too." Dark. As he finished speaking, a hint of black spread across Wang Zhiyu's body. Soon it covered his entire body. Hair, clothes, face, and even the nunchaku in his hand. It became completely pitch black. All that was left on his face were a pair of scarlet eyes and a bloody mouth. Wang Zhiyu stretched out his hands and held the nunchaku. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, a slender blade extended from each end of the nunchaku. The nunchakus turn into double swords. Wang Zhiyu, who had turned completely black, brandished 2 swords and rushed forward like a ghost. At this time, Yang Chen had just finished using the sun and moon shine together and was taking a breath. As a result, Wang Zhiyu, covered in black, rushed forward. What the hell? Chef Wang, is this a dark turn? That's not right. I remember his talent wasn't SS level special type gluttony. Why did it suddenly turn black? Yang Chen speculated suspiciously. However, after Chef Wang activated his talent, his fighting power far exceeded normal, and his 2 black swords cut through the head of the splitting tooth horse one after another. With a puff sound, the horse's head was cut open. How much has his combat power increased? He just had trouble even fighting a 5th level innate gold-clawed red-eyed wolf. Now, a 7th level innate rift-tooth horse can be killed with one strike? Yang Chen's heart was shocked. Is this the enhanced effect after the talent is fully activated? While he was talking to himself, he noticed Shinji, who had a golden vertical pupil on his head. I'm afraid it really is just the full activation of my talent. I have so many talents, I have to test them one by one. The next second, Yang Chen began to activate his talents one by one. S-level lightning talent, golden lightning. Sizzle. A series of golden lights as thick as a little finger appeared around his body. Although the S-level golden lightning talent is not as powerful as the S-level thunder talent, each seemingly small golden lightning contains destructive power. After activating the golden thunder talent, Chen slapped the ground and a golden light flew out like lightning. It cut through the sky and pierced through the head of a split-tooth horse like a bullet. The effect is very good. Come again. Chen shouted, Red Snake. This is the S-level fire talent he had retained before, the Red Snake. A snake-like flame covered with red light appeared out of thin air and flew out at a high speed under Chen's control. More importantly, he had just combined the golden thunder and the red snake. The surface of the red fire snake was wrapped with the electric light of golden lightning. When the two are superimposed on each other, their power increases exponentially. It passed through the heads of 3 split-tooth horses in a row before disappearing into the air. Just when Chen was about to test his invisibility and diamond talons, the last split-tooth horse was killed on the spot by Chef Wang. Afterwards, Chen plundered the life essence and talents of many spectral rift-tooth horses. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level light talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level sharp talent. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level sharp talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level transformation talent. Li Dikai suddenly felt bored. I didn't expect Chef Wang to have such fighting power, but I remember your talent wasn't gluttony, right? Wang Zhiyu, still covered in black, said to himself, yes. However, my current form is a special gluttony form that I mastered after entering the innate realm. After saying that, he covered his stomach and said, boldly, can I eat the corpses of these split-toothed horses? I can take fewer merit points for the ferocious beasts. Eat the corpses of the ferocious beasts here? At this time, Chen had already plundered the life essence and talents of the light-splitting rift horses. He walked forward and said, you can eat it. Our main goal is not to kill these ferocious beasts. But it's Starstone, Moonstone. That's right. The corpse of a 7th level innate beast is only worth 20 merit points, a mere 200,000 star coins. Li Dikai simply agreed, eat as much as you can. If it's not enough, bring out the golden-clawed red-eyed wolf from earlier. Wang Zhiyu kept saying, that's enough, that's enough. After saying that, Wang Zhiyu opened his big mouth that could swallow a person, picked up the body of the splitting-toothed horse, and stuffed it into his mouth. With one bite, he bit off half of the split-toothed horse, and in 2 bites he ate the whole thing. He took one bite after another, and one split-toothed horse after another went into Wang Zhiyu's stomach. Chen Shi was amazed when he saw it. I never thought that after being promoted to Xiantian, Chef Wang would have this gluttonous transformation. Even I envy him so much. Li Dikai nudged Chen Shi with his elbow and said, why do you still envy Chef Wang? Your gift of vertical pupils doesn't have much combat power in the Qi cultivation realm. It can only be used to appraise treasures. But now, can't we also release divine light? Sure enough, Xiantian is a watershed. After Xiantian, talent can achieve great growth. Chen Shi curled his lips and said, I haven't seen you, oldly, fully activate your talent and use it. And our little god of wealth too. Li Dikai recalled that old man Wukong had said that Chen had multiple talents. He glanced at Chen and said, why worry? You'll see him in person. That's right. Chen echoed, everyone will have the chance to see it. At this moment, after Wang Zhiyu ate 10 split-tooth horses, he stopped and all the darkness on his body faded away. Restored to original human form. He burped and said, I finally broke through to the 5th level of Xiantian. As he spoke, a bright light flashed in Wang Zhiyu's pupils, like 2 lanterns. Considering Wang Zhiyu's behavior just now, Chen immediately had a guess, you can gain martial arts skills just by eating? Wang Zhiyu sat down on the ground and nodded, that's right. Also, when I'm in gluttony mode, I gain more martial arts skills by eating. Chapter 24, Light Pollution in the Time World. What are the benefits? The talent of gluttony. Very interesting. At this time, Chen put the remaining light-splitting tooth horses into his space. They are merit points after all. You are strong, but old Wang, can you move now? Chen Shi asked, looking at Wang Zhiyu's pale face. I really can't move right now, Wang Zhiyu said weakly. The consumption of gluttony form is simply too great. Seeing that Wang Zhiyu couldn't stand up for a long time, Li Dikai put away his spear and then suggested, we don't know what dangers are waiting for us ahead. Then let's take a rest here first. Wait until you are fully recovered before moving forward. His proposal was immediately approved by Chen Shi. After Chen Shi fully activated his talent, he also felt that the consumption was too great, but it was not as obvious as Wang Zhiyu's. Okay. Yang Chen also nodded. Everyone simply went to the nearby lake to take a rest. After a period of rest, everyone's physical strength has recovered. Just as we were about to continue on our journey, Chen Shi looked at Li Dekai's arm in surprise. Brotherly, your hand. Li Dekai raised his arm to check, and saw several more light spots on his arm. It's the light pollution that is unique to the world of time. Chen Shi found relevant cases from his memory. Li Dekai scratched the spot on his arm. It didn't seem to feel anything special. It didn't itch or hurt. Old Chen, is there any harm in this thing? When it came to Chen Shi's professional knowledge, he became serious for once. Yes. There are advantages and disadvantages. The harm of this light pollution is that there's a chance of being assimilated into special photochemical organisms, like those in the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw things that looked like star chains. It is because of those star chain-like things that the entire world of time is filled with light. At this time, Chen Shi said again, but if we can resist the assimilation effect of light pollution, we will gain unexpected benefits. Li Dekai frowned. What do you mean by unexpected benefits? Explain it clearly. Chen Shi spread his hands and said, as for what the benefits are, I really don't know. Because that's all the information in the book. As he was speaking, Wang Zhiyu checked his body and found spots of light on his arms as well. It's over, I've been light polluted too. Yang Chen keenly noticed that Chen Shi was also infected. Old Chen, you've been infected too, on the back of your neck. Chen Shi scratched the back of his neck, extremely angry. This thing is silent and annoying. What should I do now? Yang Chen looked at the palm of his hand, where there was a bright spot. Unfortunately, I was also hit. He raised his palm and signaled everyone. Chen Shi pushed Wang Zhiyu away and walked towards a tree not far away. Hey, Lao Chen, where are you going? Wang Zhiyu shouted in confusion. Chen Shi stared at a spot and explained softly, if you're bitten by a snake, there must be an antidote within 10 meters. This light pollution must have similar characteristics. I guess there are herbs around here that can resist light pollution. Li Dekai sighed, let's sit down first. Trust Lao Chen. Wang Zhiyu knew what Lao Chen was doing, so he just sat down and waited. Looking at the light spot gradually growing larger in the palm of his hand, Yang Chen did not dare to be anxious. Chen Shi parted the leaves and grass and began searching around. Not this one. Not this one either. After a long while, Yang Chen's palm, Li Dekai's arm, and Wang Zhiyu's entire shoulder all turned into luminous bodies emitting bright light. Chen Shi's neck turned into a luminous body. Time is running out. At this moment, Chen Shi pulled out a seemingly insignificant blade of grass and said, this should be it. Who wants to be the first to try? Wang Zhiyu took the lead and said, let me try. My talent is gluttony. Even if it's poisonous, I can digest it perfectly. Then, Wang Zhiyu snatched the grass from Chen Shi's hand, put it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into his stomach with a gulp. Chen Shi looked over with a dull look. The next second, the light spot on Wang Zhiyu's shoulder faded away little by little, and finally returned to its original state. Only a few black marks were left. Wang Zhiyu said excitedly, as expected of old Chen, it really works. As a result, Chen Shi came back to his senses, and his facial muscles twitched. I wanted you to grind the grass to extract the juice, but you just ate it in one gulp? Wang Zhiyu said, and said, why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Shi humped softly, you didn't even give me a chance to speak. Wang Zhiyu said embarrassedly, it seems so. Chen Shi turned around and continued searching. Luckily, there seems to be a lot of this kind of grass here. Let me find a few more. This time, he quickly found the same grass that Wang Zhiyu had just eaten. He gave 3 trees to Li Dekai and Yang Chen, and kept one for himself. Chen Shi first crushed the grass into powder, and then applied it all over his neck. Following Chen Shi's example, Yang Chen and Li Dekai crushed the grass into powder and applied it to their hands and the glowing areas on their arms. The medicinal properties contained in the grass take effect quickly. The glowing parts of them quickly faded and eventually disappeared completely. Only black traces are left. We've managed to resist the erosion of light pollution, haven't we? Yang Chen looked up at everyone. Have you felt any benefits? Li Dekai, Chen Shi, and Wang Zhiyu all shook their heads. No noticeable benefits were felt. Maybe it's because we used herbs? Wang Zhiyu guessed. I guess so. Li Dikai turned his head and looked at Chen Shi. Otherwise, why haven't people felt the benefits of resisting light pollution? Chen Shi's eyes drifted to the sky. Although I haven't noticed any benefits, I'm sure it does. Let us just wait for us to discover it ourselves. Li Dikai patted Chen Shi's leg and said, if even you don't know, how can we know? After saying that, Li Dikai stood up and said, let's go. I hope we can find Chen Guang's underground base as soon as possible. After a small episode, everyone set out again on the road to the Chengwan underground base. About 2 hours later, the four of them appeared in a forest. Right in front of them, two groups of people were fighting. One team is humans, and the other team is the stoneman tribe. But these stone men are very different from the stone men Yang Chen saw on the ground. They were wearing armor made of stone. The defensive power is amazing. Ordinary swords and knives would only create gaps on their bodies and would not cause any substantial harm to them. Right now, the stonemen, relying on their extremely strong defensive capabilities, are rampaging through the human team. Oldly, should we go up and help? Yang Chen said as he parted the grass. I will definitely help. Chapter 25 Show 8 Armed Vajra Giant. But not now, we have to find a suitable opportunity. Li Dikai observed very carefully. We need to make them grateful to us and also let them feel our strength. Chen Shi said nonchalantly, this isn't that simple. We all unleash our talents and charge forward. Yang Chen, who was standing by, gave a thumbs up and said, that's a good idea. A smug look appeared on Chen Shi's face. Our talents are not bad to begin with. Oldly has an S-level talent for earth, fire and lava. I have an S-level talent for spiritual eyes, Chef Wang has an SS-level talent for gluttony, and Little God of Wealth has an S-level talent for space. Suddenly using his talent, I think it's not bad. Li Dikai's gaze remained fixed on the group of stone men. They are just as I suspected. They are indeed covered in a layer of solid stone armor. It can't be broken easily. And it seems to have special effects such as immunity to fire and lightning. After he said this, everyone looked over. The group of stone men relied on their extremely strong defense and rushed forward, forcing the human team to retreat again and again. Those who were weaker died on the spot, and those who were slightly stronger were also seriously injured. Someone's dead. Wang Zhiyu's pupils contracted as he whispered, oldly. Li Dikai immediately stood up and said, okay, let's go. Don't hold back at all, just activate your talent. While speaking, Li Dikai had already activated his talent. He thrust the spear in his hand into the ground, and at the same time a mixture of mud and lava appeared on his body, covering his entire body. Even the spear in Li Dikai's hand was covered with mud and lava, forming a huge spear. Fuck! Mud man! Yang Chen exclaimed, Old Li's activated talent also transforms, and into a mud man? As he was speaking, Li Dikai had already rushed forward with heavy steps. Charge! He roared, then jumped high, raising the transformed spear in his hand. The moment he landed, he triggered a huge circle of lava impact, sweeping towards the stone men around him. Boom! With a deafening roar, several stone men roared and were covered by lava, dissolving into the lava. As soon as it landed, Li Dikai immediately launched an attack, and every shot he fired brought with it a large amount of lava. Following closely behind was Wang Zhiyu, who turned into a black shadow and wandered among the stone men. After his nunchaku transformed into 2 double swords, its lethality increased significantly. Even the stoneman's extremely hard armor could not stop Wang Zhiyu's black double swords from attacking. Who would have thought that a talent that could only eat in the nourishing Qi realm could actually burst out with astonishing combat power after reaching the innate realm? Chen Shi commented to himself, and this guy oldly. At the Qi cultivation stage, I could only fire lava bombs from behind like a mage, but now, I can actually transform into a lava fireman and kill everyone. Chen Shi said, and then looked at Yang Chen, Little God of Wealth, your talent should have changed as well. Then he smiled sinisterly, show it off. Mr. Chen's smile is really hard to describe. Old Chen, why don't you come first? Yang Chen ignored Chen Shi's smile and asked back. My talent is long-range combat. I just need to stand here. As Chen Shi stood up, golden vertical pupils the size of a basketball appeared above his head. Okay, you have a point. Yang Chen curled his lips, watch carefully, I will only demonstrate it once. As he was speaking, Yang Chen disappeared abruptly. Chen Shi jumped up in shock, oh my god. Teleportation? But in fact, Yang Chen used the synthesized invisibility talent, not the space talent. He came invisible into the crowd of stone men and suddenly appeared. He raised his hand and slashed with the sword, slashing like a river of stars. The knife brought out a silvery white light and instantly chopped off the head of a stone man. The effect of the raid was very obvious. However, the surrounding stone men were also attracted by Yang Chen. They rushed over one by one, screaming, "Come, come, come! Activate Diamond Talent!" Yang Chen growled. This was the SS-level Diamond Talent he synthesized. Even Wang Jiyu's SS-level Gluttony Talent can unleash combat power far beyond the innate 5th level. His King Kong talent must be pretty good. This is Yang Chen's last talent, and also his greatest confidence in rushing into the Stoneman tribe. I hope my King Kong talent won't let me down. Yang Chen prayed in his heart. At the same time, his body was wrapped in a dazzling golden light. As a golden shadow appeared, Yang Chen suddenly transformed into an 8-meter-tall 8-armed Vajra giant. It is completely black, and there are many golden lines outlining mysterious patterns. You call this SS-level King Kong talent? Yang Chen, who had transformed into a King Kong giant, looked down at the ground and then at himself. He was actually shocked himself. Not to mention others. Chen Shi was just about to use the divine light power in his golden vertical pupils, but he saw Yang Chen transformed into an 8-armed Vajra giant. A series of question marks floated in his head. Is this the little god of wealth? A giant with 8 arms and over 8 meters tall? Are you kidding? Is this his spatial talent? Why am I so unconvinced? Even the group of people who were being chased and exhausted from fighting saw the changes in Yang Chen. Where did this warrior come from? His talent is so weird? This looks amazing. Fortunately, we have 4 experts to help us, otherwise we would not be able to defeat this group of stone men. What are you still standing there for? Come on and help while these stone men are also stunned. Quick, kill as many as you can. Many people had just escaped from danger. After a brief moment of surprise, they quickly came to their senses and rejoined the battle. Yang Chen's 8 arms moved at the same time, and he just used his 8 fists to hammer the surroundings, killing and injuring many stone people. This is not the end. After a period of adaptation, Yang Chen found that even though his body had become so huge, he was still very flexible. Walking and running are not affected at all, and are even much faster than usual. With 8 arms and strong legs, Yang Chen moved his arms continuously and ran like a monkey towards the place where the stone people were the most. At the same time, jump high. At the moment of falling, 8 arms smashed down at the same time. Boom! Bang! The power of King Kong was truly displayed, and the ground within a 10-meter radius sank directly to a depth of 5 meters. As for the stone men nearby, they were all smashed into stone cakes. Even if he was not smashed into a stone cake, he would have suffered serious injuries. Dark green blood continuously spurted out of its mouth. As soon as Yang Chen landed, he moved extremely quickly, and his 8 arms swung into fists, launching a deadly attack. Chapter 26. Who else? Strong fighting power. Each of his fists is like a sledgehammer. It came down with a rumbling sound of thunder. Sweep the spot. But the number of stone men is really too large, and there seems to be a continuous increase. We have strength in numbers, right? A golden light flashed in Yang Chen's pupils. He used the S-level Golden Thunder talent and the S-level Red Snake talent in conjunction with his current 8-armed Vajra giant. The attack power increased many times in an instant. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to use their talents so recklessly. Every time you use a talent, it means you will consume the innate true chi in your body. But Yang Chen could always plunder massive amounts of life essence from the stonemen to replenish himself, and even transform it into his martial arts cultivation under the operation of the Zhou Tianxing Shinju. Not afraid at all. In just a short while, Yang Chen's martial arts skills had already broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm. The strength reaches a new level. Coupled with the talents plundered from the stonemen, Yang Chen's combat effectiveness increased exponentially. At this moment, each of his punches could unleash a terrifying force of nearly 50 tons. The stonemen, who had strong defenses, were like paper in front of Yang Chen. Vulnerable. He threw punch after punch, continuously killing the stonemen one by one. When Yang Chen displayed his divine power, Chen Shi finally used the divine light ability of his golden eyes. Unlike before, the divine light released from Chen Shi's golden eyes was scattered and a range attack. Now, a beam of divine light as sharp as a sword was released from his golden eyes. Although there was only a beam of divine light, its power increased exponentially. Wherever the divine light passed, it cut off the heads of the stonemen. This attack method also avoids hurting teammates who are charging ahead, as well as members of one's own human team. For a moment, the 4 people with full talents were able to stop a large group of stone people on their own. Coupled with the offensive of the others, there is a trend of counterattack. Especially Yang Chen, he single-handedly intercepted the Stoneman tribe's reinforcement team at the back, making it impossible for the Stoneman tribe to send reinforcements in time. This is the most critical point. However, Li Dekai, who was killing people everywhere, also noticed Yang Chen in his giant form. This kid is really hiding well. This talent of transforming into a giant must be of a high level. However, the higher the level of talent, the higher the cost after activation. In my current state, I can only hold out for another 5 minutes before I'm beaten back to human form. Li Dekai turned his head again and saw that Chef Wang Jiu, who was in the gluttonous dark form, was already unable to hold on. Activating talent is good, but it can't last too long. Li Dekai analyzed it distractedly. He decisively said to the people behind him, "Quickly retreat, our talents won't last long." Someone stood up to explain to the people beside him, although it seems that for the time being, they are overwhelming the stonemen. But this is a method of activating talent after all. The stronger the talent, the greater the consumption. These 4 seem to be reaching their limits. Let's retreat quickly. This group of people were able to cultivate to the innate level, and they were not fools. They immediately retreated in a hurry. Seeing this, Li Dekai and Wang Jiu killed the few remaining stonemen. Wang Jiu could no longer hold on and immediately exited from the dark gluttony form, lying weakly on the ground. In order to avoid completely losing his combat effectiveness, Li Dekai cancelled his transformation into the lava fireman in advance. As this feeling was lifted, an overwhelming feeling of dizziness came over him, and Li Dekai felt his vision go dark. My talent is fully activated, but the consumption is too great. He sighed and looked in the direction of Yang Chen. At this time, Yang Chen stopped all the stone people beside him and hammered them to the ground one by one. Li Dekai took a few deep breaths and said, "It's a good thing this kid has the talent to transform into an 8-armed giant. But why has he been able to maintain this for so long? He's still so brave even now." Despite his doubts, Li Dekai carried Wang Jiu on his back, looked at the group behind him and said, "Let's go first. My brother will catch up with us later." While speaking, he also made a gesture towards Chen Qi in the distance. Chen Qi and Li Dekai have worked together for many years and immediately understood what it meant. The gesture means to catch up with the team and leave as soon as possible. Chen Qi quickly put away his golden vertical pupil talent and hurried over. "Let us retreat together to the rear." Only Yang Chen can maintain the appearance of an 8-armed Vajra giant as long as these stone people in front of him do not die out and are replenished with powerful life essence. Continue to launch a fierce offensive. Cool. After punching down again and killing many stone men, Yang Chen waved his arms and patted his chest repeatedly. It's just like the posture a gorilla takes after winning a battle. Roar! Yang Chen roared like an animal, then growled, "Who else?" It was so ferocious that even the stonemen were frightened when they saw it. They all retreated. Some even turned around and ran away. The stonemen are also intelligent creatures and are afraid of death. Seeing the stonemen fleeing in disarray, Yang Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. In the face of absolute strength, you star races can only flee. He just watched quietly and didn't chase after her. Don't chase a desperate enemy, go back first. Yang Chen looked back and saw that Li Dekai, Wang Jiu and others had already retreated. "Oh my god, you are immoral." He cursed and undid his transformation into the 8-armed Vajra giant, returning to his original form. It was only at this time that he noticed the message sent by Li Dekai. Find an opportunity to retreat as soon as possible and come back to reunite with the team. Well, it turns out that a message was sent, but I was in the form of the 8-armed Vajra giant and didn't notice it. Anyway, the stonemen had already retreated, so Yang Chen simply stopped worrying and put the bodies of the stonemen into the space one by one. The corpses of the stonemen are worth much more than the corpses of ferocious beasts, so of course they must be preserved well. After a while, after storing all the bodies of the stonemen into the space, Yang Chen followed Li Dekai's marks and traced them all the way. This is the unique mark of their team. A cross symbol. On the other side, Li Dekai and the other 3 had followed everyone back to the human base in the underground world of Chengguang. Their previous location was not far from the base. It took less than half an hour to get back to the base. However, Li Dekai, Shenji and Wang Zhiyu were only allowed to enter the base after being checked for a while by the people at the base. Just as they entered the base, young Chen happened to arrive. After going through the same process, the four met again. Shenji could no longer suppress his doubts and asked, "Little god of wealth, how come you have the talent to turn into a giant? I've never heard you mention it." Li Dekai glanced at Shenji and said, "This is personal privacy. Why are you asking so many questions?" Chapter 27 Zhang Yan's Infinite Cream Machine. Can I just ask? Shenji stiffened his neck. It's nothing. I actually have dual talents. The one that turned me into a giant is the SS level physical strengthening talent, King Kong. Young Chen told the truth directly. Double talents. Shenji exclaimed in surprise. Regardless of Shenji's surprise, young Chen looked at Wang Zhiyu beside him and said, "By the way, shouldn't we take care of Chef Wang first?" "Wang Zhiyu, I will just lie there quietly, please don't bother me." Li Dekai nodded in agreement. "That's right, this kid is already starving and needs to replenish his nutrition urgently. God of wealth, give him some split light-splitting tooth horses or golden-clawed red-eyed wolves to eat." Shenji shrugged. Old Wang is already in a coma. How can he eat? At this time, someone passing by noticed Wang Zhiyu's condition and said, "Wow. This kid looks so weak. He must have used some powerful moves. It's easy. Come, give him a taste of this." As he spoke, he took out a machine that looked like a hair dryer from his arms. He handed it over and said, "This is the Infinite Cream Machine." Shenji took it and looked at it for a while. This is a good thing. This was the first time Yang Chen had seen a hairdryer like cream dispenser. How is this thing good? Shenji took over the Infinite Cream Machine and introduced it. Its advantage is that it can produce infinite cream. As he spoke, Shenji pointed one end of the machine at Wang Zhiyu's mouth. After pressing the button, sizzle! A large lump of cream appeared out of thin air and fell into Wang Zhiyu's mouth. A sweet smell came, and even though Wang Zhiyu was in a coma, he subconsciously rolled the cream into his mouth. "Hey, he ate it!" Shenji shouted in surprise. At that moment, he pressed the button repeatedly, and a large amount of cream came out of the machine and was eaten by Wang Zhiyu. "Is it really unlimited cream?" Yang Chen asked curiously. "Of course. This cream machine can filter out carbon dioxide molecules from the air and then process them into cream through molecular synthesis." The man's face was full of pride. It turns out that they use molecular synthesis technology. Yang Chen suddenly realized. Molecular synthesis technology uses carbon dioxide in the air as the raw material, and then uses its internal energy to carry out synthetic catalytic reactions to produce cream. Energy is the core key. If you want to truly obtain unlimited cream, you need unlimited energy. This infinite cream machine can only be said to be half infinite. Then, where is the energy source of the cream machine? Yang Chen asked curiously. Of course, it uses starstone as energy. When the energy of the starstone is exhausted, just replace it with a new one. Shenji explained while feeding Wang Zhiyu cream. As he spoke, he pointed to the glowing part of the infinite cream machine and said, "Here, the starstone is installed here. It can be removed and installed at any time." The guy next to me gave a thumbs up and said, "Professional." That's right, this machine only needs to keep replacing the starstone to ensure unlimited cream. A starstone the size of a thumbnail can usually be used for nearly a year. He glanced at Wang Zhiyu, who was still eating cream, and said with a look of heartache, "However, at the rate he's been eating, he'll need to change it in 3 months at most." Shenji curled his lips and said, "I don't think so." Thinking of Wang Zhiyu's talent for gluttony, that is to eat all the time. After a while, Wang Zhiyu finally opened his eyes. He sat up and reached out to snatch the cream machine from Shenji's hand. "Don't grab it, it belongs to someone else." Shenji grabbed the infinite cream machine and returned it to the passerby. The passerby hugged the infinite cream machine with heartache. Wang Zhiyu said aggrievely, "Give me some more. Look how hungry the kid is." Yang Chen laughed to himself. He took out a golden-clawed red-eyed wolf from the space and placed it in front of Wang Zhiyu. "You should eat this. This one is more nutritious." The passersby stared at Yang Chen again and again. "Con, spatial talent?" Shenji raised his eyebrows. "Why, do you have any objections?" Then, Shenji pointed at Yang Chen and said, "This is our team's little god of wealth. Do you understand the importance of the god of wealth? The man nodded repeatedly. I understand, of course I understand. With spatial talent, you can go to various places to collect a large number of treasures, the corpses of fierce beasts, the corpses of stonemen, as well as starstones, moonstones, and even steal back the sunwell. For someone else, just carrying the stuff back would be a real hassle, but for someone with spatial talent, it's a piece of cake. The title of God of Wealth is well deserved. He immediately squatted down and handed the infinite cream machine to Wang Jiyu. Brother, eat as much as you want. Obviously, this guy was attracted by the potential of young Chen's spatial talent and came over to show his goodwill. Shinji lowered his voice and said, "Little guy, do you want us to help you get rich together?" Who doesn't want to get rich? The passerby laughed like a fox. It all depends on your performance. Shinji said arrogantly, not just any random person can join our team to make a fortune. At this moment, Wang Jiyu activated his gluttony talent, his whole body turned pitch black, he opened his mouth wide, picked up the corpse of the golden-clawed red-eyed wolf beside him and started eating. In just 2 bites, Wang Jiyu had eaten the body of a golden-clawed, red-eyed wolf until not even a trace of it was left. So, Yang Chen took out the corpses of the golden-clawed red-eyed wolf and the split-toothed horse from the space and fed them to Wang Jiyu. He prioritized picking out those that were severely damaged and in poor condition. After eating the corpses of 30 golden-clawed red-eyed wolves and 30 light-splitting toothed horses, Wang Jiyu finally came out of his gluttony mode. He burped loudly, burp. Finally, I'm full. The passerby was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with horror. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. What the hell? What kind of talent is this? Can he eat so much? Li Dekai explained, his talent is gluttony. And you? After saying that, he turned his gaze to the passerby. The passerby adjusted his red hair briefly, then said solemnly, call me Zhang Yan. My talent is SS level Platinum Fury. How about I join you? At this point, he looked around and lowered his voice before continuing, the Fortune Squad? Li Dekai narrowed his eyes slightly, fire-type talent? Can. However, we have only just arrived at the underground base and have not yet received our new designation. Zhang Yan said in surprise, this is your first time here, and you didn't get a number? No way, you guys are the new recruits this time, right? Li Dekai stood up and looked at Zhang Yan, what's the problem? Zhang Yan thought for a moment and said, well, not really. I'll take you to register your numbers first. If you're lucky, maybe you can all get promoted. As he spoke, he looked at young Chen and said, God of Wealth, how many ferocious beast corpses, stoneman corpses, or even a little bit of starstone have you obtained on your way here? Yang Chen was about to answer the sudden question, but was stopped by Li Dekai. What's the point of asking this? Chapter 28 has hidden assessment content? Zhang Yan coughed and said, actually, as newcomers, this journey here has actually been a test. How many stoneman corpses, ferocious beast corpses, and starstones can be produced will affect the final assessment results. Chen Shi slapped his thigh and yelled, if you had told us earlier, we could have killed more ferocious beasts and stonemen. Zhang Yan covered Chen Shi's mouth with his hand and said, you want to die, this is an unspoken rule. You're yelling so loudly, are you afraid others won't know? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Wang Jiyu. Wang Jiyu scratched his head embarrassedly, I do think I ate a little too much. Zhang Yan looked at Wang Jiyu with an air of anticipation, more than that. What you just ate is enough to get you all promoted 1 level in rank. However, this doesn't matter. There is actually another hidden assessment criterion. Originally, everyone was secretly regretting the loss of so many ferocious beast corpses, but when they heard what Zhang Yan said, they all became interested. Everyone looked at Zhang Yan, and Yang Chen was the first to ask, what hidden assessment criteria? Zhang Yan smiled mysteriously and said, since it is a hidden assessment standard, why would I tell you clearly? That's a foul. If people find out about this, not only will I be punished, but you will be punished too. Chen Shi crossed his arms and said, what a mysterious thing. You're a good suspense guy. Li Dekai said anxiously, there's no point in talking so much. Let's go in and start the assessment. Zhang Yan clapped his hands and said excitedly, come on, I'll lead the way for you. I know where the test is. Chen Shi pushed Zhang Yan in annoyance and said, quick, lead the way. Zhang Yan staggered after being pushed, but he was not angry and continued to lead the way for everyone. After crossing half of the base, I finally found a new assessment point. This is a large semicircular house with a white surface. Zhang Yan pointed to the large house and said, go inside. I'll be waiting for you outside. Seeing Yang Chen and the other three entering one after another, Zhang Yan thought to himself that the hidden test was naturally to see whether you could resist light pollution. If you can resist light pollution and gain that special power, you can be promoted to second lieutenant on the spot. He. I wonder if they can resist the light pollution. After entering the house, I saw several people standing in the distance. Among them, Chang Baisheng was the first to stand up when he saw Yang Chen and the others, pointing at them angrily. What are you guys doing here? Chang Baisheng cursed in his heart. I was just looking for an opportunity to have a good chat with Sister Xiaoyin, but you guys interrupted me. You guys really deserve to die. Chang Baisheng was in a very bad mood at the moment. He had finally found this opportunity. While shouting loudly, he prayed in his heart that he would never say that he was here to complete the newcomer assessment. Although Li Dekai was a little surprised at Chang Baisheng's bad attitude, he still patiently explained, "We are here to take the test." Chang Baisheng cursed in his heart. What he thought really came true. My sister Xiaoyin. Just as he was thinking, Xiaoyin, who was standing beside him, stared at everyone again and asked in confusion, "Since you were here for the assessment, why didn't you bring along the gains you made along the way?" Chang Baisheng echoed from the side, "That's right, Sister Xiaoyin, they must be here to cause trouble, or they must have gained nothing on this journey." At this moment, Yang Chen finally realized that Chang Baisheng obviously wanted to seduce the girl named Xiaoyin. Chen Shi stepped forward and asked, "How do you know we don't have it with us?" Chang Baisheng scoffed, "I saw it with my own eyes, how should I know?" Chen Shi was about to step forward to argue again, but was stopped by Li Dekai. "Alright, let's take the test first. How exactly is the assessment done?" Xiaoyin immediately walked to the control console at the back and said, "The first test is to put everything you've learned along the way into the device next to it." She then clicked on the control panel made up of virtual light screens and saw a pit the size of a swimming pool forming not far to the side of Yang Chen. At the same time, he looked at Yang Chen and others with interest. "See what they will do." Chen Shi patted Yang Chen's shoulder and said, "Little god of wealth, it's up to you to perform." Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded, walked to the device that looked like a swimming pool, and opened his space at the same time. "Pour into it all the gains you have made along the way." Crash! The corpses of ferocious beasts and stonemen soon filled the entire swimming pool. Chang Baisheng saw this, swallowed hard, and murmured, "Spatial talent." What he's scolding is actually the spatial talent. Xiaoyin also widened her watery eyes, "So one of your teammates has a spatial talent." As he was speaking, the corpses of the stonemen were about to fill the measuring device. Xiaoyin immediately started operating the control panel, and the original swimming pool suddenly became much larger and deeper. And Yang Chen was still dumping the stoneman entities. Crash! As time passed, Yang Chen finally dumped all the corpses of the stonemen and ferocious beasts in the space. The measuring device was then turned off and a series of statistics and calculations were carried out. Finally, a rating pops up. 12,000 merit points, SSS rating. Chen Shi looked at Chang Baisheng proudly, "What do you think? My brother has a pretty good talent for space, right?" Although Chang Baisheng was surprised, he was still angry. "What's the big deal? I can do it if I have a talent for space." Typical case of a dead duck talking stubbornly. Xiaoyin reminded, "This is a testing and evaluation site, please don't talk about irrelevant things." Chang Baisheng glanced over and said, "Did you hear that? Don't talk about irrelevant things." Chen Shi learned his lesson this time. He just snorted coldly and didn't say much to Chang Baisheng. Xiaoyin distributed the data evenly among the four of them, including Yang Chen, and then said, "Next, we will test your various bodily functions." Swish, swish, swish. Rows of machines dropped from above and scanned Yang Chen and the others standing at the testing point. It took a long time before the data was fully counted and scores were given in turn. Among them, Li Dekai scored 8,000 points. Chen Shi scored 6,000 points. Wang Zheyu scored 5,000 points. Yang Chen's physical function score reached 30,000 points. The main reason why he can far surpass Li Dekai and others is the strengthening effect of the Vajra talent, coupled with the characteristics of the life essence of the ferocious beast, which allows him to possess a strong physique comparable to that of the ferocious beast. Next is the 6-dimensional combat capability test. Xiaoyin was operating the machine, feeling surprised but not showing it. At this moment, Xiaoyin transformed into various terrains. Some can be used to test punching strength, some can test running speed, nerve reaction, some can test mental strength and so on. General name, 6-dimensional combat effectiveness test. All the tests were completed 2.5 hours later. Chang Baisheng was already in tears, and he was yelling in his heart, "This is the date I expected." Grass. Chapter 29 The final light pollution test, the magical light ball. At this moment, the test results came out, and Yang Chen, who was the first to be tested, was a fully qualified hexagonal warrior. The next in line is Li Dekai, who barely meets the standards of a quadrilateral warrior. Finally, there are Chen Shi and Wang Jiyu, the two triangle fighters. As soon as the test results came out, Xia Yin had a big question mark in his mind: a fully qualified hexagonal warrior? Very rare. But more importantly, his talent is spatial talent. A hexagonal warrior with spatial talent? Strangeness. Despite her doubts, Xia Yin continued, "There is one last test. Once you complete this test, you will officially have a rank in the Changwon underground base." Everyone nodded. But at this moment, Chang Baisheng rushed out and said, "Chief Prosecutor Xia, I think these people don't need to take the last test. How do they resemble people who could withstand the light pollution test?" Unfortunately, Xia Yin ignored him. "Chang Baisheng, do you mean to let me make a mistake and lose my current position?" Xia Yin took a deep breath, and as she breathed, a faint halo appeared around her. This is the ability to control qi. After the 7th level of innateness, in addition to training the physical body and innate true qi, one must also train the spirit. When the spiritual power reaches a certain intensity, it can draw the external vital energy into the body. That is Xia Yin's current state. Chang Baisheng then remembered that Xia Yin was not only the flower of Changwang base, but also a martial arts master in the Fuchi realm. He immediately defended himself, "Don't I think they don't have the ability?" A cold light flashed in Xia Yin's eyes. "Are you teaching me how to do things? If you have nothing to do, please leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chang Baisheng suddenly became as obedient as a sheep, shrinking to the side and not moving. He just stared at Yang Chen and others with a pair of cold eyes, and his eyeballs rolled around from time to time. "I don't know what evil ideas he has in mind." Chen Shi secretly said, "This kid is so mean and mean. I wonder which big family he belongs to. We still have to be on guard." Li Dekai said nonchalantly, "This is Changwang base, everything is determined by strength. Even if he interferes, he can't do anything weird." Seeing this, Yang Chen also came closer and said, "The worst case scenario is that we are assigned to the advance assault team, which is not exactly what we want." As they were whispering, Xia Yin came out from the console and said, "This is the last test. Follow me." Soon, under Xia Yin's guidance, everyone appeared in front of a big door. Xia Yin pointed at the door and said, "The final test is inside. If you can't hold on, let me know as soon as possible." They agreed. After Xia Yin opened the door, she let everyone in and then turned on the switch next to it. Inside, Yang Chen only saw a burst of strong light coming, and he felt as if there was something hidden in his body, ready to move under the guidance of the strong light. What is it? Although he was full of questions, no one could tell him at the moment. Li Dekai, Chen Shi and Wang Jiyu who entered with him were all drowsy and looked like they were about to fall asleep. Outside, Chang Baisheng's face was so gloomy that it seemed like tears were about to drip. He looked around the room with a resentful look and said bitterly, "Just you 4 idiots. Still want to pass the last test? It's like a dream. Just wait and see how I trick you." He thought indignantly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. In the room, under the strong light, the throbbing in Yang Chen and others' bodies became more and more obvious. However, there was no discomfort in my body. On the contrary, it is very comfortable, so comfortable that people almost fall asleep. Even Yang Chen couldn't remember how much time had passed. He was groggy and in a state of half asleep and half wakefulness. Crack! Crack! Something seemed to break out of his body, and Yang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Then he saw a circle of light appear in his palm. The same was true for Li Dekai, Chen Shi, and Wang Jiyu next to them. There was a circle of light surrounding them, moving up and down constantly, like a living thing. "Oh my god, what is this?" Yang Chen stretched out his hand and touched the ball of light, and could feel a little warmth. Chen Shi excitedly said, "This thing can change shape at will, look at it." Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Then the ball of light in front of Chen Shi changed its shape, sometimes turning into a long sword, sometimes turning into a hammer. Very flexible. "Tell me quickly, how do we change the shape of this ball of light?" Li Dekai asked repeatedly. "It's very simple. Just think of an image and it will change into that image," Chen Shi said as he imagined a cloud. The ball of light in front of him immediately changed into a cloud. Wang Zhiyu imagined a carrot and immediately became a carrot. Li was in high spirits and imagined the image of a woman. Old Li, you are really something, you are such a reserved person. Yang Chen laughed exaggeratedly. Li Dekai pinched his nose and said, ahem. You didn't see anything. I didn't see it. Outside, Xiaoyin saw that nearly an hour had passed and felt uneasy. She kept staring at the console, waiting for information from Yang Chen and the others. Unfortunately, there is not a single piece of news. Is there a ghost? Normally, those who take the test will be exhausted after staying in there for 5 minutes. She didn't expect Yang Chen and others to stay in there for an hour. Chang Baisheng could only sneer. How could he survive after staying in there for an hour? You bunch of idiots. The only outcome for disturbing my wonderful date is death. He thought bitterly and said, Chief Inspector Xia, an hour has passed. Could it be that they have been assimilated by light pollution? Xia Yin's heart sank, and he quickly turned off the machines in the room and opened the door. Just to check the situation inside. But Chang Baisheng immediately stopped Xia Yin and said, be careful, after such a long time, they may turn into photochemical creatures. As he spoke, Chang Baisheng showed a smile that he thought was very handsome and evil. However, Xia Yin didn't buy it at all. She pushed Chang Baisheng away and looked into the room. Are you still alive? She asked hesitantly. The key is that almost no one can stay in there for an hour. But at this moment, Xia Yin saw 4 balls of light. In the reflection of the light ball, Yang Chen, Li Dekai, Shenqi and Wang Zhiyu stood there intact. Light, a ball of light? That is... Xia Yin was stunned on the spot. At this moment, Chang Baisheng came closer again. Xia Yin, don't be afraid. I'm here. Chen Shi, who was still in the testing room, covered his eyes and said, fuck, this is so annoying. Chang Baisheng then noticed that there was someone else in the testing room. He exclaimed, is it a human or a ghost? At this time, Yang Chen took a step and walked out of the test room. Look, am I a human or a ghost? Chapter 30 Guangwu? Changwang Warrior. Chang Baisheng retreated in fear, and finally even sat down on the ground. At this moment, Yang Chen was surrounded by a halo, looking like an angel who had ascended to heaven. Xia Yin stared at Yang Chen and kept saying, Guangwu. You resisted the light pollution and even condensed the light martial arts. As Yang Chen walked out, Li Dekai and the others followed suit. Everyone heard what Xia Yin said about Guangwu. What is Guangwu? Yang Chen asked in confusion. Xia Yin pointed at the ball of light in front of Yang Chen and said, this is it. This is called Guangwu? Chen Shi said as he changed the image of the light ball in front of him. Turn into a long sword. Chen Shi was like a child who had found a new toy. He kept saying, it seems like it really has the potential to be used as a weapon. Xia Yin nodded heavily, that's right. It is precisely because this ball of light can be used as a weapon that it is called Guangwu. After she said this, Yang Chen also understood that it could be used as a weapon. So, the ball of light also changed rapidly under his control. However, it did not turn into a weapon, but into a suit of armor covering him. Chang Baisheng came back to his senses at this moment, but his eyes were full of unwillingness. Guangwu. They can actually resist light pollution and condense light power? How is this possible? The probability of condensing Guangwu is only 1 in a million, so why can all 4 of them condense Guangwu? Are you kidding? Even though it happened right before his eyes, Chang Baisheng still couldn't believe it. Thinking it was just an illusion, he even rubbed his eyes hard, but when he looked up again, it was still the same. It seems that the 4 of Yang Chen can all condense Guangwu, instantly breaking Chang Baisheng's cognition. Xia Yin quickly stepped forward and said, since you have all condensed Guangwu, you have 2 choices. 2 choices? Shen Qi was very confused. What 2 choices? Xia Yin patiently explained, anyone who can condense Guangwu can become a 1 in a million Changwang warrior. As a Changwang warrior, of course, there is more than just the option of staying at the Changwang base. You also have another option, which is to attend a training course and become a senior general. Go to study in the refresher course. That means he 1T be able to earn extra money from starstones. Just for this reason, Yang Chen would not choose this option, not to mention the ferocious beasts and the life essence and talents of the stone people. No more looting. So, Yang Chen made a choice in an instant, I won't go for further studies or anything like that. I'd rather stay here. However, Chen Shi slapped his thigh and shouted, you are so stupid. Little god of wealth. He lowered his voice and said, although it's easier to make money here, what I want to say is that this is an opportunity. An opportunity to move to a higher position. I didn't realize that Shinji is usually quite unreliable, but now his analysis is quite correct. But if there was no plundering system, young Chen might consider it. But with the plundering system in his body, he was destined to fight on the front line outside the Great Wall. Yang Chen is very clear about this. He grabbed Shinji and said, I won't go. This is the best result I got after weighing the pros and cons. After saying that, Yang Chen looked at Li Dekai and Wang Jiyu again. You don't have to persuade me. If any of you want to go to that study session, go ahead. Li Dekai immediately stood beside Yang Chen and expressed his stance. Since you have chosen to stay, of course I will choose to stay too. Shinji sighed, the little god of wealth has stayed, so I don't want to learn anything. Wang Jiyu stood silently beside Li Dekai without saying a word. But his attitude is very clear. Let us stay together. Xia Yin looked at everyone and said, I don't know what to say to you. You can obviously gain more by studying further. And yet you chose to stay here. Forget it, forget it. I'll help you retain your training privileges. If you regret it, you can always come to me. As for your military ranks, I will re-award them to you. As she spoke, Xia Yin took out military ranks one by one from the control console at the back and personally put them back on Yang Chen and the others. Shinji pointed at Yang Chen's shoulder and said, Hey, Lieutenant. After this test, Yang Chen jumped 2 levels from Sergeant to Lieutenant. In addition to the warrior Chen Guang, there were also the corpses of the stone people and the ferocious beasts that he had brought with him earlier. Lieutenant. Wang Jiyu pointed at himself, Ha, I'm a lieutenant too. Li Dekai brushed the dust off his shoulders and said, Am I the only captain? Among the 4 of them, only Li Dekai has the longest seniority, so it is reasonable for him to become a captain. Xia Yin was speechless. She really didn't know what you were so happy about. As long as you go for further training once, you can become a major or lieutenant colonel in minutes and hold power from then on. This is someone else's lifelong pursuit. But why do you all like to stay here? Is it love? Still. A blush appeared on Xia Yin's face, and no one knew what embarrassing thing she was thinking about. At this moment, Chang Baishang, who had been lying on the ground, stood up weakly and said, You can stay here. But there are no vacancies for you in the base. The lookouts, equipment managers, and patrols in various areas are all occupied. All that's left for you is the advanced combat zone. Chang Baishang looked at Yang Chen and the other 3 with fear, a hint of playfulness flashing across his face. I can't just leave you lieutenants and captains sweeping the floors in this base. Li Dekai said confidently, No problem, just assign us to the advanced combat zone. But don't we lieutenants and captains have decent weapons? I heard that once you become a 2nd lieutenant, you can get better weapons for free. What about us? Chang Baishang was stunned. Why are you different from others? Everyone else is racking their brains to get a position in the base, but you guys are so eager to rush to the front-line combat zone? Are you 4 actually battle maniacs? Chang Baishang stared at Yang Chen, Li Dekai, Shinji, and Wang Jiyu again and again. There was no sign of the 4 of them retreating at all. Chang Baishang thought fearfully, I will stay away from you guys from now on. Xia Yin sighed and said, There are indeed no vacancies in the base, but to compensate you, you can choose more than just obsidian-grade weapons. You can also pick out an obsidian-grade outfit. Various weapons and equipment have levels, from low to high. They are inkstone, lapis lazuli, ruby, obsidian, jadeite, Hatian stone, and Tianhuang stone. The clothes worn by Yang Chen and his friends are now of inkstone grade, which makes them less susceptible to wear and tear. Obsidian-grade weapons and clothes? Chen Chi's eyes suddenly became sparkling. It's like seeing a treasure. Okay, let's go with the obsidian grade. That's what you said. You can't regret it. Chapter 31 All equipped with obsidian equipment, all villains. Obsidian level 1 weapons and equipment are all made of adamantium fiber alloy. Not only is it very comfortable to wear, but it is also durable and can protect against attacks from laser weapons. Purchasing a set of obsidian weapons and equipment from official channels will cost at least 10,000 merit points. Not cheap. Xia Yin covered her mouth and burst out laughing. In an instant, it was as if thousands of flowers bloomed. Xia Yin smiled and said, Don't worry, this is a preferential policy from above. I definitely won't regret it. It all depends on whether you agree or not. As she spoke, her dark, sparkling eyes looked over. Li Dekai immediately said, I have no objection. Obsidian's weapons and equipment are already very good. What about you? After saying that, he looked at Yang Chen and Wang Zheyu. Although Yang Chen didn't know much about weapons and equipment, seeing Chen Qi's look of having gotten a huge advantage, he quickly agreed, no problem for me. Wang Zheyu also said, of course I have no problem with that. Xia Yin nodded and said, follow me. As she walked, she introduced, becoming a Changwang warrior actually has even greater benefits. It's a pity that you don't have the authority to obtain high-level weapons and equipment. Otherwise, you would be able to get even the higher-level emerald-level weapons for free. Authority for advanced weapons and equipment. I remember that you need to take an assessment to get the permission for advanced weapons and equipment. Yang Chen recalled. That's right. The assessment includes not only literary tests but also martial arts tests. It will take a total of 3 years to complete all of them and finally obtain the authority to use advanced weapons and equipment. Xia Yin introduced carefully. Furthermore, after obtaining access to advanced weapons and equipment, they must be inspected every year. If you fail the test, your authority points will be deducted. If all your authority points are deducted, you will lose your authority completely and need to start over again for 3 years. It's very troublesome. Chen Qi was amazed when he heard this. This is too much trouble. Li Dekai curled his lips. Why would I want to take the exam for advanced weapon and equipment permissions? Isn't that asking for trouble? Unless you want to be an equipment developer. Chen Qi said, eh? Old Li, what do you mean? Li Dekai began to explain professionally, the authority regarding weapons and equipment not only covers the cold weapons used by us warriors, but also various hot weapons. Its classification is extremely complex. Even the DZ-999 aircraft, ultra-long-range laser cannon, and Mushroom No. 3 are included. In fact, we only need to obtain the authority of a high-level warrior, and then we can buy more advanced weapons and equipment at a low price. There's no need for that advanced weaponry and equipment authority. As he spoke, Li Dekai looked at Xia Yin again. That's right. Chief Prosecutor Xia, after the assessment just now, our warrior authority should have been improved, right? Xia Yin took out a board and projected various data onto it, saying, it's indeed a huge improvement. Yang Chen, B-level warrior authority. Li Dekai, B-level warrior authority. Chen Qi, B-level warrior authority. Wang Zheyu, B-level warrior authority. After reading it all, she continued, there is also this information about your Qingguang warriors, which I just reported. After the higher-ups respond, your warrior authority will surely be upgraded to a level. Li Dekai secretly estimated for a moment, A-level warriors have the authority to purchase emerald-level warrior weapons at a 30% discount. Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly thought of Zhao Sheng, the mecha tycoon in the ground base. He asked curiously, what if I want to use mechas and thermal weapons? Li Dekai smiled and said, do you also have a mecha dream? Ha ha ha. If you want to use that treasure, you need to have been in the army for more than 3 years and obtain high-level thermal weapons authorization. In addition, you also need to have a certain level of warrior authority. To be honest, only warrior authority is truly universal. Yang Chen failed to pass the requirement of staying for 3 years. All in all, he only stayed in the Great Wall garrison for a year, and his mecha dream was temporarily shattered. Xia Yin praised repeatedly, yes, warrior authority is truly universal. Just at this time, they came to the place where weapons and equipment were stored. The door opens. Inside is a wide variety of weapons and equipment. Xia Yin guided everyone to follow while introducing, everything in here is Obsidian Level 1 weapons and equipment. This is the latest treasure, you can't buy it anywhere else. Li Dekai immediately chose an obsidian grade spear and a set of obsidian clothes. Wang Zheyu chose a nunchaku and clothes. Chen Qi specially selected a shield and clothes. After a while of picking and choosing, Yang Chen finally set his sights on a long sword that was somewhat similar in style to Long Hu's. It's you! Yang Chen grabbed the long sword and came back with a set of clothes. I've chosen it too. Then they changed their clothes in the adjacent compartment, put on their military ranks again, and walked out of the room. The image and temperament immediately improved. Coupled with the black obsidian clothes and sharp weapons, it is clear that they are all villains. Returning to the front hall, Chang Baisheng hid far away as soon as he saw the 4 people. I don't dare to come over for face-to-face contact. They are just 4 reckless men. Chang Baisheng secretly patted his chest, looking very frightened. After completing the numbering procedures again, Yang Chen and the others came out. As soon as I came out, I saw Zhang Yan squatting and sleeping at the foot of the wall. Approaching, Yang Chen squatted down and looked at Zheng Yan. Hey, he fell asleep. Zheng Yan suddenly opened his eyes. You guys are finally out. When he saw the equipment of Yang Chen and the other four, his eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, they're covered in obsidian weapons and equipment. Did you rob the armory? Shinji slapped his clothes, making them bang. Do we look like we're robbing an armory? You're kidding. It's just a simple matter of getting the identity of a, sometimes warrior, and then they gave us this set of equipment. Zheng Yan swallowed hard. Chengguang warrior? You can't all be Chengguang warriors. In response to this, Yang Chen said nonchalantly, is there anything strange about it? The four of us have all become those time warriors. Zheng Yan's eyes were filled with shock. He gave a thumbs up and said, awesome. For Chengguang warriors, unprecedented. Wang Zhiyu scratched his head and said, is it difficult to become a Chengguang warrior? Zheng Yan stood up suddenly and said, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Not even 1 out of 10,000 warriors can become one. But all 4 of you have become Chengguang warriors? You must be kidding. Tell me quickly, do you have any method to become a Chengguang warrior? Chapter 32 The Magical Power of Time. I don't know. Yang Chen said, spreading his hands. Impossible, there must be a way. Zheng Yan didn't believe it at all. There's no way. Shinji pretended to be in deep thought, trying to recall the past. There really is no way. Although Shinji realized that it might be because of the small grasses he found, he was not very familiar with Zheng Yan, so why should he tell him directly? If Zheng Yan is a good person, we can talk about it later. Since you don't want to tell me, forget it. Zheng Yan was as frosted as an eggplant. However, if you are Chengguang warriors, I can tell you a Chengguang warrior's unique ability. Li Dikai quickly asked, what unique ability? Zheng Yan didn't keep the topic secret and said directly, Chengguang warriors can condense a ball of light at any time. This ball of light is called Chengguang power. The power of time can be transformed into weapons, but this is only the most basic ability. The advanced ability is to inject the power of time into weapons. Just like this. Zheng Yan took out a dagger, and a halo emerged from the palm of his hand and injected into the dagger. As the ball of light was injected into the dagger changed in an instant, continuously extending and forming a broad sword emitting light. There were bursts of buzzing sounds coming from the big sword, emitting a cold and sharp breath. Even a dagger can transform into such a magical appearance, let alone other weapons. It will definitely become more magical. Seeing Zheng Yan using the abilities of a Chengguang warrior, Yang Chen suddenly realized, so you are also a Chengguang warrior. Why are you still asking us about the method of becoming a Chengguang warrior? A trace of sadness flashed in Zheng Yan's eyes. He put away the ball of light and said, hundreds of people died, and finally I became a warrior of this time. Do you understand how I feel? It turned out that there was a hidden story. Not wanting the atmosphere to be too sad, Shinji quickly changed the subject and said, let me test the ability of the Chengguang warriors. He took off the sledgehammer hanging from his waist and injected a ball of light into it. Crack! Crack, crack! Under the influence of the ball of light, the sledgehammer quickly changed into a super sledgehammer that was more than 1 person tall and emitted divine light. When Shinji started the test, Li Dikai was also conducting the test at the same time. The spear in his hand became majestic, with a dragon-shaped shadow surrounding it, emitting bursts of dragon roars. Wang Zhiyu was also testing the nunchaku, but his nunchaku did not become bigger, but there were many magical patterns on it. The patterns flickered, and the entire nunchaku became sparkling with precious light. Seeing the changes on the nunchaku, Wang Zhiyu said helplessly, I don't know if this Guangwu can be combined with my gluttony transformation ability. Seeing everyone injecting the light ball into their weapons, Yang Chen also hurriedly took out the dragon arc stored in the space. The dragon arc's grade was ruby, only 1 level lower than the obsidian grade long sword, which was not bad. Including the long sword he just got for free, 2 swords. With 2 swords in hand, Yang Chen held 1 sword in each hand and injected time into both swords at the same time. In an instant, both knives changed. In the blink of an eye, it became more than 2 meters long. Light flowed on the blade, and circles of halo appeared. Chen Qi exclaimed, so handsome. It turns out that time can be used in this way. If you hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known it. Thank you, Zheng Yan. After Zheng Yan saw that everyone could use the power of Chengguang, he couldn't suppress the surprise in his eyes. You all really have become Chengguang warriors. Very good. As your senior, I will give you a round of intensive training. Shinji said in surprise, what the hell? Training? Zhang Yan nodded and said, yes, training camp. I'm just asking you if you want to go to the place with the most starstones and make a fortune. Shinji's eyes shone with money. Nonsense, who wouldn't want this? Zhang Yan said affirmatively, that's right. You have just obtained the power of time and light, and you still have great potential that has not yet been tapped. As long as you can master the power of time, you can go to even the most dangerous place in this world of time. Li Dekai immediately agreed, okay, then let's have a training camp. Then, Yang Chen also stood up and said, well, if you hadn't said it, we would have had to search for a long time before we could find a way to inject the power of time into weapons. Zhang Yan called out, come. Then, under his guidance, everyone walked towards the training ground. Chang Baisheng poked his head out from the rooftop behind them. Swear. It turns out these 4 scoundrels were traveling with that monster Zhang Yan. Don't mess with me. At the gate, Xia Yin was standing there, her beautiful eyes flickering as she murmured, Zhang Yan, it's actually him. I wonder if these 4 guys were intentionally trained by Zhang Yan. No matter what they thought, at this moment, everyone was taken into a closed place by Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan took out his dagger again and injected the power of time into it again. The dagger transformed into a long sword again. The next step is... As he was speaking, the dagger in his hand suddenly transformed into countless rays of light and shadows, sweeping in all directions. The power is amazing. A more advanced move is to combine our innate true qi. If you want even greater power, then combine it with your talent. As he spoke, a raging fire erupted from the long sword transformed from the dagger in Zhang Yan's hand. This is his SS level talent, Platinum Fury. What you need to do next is to perfectly combine the power of time, innate true qi, and talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen, Li Dekai, Shen Shi, and Wang Zhiyu all started trying. In the following time, everyone kept trying. First of all, the innate true qi. After Yang Chen stimulated the power of time, he injected the innate true qi into it. However, the power of time and the innate true qi repelled each other and suddenly exploded, and the innate true qi returned to Yang Chen's body. Come again. The power of time and the innate true energy are 2 completely different forces. We must find a balance between the 2. Or. The next second, Yang Chen directly injected the most powerful innate true qi into the 2 swords. He intended to use this method to forcibly subdue the power of time. Unfortunately, the power of time was directly squeezed out of the 2 swords by the powerful innate true qi. The 2 swords suddenly returned to their original shape. No, we still have to find a balance. Yang Chen tried again. He kept groping, trying to find that balance point, but it seemed like God was playing a joke on him. Can't maintain balance at all. No. In order to find balance, Yang Chen even forgot about time and kept controlling the power of time and the amount of innate true qi. But once the 2 meet, they are like a needle against a thorn, fighting each other endlessly, which leads to a series of explosions. The explosions kept coming. Chapter 33 Creating a Star Vortex Stacking Power? Fortunately, the 2 long swords in his hands were of good quality and were not affected too much. If this is replaced with other low-level knives, there is probably only one outcome, and that is to shatter directly. After repeated attempts for many days, Yang Chen's pupils were filled with bloodshot. He hasn't rested for a long time. The same is true for Li Dekai, Chen Shi, and Wang Zhiyu. He tried like a madman to achieve a balance between the innate true energy of martial arts and the power of time. But unfortunately, they failed to do so. Zhang Yan saw this and smiled secretly. Although you guys are very dedicated, it takes time to integrate multiple powers. Back then, it took me several months to find the most balanced point. Just when Zhang Yan was secretly feeling proud, a light bulb went off in Yang Chen's mind. Isn't there a way to combine multiple powers in the Zhoutian Xingqianju? Recalling what was said in the Zhoutian Xingqianju, he suddenly thought, the reason why the Zhoutian Xingqianju can merge the power of multiple talents. It's actually about creating a vortex, or in other words, a moving Tai Chi. As long as we create a vortex-like force, we can blend all the forces together, and there will be no conflict between the forces. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. He regained his spirit and tried again. First of all, it is the power of time, which is still the same as at the beginning. Under the influence of the power of time, the 2 swords changed in his hands and turned into huge 2-meter-long blades. This time, Yang Chen did not rush to infuse the innate true qi into it, but instead controlled the power of time to rotate on the blade. In an instant, a vortex of light visible to the naked eye formed on the blade. Now! Yang Chen growled and immediately poured the innate true qi in his body into it. Sure enough, with the infusion of innate true qi, the vortex of light on the blade became much larger. It's done! Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised, but he suppressed his joy and continued to pour strength into the blade. The power possessed by SS-level King Kong talent. S-level Golden Thunder talent. S-level Stealth talent. S-level Red Snake talent. This also includes his original S-level Spatial talent. Lightning, golden light, flames, and the gray-black power representing space all converged into the vortex and the double swords at the same time. Under the influence of multiple vortex forces, the two swords in Yang Chen's hands immediately underwent tremendous changes. Then I saw circles of colorful light wrapped around the blade. It really works! Yang Chen looked at the twin swords in his hands, his eyes flashing with ecstasy. My idea is right. But after the ecstasy, Yang Chen suddenly felt that the two swords became as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he quickly struck towards the open space. A dazzling colorful halo burst out instantly and landed on the ground. Boom! At this moment, terrifying power exploded on the ground, and the powerful impact force spread rapidly. The people who were directly attacked were unable to stand steadily. Zhang Yan quickly released a burst of firepower to block the impact force. After barely blocking this impact force, Zhang Yan looked at Yang Chen in shock. Oh my god, have you figured out how to control multiple powers? But why is it different from what I understood? But Yang Chen seemed not to have heard it. He stared at the huge crater in the distance, stunned for a moment. This is the real Galaxy River / Originally, because talents don't contradict each other, all we need to do is inject power into them together. Now it seems that this is not the case. We still need to construct a vortex. Zhang Yan walked forward and put his hand on Yang Chen's shoulder. What kind of power have you realized? Li Dekai and the others also stopped trying and came closer. Chen Shi asked first, little god of wealth, tell me quickly, what moves have you learned? It can actually cause such a powerful force. Awakened by the crowd, Yang Chen turned around and said, I don't know, have you seen Xing Su? As long as you use the power of time to construct a star vortex, you can infinitely stack various powers into it. Innate true energy, innate ability. They can all be stacked in, which is not only incredibly powerful, but also much simpler. Zhang Yan was the first to try. He hurriedly activated the power of time, stirred up a star vortex, and then injected innate true qi and platinum rage into it. In the blink of an eye, his dagger transformed into a majestic flaming sword. Fuck, it really works! Zhang Yan exclaimed. Ha! Seeing Zhang Yan trying it, Yang Chen suddenly became suspicious. Zhang Yan, aren't you using the vortex technique? Zhang Yan gathered his strength, and the flame sword returned to its ordinary state. Then he said embarrassedly, I used a stupid method. I found the balance point through continuous testing. Just like you all before, we won't be considered successful until we find this balance. I really didn't expect that you could come up with the vortex method. At the end, Zhang Yan gave a thumbs up and praised repeatedly, I, Zhang, am not as good as you. It turns out he still relies on stupid methods. It's not used to create a vortex. Yang Chen fell silent for a moment, and said in his heart, I didn't expect that it was me who created a brand new move. At this time, Li Dekai and others were also trying to create a vortex to gather strength. Sure enough, after several attempts, they all succeeded. Each of them holds a shining weapon and can release powerful attacks at any time. I declare that this training camp is a success. Chen Shi said, raising his hands. Success, success. Zhang Yan echoed, with a look of embarrassment on his face. It was clearly him who taught Yang Chen, Li Dekai and others how to control the power of time. Now, the situation is reversed. It turned out that Yang Chen was the one teaching him. But Zhang Yan changed the subject and looked at the messy ground. We might have to lose some merit points. However, Yang Chen, who had 12,000 merit points in his hand, was not afraid at all. He waved his hand and said, I'll pay this small amount. With a swish, after he chose to pay, 500 merit points were deducted from him instantly. Although he felt sad, Yang Chen felt relieved when he saw that there were still 11,500 merit points left. Luckily, I killed enough stonemen last time to earn so many merit points. As he spoke, Yang Chen turned his head and looked at Li Dekai and the others. We haven't distributed the merit points from last time yet. Oldly, we still have 11,500 merit points. How do we allocate them? Li Dekai immediately stepped forward and said, I'll take 1,500 merit points. Chen Shi was just a bystander at the time, so I'll give him 1,000 merit points, and Wang Zhiyu 1,500 merit points. The rest is yours. Even Li Dekai had spoken, and Chen Shi had no objection. A total of 4,000 merit points were distributed, and Yang Chen still had 6,000 merit points. At this moment, Zhang Yan was drooling with envy. Chapter 34, Fishing for Starstones. Make a fortune. Zhang Yan said eagerly, you just arrived at the Changwon underground base. Why can I get so many merit points? Li Dekai straightened his messy hair and said, what else could it be? Of course, it's to bring back the stoneman killed on the road. It's all thanks to our god of wealth. So many stoneman corpses, not a single one was wasted. As they were talking, everyone walked out of this sealed place specially used for training. As soon as he came out, Li Dekai received a notification from the Starbase. Congratulations on becoming the company commander of the 353rd Advance Assault Company of the 3rd Legion of the Changwon Underground Base. Similarly, Yang Chen also received a prompt congratulations on becoming a special combat member of the 353rd Advance Assault Company of the 3rd Legion. Chen Shi and Wang Zhiyu also received the same hint. Chen Shi chuckled, looked at Li Dekai and said, Company Commander. Li Dekai waved his hand and said, how about we get our numbers? Are we heading straight to the frontline combat zone? Zhang Yan glanced at everyone, you guys haven't slept for so many days, don't you want to take a break? Li Dekai rubbed his face and felt a little greasy. That's right. We haven't slept for so many days. If we weren't innate masters, we might not be able to bear it. Go back and get some sleep, then gather together tomorrow morning. After working without sleep for so many days, Yang Chen felt something was wrong. After finding accommodation in the base, they cleaned up and went to bed. Until the next morning. Early in the morning, accompanied by loud slogans, Yang Chen noticed that there were many Great Wall garrison troops training in the base. The terrain of the underground world is complex, and the base usually sends small teams out to search and explore. Most of the rest of the people would rather stay in bases filled with various hot weapons. Mainly, it's too dangerous to go out. At this moment, everyone who had finished their break gathered again. Li Dekai looked at Yang Chen and the others, then said, our advance company doesn't have a main mission. We only have one word, charge forward. However, including Zhang Yan, there are only 5 of us. So we can't charge in blindly, lest we get surrounded by the stonemen or ferocious beasts. Old Zhang, do you have a map or something? Zhang Yan was fully prepared. I was just waiting for you to say that. Here, this is the terrain map we explored. As he spoke, Zhang Yan pulled out a map, which showed the accurate distribution of ferocious beasts and the distribution of the stoneman tribe. There is even information on the distribution of starstones, moonstones, and the sunwell. It can be said to be very comprehensive. Here, there are a lot of starstones distributed, but unfortunately no one dares to collect them. Zhang Yan's fingers tapped on the map repeatedly. As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in his pupils. Zhang Yan continued, as long as we arrive here and can stay for 10 minutes, I believe that with the ability of the little god of wealth, we will definitely be able to take away a lot of starstones. 1 starstone is 5,000 merit points. As Zhang Yan spoke, the eyes of Yang Chen, Chen Shi, Wang Zhiyu and others all showed the luster of money. Let's go grab some and make a fortune. Chen Shi swallowed hard and said, Company Commander, shall we go? Li Dekai thought about it again and said, of course it's possible, but we have to cross several stoneman tribes' territories. Fortunately, there are only a few of us. If we are careful, we should have a chance to get through. Then, Zhang Yan pointed to another spot on the map and said, there's a veteran stoneman here, said to be at the 5th level of the Fuchi realm. So, we have to avoid this place. Li Dekai nodded slightly, this location happens to be able to see the Starstone mine, so this is not a matter of being cautious. Chen Shi pointed carelessly at the nearest place and said, what are you afraid of? We just need to get to this place and leave it to the little god of wealth. The little god of wealth has awakened the ability to teleport through space. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen. Feeling embarrassed by their stares, Yang Chen said with a stiff upper lip, yes, I have awakened the ability to travel through space. He added in his heart, I didn't expect that my performance of invisibility that day was mistaken by Chen Shi as the ability to travel through space. This is such a huge misunderstanding. But he couldn't deny it. He couldn't say it was a talent for invisibility. Yang Chen had already exposed his second SS level talent. He didn't want to reveal that he had a third talent and a fourth talent. Li Dikai sighed at this time. This is much easier. The god of wealth will go this way and collect the starstone. We'll meet them here, and then we can run away together. Let's do something big. As he spoke, Li Dikai cast an inquiring look over. No problem. I don't have any problem either. That's it. Finally, Li Dikai made the final decision, and the plan to make a big profit of starstones was set. Then they set off to the coordinates on the map. They carefully bypassed the stoneman's territory without alarming them, until they appeared at the edge of the stone mine. Shinji lowered his voice and said, "There are so many stonemen around here. Especially there is a veteran stone king with a deep aura and unfathomable strength." Li Dikai warned everyone, "If we are discovered, kill a few stonemen and escape as soon as possible. Don't fight too long. Especially the god of wealth, now it's all up to you." Understood. Yang Chen nodded and said, "I've already determined the location of the mine. Shall I go down now?" Li Dikai sent a coordinate point to Yang Chen and said, "You will meet us here later." Aha! Finally, he did not forget to remind, "By the way, remember to pay attention to safety." Hearing this, Yang Chen said, "No problem." After saying that, he entered invisible mode. In the eyes of Li Dikai and others, Yang Chen disappeared out of thin air. Everyone gasped when they saw it. This is the legendary space travel. Li Dikai was especially impressed. He said in amazement, "There's space storage in space travel. This is the true talent of robbers." When Zhang Yan saw him, he was simply astonished. "I declare, I will call him Little God of Wealth from now on. Space talent is the only way to get rich." Chen Shi pulled Zhang Yan and said, "Don't make the announcement anymore. Let's go. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Are you waiting to be discovered by the patrolling stoneman?" Zhang Yan shrank his head and followed Li Dikai and the others to the designated coordinate location. As for Yang Chen, he was in invisible state, running and jumping all the way, like a tiger, crossing the uneven stone road. Finally, it appeared at the bottom of the stone mine. But at the bottom, there was a tunnel with no end in sight. Yang Chen walked carefully into the tunnel. Try not to make any noise. Chapter 35 Stealing the starstone from his house in front of him. After walking for a while, Yang Chen saw several stone men coming out of the tunnel. "The stoneman squad," he said inwardly, and hurried to the nearest blind spot, carefully hiding himself. He was afraid that he would be discovered by the stoneman and his plan to make a fortune would be affected. He watched helplessly as the stoneman team passed by him. At close range, Yang Chen could smell a unique scent of the stonemen. TSK. The living stonemen actually have the scent of heather. Yang Chen looked at them cautiously. Just as several stone people were about to pass through, they talked to each other for a while, seemed to have noticed something, and looked around at the same time. At the same time, Yang Chen quickly held his mouth and did not make any sound. Several stonemen looked around many times and found nothing, so they left in a hurry. Watching them leave, Yang Chen thought to himself, "These stonemen are quite perceptive. If I didn't have the gift of invisibility, I would have been discovered by them. However, I still need to be more careful on the road ahead." He continued to move forward on tiptoe. As we walked through, we encountered 4 or 5 groups of stonemen. It can be seen how much importance the stonemen attach to this stone mine. Unfortunately, apart from the 6th one, Yang Chen, he has been hiding and avoiding. They didn't notice it at all. Moreover, Yang Chen also learned a trick. The pungent smell of heather on the stonemen can be smelled from a long distance away. It actually allowed me to pinpoint their location. It seems this trip to the mine to make gold is a sure thing. After dodging the stoneman team's inspection again, Yang Chen appeared at the entrance of a cave. Looking outside from the cave entrance, you can see a large number of starstones in the distance. Starstone. So many starstones. And, they're all piled together. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. My luck is truly incredible. The first time I came down, I found the pit where the stonemen used to store the starstones. These starstones are all cheap to me. As he spoke, he released his spatial talent and stored all the starstones that were piled together into the space. But just as Yang Chen was collecting the starstones in large quantities, he turned around and looked around. As a result, I saw a giant python-like beast about 20 meters long and as thick as a door panel, coiled nearby. From time to time, it opened its eyes and looked at the location where the starstones were piled. The Stoneman tribe actually placed a 9th order innate stone blue striped python to guard their starstone treasure. Yang Chen grinned, seemingly indifferent on the surface, but he was actually feeling uneasy in his heart. It feels like stealing someone's treasure in front of him. Stimulate. As Yang Chen collected a large amount of starstones, the stone green python looked more and more wrong. If it could speak, it would definitely say, "Why are there fewer starstones?" And it's getting fewer and fewer. Then I saw the blue striped python swimming slowly, constantly observing its surroundings, trying to find any clues. What went wrong? Seeing the stone green python stretching out its body and searching around, Yang Chen seized the opportunity to collect the starstone. The number of starstones suddenly decreased sharply. It's almost there, it's almost there. Yang Chen hurriedly increased the output power of his spatial talent. Store more starstones into the space. After holding on for 5 minutes, he was shocked to find that the space was already full. Can't fit anymore. You know, the spatial talent that Yang Chen currently possesses can hold things in a volume of 1,000 cubic meters. But even so, you can still see a huge amount of starstones under the starstone mine. Damn it! How many starstones have the stonemen stored here? Yang Chen muttered inwardly, turned around, and ran away. Not long after he ran out, he heard the terrible roar of the blue-striped python coming from behind. He. Yang Chen hurriedly quickened his pace. Little python, with your tiny brain, you'll never figure it out. Why are the starstones in the mine decreasing? At the end of his speech, he even laughed strangely. After passing through the tunnel, he returned to the wellhead leading upstairs. As long as we can get out of here, we'll be successful. He jumped up from the well mouth like pulling an onion out of dry land, flew out of the well mouth and returned to the ground. After taking a short breath, Yang Chen hurried to the meeting point mentioned by Li Dekai. Faintly, you can hear the vibration coming from below. Ha! That snake! Yang Chen exerted force on his feet, jumped more than 10 meters, and ran 5 miles in a row. Finally arrived at the meeting point. When they arrived at the meeting point, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and released his invisibility talent. Suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chen Shi was so frightened that he trembled. Oh my god, it's a ghost. Even Li Dekai was frightened. Oh my god, little god of wealth, your ability to travel through space is really sudden. Give us a blow silently. Zhang Yan didn't take it seriously. He hurried over and asked, my little god of wealth, how was your harvest this time? As soon as he opened his mouth, the eyes of Li Dekai, Chen Shi, and Wang Zhiyu all turned to Yang Chen. They didn't say a word, not even a breath. They all stared at Yang Chen. Seeing everyone's greedy expressions, Yang Chen made an okay gesture and said, anyway, I tried my best. My space is filled with starstones. Chen Shi said with a smile, I told you, once the little god of wealth makes a move, he will definitely make a fortune. Zhang Yan looked determined to get to the bottom of things, so how many starstones are there exactly? Li Dekai pushed Zhang Yan with his shoulder and said, the space of the little god of wealth can hold several small mountains. How much do you think it is? Zhang Yan took a deep breath and roared hysterically in his heart, I can finally make a fortune with you. Then Li Dekai continued, since the little god of wealth's space is full, we should hurry back. Exchange all the starstones for performance points. Zhang Yan immediately echoed, that's right, that's right. The most important thing is to quickly convert the starstones into performance points. In the following time, the 5 people returned from another route. This was the route they planned when they came here. There aren't many stonemen on this route. Moreover, it is the fastest route to the Changwon underground base. Run all the way back. At the entrance of Changwon underground base. The 5 people waited breathlessly for passage. My right eyelid is twitching wildly now. It seems that I am really going to become rich. Chen Shi squatted and said happily. Look how happy you are. This is just the beginning. Li Dekai sat down next to Chen Shi. With the little god of wealth here, getting rich is certain. Wang Zhiyu also echoed, that's right. Having said that, choosing the Xingchen Mountain bottomless cave was truly the right choice. Chapter 36 Get Rich. 8.8 million merit points. Li Dekai clapped his hands and said, this is what they call mountains and rivers. After seemingly no way out, suddenly you find another village, bright and beautiful. Especially you, Chen Shi. You thought there was nothing in Xingchen Mountain. Chen Shi scratched his head and said, it's because the information here is too tightly locked. No one knows. Result. As they were speaking, their identity verification was passed. The gate of the Changwon underground base opened and everyone entered one after another. Walk. Shall we exchange the starstones for performance points first? Zhang Yan suggested. Hurry up. I can't wait. Wang Zheyu urged repeatedly. Come with me, I know where the exchange point is. Zhang Yan immediately called out. It is really convenient to have someone familiar with the location. Not long. There are no people in the Changwon underground base at this moment. Zhang Yan pointed to the giant machine next to him and said, just put the starstone in it, and it will automatically start counting. Following Zhang Yan's instructions, Yang Chen came to the machine and placed his hand on the verification button. Beep, identity verification passed. Please put in the starstone or moonstone. At the same time, a gap about 10 meters square opened below. Following the operating instructions, Yang Chen poured the starstones stored in the space into it. Crash! One by one, sparkling stones fell into the gap, filling the gap below in the blink of an eye. There seemed to be a funnel below, and as Yang Chen poured the starstones, the amount in the gap continued to decrease. The merit points displayed next to it rose rapidly. This way, it would be much more convenient. Yang Chen only needed to keep pouring the starstones. The merit point number next to it increased rapidly like a rocket. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. 100,000. Zhang Yan was watching excitedly. He waved his fist and said, What do you mean by earning merit points? This is what it means to earn star points. Oh my goodness. In the blink of an eye, the merit points counted exceeded 1 million and continued to rise. Li Dekai, Chen Shi, Wang Zheyu and others were all dumbfounded watching from the sidelines. 2 million. 3 million. As time passed, Yang Chen finally poured all the starstones stored in the space into the machine. The merit points that were counted finally stopped at 8.6 million points. Ha! Yang Chen took a deep breath. 8.6 million merit points. How many ferocious beasts and stonemen would he have to kill to earn so many merit points? Swish! Merit points entry completed. Following the machine's prompt, the others finally woke up from their dream. Li Dekai took a few deep breaths. Great, a lot of merit points. Chen Shi's eyes were red and he was very upset. Zhang Yan sat down on the ground and said hesitantly, I haven't seen so many merit points since I came to Changwon base. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Li Dekai. Captain Li, now, how do we distribute the troops? With such a huge harvest, how to distribute it among everyone is indeed crucial. At this moment, Yang Chen, Chen Shi, and Wang Zheyu all looked at Li Dekai. Li Dekai's heart trembled. After a long moment of deep thought, he said in a hoarse voice, this time, the one who contributed the most is definitely the little god of wealth. He will definitely get the lion's share. There's no doubt about that. We didn't contribute much either. I'll take 500,000 merit points, and you? 500,000 each, how about that? As he spoke, Li Dekai turned his gaze to Zhang Yan. Except for Zhang Yan, everyone else here is already an experienced teammate. Zhang Yan nodded affirmatively, no problem for me. 500,000 merit points, I haven't earned this much in the 3 years I've been working here. That's fine with me. Of course I have no problem. Even Zhang Yan had no problem, let alone others. Okay, then it's settled. Yang Chen quickly began to divide the profits with Li Dekai and the other three. Each person received 500,000 merit points. To find one merit point, it would cost 10,000 star dollars. 500,000 is 5 billion, enough to buy a lot of good treasures. Zhang Yan suddenly hugged Yang Chen and was so intimate that he almost kissed Yang Chen on the face. Being pushed away by Yang Chen in disgust, he cursed, Yunnan Tong. Zhang Yan jumped up and down on the spot, ahem. Little god of wealth, when are we going to make a second trip to get some more starstones, or even moonstones? Li Dekai grabbed Zhang Yan and said, why rush? We have exchanged so many starstones this time. If we continue to change within a short period of time, it will be disadvantageous to us. Unfavorable? Zhang Yan asked repeatedly, puzzled, how is it disadvantageous? Why is it disadvantageous? Li Dekai put his hands in his pockets and calmly explained, you need to know why Starstone is worth so many merit points. Before Zhang Yan could speak, Yang Chen answered first, because it's rare. Li Dekai nodded heavily. That's right. It's precisely because Starstone is rare and an important core resource that it can be exchanged for so many merit points. But if we continue to exchange a large amount of starstones for merit points without interruption, then there is only one consequence. At this point, Lee Dekai paused, pointed his finger, and continued, it will only drive down the price of starstone. If we want to sell the starstones again, we will definitely not be able to reach the current high price. Zhang Yan suddenly understood, so, what we have to do now is to stockpile goods? Will we sell the starstone after a while? Li Dekai snapped his fingers and said, that's right. After hearing what he said, Yang Chen suddenly thought of some collectors in his previous life who would specifically collect the same type of collections from others, then destroy most of them, leaving only a few. This creates the illusion of rarity, and thus get a high price. In that case, what should we do next? Shenji suddenly spoke. After receiving a huge sum of 500,000 merit points, he now only wanted to buy all kinds of resources and treasures. Of course, it's to buy resources and improve my martial arts skills. Wang Zhiyu just wanted to roll up. What he wanted was to improve his cultivation so that he could kill the stone people in the Changwang world and seize the starstone mines one by one. Of course we have to buy resources, but this is not our first choice. Li Dekai said in a deep voice. Apart from resources, what else is there to buy? Shenji asked suspiciously. All you care about are resources. Li Dekai tapped Shenji's forehead and said, besides resources, there's something even more important. No, it can't be called a thing. Zhang Yan's temper flared up, and he urged, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us quickly, what is it? Li Dekai looked up at Zhang Yan and said, I wonder, have you heard of Pangu Network? Pangu Network? What is Pangu Network? Zhang Yan was confused and thought to himself, I have been in the Qingwan underground base for 5 years and have never heard of Pangu Network. Chapter 37 Human Collective Consciousness Network, Pangu Network. It's useless. This person doesn't even know Pangu Network. Shenji shook his head. Zhang Yan wondered, should I know? Shenji patted Zhang Yan's shoulder and said, remove the word ma. You are a 9th level martial arts master, and you don't even know about the Pangu Network. What's wrong with you? They chattered on for a while, and Yang Chen's curiosity was piqued. Hey, why don't you tell me, what is Pangu Network? Shenji turned his head and glanced at young Chen, little god of wealth, it's normal for you to not know about Pangu Network at your age. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Are you talking about that tunnel network? Wang Zhiyu spat out a mouthful of water with a puff. Digging a tunnel. Your family uses Pangu Network to dig the tunnel. Shenji rolled his eyes. As he spoke, Shenji looked at Li Dekai and said, Old Li, do you want to speak, or should I? Li Dekai sneered, don't I know you? I know you want to show off. Come, explain to me what Pangu Network is. Shenji held his head high, stood up straight, and after clearing his throat, he began to explain in detail, Pangu Network is not a tunnel network. This network has existed since ancient times. It's called Human Collective Consciousness Network. Shenji spoke word by word to show solemnity. But these few words shocked Yang Chen's heart. He had thought a lot in an instant, but he never expected that Pangu Network was actually a collective consciousness network of mankind. Shenji continued to introduce, the Pangu Network is different from the electronic information network. It is completely constructed by the spiritual consciousness of all human beings. It contains millions of years of information. As long as you connect to the Pangu Network, you can gain access to a vast amount of knowledge. Apart from these, there are unexpected benefits. Zhang Yan blurted out, what's the benefit? Shenji spread his hands and said, how would I know? I'm not connected to the Pangu Network. Zhang Yan was stunned. Li Dekai added, because the Pangu Network requires immense spiritual willpower, in ancient times, only martial arts masters who had reached the indestructible realm had the opportunity to connect to it. People like certain Taoist masters, the Buddha who has attained supreme enlightenment, and humans with great wisdom are all connected to the Pangu Network. There are also some gifted people who receive teachings from gods in their dreams. In fact, they accidentally connected to the Pangu Network. Wang Zhiyu whispered, then those of us below the unbreakable realm have no choice but to purchase the Pangu Network? Li Dekai corrected him, to be precise, it's the link to purchase Pangu Network. It's like the URL you need to log into an electronic network. Only with the link address can we log into the Pangu Network and gain infinite wisdom. As he spoke, Li Dekai started to operate, opening the internal network of the Great Wall Garrison Army and switching to a special page from an inconspicuous place. It shows a lock on it. There are a few words written on the lock. Do you want to buy Pangu Network? At the same time, Yang Chen, Wang Jiyu, Zhang Yan, Shinji and others all gathered together. After seeing the price on the lock, they were all shocked. Oh my god, it actually requires 50,000 merit points. Zhang Yan exclaimed. Is it so expensive? Chen Shi said disdainfully, this is still expensive. You don't know what this Pangu network represents. Li Dikai ignored the two of them and chose to buy it directly. With a ding sound, the merit points were deducted and the lock on the screen opened instantly. Li Dikai suddenly ran to a deserted place. Everyone only saw the reflection of Li Dikai's face suddenly turn black, and then Li Dikai's eyes became empty, as if his soul had been taken away. Becoming demented. He doesn't even know to wipe the saliva from the corners of his mouth. Damn, old Li is so anxious. Chen Chi cursed. 50,000 merit points, and he didn't even blink an eye. Zhang Yan smacked his lips in amazement. Let's go, take Laoli with us and find a secluded place first. Chen Shi stepped forward and picked up Li Dikai. Then he gestured, Zhang Yan, where is it quieter here? Zhang Yan waved his hand and said, follow me. After a while, everyone appeared in front of rows of martial arts training rooms. If you want to talk about where is the quietest, it's of course the martial arts training rooms. This is a first-level martial arts training chamber. There are second-level and fourth-level martial arts training chambers over there. Having said this, Zhang Yan stopped and did not continue. The next step is to pay the money. Zhang Yan was a little reluctant. The martial arts training room is expensive. At this time, Yang Chen walked towards the fourth-level martial arts secret room and directly chose to pay. He waved his hand and used up 3,000 merit points. 3,000 merit points can be used to practice in a fourth-level martial arts training chamber for 1 year. The door to the fourth-level martial arts training chamber opened, and Yang Chen immediately invited, let's take this one. I think it's good. Chen Shi gave a thumbs up, you are indeed our recognized little god of wealth. Just 2 words, grand. Zhang Yan also praised him repeatedly, boss, you are so generous. Everyone entered one after another, and the door of the secret room closed tightly. The fourth-level martial arts training chamber here is exactly the same as the fourth-level martial arts training chamber in the ground base. There was no difference. Everything around was pitch black, and Xiao Ai was also there. After Chen Shi put Li Dikai aside and sat him down, he immediately opened the website to purchase Pangu Network. At the same time, Zhang Yan and Wang Jiyu were also completing the same operation. Knowing the magic of Pangu Network, Yang Chen also turned on his smart device. He took a look at the balance and found that there were more than 6.8 million merit points left. I suddenly felt much more at ease. This is what it means to make money. Yang Chen was in an extremely happy mood. Then he logged into the intranet of the Great Wall Garrison and found that special website. A big lock appears. I want to see what's so magical about this Pangu Network. Yang Chen said to himself, and chose to open the big lock and purchase Pangu Network. The big lock on the page slowly opened. Balls of black light emanated from the screen and shot towards Yang Chen. Soon, there was only darkness before his eyes. Then came a click sound. It was as if something was broken. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen suddenly found himself in a turbulent auroral flow. There were colorful lights flashing all around. Where is this? Yang Chen looked around in surprise. Before he could think about it, a loud voice came, welcome to Pangu Network. Do you want to read the stored human knowledge? After this loud sound, Yang Chen found that the surrounding aurora turbulence suddenly disappeared. Only a dazzling golden light remained. In a trance, it seemed as if I was in a world of golden light. Read. Yang Chen chose to read the human knowledge stored for millions of years without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, endless wisdom suddenly poured down. Chapter 38 Cohesion. The Fire of Civilization. Yang Chen's knowledge was filled in a cramming manner. But at this moment, the shadows of wolves, cows, and even stonemen emerged from his body. These phantoms are all the essences of ferocious beasts and stonemen that he cannot digest. At this moment, in the vast torrent of all knowledge, they all revealed their shapes, opened their mouths wide, and bit towards Yang Chen. Intend to devour him completely. Looking at the various beast spirits and stoneman spirits scattered throughout his body, Yang Chen's heart sank. I never thought there would be such a hidden danger in my body. That's right. I can only digest the essence contained in their life essence, but I cannot digest their spirit and soul. Seeing the mouths opening wide to bite him, young Chen remained calm and composed. He murmured, "Ancient scriptures say that to slay evil creatures, one should use the sword of wisdom. Sword of supreme wisdom." At the end of his speech, Yang Chen's voice was like a huge bell, spreading out. And as the words fell, a golden flame appeared out of thin air in his mind. Together with the golden flames, they burst into the spirits of the ferocious beasts and the stonemen in the sky. In an instant, all the spirits that were originally biting at them were stained with golden flames. In just a blink of an eye, countless spirits were burned and turned into rain all over the sky. This is the vast fire of civilization, the fire of supreme wisdom. A crackling sound came from Yang Chen's body. After the fire of civilization was born, the fire of civilization immediately changed his physique. At this moment, his thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Originally, I only wanted to condense the sword of wisdom, but unexpectedly, due to an accident, I condensed the even more miraculous fire of civilization in fire of wisdom. Well, only the fire of civilization can burn away all evil. Under the burning of the fire of civilization, all the spirits of ferocious beasts and the spirits of the stone people gradually disappeared. It turned into drops of nectar and fell down. With the descent of the nectar, Yang Chen's cultivation level ushered in a new round of rapid growth. This nectar contains a power even more powerful than the essence of life. And as more and more ferocious beast essences and the stoneman essences were burned and melted, more and more nectar was produced. For a moment, Yang Chen felt like he was bathing in refreshing rainwater. Good opportunity. He practiced the Zhou Xingxing Ju repeatedly, transforming the nectar that fell from the air and accelerating the absorption of more knowledge. The more knowledge you absorb, the brighter the golden flame representing civilization and wisdom will be. As one side gained strength while the other side lost strength, the vast amount of ferocious beast spirits and stoneman spirits stopped roaring and going crazy, intending to tear everything apart, and instead drilled into Yang Chen's body. Want to avoid the burning fire of civilization. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Chen thought about it, the golden fire of civilization burned into his body, burning into his skin, muscles, and bones, chasing and burning the remaining spirits of ferocious beasts and stonemen. Are you thinking about escaping now? In Yang Chen's spirit, the fire of civilization was like the blazing sun, shining into every inch and every minute of his body. I can take this opportunity to forge my body again. As soon as he thought about it, the fire of civilization penetrated into every corner of his body, leaving no corner untouched. Until all the essences of ferocious beasts and stonemen are burned into nectar. Replenish Yang Chen's martial arts skills and spiritual strength. Help him gain more knowledge. After a long time, Yang Chen struggled to absorb the last bit of knowledge, and the fire of civilization officially turned into a golden ball of light, floating right above his head. It illuminates your whole body like the sun. Yang Chen could see the meridians, internal organs, and brain clearly as long as he closed his eyes. Is this the legendary inner vision? He gazed inward, so this is what's happening inside my body. From now on, I can truly master this fleshman of mine. Okay. After completely organizing the fire of civilization he had just obtained, Yang Chen opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he had a clear understanding of his surroundings, unlike before when he was confused and ignorant. Mastering myself means mastering the outside world. Yang Chen clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and said, I'm at the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. Moreover, because I have obtained the true power of fierce beasts hidden in those spirits, my combat ability in martial arts alone far exceeds that of other innate 8th level cultivators. These 50,000 merit points are worth it. After saying that, Yang Chen looked at the others, his gaze penetrating into everyone's bodies. I saw Li Dekai and the other three were still slowly condensing their wisdom swords. It's really because of the essence and spirit of those ferocious beasts that I was able to condense the fire of civilization. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. How lucky! As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of extremely foul black phlegm and muttered, This is all the filth hidden in my body. After this, it's all cleared out. Cool. But immediately afterwards, Yang Chen felt a terrifying feeling of hunger in his stomach. He quickly picked up his smart device, selected energy potions, and bought auxiliary materials for martial arts practice. Vajra Energy Potion. Dragon and Tiger Agarwood. After spending more than 30,000 merit points, Yang Chen finally gave up. It was more than 10 minutes later when someone brought the Vajra Energy Potion and Dragon and Tiger Agarwood. At this moment, Yang Chen felt like he hadn't eaten for dozens of days. He quickly opened the package, grabbed 10 bottles of King Kong Energy Potion, and drank them madly. The hunger in my stomach was slightly relieved, and a warm current flowed through my limbs. Feeling the warmth spreading through his body, Yang Chen said with a burning gaze, "Until you reach the chi-absorbing realm, you will always need to replenish your nutrition. Looks like I need to hold on tighter. We must reach the Chi-Fu realm as soon as possible so that we no longer need the Vajra energy potion." As he spoke, he opened the package again, grabbed 10 bottles of diamond energy potions, and drank them in one breath. If Li Dekai and the others were awake at this moment, they would definitely be shocked. It takes an average innate master 3 days to digest a bottle of Vajra potion. And Yang Chen drank 20 bottles in one breath. If it were any other innate warrior, he would have been blown to pieces long ago. But not only was he not burst by the diamond energy potion, but he felt only half full. As a last resort, Yang Chen grabbed 10 bottles of diamond energy potion and drank them. He rubbed his belly and said, after completely digesting those essences, "My physique is even more ferocious than that of a ferocious beast." Not only does he have an astonishing appetite. He took out the obsidian knife from the space and cut his wrist. The sharp blade cut down, leaving only a shallow cut that could not go any deeper. When I digest more life essence in the future, this obsidian sword will no longer be able to hurt me at all. Yang Chen retracted the obsidian sword. Then I saw the cut on the wrist close quickly and disappear without a trace. In the end, there was not even a trace left. Chapter 39 The Boiling Star Mountain Base. Before this, Yang Chen still had to rely on the life essence plundered by the system to achieve the current self-healing effect. However, after being baptized by the fire of civilization, there is also the baptism of nectar formed by the melting of countless essences. In one fell swoop, he gained extraordinary self-healing abilities. It turns out that the essence contained in the life essence is only a small part, and the real big part is still in the spirit essence. Yang Chen took out the dragon and tiger agarwood stored in it from the package that was delivered. After the 7th level of Xiantian, martial arts practice is no longer just about the physical body and the true energy. It also involves the spiritual will and the cultivation of martial arts will. And dragon and tiger agarwood can help to focus the mind. Looking at the dark brown dragon and tiger agarwood in his hand, Yang Chen snapped his fingers and a burst of force flew out, lighting the incense. Wisps of fragrance floated up, forming smoke in the air that looked like a dragon or a tiger. It makes people feel like they are in a fairyland. What a nice smell. Yang Chen couldn't help but praise it as he watched the smoke spreading. He subconsciously walked forward and took a deep breath. As the smoke enters my nose, my mind is free of all thoughts and I enter a state of extreme emptiness. At the moment when a thought is about to arise. In this state, martial arts practice progresses fastest. Seizing the time, Yang Chen hurriedly used the cultivation posture in the Zhoutian Xingqianju, the Jade Chan Fushan sitting. As soon as he sat down, the innate true qi hidden in his body began to move immediately. Like a big river, it washes over every corner of the body. Just when Yang Chen was quietly improving his martial arts skills, the people at the Xingqian mountain base were completely excited. The underground base has a pipeline directly connected to the ground. The pipelines have always been used to transport daily necessities and equipment from the ground base to the underground base, or for the underground base to transport the corpses of ferocious beasts, stonemen, and starstones to the ground base. Normally, when they see hundreds of starstones being transported up from underground, they would sigh at their good luck. But today, they actually saw piles of starstones, and all the base personnel on the ground were immediately ecstatic. Fuck, so many starstones, how can there be so many starstones? Which base sent this up from? Let me see, this pipeline seems to belong to the Changwon underground base. What on earth did those people in the Changwon underground base do to get so many starstones? Did they rob a large stoneman tribe? In my opinion, it's not enough to rob a large tribe of stonemen. We'll have to rob at least several stoneman tribes. I originally thought that having over 100 starstones would make me invincible, but I didn't expect there would be someone even braver than that person. Whose general is this? More and more starstones were transported to the Star Mountain ground base, and more people knew that the Changwon underground base had made the biggest deal. Suddenly, things started to ferment. Some people were frantically trying to find out information about Chen Guang's underground base, wanting to know the other party's information. Unfortunately, there are extremely strict information protection systems between bases. The ordinary personnel of the base simply cannot dig it out. Of course, this is only for ordinary people. An hour later, Yang Chen's information appeared on Zhong Hailing's desk. Zhong Hailing picked up Yang Chen's information and read it again and again. Good boy. You actually gave me such a big surprise. I was just worried about the scarcity of starstones, and you ended up getting me so many. Okay. After saying good 3 times in a row, Zhong Hailing, who looked like a middle-aged man, had a smile on his face. He put down the information belonging to Yang Chen and looked up at Li Jinmeng beside him. Xiaoli, what do you think of this young man? Li Jinmeng had been staring at Yang Chen's information for a long time. She sighed in her heart, it was really the same as what I saw using the timeline deduction. After he went to the underground base, he used his spatial talent to steal many star stones from the stoneman. Is he supposed to be improving his strength now? Or is he exchanging money for Pangu network? I can't remember. The damn time cause and effect does not allow me to remember so many fragments of the future, and it will gradually erase my memory of the future. Seeing that Li Jinmeng didn't say anything, Zhong Hailing raised his voice, Xiaoli. Li Jinmeng came back to her senses with an Master Zhong. Zhong Hailing pointed at the documents on the table and said, what are you thinking about? You're actually slacking off here. Li Jinmeng blushed and said, I actually know this Yang Chen. I just happened to think of something about him. Zhong Hailing said softly, hey? Since we know each other, can you ask him to help me get more starstones as soon as possible? Starstone is a truly good thing. Li Jinmeng shrugged and said, well, he can definitely get more, but given his personality, he might not send more starstones in the short term for the sake of profit. Zhong Hailing was particularly surprised. For the sake of profit, won't more starstones be transported up in a short period of time? Would you mind listening to what you're saying? Shouldn't normal people increase supply when they make a profit? Li Jinmeng pouted and said, he's different from others. Now that he has huge profits, he plans to stockpile them. To prevent prices from being driven down due to too much goods. Zhong Hailing said this with a stiff expression, then he relaxed, young people do have some business acumen. They know that scarcity makes things valuable. However, he underestimated the importance our country places on starstone. Zhong Hailing looked up at Li Jinmeng and said, can you help me tell him to take as many starstones as he can get? The recycling price given by the state will never change. Li Jinmeng patted his head and thought, what did I do in the timeline I deduced? I forgot again. Damn the time cause and effect that can erase memory. Since he couldn't remember, Li Jinmeng simply said, Mr. Zhong, I can help you convey the message, but I don't know what the specific result will be. Zhong Hailing said solemnly, please do your best. The starstone is so crucial. The muscles on Li Jinmeng's face twitched, and Zhong Hailing even used the word please, which showed how much he took it seriously. So, Li Jinmeng reluctantly agreed, Mr. Zhong, I will do my best. Zhong Hailing leaned back in his chair, taking several deep breaths as if he had done something unprecedented. Li Jinmeng, I'm leaving this to you. On the other side, in the 4th level martial arts secret room, Yang Chen completely consolidated his innate 8th level martial arts skills. He stood up, grabbed a bottle of diamond energy potion and poured it into his mouth, just like drinking water. Li Dekai woke up at this moment. He looked at Yang Chen in surprise and asked, how dare you drink the diamond energy potion like water? What a waste! What a waste! As he was speaking, Li Dekai suddenly covered his stomach and said, quick, give me some to drink too. So hungry. Chapter 40, Using the Fire of Civilization to Improve the Zhoutian Star Art. You should have told me earlier if you wanted it. Yang Chen turned around and took out a few bottles of King Kong energy potion from the express package and handed them to Li Dekai. Li Dekai didn't drink the diamond energy potion right away. Instead, he moved closer and observed it. Diamond energy potion, 100 merit points per bottle. You actually bought so many. You're quite willing to spend money. Yang Chen bought more than 150 bottles of diamond energy potion alone. At this time, as he stretched out his hand and turned it over, a circle of violent air like a python's air immediately wrapped around his hand and arm. More importantly, this is just pure physical strength, and Yang Chen has not yet used the innate true chi of martial arts. Boom! The airflow exploded between his fingers, forming a powerful impact. Yang Chen looked up at Li Dekai and said, this move of mine is entirely due to the replenishment of the diamond energy potion. Li Dekai was stunned for a long time. He said in a daze, simply using the muscles in my fingers and arms can vibrate the air and generate violent energy. Fuck, you pervert. Why didn't I realize you had such potential in martial arts before? But Yang Chen laughed high and clasped his fists and said, I have to thank Brotherly for giving me the Zhoutian Xingqianju. Li Dekai stared at Yang Chen, looking him up and down, are you sure it was brought by the Zhoutian Xingqianju? Why shouldn't I believe it? Facing Li Dekai's disbelief, Yang Chen grabbed a few bottles of diamond energy potions from the package and said, drink more, maybe you will become like me. Li Dekai's mouth twitched, I don't believe you. However, I will accept this diamond energy potion. After saying that, he turned around and sat aside, drinking several big mouthfuls of the King Kong energy potion. This old guy. Yang Chen shook his head and took out 3 sticks of dragon and tiger agarwood from the express package. The dragon and tiger agarwood had already burned out, leaving only ashes on the ground. At this moment, he released his energy again, and the explosive energy immediately ignited the dragon and tiger agarwood. Li Dekai was surprised when he saw this. No wonder I felt my martial arts skills weakened a little bit just now. So you also bought some dragon and tiger agarwood. It can be said that he is rich and powerful. Dragon and tiger agarwood is used to assist in the cultivation of martial arts spirit and willpower, and its price is much more expensive than the Vajra energy potion. 20,000 merit points can only buy 50 sticks of dragon and tiger agarwood. Lighting 3 sticks of dragon and tiger agarwood will give you 1,200 merit points. Now, every minute and every second is consuming merit points. Yang Chen said as he inserted the 3 sticks of incense into a silver incense burner that was given to him. Li Dekai choked on the spot, forget it, the merit points are yours, spend them however you want. He looked at the steaming dragon and tiger agarwood, and without hesitation, he immediately began to practice his 5 evils ghost suppression technique. After placing and lighting the dragon and tiger agarwood, Yang Chen also began to practice martial arts. However, ever since the fire of civilization was ignited, Yang Chen was dissatisfied with every aspect of the Zhou-Tianxing-Ju, as if there were many mistakes and omissions. Backed by millions of years of human civilization, he possesses extraordinary vision. He made drastic changes to the Zhou-Tianxing-Ju. The jade-wrapped Fushan sitting posture is not suitable for everyone. It can be modified. Also, the characteristics of the Galaxy River Slash are not obvious. Also, this move, Sun and Moon shine together, should clearly be centered around one's own spiritual will, but it turns out to be based on talent. No. Everything needs to be improved. At this moment, Yang Chen's thoughts were flowing, and the fire of civilization hidden in his body was burning again. And once again absorbed the vast knowledge in the Panga network that was like the boundless universe. Until he revised the Zhou-Tianxing-Ju from beginning to end. Let's call this improved martial arts technique the Zhou-Tianxing-Ju. I like this name very much. Yang Chen said with satisfaction. Then, he turned around and took the new version of the jade-channeled Godfu sitting position that he had just modified. In this sitting position, one can better concentrate the spirit and will of martial arts, and the effect is more than twice that before the revision. Boom! Sure enough, as soon as Yang Chen sat down, not only did his martial arts skills increase rapidly, but even the channels for absorbing infinite knowledge were widened a lot, and more knowledge poured in from the Pango network. It was unknown how long it had passed, but Yang Chen's martial arts skills had reached the 8th level of innate perfection. Moreover, he could no longer obtain knowledge from the Pango network. He sighed, is this my limit? The Pango network is truly endless and has no limits. Unfortunately, I have limits. It seems that I can only continue to absorb the knowledge from the Pangu network after I have made a breakthrough in my martial arts cultivation and significantly improved my spiritual will. At this time, Zhang Yan and his friends had all consolidated their own strength. Especially Zhang Yan, after being baptized by the Pangu network, his martial arts skills officially broke through to the Chifu realm, and balls of flames emerged between every breath. And it also condensed into a crystal clear sword of wisdom. The whole person has a more elegant temperament. Li Dekai advanced to the 9th level of innateness, Shinji advanced to the 8th level of innateness, and Wang Zhiyu advanced to the 7th level of innateness. Moreover, they all condensed wisdom swords, but the quality of the wisdom swords was different. For example, Li Dekai's wisdom sword has a hint of purple, Chen Qi's wisdom sword emits an orange-yellow light, and Wang Zhiyu's wisdom sword is completely black. Everyone's strength has made great progress. Li Dekai leaned against the door and said, the little god of wealth has finally woken up. It's time for us to go out and stretch our legs. Just try your hand at a stoneman tribe? His proposal was immediately approved by everyone. I agree. I agree too. Everyone who has made great progress in their strength feels itchy. Right now. Zhang Yan immediately raised his hand and said, I know a tribe of stonemen who would be the best place for us to try our hand. The rest, Yang Chen and the others, all asked, which tribe? Zhang Yan opened the map and pointed to one of the locations. It's right here, not far from the base. Moreover, their tribe also controls a lot of star stone resources. When the time comes, we will take down this tribe and take over their star stone resources. He. Li Dekai was not in a hurry. He said calmly, "What is the highest level of strength in this stoneman tribe?" Zhang Yan blurted out, "Second level of Fuji realm." "I'll deal with this second level stoneman, and you guys will be responsible for dealing with the other stonemen." Zhang Yan continued in his heart, "This guy is also my biggest enemy, this time I will deal with him with my own hands. Get rid of the knot in one fell swoop. If I don't deal with him, my martial arts will not be clear and my progress will be slow. Only when I deal with this guy myself will my mind be clear and my thoughts flow more smoothly." Chen asked slowly, "There's a key point. What's the average strength of this tribe? How many people are there?" After connecting to the Pangu network and condensing the wisdom sword, Chen also became much smarter. Chapter 41 I read Sun Tzu's Art of War. Zhang Yan suddenly looked pensive, as if recalling something. After a while, he finally spoke, "There are more than 130 people in total, and their average strength is around the 7th level of Xiantian. In terms of quantity and quality, it is indeed a significant force. But it depends on what you say." He tapped his fingers repeatedly on the three-dimensional map composed of light and shadow. As soon as he said this, Zhang Yan's heart sank. Will they dare not go if they hear there are so many people? If it were someone else, they would definitely be less courageous. Li Dekai waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter whether the stonemen are numerous or not. I've read Sun Tzu's Art of War. I also have multiple strategies for dealing with large numbers of people. It depends on whether you dare to go up." Zhang Yan stood up suddenly and said, "Needless to say, I will definitely dare to go up." "What about you?" He was so excited that balls of fire flashed around him. Chen turned his head and looked at Yang Chen, "Little god of wealth, what do you say?" Ever since Yang Chen ignited the fire of civilization and wisdom, he has had a strong insight into everything. He stared at the three-dimensional map for a while before speaking. "This stoneman tribe is closest to the Chengwang underground base. I feel like there's something stuck in my throat. If we can take this place, the overall layout of the Chengwang underground base will become more comfortable. If we capture it and report it, it will be a great achievement. Add to that the spoils like the Starstone, and there's a lot of profit to be made. My advice is, give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle." Li Dekai looked at Yang Chen thoughtfully. Chen agreed on the spot, then. "I'll give it a try with you guys. Where's Wang Zheyu?" Wang Zheyu shrugged, "I have no objection." Li Dekai made the decision on the spot, "Okay, let's attack this place." As soon as everyone walked out of the martial arts training chamber, Yang Chen immediately froze the training time. As long as the training time was frozen, there was no need to worry about people not being in the chamber and wasting the training time purchased at a high price. If you want to practice again next time, you just need to unfreeze the time and you can enter and continue practicing. Then they started purchasing various resources. After preparing for half a day and putting on their backpacks, they walked out of the base again. Walked towards the predetermined coordinate location. It was already very close, so we arrived at this place called Iron Waterway that night. It is called the Iron Waterway because there is a silver-white river here that looks like flowing water. Like a river, but filled with white light particles. Very magical. If an ordinary person accidentally comes into contact with the river of light, he will be assimilated by the river of light on the spot and transformed into a photochemical creature. In other words, the four of Yang Chen were all Chengwang warriors and were not afraid of the erosion of the light river at all. Only then dare to pass through here. At this moment, Zhang Yan put his hand into the strange river of light and tried it out. Then he saw his hands completely transformed in the river of light, but when he took his hands out of the river of light, they returned to their original state. Chen asked in surprise, "Old Zhang, what does it feel like to be in this river of light?" Zhang Yan withdrew his hands, looked at his intact hands and said, "I don't feel anything." He grabbed Chen hand and put it into the river of light, laughing and saying, "You'll know if you try it." Chen struggled for a while, and then he felt as if his hand was immersed in warm water, which was very comfortable. Apart from this, there is no other feeling. Seeing that there was no danger, Wang Zheyu didn't know where he got the courage from, but he jumped directly into the river of light. "Fuck, this guy is a heavyweight." Zhang Yan exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be more courageous than me." Wang Zheyu was emitting light in the river of light, becoming like a man of light. Then he stuck his head out and looked at everyone. "It's okay, I feel pretty comfortable, even more comfortable than in a hot spring." Li Dekai said uncertainly, "Really?" Then I'll try it too. As he said this, he also jumped into the river of light and swam to the other side. After swimming all the way to the other side, Li Dikai stood on the other side and said, "The Guanghe River here really feels like water. Come here quickly." Zhang Yan dived down and swam to the other side using his hands and feet. Is this also the benefit of being a Chen Guang warrior? Seeing that everyone was fine, Chen Shi was eager to try, but he was a little afraid. It is in this contradictory state. What are you hesitating about? Get down. Seeing this, Yang Chen kicked Chen Shi on the butt. With a plop, Chen Shi fell into the magical river of light in front of him. Chen Shi thrashed around for a while before finally stabilizing himself in the river of light. He cried out in grievance, "Little god of wealth, how dare you do this to me?" Without waiting for him to say more, Yang Chen also jumped into the river of light. The first thing he felt was that his whole body was being squeezed by hands. It's more comfortable than any masseurs. I told you not to hurry up, let's go over there. Yang Chen exerted force with his hands and feet, and swam towards the other side at high speed in the river of light like an arrow. Chen Shi didn't want to be the last one, so he hurriedly caught up using his hands and feet. When he reached the opposite shore, Yang Chen quickly urged the fire of civilization to spread all over his body. Check your own status. After checking for a while, he found, there is nothing abnormal, but my time power has increased. Could it be that if I come into contact with more of the time light around here, my time light power will grow? Just as I was thinking about it, there was a burst of breath coming from behind. Everyone followed the scent and saw a ferocious beast that looked like a deer. However, it has a mouth full of protruding fangs, is 5 meters tall and 7 meters long, and it is obvious that it is not a good creature. It's an innate 8th level cinnabar golden deer. Li Dikai instantly recognized the identity of the deer. I'll do it. Yang Chen walked out first. He didn't even take a weapon, just to test his own combat ability. You are quite quick, kid. Li Dikai smiled helplessly. Moo! The cinnabar golden deer let out a long roar towards the sky, lowered its head, and rushed towards Yang Chen with a pair of huge antlers. Moreover, as it charged forward, a layer of golden light covered its body. Looks very imposing. But Yang Chen was not afraid. He just stood there, waiting for the cinnabar golden deer to charge towards him. Just as the cinnabar golden deer was about to rush forward, Yang Chen ignored the golden light on its body and grabbed the pair of antlers with his bare hands. With the strength of both hands, Yang Chen completely neutralized the impact force of the cinnabar golden deer. The cinnabar golden deer was driven by him to spin on the spot. Finally, throw it aside. Bang! The cinnabar golden deer fell heavily to the ground, with stars in its eyes. Taking advantage of the brief moment when it fell to the ground, Yang Chen rushed forward, with power rolling between his fingers. When he got close to it, Yang Chen grabbed it with one claw. With a puff, 5 bloody holes were scratched on the cinnabar golden deer. This was not over yet. Yang Chen immediately punched the cinnabar golden deer on the head. Bang! There was a sound of metal collision, and Yang Chen's fist was bounced back. What a hard head! Chapter 42 Return type moves. Little god of wealth, you are too arrogant. You don't even need a weapon and you want to fight against the innate 8th level cinnabar golden deer with your bare hands? Zhang Yan was not optimistic about Yang Chen. As he was speaking, a stream of golden light gathered out of thin air. It's the innate ability of the cinnabar golden deer, Cinnabar Break. Li Dikai's eyes focused, his body tensed, ready to attack at any time. Cinnabar Break is a metal-based attack with great destructive power. If you are not careful, you may be killed by it. Cinnabar swept in an instant, bringing with it immense power. At this moment, Yang Chen concentrated his attention. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and with a pull, he caught it in the palm of his hand. Cinnabar contains destructive power. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to catch it with their hands, let alone with weapons. However, the power of Cinnabar Break suddenly began to spin in Yang Chen's palm, which was exactly the method of using the vortex flow that he had previously comprehended. I twisted the power of time and let it rotate in the palm of my hand. I didn't expect that I could actually pull the enemy's attack away. After it started running in my hand, it had such a magical effect. Yang Chen looked at the vortex in his hand that turned into a ball of flowing light. At the same time, he continuously injected his own innate power. Innate True Qi. King Kong Talent. Golden Lightning Talent. The Talent of the Red Snake. In the blink of an eye, a sphere was formed that rotated at high speed. I'll give it back to you. Yang Chen threw the sphere towards the cinnabar golden deer. The cinnabar golden deer quickly used its extremely hard head to defend itself. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the cinnabar golden deer, which was famous for its hard head, had only half of its head left. His brain was crushed, and it looked horrible at first glance. The cinnabar golden deer only kicked the ground with its hooves before finally falling down with a loud bang. The effect is so good? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level gold talent. The plundering system automatically plundered the cinnabar golden deer's talents and its life essence. Possessed by the European Emperor. Yang Chen was delighted and quickly put the body of the cinnabar golden deer into the space. After all, it is an innate 8th level ferocious beast, which can be sold for merit points. At worst, it can be fed to the greedy Wang Jiu. Just after putting the cinnabar golden deer into the space, Yang Chen turned around and saw the dull gazes of Li Dekai and the others. He pointed at his face and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you all look so dull and stupid?" Chen Shi curled his lips and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone catch the cinnabar golden deer's innate ability with their bare hands. Bull knows." Zhang Yan only reacted at this moment, "Little god of wealth, you are really a knife pulling the butt, you opened my eyes." Not only did he kill an 8th level innate cinnabar golden deer with his bare hands, but he was even able to return its attack? What is this? Great shift of the universe? Or the transformation of the stars? Give someone a taste of their own medicine? Although Li Dekai had been mentally prepared, he still found it incredible when he saw it now, this kid. He thought to himself that the little god of wealth must be extraordinary to be able to drink the King Kong energy potion as if it were water, but this was too unbelievable. He caught the attack with his bare hands and killed the innate 8th level cinnabar golden deer directly? Grass. Why do I feel that the main C of our trip is the little god of wealth? Filled with shocked Yang Chen, the 5 of them set off again. Continue walking forward along the iron waterway. About half an hour later, the 5 people appeared on a cliff. The stoneman tribe is down there. Li Dekai pointed downwards. They have quite a few of them now. Let's wait until they rest before we take action. Chen Shi lay aside, chewing a blade of grass and said, "They definitely didn't expect us to appear here." A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who said the way here must pass through that river of light? If it weren't for the Guangha River blocking the way, Changwang base would have attacked this fortress long ago, and it would never have been our turn. Yang Chen analyzed repeatedly. Of course, it was also thanks to Guangha that we had the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Li Dekai leaned aside and said, "You guys observe first. I'll take a rest first." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested. Just waiting for the next big battle. In the following time, several people took turns to observe and rest. Until most of the stonemen were resting, only a few of them went into the room on the side to rest. They are all resting. A murderous gleam flashed in Li Dekai's pupils. "Let's go, we're ready to fight the capital." Li Dekai was the first to jump off the cliff and landed lightly without making any sound. Everyone's martial arts skills were not weak. They came down from the cliff one after another and carefully entered the territory of the stoneman tribe. Everyone, spread out and defeat them one by one. Get rid of those patrolmen first. As Li Dekai spoke, he raised his gun and stabbed the nearest stoneman to death with one shot. As soon as he saw Li Dekai taking action, while the stoneman next to him had not yet reacted, Yang Chen drew out the dragon arc long sword at the fastest speed and slashed at another stoneman guard. With a puff, it was cut into 2 pieces. Clean and neat. By the way, all their life essence and talents were plundered. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level stone talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level stone talent. After replenishing his life essence, Yang Chen felt that the shackles of the 8th level of innateness were loosening slightly. He secretly said, "I will definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the innate realm tonight." Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Yan and the others had already dispersed and started killing. "Quick enough!" Yang Chen muttered and took out the other knife. With 2 swords in hand, he ran at high speed along the mine below, looking for the patrolling stoneman team. Soon, the sharp-eyed Yang Chen found a team of stonemen. He quietly made a circle and appeared behind the stoneman patrol team. "Kill!" Yang Chen said secretly, and the power of time burst out from the blade, becoming gorgeous and full of threats. This moment. He swung his 2 swords into a flower and slashed at the stone men from behind. Puff! 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 Relying on the two swords that became extremely sharp after being blessed by the power of Chen Guan, Yang Chen killed all the stone people one by one with the force of thunder. They didn't even have time to react. After plundering their life essence and talents, and throwing them into space, Yang Chen continued to look for the next group of victims. Not long after, he saw a patrol team of stonemen next to the stoneman's lounge. He used the same method as before, attacking them from behind, using 2 consecutive strikes of the sword to kill them all. In just half an hour. With the joint efforts of the 5 of them, all the members of the stoneman team patrolling around were killed. They gathered together again, and Li Dekai pointed to the rows of rooms not far away. The rest of the stonemen are resting over there. Quick victory! They rushed forward together and started killing people wantonly in the room that the stonemen used for rest. Just kill the sleeping stone people, simple and easy. Chapter 43 The 9th level of innate perfection. Puff, puff, puff. The double swords cut through the bodies of the stonemen one by one, taking away their lives while also seizing their talents and life essence. After killing them all without leaving a single one alive, Yang Chen's martial arts skills finally broke through the bottleneck of the 8th level of innateness. Promoted to the 9th level of innateness in one fell swoop. When they regrouped, Zhang Yan stood up and said, "Everyone, let me take care of the last of the Fuji realm stonemen. Don't interfere." Li Dekai put one hand on his waist and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Zhang Yan nodded gratefully to Li Dekai, then walked towards the last room. Since someone wanted to fight him one-on-one, Yang Chen simply went around to collect the missed stoneman corpses, and plunder their talents and life essence. It was really like plucking feathers from a passing goose, not a single stoneman was spared. Collect them all. When he returned to the team, he saw Zhang Yan already fighting with the stoneman who was at the 2nd level of the Fuji realm. Zhang Yan's entire body seemed to be on fire, covered in flames. Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise, "Is this his platinum fury?" At this moment, the fire of civilization in his mind lit up slightly, and he suddenly understood, covering the whole body with flames not only grants a high physical bonus, but also allows you to control the flames and launch attacks at any time. The stoneman who was in the Fuji realm was also extraordinary. His stone armor seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Zhang Yan's flaming sword could only leave traces on his body. When he killed the rest of the ordinary stonemen, he did it one by one, just like Yang Chen. But now, he has been defeated. It seems they will have to fight for a while. Yang Chen sat down on the ground and began to synthesize talents. After coming down from the Star Mountain base on the ground, the talents he plundered have been stored and have never been synthesized. Now, he has accumulated a lot of talents. Select, one-click talent synthesis. Swish, swish, swish. Talents are synthesized one by one under the arrangement of the system. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level gold talent. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level stone talent. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level stone talent. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level gold talent. Compared with the ferocious beasts in the Qi-nourishing realm, the creatures in the innate realm have more sea-level talents. Of course, it is also more conducive to synthesizing talents. Although there were only more than 500 talents, 4 S-level talents were finally synthesized. Together with the S-level gold talent that had exploded from the Cinnabar Golden Deer previously, there were a total of 9 S-level talents and 1 SS-level talent. After synthesizing the talent, Yang Chen quickly stirred up the fire of civilization in his mind, burning it all over his body. At this moment, the stoneman spirit hidden in his body emerged in panic. Everyone wants to escape. Where are you escaping to? Yang Chen roared in his heart, and used all his strength to activate the fire of civilization, which rolled back and set all the stone people on fire. In a short while, they were burned by the fire of civilization and turned into nectar all over the sky, which fell down and improved Yang Chen's cultivation. Bathing in the refreshing nectar, Yang Chen felt extremely relaxed. At the same time, seized the time to absorb the nectar that falls from the sky. The improved version of the Zhou Tianqing can transform the nectar much faster than before. Not long after, all the nectar was refined and absorbed by Yang Chen, and his martial arts skills were also improved to the perfect level of the 9th level of the innate realm. The next step is to reach the Qifu realm. He looked at the stoneman who was fighting Zhang Yan with a burning gaze. That one is at the Fuji realm. I wonder if I can advance to the Fuji realm by replenishing his life essence. He began to speculate. At this moment, Zhang Yan's loud roar interrupted his thoughts. Firewalking. After using this move, Zhang Yan ran around the stone people at a high speed, releasing a large amount of flames at the same time. The flames intertwined and quickly formed a wall of fire, surrounding the stoneman tribe. But it also blocked the view of Yang Chen and the others. Under Zhang Yan's guidance, the wall of fire formed a huge flaming lotus. Fire lotus. Zhang Yan's voice came from the flames, and the lotus made of flames suddenly spread out in all directions. Just like the scene of flowers blooming. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames exploded and sparks flew up in the wind. All I saw in that circle of battlefield was Zhang Yan squatting on the ground, panting, and not far away were the black stone men whose bodies were burned. But even after being burned into charcoal, the stone people were still able to move and speak. Is this the talent of you humans? I don't think it's that good. Snort! No attack will work against my stone armor. This time, Yang Chen understood what the stoneman said. It's the fire of civilization. I actually understood what the stoneman said directly. Just as he was surprised, the stoneman continued, do you have any stronger moves? If not, it's my turn to attack. He had just used his strongest move and was now weak. It looked like he hadn't rested for a while and couldn't even stand up. At this moment, Li Dikai stepped forward and growled, let's go together and finish him off as soon as possible. Lava rose from under his feet and quickly wrapped him into a lava man. I, Elder Asiu of the Stoneman clan, will never lose. Elder Asiu of the Stoneman clan roared, and countless gray air currents gathered towards Elder Asiu. He was originally covered in black, but he immediately returned to his original appearance. His entire body's defense power doubled again. Obviously, Elder Ayu is a tanky player who has maxed out his defense. Li Dikai, Chen Qi and Wang Zhiyu attacked at the same time. Their attacks landed on Elder Ashu of the Stoneman clan, making only ding-dang-dang sounds. The defensive power of the stone armor on his body is simply unbelievably strong. Fuck! So hard! Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yan, who had barely recovered, gritted his teeth and said, damn it! This Elder Asu actually mastered the Stoneman tribe's top martial art, the Heavenly Pillar Stone Body Technique. Trouble! Since even Zhang Yan said so, Yang Chen no longer hid his abilities and directly displayed his strongest talent. King Kong! Boom! An 8-armed Vajra giant slowly stood up, and as his 8 arms waved, violent energy was rolled up. Chapter 44 Elder Asiu's powerful talent. An 8-armed giant, 10 meters tall, suddenly appeared before everyone. The 8 arms waved, creating layers of airwaves. For a moment, Yang Chen seemed like an invincible Vajra god who had descended to the earth. Zhang Yan stood there stupidly, shocked. Damn it! Is this the little god of Wealth's second talent? It looks very powerful at first glance. After activating the King Kong talent, Yang Chen first checked himself. The fire of civilization spread throughout his body. After a few brief seconds, he secretly analyzed, the strength of one's talent is also related to one's martial arts cultivation. Last time, I was only at the 7th level of innateness. After using my diamond talent, I could only transform into an 8-meter-tall, 8-armed diamond giant. But this time, I have reached the 9th level of innate cultivation. After activating my Vajra talent, I can transform into a 10-meter-tall, 8-armed Vajra giant. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, Yang Chen landed on the ground with his 8 arms, and with a leap he appeared in front of Elder Asiu. When he rushed forward, he already had 2 swords in his hands. The power of time was poured into the 2 swords, which immediately turned into a vortex and began to spin at a high speed. Then, used the improved version of Galaxy River Slash. All the power of talent poured out at this moment, forming a long river of colorful light. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and a long river of colorful light hit Elder Asiu of the Stoneman clan, causing an astonishing wave of air to erupt. But soon, the air waves converged and merged into Elder Asiu's body. What kind of ability is this? Yang Chen felt surprised. He didn't expect that his full-strength attack didn't have much effect. Elder Asiu's eyes lit up with divine light. He looked up at Yang Chen, who was fully unleashing his strength, and said, he's clearly at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, yet he can unleash the combat power of a master of my level. You're strong. But unfortunately, my talent completely restrains you. Come on. Elder Ahsoka sat cross-legged on the ground, stretched out his arms and said, come again. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me. Facing Elder Asiu's provocation, Chen Qi spat and said, I want to see how strong your defense is. As he spoke, he took several steps back, and golden vertical pupils appeared above his head. Talent activated. Wang Zhiyu also turned into a black light and activated his gluttony talent. The divine light released from Chen Chi's golden vertical pupils and Wang Jiu's sharp black knife. And the burning power of Li Decai's earth fire, all came together. They attacked first, and Yang Chen followed closely behind, performing the second move, Sun and Moonshine together. This improved version of Sun and Moonshine together takes spiritual power as its core and communicates all the power within the body. Release them all together in the shortest possible time. This is a move that takes all your effort. Immediately after Li Decai and his men's attack, it was as if a huge sun was slowly rising and finally crashing down. Boom! When such a massive attack was launched, the ground began to sink and everything around it melted. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, dust was stirred up all over the sky. But as the dust gradually settled, Elder Asio was still sitting there intact. Elder Asio's smile widened. Did you see that? Your attacks can't cause any harm to me, and you can't withstand my attacks. Tremble. Foolish human. The moment the words fell, a destructive aura burst out from Elder Asio. This is... Li Decai's heart was filled with alarm and he wanted to escape immediately. But he found that he could not move at all. He was suppressed by the destructive aura, and he was exhausted from using powerful martial arts several times in succession. Can't run. I can't run at all. Chen Qi and Wang Jiu's situations are similar to Li Decai's. As for Yang Chen, he still has some strength left. However, he did not move, but thought secretly, with such a terrifying aura, this Elder Asio was probably about to release an extremely powerful move. I don't think Zheng Yan, Li Decai, and the others can stop them at all. Even I definitely can't stop them. What to do? At this critical moment, Yang Chen suddenly recalled how to resolve the vortex flow just now. Why not just use that trick and fight it out? Suddenly, Yang Chen had an idea. Also, I can definitely create many powerful vortexes. The next moment, he waved his 8 arms, pouring in the power of time and creating 8 whirlpools. At the very second when the 8 whirlpools took shape, Elder Asio finally unleashed the powerful blow that he had been preparing for a while. Hold head high. Following a loud roar like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, a seemingly inconspicuous black sphere was thrown out by Elder Asio. The black sphere is very small, only the size of a palm, and flies very slowly, but the energy contained in it is something no one dares to underestimate. Destroy it. Elder Asio laughed loudly and arrogantly. In his opinion, after throwing this black sphere, it means the outcome is determined. Under Elder Asio's smiling gaze, Yang Chen stepped forward, his 8 arms controlling 8 whirlpools as he approached the extremely dark sphere. As soon as it approached, black sand-like substance peeled off from the black sphere and was completely absorbed by the vortex. It really works. Then increase the intensity. For a moment, Yang Chen used all his strength to activate the vortex. More and more black sand was absorbed by the vortex between Yang Chen's 8 arms. The volume of this black sphere rapidly decreased. From the size of a palm, it has shrunk all the way to the size of a ping-pong ball. At the end, it was actually completely and thoroughly absorbed by the vortexes between Yang Chen's 8 arms, and finally formed 8 dark vortexes. Elder Asio, who was still laughing wildly, suddenly stopped laughing. He looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. You. Impossible, how is this possible? Why can you dissolve my innate ability? Elder Asio's eyes were filled with horror. So it's a natural ability. Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, let me see what kind of talent you have later. It can actually ignore our attacks. As he thought about it, he was about to release the 8 dark whirlpools between his arms. But Yang Chen's mind raced and he suddenly stopped. He did not throw out 8 whirlpools, but instead controlled the dark whirlpools between his 8 arms to merge with each other. Elder Asio's talent for absorbing attacks should have an upper limit. It's impossible for him to absorb it infinitely. As long as my vortex is strong enough, it can destroy him in one fell swoop. As the thought flashed through his mind, Yang Chen sped up the process of fusing the 8 whirlpools, wanting to create a hard work with a fatal blow as quickly as possible. A ruthless job that is enough to kill Elder Asio in one go. The golden-green face of Elder Asio suddenly turned black, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. We know our own business, Elder Asio murmured in his heart, I just used all my strength to activate my talent. At this moment, I no longer have the strength to fight. Curse, who would have thought that human could actually dissolve my innate attack? My talent is SSS level. As he was thinking, Yang Chen had completed the fusion of the 8 whirlpools, forming an extremely large dark whirlpool. I'll give you some more ingredients. The fusion was completed, but he was not satisfied. Chapter 45. Your talent is strong, but now it's mine. Plunder, SSS level talent. Add some powerful stuff. Yang Chen roared and injected all the remaining strength in his body into the dark vortex. All the power lost its color after being integrated into the vortex, leaving only darkness. However, the volume of the vortex has increased significantly. Holding this large vortex with his 8 arms, Yang Chen took heavy steps and walked towards Elderassia step by step. Mainly, he also has to contain the power contained in the dark vortex. Li Dekai and the others were extremely surprised when they saw Yang Chen's series of actions. How can this be possible? Absolutely amazing. In addition to being shocked, they found that the aura of suppression was no longer on them. The strength in my body has also been restored. So, one by one they retreated, looking at the dark vortex in Yang Chen's hand with fear. Who knows how much horrible damage that thing can cause when it explodes? He took many steps back. At the same time, Yang Chen also walked up to Elder Ashu. He stared at Elder Ayu's face and said, "You are very confident and not motivated at all." Elder Ashu just smiled bitterly and did not respond. He didn't want to say that he didn't move because he had exhausted his magic power. This is his pride as an elder of the Stoneman tribe. Seeing that Elder Ashu said nothing, Yang Chen slowly lowered the dark vortex, then he released his Vajra giant talent and quickly retreated. Then I saw the dark vortex slowly falling. While the vortex was falling, Yang Chen had enough time to retreat to a relatively safe area. He had calculated all of this through the fire of civilization. After the vortex fell, it first expanded and then cut Elder Assio's extremely hard body in half. Then it suddenly shrank and disappeared into thin air, leaving only the head of Elder Asio. With only his head left, Elder Ayu looked towards Yang Chen unwillingly. "I never thought I would die like this. Damn humans. You scared me." Shenji stared at Ayu's head and patted his chest repeatedly. The remaining head can still speak. Li Dekai let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect that the little god of wealth's vortex would end up being just a lot of noise but little action. Fortunately, we have completely dealt with this Elder Asio." At this moment, Zhang Yan, who had recovered some strength, rushed forward and urged the Platinum Rage to attack the head. "Oh my god, so excited." Yang Chen hurried forward and plundered Ayu's life essence and talent. Fortunately, before Zhang Yan completely burned it, Yang Chen plundered all of Elder Ashu's life essence and talent. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level talent, Black Hole. SSS level. I thought so. It turns out Elder Asio's talent is SSS level. Yang Chen was shocked. Through the analysis of the fire of civilization, his pupils trembled, and it's a black hole talent. The effect of the black hole talent is to absorb all attacks. But the premise is that it does not exceed the strength of the physical body? In other words, how much attack the black hole talent can absorb depends entirely on the strength of my physical body. Finally, it can transform the absorbed attacks into a black hole to attack others. As long as you can't hit me, I can kill you in one move? This talent forces me to focus all my energy on physical defense. By the way, this is an SSS level talent I looted. I wonder if it will have any effect if I use it. Etc. I have the fire of civilization, why should I panic? As he spoke, the fire of civilization spread throughout his body like a torch. The resentful roar of Elder Ayu's spirit came from his body. You plundered my talent, I curse you. I curse you to die a miserable death." However, under the burning of the fire of civilization like the sun, Elder Asio's spirit quickly dissipated and disappeared completely. The black hole talent he plundered became as if it was a talent he was born with. At this time, Elder Asio's spirit completely melted and turned into nectar that fell down. In an instant, Yang Chen's cultivation level increased rapidly. Especially his spiritual power, which reached the level of Fu Qi state first. However, his martial arts cultivation was only stable at the perfect state of the 9th level of the innate realm. As his thoughts raced, he took a deep breath. "I need to calm down and comprehend the void, absorb strength from it, and refine myself before I can officially break through to the Qi subduing realm. Those who eat Qi will live longer." At this moment, he couldn't wait to find a quiet place. But right now he has something important to do to collect the treasure left behind by the Stoneman tribe. Star Stone. Li Dekai walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little god of wealth, next I'll have to trouble you to transport the bodies of the Stoneman and the Starstone treasure back." Yang Chen was stunned by Li Dekai's words. "Old Li, why are you learning from that Chen Qi guy? What's your name? Little god of wealth?" Li Dekai laughed and said, I don't think there's any problem at all. From now on, I'll call you Little God of Wealth. The problem with this name? Never mind. Don't worry about it. The most important thing is to seize the time to collect starstones and other things. But before that, drink a sip of the Vajra energy potion first. Yang Chen reached into the space, grabbed a few bottles of Vajra energy potion, and drank it in gulps. I get so hungry every time I activate my talent. After drinking more than 30 bottles of Vajra energy potion, Yang Chen's hunger was finally relieved. Li Dikai smacked his lips repeatedly. Every time I see you drinking the diamond energy potion like water, my heart aches. Hey, you always surprise me. I'm going to drink some energy potion and get some rest. Not only Li Dikai, but also Chen Shi, Wang Zhiyu, Zhang Yan and others also drank energy potions crazily. Replenish the physical strength and innate true chi lost after the battle. Let's search for the treasure first. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He jumped into the mine next to him before the others and searched for the treasure of the stoneman tribe. Starstone. Starstone. Still. Starstone. Because starstones are the most valuable at the moment, Yang Chen only has eyes for starstones. After sweeping all the starstones in the underground mine, Yang Chen stepped into the last pit. This is the only last hole. Yang Chen stared at the passage in front of him and took a deep breath. He searched all the passages ahead. But the gains were not as good as the last thrilling theft trip. His space was only half filled with starstones. Yang Chen walked forward along the underground tunnel until he appeared in the final cave chamber. In the inner room of this cave, a pile of starstones was placed in the middle, and inside, there was a box with a very exquisite appearance. The box is made entirely of black rock alloy. Just by bringing the box of black rock alloy back to Changwon Base and handing it in, you can earn a considerable amount of money. What's hidden in here? Yang Chen looked at the box. It actually needs to be made of black rock alloy to store it? Chapter 46 Moonstone. A box of moonstone. Let's talk about the black rock alloy box later. Let's collect all the starstones first. Yang Chen walked forward and put the randomly piled starstones into the space. Swish, swish, swish. The starstone entered his space. Only this box of black rock alloy remains. Could it be, what? Feeling suspicious, Yang Chen stepped forward, picked up the box and looked at it, and found that there was a combination lock on it that required a numeric code to open. He checked around but didn't see any keys or anything. Just force it open? But what if the important treasure inside is damaged? After hesitating for a moment, Yang Chen took out the obsidian sword. The obsidian sword is made of adamantium alloy, which is only one grade lower than black rock alloy. As long as I can control my strength, I might be able to open the black rock alloy box without damaging the treasure inside. Yang Chen gathered his strength, tightly gripped the obsidian knife and cut on the black rock box. Crack! The long knife slashed across, leaving a deep scratch on the black rock box. It worked! This gave Yang Chen hope. At that moment, he grabbed the long knife and cut the box repeatedly. Soon a square opening was opened on the top of it. Looking through the opening, Yang Chen saw stones emitting silver white light. Stone? Emitting a silvery white light? This is moonstone. Fuck, this is full of moonstone. Yang Chen recalled the relevant records about moonstone. Each one of them glows, and the light it emits is a crystal silver white color. In addition to its luminous properties, moonstone also looks like crystal on the surface. He reached out through the opening on top of the black rock box and picked up a stone that looked like a moonstone. Placing it flat in front of his eyes, Yang Chen examined it carefully for a while, matching the characteristics of moonstone in his memory with the stone in front of him one by one. It's really moonstone. This was the first thought that came to Yang Chen's mind. The second thought that immediately came to mind was, I'm rich. He carried a black rock alloy box of moonstone and rushed from the bottom of the mine to the ground. Then, he found Li Dikai and his friends who were resting not far away. Putting the black rock alloy box containing the moonstone heavily on the ground, Yang Chen took a deep breath and said, Quick, come and see what this is. Before Li Dikai even saw what was inside the black rock alloy box, his pupils had already shrunk to the size of needles. A box made of black rock alloy? It's as big as a suitcase. I think it can be used to make at least 2 jade weapons. His attention was entirely on the box. Old Li, your focus is wrong. Yang Chen really wanted to gouge out Li Decai's eyeballs, put them in the box, and let him take a good look at what treasures were inside. Li Decai rubbed his nose and said unconsciously, "Isn't that right? What's wrong?" After seeing Li Decai's performance, Yang Chen grinned and thought to himself, "I finally understand the story of buying the casket and returning the pearl." He walked forward, grabbed the black rock alloy box, and poured out the moonstone stored inside. As the moonstone, emitting a crystal luster, fell to the ground, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Shen Qi, fuck. Wang Jiyu, fuck. Li Decai, fuck. Zheng Yan, fuck. Finally, as if they had discussed it beforehand, they all said in unison, "Is this a moonstone?" Seeing their expressions at this moment, Yang Chen was very satisfied. "Yes, it is the moonstone." He picked up a piece of moonstone from the ground and said, "It looks like crystal in texture and has a silvery white luster. If you look closely, you can see irregular crystals on its surface. This is indeed the moonstone." Only then did Li Decai realize it belatedly and said, "No wonder this safe is made of black rock alloy. It turns out it contains moonstone." At this moment, Yang Chen was putting the moonstone back into the black rock alloy box. Result: Chen Qi sprinted forward, using his knees as a brake. After sliding for more than 10 meters, he appeared in front of the black rock alloy box. He immediately hugged the black rock alloy box with both hands, then leaned over to look at it again and again. After a while, Chen Qi's face burst into ecstasy. "It's moonstone, this is moonstone. We are going to get rich again, little god of wealth." He stretched out his fingers and made the number 3. This box of moonstones can be sold for at least 3 million merit points. By the way, where's the starstone? And the starstone? Starstone. The number of starstones is about 2/3 of the last time. Yang Chen estimated the result based on his own space. Chen Qi picked up a branch and gestured on the ground for a while. He raised his bright eyes and said, "About 5 or 6 million merit points." He said in a trembling voice, 9 million merit points are about to arrive." Zheng Yan stood up and said, "I think I can get a lot of merit points this time." Li Decai patted Zheng Yan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we can just rest here for a while. There are still many things to collect in this stoneman tribe. Like that potion that the stonemen use to increase their physical strength. Besides..." Before Li Decai could continue, Zheng Yan took out a book and said, "He. There is also the Tianju stone body technique, which is the top-level technique of the Stoneman clan. Even if you sell it online, you can still earn a lot of merit points. That's right, there are also various other resources left behind by the Stonemen. I'll leave those to you to plunder." Chen Qi held the box made of black rock alloy tightly. Even after he finished speaking, he kissed the black rock alloy box repeatedly. Moo. Moo. Everyone covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. At this moment, Yang Chen couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He pressed down on the box made of black rock alloy and said, "We can't use the moonstone directly, and there's no benefit in holding it like this." Chen Qi pushed the box of black rock alloy and said, "Since the little god of wealth has spoken, then we can discuss it. Now, be sure to preserve it well." He finally let go and reluctantly stepped aside. After storing a box of moonstones in the space, Yang Chen made an excuse and said, "I'm going to have a good rest first. I haven't recovered from the battle just now." Li Decai immediately agreed, "No problem, you can rest." As he spoke, he pointed to a row of houses across the street and said, "By the way, there's a martial arts practice altar built by the stonemen over there. You can rest there, it will be more effective." Yang Chen looked in the direction of Li Decai's finger. Unlike the high-tech closed martial arts training room at the Chengwang base, the Stoneman tribe's martial arts training altar is open air. There are only 8 stone pillars marking the area. That's called a martial arts training altar? Obviously, Yang Chen looked down on it. He did not think there was anything magical about this open-air martial arts training altar. Little god of wealth, don't underestimate that martial arts training altar. It is the top technology of the Stoneman tribe. Chapter 47, Talisman Technology. First level of Qi Fu. Chen Qi reminded from behind. Aren't they just a few stones? What kind of technology could it be? With disbelief, Yang Chen walked towards the stone altar. As soon as I entered the altar, I saw Chen Qi quickly following me and moving a stone in the middle of the altar. The 4 stone pillars placed around suddenly lit up with mysterious characters. The characters also emit a crystal blue light. And there are lines formed by lasers radiating from the top of the stone pillar, forming a laser net. With the laser nets connected to each other, clusters of misty air floated above the entire altar. Is this technology, the talisman technology, unique to the stoneman? Surprised, Chen connected to the Pangu network through the fire of civilization and learned the relevant information. Yes, this is the stoneman's rune technology. Shenji said firmly, I've specifically looked into it. The stonemen grind starstones and moonstones into powder, then use the powder as ink to draw runes on the stones. Each rune has a corresponding function. As long as they are combined, unexpected effects can be achieved. Shenji walked up to a stone pillar and pointed at the glowing runes on it, saying, for example, these runes can be used to strengthen spiritual power. He walked over to the nearby stone pillar and pointed at the glowing runestones on it, explaining, these runestones can enhance your perception of the void outside. In short, they are all different. Also, I heard that the stonemen have a runestone teleportation array that can teleport to Mars in just 1 second. Even further away. Rune teleportation array? Is there such a thing? Chen exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Shenji returned to the center of the altar and sat down. This is all introduced on the Pangu network. You definitely didn't see it. But you're right. The amount of knowledge in the Pangu network is immeasurable. There are tens of thousands of categories alone. Without specifically studying pharmacy, there's no way to understand the racial technology. Chen, on the other hand, learned martial arts techniques from various races on the Pangu network, and understood the unique physiques and shortcomings of each star race. Enhance your insight. You want to be a master of pharmacy. Chen looked at the stone pillars around him. I thought to myself, no wonder the stonemen were able to gain an advantage in the underground world of Chengwang. It turns out they have their own set of technology. Of course. Shenji patted his chest proudly, then sat cross-legged on the spot. I'll take a good rest too. After sighing for a while, Chen sat down in the place where the mist was the densest, and took the jade-clad god Fu sitting position. He was only 1 step away from the Fu Chi state and couldn't wait. In this new and wonderful sitting posture, and under the magical effect of the martial arts training altar, his mind radiated out. Seeping into the void. To take chi, you naturally need chi. Absorbing chi from the endless void is food, you will no longer need any food supplements. Just open your mouth and take a breath, and you'll be full immediately. Then chi. At this moment, as soon as Chen's spiritual power penetrated into the endless void, he saw balls of fire chi, thunder chi, metal chi, and gray-black stone chi. Going further up, he actually saw clusters of special divine energy with mysterious runes. These chis all correspond to my talents. A flash of enlightenment passed through Chen's mind. He continued looking upwards and saw a number of dark spheres. These spheres correspond to black hole chi. There are so many kinds of chi. Chen made up his mind, absorbed them all. All kinds of chi fell down with a bang. After the food entered Chen's body, his stomach, which was only half full just now, suddenly felt full. Is this what it feels like to eat chi? How amazing! However, being able to draw down the chi from the void does not count as the true state of chi obedience. I also need to use this chi to refine my innate true chi into jade liquid. Only when you produce the first drop of jade liquid can you be considered to have truly reached the state of chi submission. With this thought in mind, Chen used the method of refining the jade liquid recorded in the improved version of the Zhou Tiangang Star Forging Technique. Gather the power of talent and forge the innate true chi. It makes it brighter than the stars, so it is called Tiangang Star Forging Technique. Wow! Chi of various colors surrounded Chen's innate true chi of martial arts and forged it. The innate true chi gradually changed under the catalysis of countless kinds of chi. More and more innate true chi gathered at one point, and gradually turned into the shape of stars and sand. Shining brightly. He pulled out so much chi at once that he needed more innate true chi to refine a drop of star jade liquid. I pulled in too much chi, which actually raised my starting threshold. Chen understood it immediately. It's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. From now on, every time I improve my cultivation, I'll need a huge amount of life essence. Fortunately, I have the infinite plundering system. The higher the starting threshold, the better. Refining everything is possible. With the infinite plundering system as his backing, Chen was not afraid at all. He hardened his heart and pulled down more chi from the void. Exercise the innate true chi in your body and transform it into jade liquid with infinite creation. I don't know how long it has been. The first drop of jade liquid was finally formed. With the experience of training once, the second and third drops of jade liquid were formed one after another. 3 drops of jade liquid flowed through young Chen's body, transforming his bones, brain, muscles, blood, and skin. The jade liquid produced by ordinary martial arts masters in the Fuchi realm contains enormous power of creation. Not to mention Yang Chen, who ruthlessly absorbed all kinds of qi from the endless void. The jade liquid he forged has a stronger power of creation. It was as if his body was being forged into steel. After the 3 drops of jade liquid stabilized, Yang Chen paused and opened his eyes. A trace of helplessness crossed his face. I have such a powerful martial arts innate true qi, but I can only forge 3 drops of jade liquid. My starting point of the Fuchi realm is a little too high. He stretched out his hand and clenched it, and a sound of air explosion was heard, which scared Yang Chen himself. It smells so good. A high starting point has its advantages. Yang Chen was able to crush the air with his bare hands, and this was without activating the jade liquid, relying solely on his physical body. If the power of jade liquid is added, the effect will be even stronger. However, the qi absorbed from the void is actually related to talent. I still need to pay attention to this. The lightning talent absorbs lightning energy, the fire talent absorbs fire energy, and the diamond talent absorbs. Chapter 48 Void Dharma Realm. Giant Spirit Dharma Realm, Great Grinding Dharma Realm. Let me take a look. Yang Chen immediately connected to the Pangu network to absorb relevant knowledge. After being promoted to the Fuchi realm, his spiritual power grew. You can gain more relevant knowledge. Boom! As more knowledge descended, the fire of civilization in Yang Chen's mind was like hitting a bucket of kerosene. It suddenly exploded and burned. The color of the fire of civilization gradually changed from golden yellow to pure gold, exuding a sacred smell. It was not until this time that Yang Chen had completely absorbed all the knowledge in the Panga network. It turns out that the place where my spiritual power reaches is called the Void Dharma realm. Those with a talent for thunder can communicate with the heavenly thunder realm, those with a talent for fire can communicate with the sun realm, and those with a talent for gold can communicate with the White River realm. As for my Vajra talent, it actually connects me to an ancient Dharma realm called the Giant Spirit Dharma realm. The Giant Spirit realm. He murmured subconsciously, gathering his spiritual strength and piercing straight into the Giant Spirit realm. Yang Chen wanted to rush into the Giant Spirit realm to find out what was going on. But just when he touched the Giant Spirit realm, he was blocked outside by a golden light from Yang Chen. A giant figure as huge as the sky appeared from the Giant Spirit realm, and uttered a mighty voice, "Who dares to trespass into the Giant Spirit realm?" A sound like a huge bell was heard, and all the spiritual power that Yang Chen had gathered was dispersed. Suddenly returning to the void realm, Yang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and a look of fatigue appeared in his eyes. My spiritual power is damaged, and it's immediately reflected in my body. Sure enough, the spirit, the body, and the true qi are a trinity. If there is a problem in one of them, it will be reflected in the other two. A light golden light flashed in Yang Chen's pupils. Then he used his spiritual power to pull the qi of many void realms down from the void to repair himself. After a while, the injuries he had just suffered from forcing his way into the giant spirit's realm were finally healed. He looked up into the depths of the void. The giant spirit realm is indeed an ancient realm. Even a single eyelash of that giant spirit is over 10 feet long. It's so big it's scary. And this is just the ancient giant spirit realm. My black hole talent can connect to the ancient divine magic realm and the great grinding realm. If I force my way into the great grinding realm, I will most likely be cursed by the gods and demons. Whenever he thinks about it now, Yang Chen feels terrified. I'd better absorb more of the divine energy of the Dharma world to improve myself. As for matters in the Dharma world, I'll deal with them later. He took a deep breath and pulled down more divine energy from the world of all laws. Shirakawa Jin Chi. Sun Fire Chi. Divine Line Chi. Giant Spiritual Chi. Great Grind Chaos Chi. Wu Ming Hong Yu Chi. Various kinds of Qi descended, replenishing and strengthening Yang Chen's body. After the body grows stronger, a drop of new jade liquid is quickly formed. As a result, the previous jade liquid also became much more magical. As more and more jade liquids were produced, Yang Chen's martial arts skills were further improved. The first stage of Qi taking is gradually becoming complete. At the same time, in the Stoneman Royal Court. Above the magnificent Stoneman King's Court, on a dragon throne made of top-grade cold jade, sat a tall and majestic man. He looked at the crowd below and asked, "Why are you all silent, my dear ministers?" First, a large number of starstones were stolen from the Wuxing grottos. Then, Elder Au died, and the iron waterway was breached by humans. Don't you have anything to say? A man below stood up and said, Your Majesty, I suggest that we join forces with the other Stone Kings to wipe out the human base. The man sitting on the dragon throne snorted coldly and said, Just like you said, the human base is deserted. Have you forgotten that person? And their 5 divine guards? He didn't even dare to say his name, but the faces of the stoneman leaders below changed drastically. Another person stepped forward and said, Since our stoneman king cannot move for the time being, we can send the Shadow Elder to go there secretly. The stoneman on the dragon throne said with satisfaction, Very good, very good. Let the Shadow Elder go. We must guard the royal court. His eyes sighed, soon, the sun well beneath the royal court will erupt again. That will be the critical period. On the other side, after consolidating and perfecting his cultivation of the first level of the Fuji realm, Chen walked out of the martial arts practice altar. He stretched inside. I can feel my lifespan increase to 300 years. Those who take qi live longer, it's true. Then he saw Zhang Yan and Wang Jiu on another altar, using the resources left by the stoneman tribe to improve their cultivation. And Li Dekai was jumping off the roof. Boom! Li Dekai landed heavily, leaving a large dent in the ground. He then walked over and said, Little god of wealth, have you finally rested well? Seeing the smile on his face, Chen nodded in response. Okay. Li Dekai walked towards the cliff behind him and said, Let's go back and hand in all our stuff. It's better to put the merit points in your pocket. Yes, there were still as many starstones and moonstones in the space as last time. Chen hurried to follow. The two of them walked along the cliff, crossed the iron waterway, and soon returned to the Changwang underground base. Just when he was handing over the starstone and moonstone, Chen suddenly discovered that his space had become much larger. It is a full 10,000 cubic meters and can hold more things. It seems that every time I make a breakthrough in my martial arts, my spatial talent will grow to a certain extent. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Chen's eyes. The verification was just completed at this moment, and a total of 9.83 million merit points were credited to the account. What do you mean, Lao Li? Chen still looked at Li Dekai. We all contributed this time, little god of wealth, you are going to make a fortune. Li Dekai said with a smile. It doesn't matter. I already have 6 million merit points anyway. Chen said nonchalantly. Okay, I'm relieved with what you said. Li Dekai said with a wave of his hand, then we'll each get 1.2 million merit points. Okay. Chen agreed on the spot and started operating on the smart device, distributing a total of 4.8 million merit points. He still had more than 5 million merit points left. Including the last time, he had a total of 11 million merit points left. With such a huge sum of money in hand, Chen can be said to be full of confidence. Even the steps under my feet are much lighter. Just as the two walked out of the delivery point, they saw a beautiful figure standing at the entrance of the underground base from afar. Besides, it was noon and there were not many people around. The figure looked very abrupt. She wore a short coat with a burgundy vest underneath, loose camouflage trousers, and a pair of light brown boots. His whole body is filled with the breath of youth. A woman who looks very nice from behind. Chen stopped and looked at her for a while. How is it? Does it look good? Li Dekai said to the woman with his chin raised. Chapter 49, Guarding the Iron Waterway for half a month? Looking at the back, he should look pretty good. Chen commented with his arms folded. As he was speaking, Li Dekai walked towards the direction where the woman was. Oh my god, old Li, I didn't realize you were so brave? Chen exclaimed in surprise and quickly followed. As soon as I approached, I saw Li Dekai shouting, Sister, why are you here? The woman turned around, and Chen found out that it was none other than Li Dekai's sister, Li Jinmeng. Li Jinmeng's eyes, which were filled with diamond luster, were quickly returning to normal. She was just intervening in the timeline to calculate Chen's location. What a coincidence! Li Jinmeng's eyes wandered between Chen and Li Dekai. I was just about to look for you. Li Dekai shrugged and said, It's quite a coincidence indeed. But you definitely wouldn't come to us for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Li Jinmeng coughed lightly and said, The Stoneman King's court has sent a shadow elder of the 4th level of Chifu to retake the Iron Waterway. So? You're in big trouble. How about it, do you want my help? The muscles at the corners of Li Dekai's mouth twitched. We just took over the iron waterway not long ago, and the stonemen already know about it? Li Jinmeng crossed her arms and came closer. Don't you know that every stoneman has a stoneman mark on his body? Once they die, everyone in the Stoneman King's court will hear the news. So, an attack against you is coming. Li Dikai took a step back and stammered, I really don't know about that. Wait, Shenxi, Zhang Yan and the others are still improving their martial arts skills on the altar of the iron waterway. How do we tell them to run? Li Jinmeng put her hands on her hips and said, Brother, can't you just think about not running away? Li Dikai curled his lips and said, a shadow elder of the 4th level of Chifu, if I don't run away and wait for them to kill me, am I right? Li Jinmeng sighed and groaned, Starstone is a very important resource. And your seizure of the iron waterway is actually an opportunity. There are important deployments up there. Li Dikai still looked indifferent. What does the higher-ups' orders have to do with me? People are almost dead, so what? Li Jinmeng stomped her feet, and the ground beneath her feet cracked into pieces. Li Dikai and Yang Chen shrank their heads at the same time, and only then did they remember that the girl in front of them was a martial arts master in the indestructible realm. Li Jinmeng showed her Lieutenant Colonel ID badge, I am now the new commander of Changwang Base, Captain Li Dikai, Lieutenant Yang Chen. Li Dikai saluted with a pa sound and responded with a hear. Li Jinmeng looked at Yang Chen again. Even Li Dikai was obedient. Yang Chen had no choice but to imitate Li Dikai and give a military salute, here. Li Jinmeng pointed at Li Dikai and said, I'm trying to talk to you nicely, but you won't listen and insist on me showing off my power. Snort. Typical example of someone who refuses to accept a toast and then drinks a penalty. Now, I need you to guard the waterway for half a month, no matter what method you use. When the time comes, I will arrange for people to support you. Do you hear me? Li Jinmeng at this moment was completely different from before. Each word was more powerful than the last, and there was no doubt about it. Yes. Li Dikai and Yang Chen agreed at the same time. Li Jinmeng nodded in satisfaction and walked inside. Only Li Dikai and Yang Chen were left. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Chen shook his head repeatedly, oldly, your sister's aura is really terrifying. Li Dikai gave a bitter laugh, a martial arts master in the unbreakable realm, what do you think? Furthermore, the ID card she just took out also has the function of an ancient imperial sword. It seems that Changwang Base is about to face a bloody storm. Bloody storm? What does that mean? A question mark popped up in Yang Chen's head. She has the right to kill anyone who interferes, regardless of their position. Li Dikai looked in Li Jinmeng's direction. Let's go. This isn't our concern. Let's hurry up and do some shopping. Hearing that it was about purchasing, Yang Chen suddenly retracted his leg. Shouldn't we hurry to the iron waterway to inform Chen Qi and the others? Li Dikai shook his head and said, don't worry, we'll be stationed there for half a month. We need to buy all the supplies and equipment, and also some powerful weapons and equipment. 2. The two found a special supply purchasing point nearby and started spending lavishly. With 11 million merit points in hand, Yang Chen waved his hand. Directly purchase various supplies needed to reach the high level of Qi realm. Tianhua spiritual essence. Listen to the divine incense. Among them, Tianhua Lingjing is the purest energy collected from the universe by masters of the Fuqi realm using spiritual power. After taking it, masters of the Fuqi realm can increase their martial arts skills and enhance their physical strength. Ting Xinxiang is a martial arts master who went deep into the sea, killed dragon-scaled tiger whales, and collected the brains of dragon-scaled tiger sharks to make precious incense, which is very effective in enhancing spiritual power. After all the spending, Yang Chen's account balance was reduced by more than 1 million merit points, leaving only 10 million. Li Dikai also spent a lot, directly using 500,000 merit points. After obtaining the supplies, the two returned to Taishuadao and reunited with Zhang Yan and the others. Next, we will have a fierce battle, so everyone should be prepared. Li Dikai became serious for a rare time. The Stoneman King's court has already sent a 4th-level Chifu master to reclaim the Iron Waterway. We are asked to guard the Iron Waterway for half a month. Chen Qi grinned, the 2-week garrison mentioned above is often extended. I estimate that the team will be stationed for at least a month. It's over. Li Dikai agreed deeply, that's right. That's true, so this time we need to work together to overcome the difficulties. Li Dikai looked at Zhang Yan intentionally or unintentionally. After all, Zhang Yan only joined halfway, so he couldn't be counted as someone brought up by Li Dikai. At this time, Zhang Yan weakly raised a hand and said, Lao Li, I may have to go back. Li Dekai thought for a moment and said, okay, you can go back. Chen Qi, Wang Zheyu, where are you two? The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. We're not going back. Watching Zhang Yan leave the team, Li Dekai wondered in his heart whether Zhang Yan would desert the battlefield. At times like this, it's hard to say. Li Dekai asked Chen Qi hesitantly, do you think Zhang Yan really went back for something, or did he just run away? Chen Qi pursed his lips and said, it's hard to say. There are two possibilities. It depends on whether Zhang Yan has the heart. Li Dekai sighed and said, forget it, let's ignore him for now. If we want to guard this iron waterway for a month, we have to hurry up and improve our martial arts skills. Little god of wealth, please take out the things and share them among us. The supplies purchased by Li Dekai were also stored in Yang Chen's space. Having a talent for space saves trouble. Looking at the supplies in the space and taking them out one by one, Chen Qi's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 50 Li Jinmeng brought a potion that will definitely make you a warrior. Is this all prepared for us? Li Dekai nodded and pointed at himself, do you think I'm preparing this for someone else? Chen Qi whimpered and shook his head, not really. Then I won't be polite. He rubbed his hands repeatedly. Li Dekai extended a hand, please, as long as you can improve your cultivation a little more in a short period of time. At this moment, Yang Chen took out all the supplies prepared by Li Dekai, and then began to take out the supplies he had prepared himself. Tianhua Spiritual Essence. Listen to the divine incense. Chen Qi looked at the series of treasures that Yang Chen took out to improve his cultivation with envy. These treasures can only be digested by those at the high level of the Fuji realm. Seeing him ask, Yang Chen took a breath, and the Qi light of the world of all laws appeared around him. I have already reached the Qi obeying realm, how about you? Chen Qi, who was fishing for treasure, froze in place. Li Dekai coughed, and a radiant Qi emerged from his breath. I'm also at the first level of the Fuji realm. How about you? Li Dekai and Yang Chen both looked at Chen Qi with burning eyes. Chen Qi sat down on the ground. Am I the only clown? Are you all big brothers in the Fuji realm? No, there's also Wang Zheyu. It's impossible that Wang Zheyu has also become a master of the Fuji realm. Li Dekai sneered, compared to him, he's just like the little god of wealth. He's a newcomer who has only been in the Great Wall garrison for less than a year. And you? Chen Qi was still unwilling to give up. He grabbed Wang Zheyu and said, Chef Wang, how is your martial arts training going? Wang Zheyu scratched his head and said blankly, I am at the 8th level of Innate. Chen Qi pointed at Wang Zheyu and said, did you hear that? Innate level 8. Wait, you're already at the 8th level of Xiantian? Wang Zheyu nodded hesitantly, yes. Chen Qi released his hand from Wang Zheyu, that's not right, how come you're so fast? Wang Zheyu smiled awkwardly and explained, as long as I activate my gluttony talent, I can become stronger by eating non-stop. The more you eat, the faster your martial arts skills will grow. Chen Qi covered his chest and said, I feel so uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. Wang Zheyu can get stronger as long as he keeps eating. But I, alas, have to practice hard step by step. He was about to continue sighing when Yang Chen interrupted, since Chef Wang can become stronger just by eating, then, can you eat this? At the same time, Yang Chen took out the Tianhua Spiritual Essence. This is a treasure that can only be digested by martial arts masters at the high level of the Fuji realm. Wang Zheyu felt the majestic aura contained in the Tianhua Spiritual Essence. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to try it. Li Dekai quickly reached out to stop him. Wang Zheyu, don't mess around, this is Tianhua Spirit Essence, even masters of the Fuji realm would need a long time to digest it. Don't let yourself get blown away. Wang Zheyu pushed away Li Dekai's obstruction and said, sorry, coach, I want to try. After saying that, Wang Zheyu entered the state of talent activation. The whole body was covered in black, turning into a dark human figure. He walked forward, took the Tianhua spiritual essence from Yang Chen's hand, and then swallowed it into his stomach. In an instant, bursts of powerful and scorching air spread out. Balls of light burst out from Wang Zheyu's dark body. Li Dekai frowned, nonsense. Although he was angry, he still walked forward, ready to deal with any sudden situation. But the light coming from Wang Zheyu became dimmer and dimmer, eventually disappear into thin air. Chen Qi was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He really was digested by Chef Wang? After a long while, Wang Zheyu exited the state of talent activation. He covered his stomach and said, I'm full. This is the first time I've ever felt full. Wang Zhiyu's face was filled with ecstasy, and when he looked at young Chen again it was as if he had seen his benefactor. Chen Shi poked his head out and asked, Chef Wang, what is your current level of cultivation? Wang Zhiyu concentrated and sensed for a while before saying, I am now. I have reached the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, and I am only one step away from reaching the Qi subduing realm. Chen Shi covered his forehead and said, he is so helpless. I am the only one with the weakest martial arts cultivation, right? Li Dekai pressed Chen Shi's shoulder and said, that's right. This is an extraordinary time, not an ordinary one. I have to urge you on. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the upcoming battles between the masters of the Fuqi realm. Chen Shi sighed, okay, buddy, I'll try my best to keep up with you. He brought some resources to the altar and began to practice seriously. Wang Zhiyu followed closely behind. He had already reached perfection in the 9th level of the innate realm, and all he needed was to concentrate his mind once more to comprehend the void realm. Seeing that Chen Shi was getting into the game, Li Dekai didn't waste any more words in order to deal with the upcoming battle to defend the waterway. He seizes every minute and every second. Yang Chen, on the other hand, released his spiritual power, using the powerful spiritual power to shatter Tianhua Lingjing's equipment. Grains of Tianhua spiritual essence, as bright as crystals, slowly floated up. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the spiritual essence of Tianhua into his stomach. The Tianhua spiritual essence spread in his body, turning into the most primitive pure energy, replenishing his body. With the replenishment of Tianhua spiritual essence and the Qi light of the world of all laws, drops of unusually thick jade liquid were born from his body. The newly generated jade liquid further enhances young Chen's physical strength. Under such a cycle, the smell of the jade liquid became heavier and heavier, and each drop was heavier than a bluestone slab weighing hundreds of pounds. This is just the beginning of Yang Chen's journey to the Qi realm. At the same time, Zhang Yan ran all the way back to the Changwon underground base and also began to frantically buy various supplies. It is to deal with the Battle of the Iron Waterway. As a result, he saw a beautiful girl scolding someone loudly. Zhang Yan was amazed and asked, whose big boss's child is this? He curiously moved closer to take a look. You won't know the result until you see it. When Zhang Yan saw it, he was shocked. Fuck, isn't this Commander Fong Yuanfong, the #1 commander of Changwon base? This little bitch actually managed to discipline Commander Fong into this state? As a result, the girl suddenly turned around, stared at Zhang Yan, and said, you, come here. Zhang Yan was stunned. Me? This girl was none other than Li Jinmeng. Li Jinmeng shouted, yes, it's you. Zhang Yan complained in his heart, she looks pretty, why is she so bad-tempered? But seeing Commander Fong Yuanfang's bruised face, Zhang Yan still stepped forward and asked, excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? He unconsciously used the honorific. It's really that Li Jinmeng's momentum is too strong. Li Jinmeng took out a bottle of crimson potion and handed it over, saying, this is a potion that will 100% guarantee you'll become a Chengguang warrior. Zhang Yan couldn't believe his ears. You, what did you say? A potion that guarantees you will become a Changwon warrior? Li Jinmeng nodded and said, that's right, your half-lightened friend will recover immediately after taking this potion. Zhang Yan's heart was pounding, as his half-glowing friend had always been his biggest secret. The result was revealed by Li Jinmeng in one sentence. At this moment, Zhang Yan's hands were shaking and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 51 The Shadow Elder of the Stoneman Tribe. What are you waiting for? Take the potion and go find your friend. Li Jinmeng's pretty face was filled with murderous intent. By the way, after you cure your friend, take him to the Iron Waterway as quickly as possible. Zhang Yan looked straight at Li Jinmeng. He was a little dumbfounded and wondered in his heart, how could this little girl know everything? Li Jinmeng snorted coldly, go quickly. Zhang Yan said timidly, I'll go right away. After saying that, he looked at Commander Fong again, his heart trembling. It would be better to hurry up and go. Zhang Yan tied the potion around his neck and hurried to the location where his friend was half transformed. There was some excitement in his eyes. On the other side, Li Jinmeng circled Fong Yuan several times and said, before this, you still had a reason not to make any deployments. Because photochemical reactions can occur at any time outside the base, light pollution inhibitors must always be prepared. But now, I have a large amount of time potion in my hands. What are your plans, Fong Yuan? Fang Yuan begged for mercy again and again, little aunt, as long as there is the time potion, let alone defending the iron waterway. Even if we have to charge into the Stoneman King's court, it's fine. Li Jinmeng's lips curved into a beautiful arc. Okay, follow me to get the Changwang potion. Fang Yuan was afraid of Li Jinmeng and just followed her from a distance. Soon, they arrived at the transmission channel. Li Jinmeng clapped her hands, and boxes of medicine slid out from the passage and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed at the boxes emerging from the passage. What are these? Li Jinmeng nodded. Yes, these are all. We only recently developed this Changwang potion. She felt quite proud. This potion was a treasure she had obtained through timeline deduction. Its function was to inhibit light pollution, photochemical reactions, and transform people into time warriors. But then, she murmured in her heart that Chen was also weird. He actually let him find the most important medicine of Chen Guang. Fang Yuan immediately ran into the base and notified everyone in the base to come and take the Chen Guang potion. At first, the people at the base were skeptical. But later, after they witnessed many people transforming into Chengguang warriors, they all became extremely active. From then on, Chengguang warriors were no longer a rare species. On the other side, carrying the Chengguang potion, Zhang Yan ran all the way to a secret coordinate point. In order to protect his friend Guanghua, he deliberately hacked into the Changwang base network and erased the coordinates. No one has discovered this secret place. It only exists in Zhang Yan's memory. Not long after, he appeared in a place that was not shown on the Changwang world map. From a distance, I saw a guy whose half body was light and the other half was human. Chen Hai, long time no see. Zhang Yan said excitedly. The man called Chen Hai turned around stiffly. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come here until we develop a drug that can completely solve the problem of light pollution? Zhang Yan excitedly picked up the potion hanging around his neck and said, there's an antidote. It was just developed not long ago. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Hai's cloudy eyes, and then fell silent again. It seems that the person is about to die. Zhang Yan was puzzled. Even with this potion, why are you still unhappy? Chen Hai said calmly, I have lived alone for a long time, and I am old. Time medicine. Zhang Yan stepped forward and interrupted Chen Hai. Old Chen, what do you mean by old age? Where are your dreams? Have you forgotten why you brought me to the Changwang underground base? Zhang Yan handed over the Changwang potion and said, with the Changwang potion, we have a chance to fight the stoneman head-on. A light flashed in Chen Hai's pupils again. Fight with the stoneman? Zhang Yan nodded vigorously. That's right, as long as you take this potion. Chen Hai gritted his teeth and took the Chengguang potion. He looked at Zhang Yan deeply again, then raised his head and drank the potion. In the few moments after drinking it, there was no change in Chen Hai's body. Just when the two were full of questions, the light on Chen Hai's body suddenly faded, and he returned to his original human appearance. Zhang Yan let out a long sigh. I told you, this medicine will definitely work. His heart was beating fast. If that little girl hadn't told him that she had a Guanghua friend, she really wouldn't have had the courage to come over. Chen Hai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes. My martial arts skills have actually improved? Zhang Yan helped him analyze the situation. For so many years, old Chen, you have been using your martial arts skills to fight against the erosion of time's power. It's reasonable that your martial arts skills have improved. Chen Hai stood up suddenly, stroked his beard and said, it seems that God wants me to continue fighting. The Stonecutter tribe. Zhang Yan quickly took out bottles of Tianhua Lingjing and handed them to Chen Hai. Don't worry, take this to nourish your body first. Chen Hai recognized what Zhang Yan handed over at a glance. Good boy, you are rich now. Tianhua spirit essence is readily available. Zhang Yan smiled sheepishly and said, I just made a fortune by following someone. Chen Hai quickly swallowed a few Tianhua spiritual essences and digested them. His originally gray hair had turned much darker. The other side. After many days of transforming and absorbing the spiritual essence of Tianhua, Yang Chen's martial arts cultivation reached the second level of the Fuji realm. But if his starting point in the Fuji realm wasn't too high, he would definitely be able to reach a few more levels. Chen Qi and Wang Zhiyu finally broke through to the Fuji realm. Seeing that Zhang Yan had not returned yet, Chen Qi shouted, Zhang Yan, you have no heart. Li Dikai still looked nonchalant. What the hell? Everyone has their own ambitions. I can only say that his ambitions are not here. Get ready for battle. I estimate that it won't be long before those shadow elders of the Stoneman tribe arrive. Just saying. A teasing voice came from above their heads. Hey, you're quite sensitive. You know we're almost there. Swish, swish, swish. 5 figures appeared in front of Lee Dekai. They were the 5 shadow elders of the stoneman tribe. Each of them has at least the 4th level of martial arts cultivation. Human boy, we can spare your life. One of the shadow elders of the stoneman tribe named Chishan said. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Lee Dekai was not afraid. He drew the spear from his waist and pointed it at Elder Chishan. You're brave. Elder Chishan gave a thumbs up. However, the gap between you and me is as vast as the world. Elder Chishan threw the first punch, and Lee Dekai met his attack with a gun. Boom! When the fist and the gun collided, it was Lee Dekai who suffered the loss. He was knocked back several steps by the huge force. At the same time, Lee Dekai and Chen also saw the true strength of the elder. 6th level of the Fuchi realm. A flash of horror flashed across Chen eyes. No wonder he was able to repel Lee Dekai with just one punch. Lee Dekai calmed the surging blood and chi in his body, looked directly at Elder Chishan, and said, Come again. Chapter 52 The terrifying combat power of the 6th level of Fuchi. While Lee Dekai was speaking, he immediately activated his talent. The underground lava immediately covered his entire body, and the power of time was poured into the spear at the same time, and his body suddenly grew to 3 meters. Like a lava fire god. With a burning aura emanating from his entire body, Lee Dekai kicked the ground and leaped up, brandishing a huge spear covered in lava and smashing it down towards Elder Chishan. Bang! With a dull explosion, Elder Chishan's big hand firmly grasped Lee Dekai's attack. Crack! Crack! The spear, emitting scorching air currents, exploded inch by inch in the hands of Elder Chishan. At the same time, Elder Chishan waved his hand, and layers of air waves rolled up, blowing Lee Dekai away. That's all, human boy. Elder Chishan dusted himself off and said, I'll give you a chance to submit to my stoneman tribe. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a bang, Lee Dekai fell heavily to the ground. His heart sank. Is there such a big gap between the strength of the 2nd level of Fuchi and the 6th level of Fuchi? He has reached the 6th level of Chi and has been nourished by the Chi light of the world of all laws for a long time. He can display amazing combat power just with his strong physical body. But even though he looked extremely miserable, Lee Dekai still said firmly, You want me to surrender? Absolutely not. Unless you step over my dead body. Elder Chishan snorted coldly, You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Since you are seeking death, then I will grant your wish, True Dragon Dharma Realm, Stone Dragon. Elder Chishan shouted in a deep voice, and a group of dragon shadows appeared on Elder Chishan's body. Hold head high. With a dragon roar, a stone dragon covered with dragon scales rose from the soil. The stone dragon is more than 10 meters tall, and its head is 3 meters long. The stone dragon stared with a pair of scarlet eyes and rushed towards Lee Dekai. And with a loud boom sound. This stone dragon was so huge and so fast that it was impossible to avoid it. In an instant, the huge head of the stone dragon appeared before his eyes. Lee Dekai's heart was filled with alarm. He hurriedly raised his spear to resist, trying to stop the stone dragon. Naive. Just like you, a human being at the 2nd level of Fuchi, you think you can stop the attack of this elder. Elder Chishan looked at Lee Dekai with disdain. But at this moment, Chen shouted, I'm here to help you. Chen immediately used his golden vertical pupils to help Lee Dekai block the attack. But unfortunately, the two of them were no match for each other. Being pushed back by the stone dragon, their bones kept exploding. Crack, crack, crack. After a brief contact, both of them were seriously injured. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by. It was Wang Jiu. He also came to help block the terrifying propulsion force of the stone dragon. However, under the terrifying pressure of the stone dragon, blood spurted out from the mouths and noses of the 3 people. Unstoppable. It's impossible to stop it. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and a fist shadow appeared out of thin air. With just one punch, he shattered the stone dragon that Lee Dekai, Chen and Wang Jiu were unable to resist. As the stone dragon exploded, Lee Dekai and the other 3 were dragged back more than 10 meters by a pair of large hands. Lee Dekai only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he saw it again, he saw an extremely familiar face. It's Yang Chen. Seeing the miserable appearance of the three people, Yang Chen grabbed a handful of the remaining Tianhua spiritual essence, exerted force with his fingers, crushed the Tianhua spiritual essence into powder, and sprinkled it into the air. You guys rest here first, and let me give it a try. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the 5 shadow elders of the Stoneman clan. Li Dikai tried his best to absorb the Tianhua spiritual essence powder into his body to recover from his injuries. He looked at Elder Qishan, who had just released the True Dragon Realm. True Dragon Realm? He actually possesses a talent related to dragons. We must plunder it. Elder Qishan uttered a soft huh, with a flicker of surprise and doubt in his eyes. He's only at the 2nd level of Fuchi, yet he possesses the power to oppose my True Dragon talent. Boy, quickly hand over the secret on you, and I can spare your life. Looking directly at Elder Xiang Qishan, Yang Chen grinned, you want my secret? Then come and get it yourself. The sun and the moon shine together. While speaking, Yang Chen took out the dragon arc longsword and the obsidian longsword. With spiritual power as the core, I am the master of heaven and earth, and all power is at my disposal. As the two swords were swung, a force that could change the world poured out. Elder Qishan made a hand gesture with both hands. With a boom, Elder Qishan transformed into a half-dragon, half-human creature that was more than 30 meters tall. The giant claws covered with dragon scales grabbed down from the air, trying to suppress Yang Chen's sun and moon in one fell swoop. Puff! The sharp light cut through, leaving a deep mark on Elder Qishan's giant claws. Although Elder Qishan's claws recovered quickly, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. I was actually injured by a kid who only reached the 2nd level of Qi. Shame! The Qishan elders no longer held back. The pillar of stone will break the Genshan. He roared, raised his big feet and stomped them on the ground, forming a circle of huge rocks that carried a heavy force and attacked the surroundings. Huge rocks emerged from the ground, and if you were not careful, the rocks would open a back door. For a moment, Yang Chen dodged repeatedly. Unfortunately, there were too many huge rocks emerging from the ground, and he failed to dodge in time and was hit by them. The whole person flew backwards. After rolling several times in the air, Yang Chen landed and checked himself. Result: I'm fine? A glint flashed in his eyes. It's my black hole talent, and my strong physical fitness at the 2nd level of the Fuchi realm. Realizing this, Yang Chen dusted himself off and stood up again, feeling a little relieved. It seems that if I just fight a little more skillfully, I won't get hurt. He felt much more at ease, and even pointed his finger at Elder Qishan, come on, hit me. At this moment, Yang Chen's expression looked so annoying. Elder Qishan was furious, how dare you be so arrogant at the 2nd level of Fuchi? Hold head high. Elder Qishan let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and several dragon heads rose behind him. At first glance, it looks like the 9-headed dragon in mythology. Elder Qishan's 6th level Chi-Fu strength was fully unleashed, and his majestic aura spread out. If you are timid, you will be scared to death by his appearance. Bang bang! A total of 8 dragon heads appeared, and each of them spewed out balls of golden flames that swept over. The range of the golden flame was too large, and Yang Chen had no way to avoid it, and was covered by the golden flame. Suddenly, balls of golden flames rose from his body. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he would be completely engulfed by the golden flames and burned to ashes. This golden flame is really formidable. Yang Chen looked at his arm that was on fire and growled, since that's the case, Juling Dharma Realm, Vajra. At this moment, he deliberately pulled in more chi from the giant spirit world and used all his strength to activate his Vajra talent. Chapter 53 We, the stonemen, are not fools. Absorbing all the power of a Dharma realm to increase the strength of talent, this is a move Yang Chen just learned from Elder Qishan. Driven by the chi light of the giant spirit world, a beam of golden light rose from Yang Chen's body, and the 18-meter-tall 8-armed Vajra giant slowly stood up from the golden flame of Elder Qishan. The effect of the Fuchi realm on improving my talent is really huge. Yang Chen sighed to himself. His 8 arms rolled up layers of airwaves, forming whirlpools. As the vortex rotated, it attracted all the golden flames around it, forming a series of flame vortexes. The golden flames ignited on Yang Chen's body were all absorbed by the vortex, and the parts of his body that were burned into charcoal also healed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he condensed 8 golden flame vortexes. Elder Qishan suddenly stopped spitting out golden flames, a look of surprise and doubt flashed in his eyes. What kind of move is this? You absorbed my attack? The stoneman Elder Leishan from the back said sarcastically, Qishan, if you can't do it, then call us for help. Don't try to show off. It seems that the stoneman tribe is not united either. Elder Chishan snorted coldly, I don't need your help. This elder can take down this guy in a few minutes. Isn't it just about transforming my innate abilities? Okay. I want to see how much of my innate abilities you can transform. True Dragon Realm, Heavenly Dragon Technique. The Tianlong art was a secret art from the ancient Tianlong clan that Chishan realized with the help of his true dragon talent and daily communication with the True Dragon Realm. This art has immense power. Then I saw Elder Chishan reciting strange syllables. The dragon heads on his body turned into stone one after another. But soon, the petrified dragon head cracked open, and out of it flew a flesh and blood, vivid, and living Eastern dragon. A flying dragon in the sky. Elder Chishan roared loudly, and a dragon flew into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. However, young Chen, possessing keen insight, quickly realized that the dragon created by Elder Chishan's dragon technique was not a physical entity. Although it looks very real, Elder Chishan is only at the Fuchi realm in martial arts cultivation after all. If he were a martial arts master at the Jin Yuan realm or the indestructible realm, perhaps he could create a real dragon with flesh and blood and a physical body. After realizing this, young Chen put all 8 arms on the ground at the same time, and all 8 hands plus his legs exerted force at the same time. He pounced on the mighty dragon flying into the air with a whirlpool all over his body, like pulling an onion out of dry land. Head-on confrontation. He hugged the dragon's head, used his black hole talent to dissolve the dragon's impact force, and then absorbed the power of the dragon's technique through the vortex. Elder Chishan snorted coldly, how arrogant. How dare you confront my Tianlong technique in this way? It's simply courting death. But in the next second, the vortex on Yang Chen's body grew rapidly and madly absorbed the power from Tianlong. Moreover, a light bulb went off in his head, and he created a number of inconspicuous black holes in the vortex. Under the guidance of the small black hole, the vortex effect becomes stronger. In this way, the vortex absorbs Tianlong's power faster and faster. An entire celestial dragon that was over 30 meters long gradually disappeared under the crazy absorption of the 8 whirlpools. Elder Chishan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, it's fake, right? This. He no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Just when Elder Chishan was extremely shocked, the entire Tianlong was completely absorbed by the vortex created by Yang Chen. It's actually possible to combine the power of vortex and black hole talents and use them together. A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. I don't know how effective it will be. He took a deep breath and poured many kinds of power into the black hole vortex he had just created. Gold, thunder, fire, and even his space power. While infusing power, it also aggregates multiple black hole vortexes into one. Elder Chishan, right? Yang Chen looked straight at Elder Chishan, a sneer on his face, I'll leave your moves to you. As he spoke, he exerted force with his 8 diamond arms at the same time and threw the vortex in his hands towards Elder Chishan. Chishan was still in a daze, with a lot of question marks on his head. It was not until the black hole vortex descended upon his head that Elder Chishan came to his senses. But by the time he came to his senses, it was too late. Suddenly enveloped by the huge whirlpool, a destructive force swept towards Elder Chishan. This damn kid. Elder Chishan suddenly shrank his body and returned to his original height of about 2 meters. He reduces the damage of the black hole vortex by shrinking his body size. At the same time, the Tianju stone body technique was hurriedly used, and layers of extremely hard stone armor grew on the surface of Elder Chishan's body. As the terrifying tearing force of the black hole vortex was exerted, the stone armor covering Elder Chishan's entire body quickly decreased. But Elder Chishan offset the tearing force of the black hole vortex by constantly creating stone armor. After a long while, Elder Chishan managed to completely offset the terrifying power of the black hole vortex by constantly creating stone armor. Although he managed to forcibly neutralize the black hole vortex, Elder Chishan had also exhausted his strength and was at the end of his rope. Damn it! Yang Chen waved his fist, I actually failed to kill the Chishan Elder in one fell swoop. Hurry up and finish off the enemy. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, Yang Chen turned into a stream of light and was about to kill Elder Chishan as quickly as possible and plunder his life essence and true dragon talent. Especially the life essence. As long as he gets the life essence replenished by Elder Chishan, he will be able to fight the remaining shadow elders of the Stoneman clan again. But if there is no... It seemed that Yang Chen was about to kill Elder Chishan with one punch. A stone wall suddenly rose up, blocking Yang Chen's fatal punch. Although the stone wall only blocked Yang Chen for 1 second, in that second, Elder Qishan was grabbed by the shadow elder of the Stoneman clan and retreated to a safe distance. What a shame! Yang Chen slammed his fist to the ground. He looked at Elder Leishan with a hint of sarcasm. I didn't expect you, Elder Leishan, would come forward to stop me. Weren't you very disgusted with Elder Qishan just now? Elder Leishan put Elder Qishan aside and said, don't use this kind of low-level divisive tactics. I, Elder Leishan, am not a fool. No matter how much I have grievances with Elder Qishan, that is our own business. The Elder Qishan standing by did not appreciate it. Damn Leishan, I didn't ask you to save me. Elder Leishan ignored Elder Qishan and took a step forward. I am Leishan from the Stoneman clan. I have come to experience the power of the second stage of the Fuchi realm. At the same time, he released the strength of the 4th level of the Fuchi realm. Oh? A round-robin match? Yang Chen took a step back. Wait a minute while I rest. Elder Leishan pointed at himself and said, do you think I'll give you a chance to rest? You're a genius among humans. I won't miss the opportunity to kill a genius in the cradle. Grass. No chance. I have no choice but to go ahead with it. A strong murderous intent appeared in Yang Chen's pupils. Chapter 54 12 Zodiac Stars. Multiplied attack. He did not seize the opportunity to kill Elder Qishan earlier. As a result, the blood pack was not obtained. Right now, he must kill Elder Leishan and obtain the blood pack to restore his health before he can have the next chance. Otherwise, there will be no more chances. We must kill it as quickly as possible. Yang Chen growled, and the jade liquid in his body surged, arranging 12 stars in a certain order. This is a martial art in the Zhoutian Xingxinju that can only be used after reaching the Fuchi realm. The 12 Zodiacs. The 12 Zodiac stars composed of the martial arts jade liquid are all lit up. For a moment, it was shining brightly. At the same time, Yang Chen's physical strength, martial arts jade liquid, and spiritual power all increased 12-fold. That's right. A 12-fold increase. For a moment, Yang Chen, who was in the King Kong state, turned black all over, with a deep red tint in the black. It's like a living devil. The 12 Zodiacs, this is the last life and death martial art. Yang Chen growled, spewing out clouds of hot steam from his mouth. He leaped up, waved his 8 arms, and rushed towards Elder Leishan. Elder Leishan's eyes widened into bells, and he murmured softly, are you risking your life right from the start? Unfortunately, Yang Chen's speed was too fast. Before Elder Leishan could react, a huge fist appeared above Elder Leishan's head. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the fist above his head, Elder Leishan suddenly felt like crying, and shouted in his heart, I thought this kid was almost exhausted, and I could take advantage of him and gain a good reputation. Who would have thought that he also possessed explosive martial arts? Bang! Just as Elder Leishan was stunned, a sledgehammer came in and lifted up Yang Chen's fist. Someone helped Elder Leishan to withstand Yang Chen's iron fists. Looking closely, the person who came to help was another elder, Elder Linshan, who was at the 5th level of Qigong. Puff! Elder Linshan spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he blocked Yang Chen's full-blown attack, he was not feeling well either. Elder Linshan called out to the other elders, quick, come and help. This kid used a life-threatening martial art, and his strength increased many times. As soon as Elder Linshan spoke, the other 2 shadow elders, Elder Ringshan and Elder Tsushan, all started to move. They rushed over together, exerting force at the same time, and knocked away Yang Chen's fist. Being blocked by the 4 of them, Yang Chen's heart sank. Damn, I couldn't kill that Leishan elder the first time. Now we're in trouble. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and after stabilizing his body, he rushed towards Elder Leishan and the others again. This is just one last gamble. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest fighting power. At this time, Elder Ringshan reminded, hurry, he won't be able to hold out for much longer in this state. Let's defend together. A pillar of stone, a fortress of iron and steel. Elder Leishan finally reacted at this moment and followed Elder Ringshan in using martial arts, heavenly pillar stone body, copper wall and iron wall. Elder Linshan and Elder Tsushan also used the same martial arts at the same time. A pillar of stone, a fortress of iron and steel. A pillar of stone, a fortress of iron and steel. This iron wall and bronze wall is a special martial art that can be used by multiple people together. Once a group of people use it, their auras connect into one, forming a solid wall. Moreover, the more people use this martial art, the stronger the defense will be. At this moment, the 4 Shadow Elders used the martial art of Copper Wall and Iron Wall together, and it immediately became dozens of times harder than the black rock alloy. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and Yang Chen punched the iron wall created by the 4 people. The iron wall did not move at all, but instead bounced his huge diamond hand away. Damn, these 4 stoneman elders worked together to create a turtle shell, right? Yang Chen cursed in his heart. I want to see how hard your turtle shells are. Galaxy Fist. He temporarily adapted the Star River Slash into the Star River Fist, and used 8 huge fists to repeatedly strike at the iron wall built by the 4 Shadow Elders. One punch after another. It hit the iron wall with a loud bang. One could see fist marks on the iron wall, but the Shadow Elders hiding inside suffered no substantial harm. What a fucking turtle shell! Yang Chen cursed while beating him. Ola, Alia, Alia. If words had substantial offensive power, they would surely be able to make holes in even the strongest walls. In 1 second, he threw hundreds of punches. With such a violent attack, any ordinary person at the 6th level of the Fuchi realm would be beaten to the ground and beg for mercy. However, the Shadow Elders relied on their ironclad martial arts to take on the attack. The power Yang Chen gained from the explosion of the 12 zodiac stars is rapidly fading, and it will only take a while. He will completely lose his fighting ability. The sun and the moon shine together. Yang Chen used up his last bit of strength and released the sun and the moon shining together again. In an instant, the sun and the moon lost their light, and only a silvery white glow remained between heaven and earth, rolling down from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron wall cast by the 4 Shadow Elders was broken. They flew back dozens of steps and looked at Yang Chen in surprise and doubt. Yang Chen's huge body shrank rapidly, like a deflated balloon, and soon returned to its original shape. The simultaneous shining of the sun and the moon just now had exhausted his remaining strength. Without more than 10 bottles of Tianhua spiritual essence, Yang Chen could not recover for the time being. Elder Leishan let out a long sigh and said, "Is this the genius among humans? He's only at the 2nd level of the Fuchi realm, yet he possesses such terrifying power. Let's go together and get rid of him once and for all." As he was speaking, a figure flew out into the air. It was Elder Qishan. Ever since he was rescued by Elder Leishan, he had been seizing every opportunity to recover his strength. At this moment, Qishan happened to recover a small part of his strength. Seeing that Yang Chen was in a state of no fighting ability, he rushed out immediately and wanted to kill Yang Chen to gain merit. Chen Qishan sank to the bottom of the water. It's over. Qishan actually jumped out to steal the chicken? A hint of despair also appeared in Li Dekai's eyes. Wang Zhiyu really wanted to step forward to block it, but he had not yet recovered and his strength did not allow it. Just as Elder Qishan's fist was about to smash Yang Chen's head, a loud roar was heard. A beam of light hit Elder Qishan accurately, sending him flying and rolling to the ground. Then, a resounding voice rang out, "Do you really think there are no humans left in my race?" Chen Shi looked up and saw that it was Zhang Yan and someone he had never seen before. Elder Leishan's pupils shrank sharply as he stared at the person beside Zhang Yan, motionless. Is he a high-level martial arts master of the human race in the Fuchi realm? Chen Hai didn't even look at Elder Leishan, and immediately used thundering means to kill Elder Xiang Qishan. Elder Qishan had not fully recovered yet, and was attacked by Chen Hai in a sneak attack. At this moment, there was no way for him to escape. After a few brief seconds, Chen Hai killed Elder Qishan in one fell swoop. Chapter 55 Pick up the blood bag and kill with force. Special talent upgrade. The sea is boundless. Chen Hai's big hand grabbed from the air, and the unusually hard body of Elder Qishan began to break into pieces. It's as if being squeezed by the entire ocean. Chen Hai stretched out his hand again and grabbed Elder Qishan's heart, completely destroying his last bit of life. The situation reversed in an instant. At the same time, Yang Chen saw a system prompt pop up. Congratulations on obtaining the SS level True Dragon talent. Elder Qishan died, and the system snatched away his talent in one fell swoop. Not only did he plunder the talent, but he also plundered the Elder Qishan's incomparably powerful life essence. After receiving the replenishment of Elder Qishan's life essence, Yang Chen's pupils flashed with brilliance. I'm recovered. Okay. After finally picking up a blood bag and recovering a mouthful of blood, he looked at the remaining 4 stoneman shadow elders with burning eyes. The 4 shadow elders were about to turn around and flee. No one can be spared, they must be killed. Yang Chen took a deep breath. Kill. The last battle was extremely frustrating, but now the opportunity has come, he will not let it go. By directly using the 12 zodiacs, his strength was enhanced 12-fold. Then, the move was used. The sun and the moon shine together. Under the multiplying effect of the 12 zodiac signs, Yang Chen's sun and moon are extremely destructive. Even a mountain can be shattered and destroyed. Elder Leishan and others were only concerned with escaping and did not make any defense. Result: they were hit hard by the brilliance of the sun and the moon, and several of them were cut into several pieces by the sharp brilliance of the sun and the moon. Even after being chopped into several pieces, Elder Leishan and the others still hadn't died. They desperately asked Yang Chen, "You still have strength left?" If it weren't for the big blood bag of Elder Qishan, Yang Chen really wouldn't be able to take action again. Fortunately, Chen Hai took action and killed the Qishan elder directly. This gave Yang Chen some additional information. This is not what you should ask. Yang Chen swung his two swords, and the powerful energy flew out into the air, crushing the heads of the 4 shadow elders on the spot. 4 shadow elders, die. Finally, I got rid of my anger. Great. Yang Chen plundered the 4 shadow elders repeatedly. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level gold talent. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level shadow charm talent. Congratulations on obtaining S-level physical talent. Congratulations on obtaining SS level earth talent. 3 S-level talents and 1 SS level talent. This S-level physical talent is glass body and enhanced physical talent. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. This talent is great, but it's a shame, why is it only S-level? He secretly sighed, frowning slightly. Can I choose a talent and directly upgrade to SSS level? For example, he currently has S-level space talent, S-level golden light thunder talent, SS-level true dragon talent, S-level glass body talent, and S-level invisibility talent. These talents are all very useful. If they are used to synthesize talents with one click, no one knows what talents will be synthesized. Especially for S-level space talents, if you synthesize output-type space blades or space teleportation-type talents, you will lose a lot. At this moment, the system panel suddenly lit up, and a button on the left side of the panel became highlighted. There are a few big words on the highlighted button: Special Talent Upgrade. Specialized Talent Upgrade? Yang Chen's heart began to pound. Could this be used to upgrade talents? He clicked on Special Talent Upgrade with curiosity. Snap! A brand new page appears. There are 2 functions above: Talent Decomposition and Special Talent Upgrade. Among them, talent decomposition can decompose and use talents and useless talents. You can obtain talent fragments by decomposing talents. Upgrading special talents requires talent fragments. Upgrading from S level to SS level requires 10,000 talent fragments. Upgrading from SS level to SSS level requires 100,000 talent fragments. Okay, this way, I can keep the low-level talents that I really need and decompose the high-level talents that I don't need. Yang Chen took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement. My spatial talent, golden lightning talent, red snake talent, and invisibility talent are all expected to be upgraded to SSS level. Very good. Seeing the possibility of talent advancement, Yang Chen quickly tried to disassemble all the unnecessary S-level talents and talents below S level. More than 20,000 talent fragments were decomposed. Upgrade 2 SS level talents first. Yang Chen was eager to try. Scanning all the talents, he finally chose the S-level space talent and the S-level glass body talent. Come on, I have awakened my own talents, as well as the physical enhancement type of glass body talent. Special talent upgrade. Swish. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of special talents. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level space talent, planet. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level physical talent, the Jade Light King body. Planetary talent really means having a space as big as a planet. Baoyu is gifted with the body of the King of Light, and his entire body is as delicate as white jade. If he stands in the moonlight, one can see a bright and shining light emerging from his body. It also has powerful defensive capabilities. It is a rare physical strengthening talent. Having just upgraded to 2 SS level talents, Yang Chen immediately sensed 2 new void realms. The formless Hanyu Dharma realm and the Lingbao Dharma realm. The SS level talent planet corresponds to the Wuxiang Hanyu Dharma realm. The SS level talent, the Jade Light King body, corresponds to the spiritual treasure realm. These 2 realms are both ancient and advanced realms that are equivalent to the giant realm. At this time, Yang Chen penetrated into the depths of the void and instantly pulled down the chi light of the Wuxian Hongyu Dharma realm and the Lingbao Dharma realm. In addition to the SS level True Dragon talent he had just obtained, the vast amount of chi light that came to him, and the life essence of the 4 shadow elders that Yang Chen plundered. For a moment, Yang Chen's cultivation level barely broke through to the 3rd level of the Fuchi realm. At this moment, he heard Chen Qi's voice coming from behind. "Old Zhang, I didn't expect you to find help." Zhang Yan just smiled awkwardly, he. He thought to himself, if you want to thank someone, thank that tough woman more. Suddenly, a voice appeared beside Yang Chen's ears. "Young man, you are quite strong." Following the voice, Yang Chen saw Chen Hai with white hair and beard. At this moment, the aura exuded by Chen Hai was the 9th level of the Fuchi realm. "Senior Master? Thank you for your help, Senior. Otherwise, I might not have survived." Yang Chen thanked him respectfully. "Ha, you're being too modest. In my opinion, even without me, you still have the ability to fight back." Chen Hai looked Yang Chen up and down for a long time. "You have a huge secret. But I'm too lazy to ask more. Now that we have resolved the problem of the power of time, it is time for us to launch a counterattack against the stoneman. And then seize more starstones and moonstones. By the way, do you have any moonstone?" Yang Chen was slightly stunned by his words. Wait, has the power of time been completely resolved? Chapter 56 The truth about the underground world. "Third uncle?" Chen Hai groaned. "It seems you don't know yet." However, this is all what Zhang Yan said. "I don't know the specific situation. Tell me quickly, do you have a moonstone on you?" It turned out to be the news brought by Zhang Yan. Yang Chen shook his head and said, "Before this, I did have moonstone on me. But now, no." Chen Hai sighed in regret. "What a pity. Don't be in a hurry to hand over the moonstone if you get it next time. We'll keep some of it for later use." "Great use? What's the use?" Yang Chen suddenly became curious. "As for its use, I can't tell you yet," Chen Hai said mysteriously, "but I can tell you something related." Yang Chen, who was originally a little disappointed, immediately perked up. Chen Hai did not speak immediately, but asked cautiously, "Do you know how the Changwon underground world was formed?" No one had ever mentioned this news before, so Yang Chen just shook his head. Chen Hai said seriously, "The Changwang underground world, the Ronghua underground world, the Lichuan underground world, and other 5 underground worlds were all formed after the fall of a ferocious beast." "What? Were these 5 underground worlds all formed after the death of a ferocious beast?" "The 5 underground worlds are extremely vast, so how huge should the beast be?" Yang Chen gasped. "That's a top-level ferocious beast of the Great Sage level." Chen Hai looked up at the sky. Not only in the underground world here, but even in the floating islands overseas, there is an incomparably huge ferocious beast. "The truth is, it's actually a giant ferocious beast." "I see." Yang Chen took a deep breath and said, "By the way, how does this relate to the moonstone and the starstone?" Chen Hai narrowed his eyes. "The starstone and moonstone are both treasures from that great sage-level beast. As for their real use? This is a very important matter. I can't tell you directly yet." He thought to himself that the starstone and moonstone were the crystallization of the power of the great saint-level ferocious beasts, and he could obtain unexpected benefits in that place. Especially the moonstone. As the two were talking, Zhang Yan came closer and asked Chen Hai, "Brother Hai, what are your plans next? Will you join us in the decisive battle against the stoneman? Or do you have other plans?" Chen Hai turned his head and looked at Yang Chen. "With me here, how can you young people grow? What's more, I just found an opportunity to break through to the Jin Yuan realm. When I break through to the Jin Yuan realm, I can then conquer the Stoneman King's court." As he was speaking, Chen Hai changed the subject and his gaze stopped at Chen Shi. "What's your name?" Chen Shi scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Chen Shi, is there a problem?" Chen Hai grabbed Chen Shi and stared at him again and again. Chen Shi said fearfully, "Senior, don't do this, don't do this." Chen Hai let go of Chen Shi, helped him tidy up his clothes, and said, "Why call me senior? I'm your third uncle, Chen Hai." Chen Shi froze in place as if struck by thunder. He stammered, You are my third uncle who has been missing for many years?" "Chen Hai?" Chen Hai nodded, "That's right. I didn't notice it just now, but now that I look closely, you look exactly like my second brother." Chen Shi looked at Zhang Yan. "Old Zhang, I didn't expect you to bring it back to my third uncle." Zhang Yan was also extremely surprised. "Coincidence, it's all coincidence." Chen Hai waved his hand to interrupt the conversation between the two. Shenji, your martial arts skills are still far from perfect. Didn't my second brother teach you our family martial arts? Chen Shi sighed and said, my father passed away suddenly and didn't leave me any martial arts knowledge. As for uncle. Chen Hai's pupils shrank slightly, so, my second brother has passed away. In that case, as your third uncle, I should teach you well. For the next period of time, you will follow me. Although Li Dekai was surprised by the sudden recognition, he had to speak up now. Senior, Chen Shi is my soldier, just take him away. Chen Hai's eyes were sharp. What's wrong with that? At most, it will give Chen Xianen the reputation of deserting the battlefield. Don't worry, once he learns the martial arts inherited from my Chen family, I will return it to him intact. Chen Shi was very concerned about his family's martial arts, so he agreed immediately. Yes, I'll be back in a while. Seeing that Chen Shi had agreed, Li Dekai did not stop him and said, then you must study hard with your uncle. Chen Shi patted his chest and said, no problem. Chen Hai immediately grabbed Chen Shi, flew into the air, and headed straight into the distance. What kind of family martial arts does this kid have? He actually agreed so readily. Zhang Yan looked curiously in the direction where Chen Hai and Chen Shi left. It's most likely some extraordinary martial art. Yang Chen guessed casually. Zhang Yan retracted his gaze and turned to look at Li Dekai. Old Li, what are our next steps? I guess the Stoneman tribe might send a large number of Stoneman troops to encircle and suppress us. We have to prepare early. Li Dekai waved his hand and said, we will stay where we are. Of course, it would be best to take advantage of this time to improve your martial arts skills, so that we can save our lives as much as possible in the upcoming battle. Li Dekai trembled all over when he thought that Li Jinmeng had come to Chengwang Base and became the commander of Chengwang Base. That crazy girl Li Jinmeng is very crazy when it comes to fighting. A big move could happen suddenly at any time. Fortunately, the iron waterway was temporarily defended, and 5 shadow elders of the Stoneman tribe were killed in one fell swoop. In the short term, the Stoneman tribe's South Royal Court will not take any action. You can take a breather. At this time, Li Dekai approached Yang Chen and said, little god of wealth, are you sure you can hold on to the iron waterway? Obviously, Li Dekai unconsciously regarded Yang Chen as his backbone. Wang Zhiyu also looked at Yang Chen. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. Little god of wealth, are you sure? Even Zhang Yan is the same. Since when, Yang Chen has occupied an important place in everyone's heart. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not the captain. Yang Chen only said this in his heart and did not say it out loud. He groaned and began to think deeply. At this moment, everyone's heart was hanging in the air. No one said a word, not even daring to breathe, staring at Yang Chen. After a long while, Yang Chen finally spoke, I think we can hold it. They lost 5 shadow elders in the Fuchi realm at once. The sudden death of a high-end combat force will definitely deal them a heavy blow, making it difficult for them to determine our strength. In the short term, they won't send any more experts here, so at most they will send 1 or several ordinary Stoneman troops to encircle and suppress us. If it's just an ordinary Stoneman army, then I can be of great use. Chapter 57 Stoneman King, Xingu. There's no need to worry too much. Yang Chen patted his chest confidently. Then I feel relieved. Wang Zhiyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking relieved. I'm relieved. Li Dekai turned around and walked towards the Stoneman tribe's martial arts training altar. Let's go, hurry up. They each chose a martial arts practice altar, intending to improve their martial arts skills. In order to prepare for the next battle, Yang Chen is of course no exception. According to the method Chen Shi said that day, he opened the martial arts practice altar and lit the remaining listening incense. Then sit cross-legged in the jade chanting Fushan sitting posture and meditate to enter the state. Fire of Civilization. Yang Chen silently activated the Fire of Civilization, sweeping over his entire body. The spirits of the 5 shadow elders of the Stoneman tribe suddenly appeared. Elder Qishan screamed and roared, This is the secret of your boy? No, I still want to be reborn into the true dragon realm. You can't do this to me. The other shadow elders also roared, No. I can still be reborn into the Lioli Dharma realm. I still have hope of resurrection. Let me go. They let out sharp roars, trying to break free from the Fire of Civilization. But unfortunately, it was of no use. Under the burning of the Fire of Civilization, they turned into nectar that fell from the sky. As young Chen absorbed the nectar from the sky, he was surprised. These shadow elders of the stoneman tribe can be reborn into the void realm? Become a living being in the Dharma realm? After completely digesting the nectar that fell from the sky, young Chen had an idea and connected to the Pango network to absorb relevant knowledge. Until he could absorb no more. It turns out that as long as you cultivate to the Chifu realm, you will have the ability to reincarnate. In other words, if one dies in an accident, they can immediately be reincarnated as a living being in the Dharma realm and embark on the path of cultivation again. Even in certain special circumstances, they can be summoned back to the world. Fuck! That's actually possible. Yang Chen was shocked. So, my plundering system has blocked the path to reincarnation for those 5 stoneman shadow elders? But it's okay, it can be considered as a true eradication of the roots. To prevent them from being summoned back to the world by the stonemen. After melting their spirits, Yang Chen felt that his true dragon talent had become extremely solid, and it was completely his innate talent. The same is true for several other talents that were plundered. After tidying himself up, Yang Chen used the spiritual amplification effect of the Xinxiang to communicate with the endless void realm. Great grinding world. The formless world of Han Yu. True dragon Dharma realm. The giant spirit world. Lingbao Dharma realm. The realm of fire. Pull down endless chi light from various Dharma realms and replenish it into the physical body. As the body becomes peaceful, warm and comfortable, drops of new jade liquid are born in the body. In the state of chi taking, the innate true chi transforms into jade liquid. When one reaches the Jin Yuan realm, the jade liquid will transform into golden liquid. Quality is improved step by step. At the same time, in the Stoneman Royal Court, the person sitting in the main seat had a dark cloud above his head, and it was so gloomy that it was about to rain. All 5 pillar-level shadow elders are dead? How is this possible? Could someone from their human base have secretly gone to help? But why didn't I receive the message? Damn it! A prince of the Stoneman tribe stood up and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you let me lead the Stoneman troops and retake the Iron Waterway?" Sitting in the main seat is the emperor of the Stoneman clan's Changwang world, named Chen Shu. Emperor Chen Shu looked at the Stoneman prince who had spoken. "Chen Ge, I'm very pleased that you are willing to go and fight. However, I suspect that humans have found a way to overcome the power of time, which is why they dare to act so recklessly." The Stoneman King Chinga immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, that I should go and find out what's going on. Only by understanding our enemy can we better respond. There's an old saying among mankind, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger." Chen Shu looked at Chen Ge and felt more and more relieved. Okay. Chen Ji's proposal is very much to my liking. You will lead the Stoneman Corps. You must be very careful. Shin Ge nodded immediately. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. I will drive the beast forward. He added in his mind, urging the ferocious beasts and taking the lives of the Stoneman Corps to find out what was going on. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shin Ji's golden eyes. It's a good idea to drive the beast. Chen Shu nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll leave it to you next. Shingu said respectfully, I obey your orders, Shingu. I will lead my troops and drive the beasts to the Iron Waterway. Afterwards, Shingu left the Stoneman King's court and went straight to his territory, where he gathered his troops and prepared to set off. After Shingu left, Chen Shu looked at the others and said, those of you who remain in the royal court must hurry up and communicate with the shadow elders who have reincarnated into the void realm. Once they have regained their strength, we will summon them back to the world. All the ministers and princes responded, yes. On Tianxia Mountain, one man appeared on the top of the mountain holding another man. These two people were Chen Hai and Chen Shi, who had left Taishuadao. Chen Hai threw Chen Shi aside and said, Chen Shi, I will now teach you my Chen family's inherited martial arts, the Li Di Tong Tianju. Chen Shi opened his eyes wide, pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Then he heard Chen Hai explain in detail, the art of Li Di Tong Tian is mainly about becoming one with heaven and earth. When you cultivate to a high level, you can achieve the great trend of heaven with a wave of your hand. You don't even need any talent to master everything in nature. That's why it's called the art of standing on the ground to reach the heavens. Chen Shi was very excited. My father was about to teach me the Li Di Tong Tianju that night, but a sudden wave of ferocious beasts broke out and he had to rush to deal with it. Although the beast tide was dealt with, I heard that he was accidentally caught in a spatial turbulence. He narrowly escaped death in the spatial turbulence. I can only assume that he is dead. Chen Hai was shocked. With your father's strength, if he were caught in the spatial turbulence, it's hard to say whether he is dead or not. If there's a chance, I'll go look for it. And now, you must practice my Chen family's Li Di Tong Tianju well. This technique requires an extremely profound understanding of all things in nature. So, without saying anything, Chen Shi directly showed his golden vertical pupils. Uncle San, it seems that my golden vertical pupils can help me understand the natural world. Chen Hai shouted excitedly, not bad, golden vertical pupils, worthy of being a child of my Chen family. Although the words were correct, Chen Shi always felt something was wrong. After the excitement subsided, Chen Hai said seriously, hold your breath and concentrate, and comprehend everything in the world. Chen Shi immediately assumed the posture of Li Di Tong Tianju and concentrated his mind to comprehend it. His spiritual power penetrated from the underground world of Chengwang to the surface, and then extended to the distance. At this moment, Chen Shi smelled the fragrance of soil. Chapter 58 A sudden inspiration to plunder the talents of fallen beasts. To be precise, it was the fragrance of the earth that Chen Shi sensed with his spiritual power. As his understanding deepened, it seemed as if waves of power were flowing into his body. Seeing Chen Shi getting into the state, Chen Hai nodded secretly, although Chen Shi looked unreliable. But now it seems that most of the time I am still attentive. Now, it's time for me to break through to the Jin Yuan realm. Chen Hai let out a long sigh and sat aside. He assumed the same posture as Chen Shi and began to practice martial arts silently. The jade liquid in his body was gradually transforming into golden beads, each of which was emitting a little bright light. It contains tremendous power of creation. This is the magical power possessed by martial arts masters in the Jin Yuan realm. The Fuji realm is the beginning of becoming a martial arts master, while the Jin Yuan realm is the beginning of becoming a legend. This is because the golden liquid generated from the jade liquid has the extraordinary power to turn stone into gold and transform decay into magic. After many days of crazy internal training, Yang Chen's martial arts skills reached the perfect state of the third level of the Fuji realm. Greatly increased strength. The amount of jade liquid in his body alone increased to more than 400 drops. More importantly, every drop of jade liquid contains an aura as heavy as a mountain. It seems that simply releasing the jade liquid can collapse a mountain. After practicing internal circulation for such a long time, Yang Chen knew very well that everything should be done in moderation. Just like a bowstring, it cannot be stretched too tight. If necessary, take a good rest. He took a deep breath, walked out of the martial arts training altar, and jumped up along the nearest building. Appearing on the roof of the building, he looked up and took a good look at this underground world. Since coming here, this was the first time he had truly observed part of the world's terrain. Is this really the world formed by the corpse of a fallen ferocious beast? Yang Chen sighed and asked back. The corpse of the ferocious beast. By the way, this world is formed by the corpses of ferocious beasts. So can we plunder the talent? With such a huge body, I think his talent can't be too bad. He, Yang, actually thought of plundering the talents of this world. But unfortunately, the system keeps giving prompts. Cannot. This beast died too long ago, its life essence has dissipated, and its talent has disappeared with the passage of time. The essence of life dissipates. The talent is gone. What a shame, what a pity. Yang Chen sighed repeatedly, this beast's talent should be at least SS level, maybe even SSS level. As he was speaking, ferocious beasts appeared in the distance. There were so many of them that they kicked up a cloud of dust. Ferocious beast. A lot of ferocious beasts? Is this a beast tide? Yang Chen looked over from afar. A large number of ferocious beasts were rushing towards the iron waterway, including not only the broken-toothed horses and golden-clawed wolves, but also the white-scaled tigers and giant mountain bears. There are many kinds of ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen suddenly remembered the harmonious scene of Qingzhan controlling both the wolf and the deer during the day. After a brief association, he immediately came up with an answer, is this wave of beasts controlled by humans? Under normal circumstances, how could ferocious beasts not fight each other? This tide of ferocious beasts must be the work of the stoneman. After analyzing the results, Yang Chen smiled, revealing his white teeth. With so many ferocious beasts, if it were anyone else, they would definitely turn around and run away. But to me, it's just delivering food. Give me life essence and a variety of talents. Now as the ferocious beasts approached, Yang Chen stood up straight and walked to the edge of the roof of the building. He said ecstatically, come on, my energy packs. After saying that, He jumped from the roof, and with the help of his flying ability in the Fuji realm, he glided in the air for a while, and finally landed lightly on the ground. Facing the ferocious beasts like a tide, Yang Chen clenched his hands and released his Vajra talent at the same time. Just use your ultimate move, why waste time? Anyone who stands in my way will be destroyed. He roared, and then a handful of golden light appeared around Yang Chen, wrapping him up completely. Immediately afterwards, a 19-meter-tall 8-armed Vajra giant slowly stood up. As soon as the 8-armed Vajra giant was activated, Yang Chen used all 8 arms to exert force and flew into the group of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts rushing in the front are all ferocious beasts in the innate realm. Therefore, after this contact, the ferocious beasts were either dead or injured, and were all flattened and rounded by Yang Chen. The infinite plundering system turns on automatic plundering, and system prompts refresh the screen frantically. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level fire talent. Congratulations on obtaining a C-level thunder talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level physical talent. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level water talent. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level fire talent. Various talents appeared in front of Yang Chen, but he didn't care about them. At this time, Yang Chen was concentrating and constantly killing the ferocious beasts that rushed in front of him. Every time he waved his hands, he could take the lives of dozens of ferocious beasts. After waving his arms a few times in succession, hundreds of ferocious beasts died on the spot. The stoneman Wang Qing'e, who was hiding in the rear, saw Yang Chen displaying his divine power and immediately sneered, "Where did this fool come from?" He activated his talent right away. Doesn't he know that this is the most energy-wasting way of attacking? The person next to Shinji, Elder Luoshan, echoed, "That's right, I wonder if this person is arrogant? I still really have the confidence." Shinji laughed 3 times and said, "How can such an ignorant person have such confidence? Elder Luoshan, please don't make fun of me. We still have so many ferocious beasts under our control. How long can he hold out?" Elder Luoshan shook his head slightly. "King Chushan, how about we make a bet on how long this person can hold out among the sea of ferocious beasts?" Prince Chushan is the princely title of Shinji, also known as Prince Chushan. Upon hearing Elder Luoshan's words, Chushan King Shinji immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well, it's rare that Elder Luoshan has such a refined taste. Then I'll join Elder Luoshan in a gamble. At the 3rd level of the Fuji realm, I bet he can only maintain this activated talent for half an hour at most. Half an hour? Elder Luoshan grinned. I didn't expect King Chushan to be so pessimistic about him. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about him. I bet he can last more than an hour among so many ferocious beasts. Shinji stared at Elder Luoshan's old face in astonishment. Elder Luoshan actually thinks so highly of this person. Think he can last more than an hour? How is this possible? Even I, a 7th level Fuji realm cultivator, can't maintain my talent activated for even an hour. What's more, he's only at the 3rd level of the Fuji realm. Could it be that Elder Luoshan is making a mistake? Elder Luoshan waved his hand and said, "Those who can stand up first always have a trump card in hand. I don't believe that a human at the 3rd level of the Fuji realm, without any trump cards, would dare to stand up and activate his talent all at once." Chapter 59 Talent Superposition? Fuji Realm 4th level. Prince Chushan, please take your time and read it. After Elder Luoshan finished speaking, he put his hands in front of him and looked at Yang Chen in the distance. At this time, Yang Chen's talent was fully unleashed, and the violent energy between his 8 arms swept up one ferocious beast after another. Twist off their heads with unstoppable force. Puff, puff, puff. The hard bodies of the ferocious beasts exploded, and blood spilled onto the ground. As more and more ferocious beasts died, massive amounts of life essence madly poured into Yang Chen's body. Improve his cultivation. Feeling the growing power within him, Yang Chen felt incredibly refreshed. The fire of civilization, ignite. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he continuously activated the fire of civilization, burning the spirits of the ferocious beasts that were plundered at the same time. Terrible roars were heard one after another, and the essence of the ferocious beasts melted into the purest nectar and fell down. Yang Chen's cultivation level slowly increased. As his cultivation grew and his talents increased, he let out a long roar, "Great!" Just as he shouted, a black cloud enveloped him. Looking up, Yang Chen recognized that it was a ferocious beast of the 3rd level of the Fuji realm, the giant mountain bear. This giant mountain bear is covered with a lot of stones, and looks like a mountain overall. The giant mountain bear took heavy steps, and as it approached, it swung out its huge paws, pressing down from top to bottom like a mountain. Facing the giant mountain bear's palm, Yang Chen remained calm and swung out his 8 arms at the same time. Bang! Boom! The terrifying force immediately triggered a series of vibrations. The weaker beasts around were immediately shocked and started bleeding from all 7 orifices, and their hearts exploded. He was actually shocked to death. At the same time, it also stirred up a large amount of smoke and dust, obscured the sun and the moon. Shinji, who was watching from behind, sneered, "A mountain giant bear at the 3rd level of the Fuji realm is enough to give him a hard time. Just this human? He still wants to last another hour. It's like a dream." Elder Luoshan smiled and said nothing. The smoke hasn't cleared yet, and the results haven't come out yet. Why is Prince Chu Shan so anxious? The corners of Shinji's mouth curved up. "In my opinion, Elder Luoshan should think carefully about what kind of treasure you should give me after you lose to me." Elder Luoshan's heart moved. Shengo had not mentioned the bet just now. Now that he mentioned it, it seemed that he had some calculations. Could it be that he wanted the batch of moonstones in my hand? Elder Luoshan secretly shook his head while staring intently at the place where smoke and dust were rising in the distance. At this moment, as the smoke and dust gradually settled, the figures of Yang Chen and the giant mountain bear appeared from it. Among them, Yang Chen was unharmed, while the giant mountain bear's paw was blown into countless pieces. Elder Luoshan heaved a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. "Prince Chu Shan, it seems your estimate was wrong." Shinji's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "This human seems to be quite powerful. However, Elder Luoshan, don't be complacent. We still have time, so we can take it slow." Elder Luoshan felt relieved and said, "My moonstone will be kept for the time being. This kid is really good. I don't know if he can last more than an hour." At this time, after smashing the giant mountain bear's palm, Yang Chen continued to punch one after another. Each punch hit the giant mountain bear's body hard. After throwing 64 punches in a row, a series of explosions rang out from the giant mountain bear's body. Like firecrackers, the sound of bang 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 kept exploding. Its legs exploded and it slowly fell to the ground. You know, Yang Chen hasn't used the martial arts moves of the Zhou Tianxing Chenju yet, and he has other innate abilities. Just relying on pure strength, he easily defeated the mountain giant bear of the 3rd level of Qi control. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level mountain talent. Not bad, not bad. I got the S-level mountain talent. Yang Chen stood on the head of the giant mountain bear. His eyes swept over the ferocious beasts around him. The number of ferocious beasts is increasing. We must hurry. He jumped down from the top of the giant mountain bear, creating a whirlpool at the same time. Use the power of the vortex to bring out his talents one by one. True Dragon Talent. The talent of the red snake. The 2 talents merged into one in the vortex, and then released, forming a ferocious flaming dragon in the air. As it swept across the sky, a large number of ferocious beasts were burned into charred corpses. Can talents be used in combination like this? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. I just used it temporarily, but I didn't expect to gain such benefits. True Dragon Talent. Golden Lightning Talent. Mountain Talent. Boom! A giant dragon more than 10 meters long emerged from the ground and killed hundreds of ferocious beasts with one bite. This is not the end yet. A giant dragon made of mountains is roaming on the ground, and ferocious beasts are constantly being killed or injured. After deducing from the fire of civilization, Yang Chen had a sudden realization: this method of combining talents is actually the prototype of future magic. Like the Tianlong technique used by Elder Qishan before. It's just that I haven't reached the high level of the Fuji realm yet, so I can't go deeper into the Void Dharma realm to comprehend more things and formally comprehend the magic. What I am using now can only be called the prototype of a technique. He talked to himself, using all kinds of talent combinations as if they were free. True Dragon Talent superimposed on Black Hole Talent. It actually formed a black dragon that destroyed everything. Anything touched by the black dragon was blown into a handful of dust. The True Dragon Talent is superimposed on the Diamond Talent and the Mountain Talent. Immediately, a giant dragon nearly 30 meters long was formed, charging through the group of ferocious beasts. If the True Dragon Talent is combined with the Golden Lightning Talent and the Red Snake Talent, it will form a dragon with sparks and lightning, and wherever it passes, everything will be charred. After testing many fusion and superposition methods, Yang Chen slapped his forehead and said, "What if we superimpose them all together? True Dragon Talent. King Kong Talent. Planet Talent. Baoyu Guangwang body talent. Black hole talent. In an instant, a black dragon surrounded by golden lightning, lava flames, and crystal light swam among the herd of ferocious beasts. Even if a ferocious beast at the third or fourth level of the Fu Qi realm encountered the black dragon released by Yang Chen, it would be strangled to death on the spot. Hold head high. The dragon roars were endless, and more ferocious beasts died. With the replenishment of extremely rich life essence, Yang Chen's martial arts skills also broke through to the fourth level of the Fu Qi realm in one fell swoop. Very decisively, he retracted the transformation effect of his King Kong talent, jumped onto the top of the black dragon, and personally controlled the black dragon to kill the ferocious beast. Riding a dragon and controlling the wind, this feeling is truly amazing. The only pity is that this dragon is not a true sorcerer. I must wait until my cultivation reaches a certain level and I can communicate with the depths of the void realm before I can formally comprehend my own magic. From now on, I won't have to rely on my fists to conquer the world. Standing between the dragon horns on the black dragon's head, Yang Chen seized the opportunity to plunder the life essence and talents of the ferocious beasts. Shinji, who was watching from a distance, gnashed his teeth. This human kid actually mastered the basics of magic. Damn it. Chapter 60 Harvest. 5 new SS level talents added. What's wrong? Is King Chushan afraid? Elder Luoshan put his hands behind his back, emitting a majestic aura. It turned out to be a great master at the 8th level of the Fu Qi realm. He's just a mere human at the 3rd level of the Fu Qi realm. What's there to be afraid of? Shinji's expression returned to normal. That's right, he's just a human at the 3rd level of the Fu Qi realm. We have so many ferocious beasts to consume his strength. No matter what, he can't cause too much trouble. Everything is under control. Elder Luoshan nodded, thinking that Shingo's mind was still not sophisticated enough and he needed to practice more. In the distance, Yang Chen, who was riding a black dragon, was improving his martial arts skills. I have to say, even if it is just the prototype of a technique, its lethality is truly astonishing. The almost endless ferocious beasts were like chickens and dogs in front of him. It's totally vulnerable. The only ferocious beasts that can withstand a few more attacks are those in the Fu Qi realm. Exactly 1 hour later, Yang Chen's martial arts skills soared to the 5th level of the Fu Qi realm. There are more than 5,000 talents plundered from ferocious beasts. Among them, there are 18 S-level talents, and most of them are elemental talents. First, let's see what talents we have plundered. Yang Chen quickly opened the system panel to check. S-level Glacier talent. S-level Holy Light talent. S-level Plant talent. S-level Phoenix talent. There were so many talents that Yang Chen was dazzled for a moment. He slapped his forehead and said, I can synthesize them all first. See if there's an S-level talent I like. If not, I'll just decompose it. One-click talent synthesis. Swish, swish, swish. As 5,000 talents disappeared. This time, Yang Chen synthesized a total of 33 S-level talents, plus 18 S-level talents plundered. A total of 51 S-level talents were obtained. So, Yang Chen began to pick and choose among these 51 S-level talents. See what is needed and what is not. After selecting for a long time, he picked out 5 S-level talents that he really liked. S-level Wisdom talent. S-level Vortex talent. S-level Airshock talent. S-level Growth talent. S-level Absorption talent. Especially this Vortex talent, it is similar to the Vortex attack I developed, but it is a super enhanced advanced version of the Vortex attack. Yang Chen moved his fingers, and a Vortex airflow appeared above his fingertips. I can easily create a vortex. This is much easier than forcing it to happen before. With this Vortex talent, my combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. As he was speaking, Yang Chen's fingertips vibrated violently again, forming a shock wave. And this Airshock talent is exactly the same as the shock fruit in a certain anime. It can emit continuous and high-frequency vibrations. It feels so good. And this gift of wisdom can help me absorb more knowledge from the Pangu network. As for the rest of the talents, break them all down. He made choices one after another, breaking down all the unnecessary S-level talents, A-level talents, and B-level talents. 48,000 talent fragments were decomposed in one fell swoop. Adding the remaining 2,300 talent fragments from last time, he now has a total of 50,000 talent fragments. You can upgrade through special talents and upgrade to 5 SS level talents. Yang Chen pondered. He was thinking about whether to upgrade to 5 SS level talents first, or wait until the next one to accumulate 100,000 talent fragments and upgrade to an SSS level talent. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his thigh and said, "The current situation of the Iron Waterway is unpredictable. No one knows what will happen in the next period of time. It's better to use all the talent fragments to improve my talent abilities." At that moment, he chose to upgrade his talents one after another. The 5 talents of Wisdom, Vortex, Airshock, Growth, and Absorption have all been promoted to SS level talents, and the names have not changed. Still the same name. And I don't know if it's because these 5 talents appeared at the same time, but they are all unexpectedly connected to the same void realm. Daluo Dharma Realm. Daluo Dharma Realm. It is the Daluo Dharma realm among the higher Dharma realms. Yang Chen's pupils were full of shock. I can now connect to a Super Dharma realm, the Great Grinding Dharma realm, 4 high-level Dharma realms, the True Dragon Dharma realm, the Giant Spirit Dharma realm, the Lingbao Dharma realm, and a Daluo Dharma realm. The rest are intermediate realms, the Sun realm, the Heavenly Thunder realm, the Netherworld realm. The rest are low realms, the Gold realm, the Fire realm. The focus still has to be on the Super Dharma realm and the 4 higher Dharma realms. The power of all living beings in the Dharma realm is added to my body. Yang Chen extended his spiritual power to penetrate the endless void and connect to the Super Dharma realm and the 4 advanced Dharma realms. Pulling down from it were the Great Grinding Divine Qi, the True Dragon Divine Qi, the Giant Spirit Divine Qi, the Lingbao Divine Qi, and the Immortal Spiritual Qi of the Daluo Dharma realm. 5 kinds of extremely mysterious Qi descended from the void and replenished Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen had already adapted to the other types of divine energy, but this immortal spiritual energy from the Daluo Dharma realm was the first time he absorbed and digested it. It takes some time to adapt. Then a sound like frying beans erupted from Yang Chen's body. Crack, crack, crack. After a period of digestion and absorption, he developed a more ethereal temperament, light and airy, as if he would ascend to the fairyland at any time. The changes in the physical body immediately led to changes in the martial arts jade liquid. Before the immortal spirit energy filled his body, each drop of the jade liquid was very thick, and Yang Chen's actions to urge the jade liquid to circulate were relatively slow. Now the jade liquid is melting to improve Yang Chen's body, and then new jade liquid will be generated again. The jade liquid seemed to have a bit more spirituality and was very agile. It flowed briskly in Yang Chen's body, like clear spring water flowing happily. Also, it's easier for me to pull in the immortal spirit energy. 10 strands of immortal spirit energy will descend with just a thought. For other Dharma realms, I need to go through untold hardships to pull down 1 or 2 divine Qi. 5 talents connected to the same Dharma realm actually have such benefits? Yang Chen repeatedly pulled the immortal spirit energy from the Daluo Dharma realm. Who makes it easier to obtain immortal energy? Just as Yang Chen was silently enjoying the nourishment of the immortal spirit, Shinji's brows were furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. Elder Luoshan said calmly, "King Shushan, this human boy has lasted for over an hour." "Did I win?" Shingu said indignantly, "You win, Elder Luoshan. Since even a 6th level beast in the Fuchi realm can't do anything to him, my stoneman soldiers certainly can't do anything to him either. Then I will take action myself." Killed him in one fell swoop. The moment he finished speaking, Shingu drew out a pitch-black spear and aimed at Yang Chen, who was far above the battlefield. After briefly accumulating strength, Shingu threw the spear in his hand with all his might. It was too late for Elder Luoshan to stop it. "You!" With a whoosh, the spear brought up a ray of fire and flew away at a high speed like a meteor. "Damn, there's a sneak attack!" Yang Chen cursed, and he subconsciously used his airshock talent. Bang! The spear was knocked down from the air. Chapter 61, Developing a New Move. Lightning Poison Dragon Drill. The sharp spear suddenly lost its power and fell from the air. The airshock talent is really useful. Yang Chen stretched out his big hand, grabbed the spear in the air. "I want to see who attacks me." He followed the route the spear had just taken and saw a person floating in the air. Just by looking at his skin color, Yang Chen determined that he was from the Stoneman tribe. These ferocious beasts are indeed controlled by them. "Since you attack me with a spear, well, it's rude not to reciprocate. Try my spear throwing attack." He held up the dark spear with one hand, and the spear immediately rose into the air and began to spin at high speed under the stimulation of the vortex talent. The spear rotates in the same way as the drill bit on a power drill. So, the name of this move is Lightning Poison Dragon Drill. Yang Chen pinched his chin and quickly thought, I'm such a fucking genius. Add the golden lightning talent and the scarlet snake talent. Come on, good brother, try the electric dragon drill that I just developed. As the spear spun, it carried with it golden lightning and streaks of red flames. Go! Finally, Yang Chen used the power of his airshock talent to throw the spear out. It flew back at a faster speed than when it came, and stabbed towards Shingu in the air. Shingu flew into the air and was about to yell a few words when he saw a black shadow flying towards him. Is this my black spear? Shingu ignored the golden light and red flames on the spear. He stretched out his hand to block the spear. In his opinion, the spear did not contain much power, and he should be able to catch it with his bare hands. But, the next second, Shingu grabbed the black spear. In an instant, the skin on his hands was peeled off by the rotational force of the spear. What's going on? Shingu felt pain and hurriedly pulled his hand back. But the next second, he was hit directly in the chest by the spinning spear. In the brief moment of contact, sparks appeared on Shinji's chest from the long hair. In the blink of an eye, a hole was drilled in the green horn armor that Shingu was wearing, piercing straight into his green-gold skin. Crack, crack, crack. Caught off guard, a big hole was drilled in Shinji's skin, and several layers of muscles were crushed. However, that's not all. The tip of the black spear is designed with multiple edges and corners to make it more lethal. But now it didn't hurt Yang Chen, but instead it crushed Shinji's muscles and internal organs. It didn't stop until it had drilled a hole through Shinji's body from front to back. Shingu was just about to show off his power, but he never expected that he would be seriously injured as soon as he came into contact. However, he was also a ruthless man, and he gritted his teeth and pulled the black spears out of his body one by one. It brought up large pieces of muscle and flesh, along with a large amount of blood. Shingu gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of Yang Chen, his pupils filled with hatred and resentment. A mere human had caused me serious injuries. He looked at the black spear, then at Yang Chen, who was standing in the distance and casually dealing with the ferocious beast. What kind of power was contained in that move just now? Shinji's mind was full of question marks. Yang Chen was slightly surprised. The lightning poison dragon drill worked with just one strike? Awesome! Vortex talent. He already knew how to twist cyclones to form whirlpools, and now that he had acquired the talent for vortexes, he was even more powerful, using the power of the whirlpool to the extreme. If the previous method of twisting the airflow to form a vortex is compared to a diesel engine, then after the law of vortex is discovered, the method of twisting the airflow to form a vortex is immediately upgraded to a rocket engine. Ultimate evolution. Yang Chen, who was secretly delighted, had not yet forgotten Shingu in the air. He stretched out his index finger and hooked it repeatedly, while shouting, "Come here." Shingu had never suffered such humiliation before. He used the Tianju stone body technique to repair his injuries as quickly as possible, then raised the black spear in his hand and charged downwards. Human boy, you are very arrogant, but after killing so many ferocious beasts, how much strength do you have left? Shingu flew over at high speed and performed a move, mountain moving style, suppress. It seemed as if a mountain was pressing down on Shinji's black spear. It came down with tremendous force to suppress the downwards. Hit someone with a spear? How could you come up with such a move? Yang Chen said with disdain, is this how you use a spear? Shock the air. Shock it for me. An extremely high frequency spread out. The mountain condensed by Shingu collapsed with a loud bang under this high frequency vibration. The spear fell out of his hand, and Yang Chen took it and said, "Idiot, the spear is not suitable for you at all. Let me teach you how to use a spear." With a whoosh, Yang Chen rushed forward, stretched out his spear, and caught the heavy spear falling from the air. Then he thrust the spear forward, and the tip of the spear spun in the air, causing Shingu to spin on it as well. Combined with the vortex talent, Shingu began to spin in the air. Interesting. Vortex increased the force. Yang Chen suddenly became playful and used his spear to pick up the heavy spear and spun rapidly in the air. And under Yang's intentional control, it turned into a sphere. Gun picks up the ball. Hey hey! After playing with the chenga, which had turned into a ball, for a while, Yang Chen threw the chenga away. I watched as Shingu fell to the ground and spun at high speed for a long time, creating a big hole in the ground. Only then did it finally stop. Shingu lay sprawled on the ground, like a tortoise that had been turned over. When Shingu looked at Yang Chen again, there was only anger in his eyes. After all, I'm a 7th level master of Fu Qi, and you're treating me like a ball? Don't I have any face? Human, You are looking for death. You have completely pissed me off. Shingo roared and lost his temper on the spot. Aha! Shingo let out a long roar towards the sky, and his skin suddenly turned silver white, and then turned into azure blue. Finally, it turned golden, even his hair turned golden. Shingo looked like someone who practiced Ultra Instinct. So, Yang Chen asked curiously, is this your talent, or some kind of martial arts? If it is a talent, you can get this transformation ability directly by killing him. If it is a martial art, you need to practice it slowly. Stupid, this is a martial art that only my stoneman tribe possesses. Shingo, who had completely turned into gold, roared angrily and swung his fist to attack. Facing Shingo, who had almost lost his mind, Yang Chen did not choose to confront him head-on. Instead, he suddenly retreated and deployed his mountain talent that had not yet been decomposed. Kuan character, Earth River Cart. A thick wall rose up on the spot, blocking Shinji's attack. It's a pity that Shingo, who exploded with hatred, had such strong fighting power. The wall only lasted 2 seconds before it was broken. Although the wall was broken, this was all within Yang Chen's expectations. He needed a little time to activate the martial arts that multiplied his combat power. The 12 Zodiac Signs. Chapter 62. That is it? In an instant, the jade liquid condensed into 12 stars, shining brightly. It brings a 12-fold increase to Yang Chen's attributes. Whoosh! Shingo, who was covered in golden light, appeared in front of Yang Chen at the same time and punched him at a speed faster than the speed of light. Shinji's punch was so fast that Yang Chen couldn't react. Even though he was prepared, he was still hit by the punch. Bang! Boom! The fist emitting golden light transmitted terrifying destructive power. It seemed as if it wanted to tear Yang Chen into pieces. However, the SS-level Vortex talent, Absorption talent, Airshock talent, Gem Light King body, plus the SSS-level Black Hole talent all worked together. He actually dissolved Shinji's powerful punch into nothingness. Moreover, Yang Chen also discovered that after being processed by the 3 talents, a ray of golden light was wandering around him. Oh my god, the 3 talents interacting with each other actually transformed into a force that is under my control? Energy? He was extremely surprised and at the same time flew back several steps using the force. Before he could be surprised for long, Shinji's figure appeared above his head like a ghost, and then he punched out again. Bang! Yang Chen, who was still in the air, had no place to exert his strength and could not dodge, and was hit by another punch. The seemingly shocking punch, when it landed on Yang Chen, was completely neutralized by the multiple talents he possessed, and transformed into wisps of golden light that wandered around him. This was not over yet. Shinji's speed was getting faster and faster, and his fists were hitting Yang Chen as densely as raindrops. Unfortunately, all of them were dissolved and transformed one by his talent. In the end, Yang Chen simply let Shingo attack. He can't hit it anyway. For SS-level talents, plus an SSS-level Black Hole talent, make him almost invincible. He was beaten all the way to the sky. Finally, Shingo roared angrily, and swooped down from the air, his fists rolling up with unparalleled ferocious force, and hit Yang Chen below fiercely, reclamation style, break it for me. Yang Chen was knocked vertically to the ground, and his whole body collided with the ground, causing a violent explosion. Bang! The explosion sent up a cloud of dust, and Shingo, who was suspended in the air, gasped for breath. This level of attack should be enough to take care of you. But as the dust cleared, Shinji's eyes widened. Yang Chen was seen slowly standing up from the pit, looking up at Shingo in the air. Didn't you eat? Is this all the strength you have? Not enough to tickle me. Shingo was instantly furious with a roar, and yelled in his heart, I have used the unique skills of my stoneman tribe, why are you still acting like nothing happened? I don't believe you are so resilient. Shingo was furious and activated his talent directly. His talent is an SSS-level power talent. Just after Shingo activated his strength talent, a giant shadow faintly formed behind Shingo, adding infinite power to Shingo. Shinji's figure was hit several times. Shit, talent activated? Yang Chen's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm bells. If you activate it, I will activate it too. For SS-level talents, plus the SSS-level Black Hole talent, are activated at the same time. When all of this was activated, an absolute space was faintly formed around Yang Chen. In this space, no matter what kind of power it is, it can be transformed and absorbed. Boom! After activating his talent, Shingo, with a force of tens of millions of pounds, blasted down from the air. At that moment, Shingu turned into light. You can vaguely see the shadow of a giant golden figure punching down. But when Shingu entered Yang Chen's absolute space, the power superimposed on him quickly weakened. By the time he reached Yang Chen, only a small half of his immense strength remained. When it was hit out again, it was reduced by half again. The force that hit Yang Chen was ultimately negligible. It just felt like being hit by a cotton ball. Shingu kept punching Yang Chen and stared at him. That's it, that's it. Yang Chen dusted himself off and stared at Shingu. Shingu was so upset that he wanted to cry. He really wanted to ask why his attack was useless. Are you fucking cheating? You scared me. Yang Chen pushed away Shinji's fist and raised his foot to kick Shingu. Shin Gordon immediately flew backwards like a cannonball. With a loud boom, he crashed straight into the mountain. In this kick just now, Yang Chen used some of the power absorbed and transformed from his 4 talents. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Take advantage of this opportunity. Yang Chen looked at the black spear he had just snatched from Shingu. Buzz. Under the influence of the vortex talent, the black spear suddenly began to spin at high speed. At the same time, Yang Chen injected the power he had just absorbed into the black spear, and added the power of a series of talents such as the air shock talent, the golden thunder talent, and the red snake talent. After a brief period of charging, Yang Chen used the high-frequency vibration ability of his air shock talent to propel the black spear into high-speed flight. Lightning Poison Dragon Drill. The black spear instantly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the deep spear embedded in the mountain. Whoosh whoosh. It struck Shingu with lightning speed. Boom. A tremendous amount of energy exploded in an instant, causing half of the mountain to collapse and debris to fly everywhere. Shingu, who was at the center of the explosion, was breathing out but not breathing in. Just one more blow and he would be finished off completely. This electric poison dragon drill is really remarkable. Yang Chen seized the opportunity, exerted force on his feet, and was about to step forward to get rid of Xiang Shingu. Elder Luoshan, who had just noticed that the situation was not right, rushed over and protected Shingu. Boy, don't push your luck. I'm here, so stop it. Seeing Elder Luoshan, Yang Chen cursed in his heart, why is it that every time at the critical moment, there is always someone jumping out? He took a deep breath and stared straight at Elder Luoshan. Do you think you can stop me? Elder Luoshan snorted coldly, releasing a powerful aura from his body. The 8th level of the Fuchi realm. 8th level of Fuchi realm? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Let alone the 8th level of Fuchi realm, even if a master from the Jin Yuan realm came today, I would kill him. Elder Luoshan's face darkened. He didn't expect that Yang Chen would not buy it. After all, I am a veteran at the 8th level of the Fuchi realm, and you are so disrespectful to me? Okay, I want to see what your strength is. Elder Luoshan made a hand seal with both hands and connected to a world full of flames. 10,000 Fire Realm. Skyfire Blazing Technique. Burn everything in this world. Handfuls of flames gathered together, forming a vertical eye of fire more than 10 meters high behind Elder Luoshan. A beam of blazing white flames was released from the flaming vertical eye and swept across. A talent for playing with fire? Yang Chen was surprised. Aren't you all stonemen? How could you awaken a talent for fire? Seeing the flames burning towards him, he slowly used his talent to absorb the flames and transform them into streams of pure white power. These talents work so well together. After the transformation, the flames did not cause any effective damage to Yang Chen. Chapter 63 Using the Vortex Talent to create a Rasengan? In the blink of an eye, Elder Luoshan's Skyfire Flame technique was dissolved by Yang Chen's absorption in Vortex Talents, and then transformed into strands of pure energy through the Black Hole Talent. It's faintly forming. Yang Chen looked at the ball of pure energy emerging from his palm, the factory's industrial chain? Infinitely transform the enemy's power and use it for my own benefit. Very good, very powerful. At this time, the more Elder Luoshan released the Skyfire technique, the colder his heart became. What's going on? This is the magic of the 10,000 Fire Realm that I mastered after years of studying the 10,000 Fire Realm. Why doesn't it work for him? Elder Luoshan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he began to panic. This isn't good. This kid. Should I run away? Impossible, I am the great elder of the Stoneman tribe, who is at the 8th level of the Fuchi realm. Talent unfolds. Elder Luoshan suddenly put away his Skyfire blazing technique, and flames burst out from all over his body. He suddenly activated his talent, and only flames remained on his body, and his cyan gold skin turned into the surface of the sun. This is exactly Elder Luoshan SSS level talent, the Sun God. Elder Luoshan, who turned into the sun, saw his combat effectiveness increase significantly. The flaming little golden man? Yang Chen stared at Elder Luoshan, who was floating in the air. This is obviously a talent. It feels really good, I have to grab it. He accidentally activated his vortex talent, and a rotating energy sphere formed in his palm. The energy contained therein is all transformed from Elder Luoshan's Skyfire Flame technique. Under Yang Chen's urging, the sphere began to spin rapidly, continuously absorbing the energy dissipated from all around. When Yang Chen turned around, a basketball-sized energy sphere formed in his hand. Holy shit, this is a Rasengan? While he was wondering, Elder Luoshan, who had transformed into a human-shaped sun, flew into the air and then swooped down. At the same time, he threw a punch, Sun God Fist. When this punch was thrown, there was a sense of grandeur and brightness. It's a good time to test this Rasengan. Yang Chen frantically injected his innate power into the spiral ball in his palm. Air shock, golden thunder, red chain snake, and also his martial arts jade liquid. In an instant, the energy ball in his palm turned into a fireball shining with golden light. He pushed the fireball forward instead of retreating, to meet Elder Luoshan's Sun God Fist. As soon as they came into contact. Bang! Boom! A series of explosions were heard, and half of Elder Luoshan's arm was torn into pieces by the terrifying rotating and tearing force. On the other hand, Yang Chen was fine. He also used the power of the explosion and his air shock talent to step back a few steps, and in the process transformed it into a ball of new energy. With the vortex talent activated again, a new rotating Rasengan appeared. Elder Luoshan's eyes flashed with shock. He regrew an arm and said, "This human seems to possess 5 talents above S level. I remember that in the history of the stoneman, the highest record was awakening 10 talents, but only 3 of them were S level or above. Damn it, such a genius, I must kill him." He growled, and his sun god talents suddenly changed. Let us fight. Even if I die and reincarnate into the Dharma realm, I still have a chance to be summoned back to the present world by the Emperor Shinshu. Humans don't understand the art of summoning. If he dies, it's the same as being truly dead. Kill. Elder Luoshan gritted his teeth and rushed towards Yang Chen again, but he did not attack, he just approached. This old guy wants to fight me in close combat? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? As soon as they came into contact, Yang Chen used the power of the Rasengan to fight against Elder Luoshan. Bang, 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 bang. In a short period of time, the two had fought hundreds of times. Relying on a dragon's talent for energy conversion, Yang Chen was basically unharmed. But at this moment, Elder Luoshan suddenly smiled strangely. Boy, you've been fooled. The moment he finished speaking, Elder Luoshan's figure suddenly expanded rapidly, and emitted an increasingly dazzling light. Solar storm. Boom boom. The intense solar energy rushed in all directions, almost drowning Yang Chen completely. Damn, I've fallen into a trap. He's going to self-destruct. The first thing Yang Chen thought of was to quickly run out of the range of the explosion. But the next second, he saw the power of the sun expanding at the speed of light. He immediately stopped and said, I can't run away, I can only rely on my natural ability. Especially the black hole talent, Yang Chen put all his efforts into activating it. The expanding power of the sun, under the influence of the black hole talent, began to transform madly. Then, Yang Chen hugged his body and waited for the explosion. Elder Luoshan was seen turning into an extremely huge ball of incandescent white light, which instantly covered an area of 100 miles. All areas covered by the light ball melted into dust. After a long while, the ball of light gradually disappeared, and the sky and the earth became clear. Only a charred piece of land remained. Yang Chen's figure appeared on the charred land. At this moment, he slumped down to the ground. Has Elder Luoshan always been so brave? Directly self-destruct? Congratulations on obtaining the SS level Sun God talent. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level Yuanxiang talent. Congratulations on obtaining the A level Gold talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D level Water talent. Did Elder Luoshan also burn the Stoneman King to death? Yang Chen looked at the black spear hanging on the wall in the distance, and the black mud-like things around it. Not only the Stoneman King, but also the surrounding ferocious beasts and the Stoneman tribe were all burned to ashes. Is it worth it? TSK TSK TSK. Yang Chen sighed and stepped forward to take the black spear. I got another SSS level talent and another SS level talent. Yang Chen activated the fire of civilization with great satisfaction. However, when he ignited the fire of civilization again, the color of the flame emitted a dazzling pure golden light. My wisdom talent has a bonus effect on the fire of civilization? Yang Chen understood instantly. Just as he was igniting the fire of civilization, a roar was heard. Elder Luo Shan. It was Shinji who had just been killed. He was shouting indignantly. What a curse! This brat has the ability to plunder spirit essences, and you and I are still arguing here? Elder Luo Shan said repeatedly in panic. You still want to run away now? This is the fire of civilization, you can't escape. Shinji, who was in the spirit state, rushed forward and started fighting with Elder Luo Shan. Madman, you madman. Elder Luo Shan struggled repeatedly. The two men lost their physical bodies and relied on the power of their spirits to fight each other with punches and kicks. This. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel funny. It's already dangerous, but you're still holding your breath and entangled. Ha ha ha. As the fire of civilization burned, the two of them gradually turned into nectar that fell from the sky. At the same time, Yang Chen discovered that he was actually only connected to one additional higher level Dharma realm, the 10,000 Fires Dharma realm. Chapter 64 Great Sage level beast spirits still exist in this world? Another SSS level Yuanxiang talent is actually connected to the giant spirit realm. This also greatly increased Yang Chen's sensitivity to the giant spirit world. He could easily pull down 3 giant spiritual energies. Crack! Crack! The extremely abundant giant spirit energy made Yang Chen's body expand a little. At the same time, Yang Chen also received pieces of memory fragments. These are some of the memory fragments of Elder Luo Shan and Shinji. So, Yang Chen hurriedly sat down and assumed the Jade Channel subduing God sitting position from the Zhou Chenju. While transforming his martial arts skills, he calmly comprehended it. During the time when he was meditating and contemplating, Li Dekai, Zhang Yan and the other two appeared above Qingye Pass on Taishui Road. They looked at the charred ground and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I never thought such a huge change would happen here." Li Dekai took a deep breath. To be able to cause such a catastrophic attack, one must be at least a master of the 6th level of the Qi realm. I didn't expect we only realized it now. Zhang Yan scratched his head and said, "Oh no, it's all because I was too obsessed with improving my martial arts skills." At this time, Wang Zhiyu noticed Yang Chen who was meditating in the distance. He pointed at Yang Chen and said, "Look, isn't that the little god of wealth?" Following his finger, Li Dekai looked over and saw Yang Chen. "Let's go and take a look." The three of them followed the path of Qingye Pass, passing through the charred earth and melted stones. Finally, he appeared at the center of the battle. Li Dekai squatted down and looked at Yang Chen for a long time, then stood up again. This kid didn't even tell us. A big battle is going to happen here. Zhang Yan waved his hand and said, "What's there to say? We are all at the low level of the Fuji realm. If we come here, we will only make things worse. However, this kid is growing too fast." He was able to fight against a high-level martial arts master in the Fuji realm, and it seems that he even won the battle. Li Dekai sighed. He had a strange encounter. It was his good fortune. No need to envy. Zhang Yan stared at his surroundings and kept looking around. Based on the current battle traces, the Stoneman tribe has lost at least 2 high-level masters of the Fuji realm. I really don't know how he did it. Li Dekai analyzed calmly. No matter how he did it. In short, after this battle, the Stoneman King's Court will probably not easily send troops here again. We can take a breather and wait for the base to send someone over. When the time comes, we will be fighting head-on with the Stoneman. Zhang Yan also said, "Yes, who knows how many people will die by then." Li Dekai glanced at Zhang Yan and asked, "Do you still sympathize with the Stoneman?" Zhang Yan waved his hand and said, "How can I sympathize with them? I mean our people. Every time a war breaks out, a lot of people die." At this point, Zhang Yan lowered his voice and said, "I heard that the Stoneman can summon those who have died and reincarnated into the Void Realm to return to the real world and join the battle again. So fighting them requires a lot of consideration and is extremely troublesome." Li Dekai has been carefully sensing the Void Dharma realm in recent days and has come to understand its many mysteries. Can we still summon the Stonemen who have come to the Dharma realm back? Will the dead Stonemen show up and stab me in the back? It's definitely not an ordinary headache. For a moment, Li Dikai pondered, don't we have a corresponding method to summon it? Zhang Yan shook his head and said, no. You can't say there isn't any. I heard that summoning someone to the present world is a very complicated process and requires a huge amount of resources. The resources consumed alone are enough to train several high-level masters in the Fuchi realm. It's not worth it. If you weigh the pros and cons, you 1T develop the corresponding technology. Li Dikai was silent and looked up at the scorched land. After a long while, he finally spoke, let's just stay around here. To avoid being ambushed. Wang Zhiyu and Zhang Yan agreed and sat next to Yang Chen, acting like great protectors. As time passed, Yang Chen also read out a lot of key information from the memory fragments of Elder Luo Shan and Chen Go. For example, the stoneman tribe summoned their clansmen from the Void Realm. The main reason is that the stonemen all have their own unique stoneman marks on their bodies. The stoneman's mark is equivalent to positioning. After positioning according to the stoneman's mark, they can summon the clansmen in the Void Realm back to the world at a very low cost. The cost is low, and you can summon clan members who are masters of the Fuchi realm, so why not do it? In addition, Yang Chen also understood the real reason why the human side had always been passively beaten in the underground world of Chen Guang. The stonemen have talisman technology. The talisman altars they create include not only martial arts training altars, but also transformation altars. The transformation altar can draw the power of time from the underground world of time and inject it into the bodies of their various tribesmen in a gentle way. You can perfectly obtain the power of time in an instant. This is their advantage. As for the human side, before this, they relied on their toughness to withstand the erosion of the power of time. Those that cannot be stopped are transformed into photochemical organisms. It is obvious that the stonemen have an absolute advantage in this regard. In addition to these, Yang Chen also learned something, the spirit of the fallen beast. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ground in front of him. Although this great sage-level beast is dead, its spirit is still hiding in this world. The stonemen want to find the spirit of this great saint-level beast? What exactly do they want the spirit for? What do they want the spirit of this beast for? I cursed, and I couldn't read it later. What a pity! The fire of my civilization can only preserve a small part of their memories. The preservation of their memories depends on the upgraded fire of civilization. Just as Yang Chen was extremely curious about the beast's spirit, he noticed Li Dikai, Wang Zhiyu, and Zhang Yan surrounding him. Seeing that they were breathing deeply and were improving their martial arts skills, Yang Chen did not disturb them. Instead, he took out the black spear he had just obtained and observed it repeatedly. The entire black spear is made of tani crystal silk alloy and is at least an emerald-grade weapon. Very durable and hard-wearing. No wonder when Elder Luoshan released the sun god to self-destruct, even Shinji's body was burned to charcoal, but this weapon was intact. Yang Chen wiped the black spear carefully. You're mine from now on. After wiping off the dirt on the surface of the black spear, Yang Chen hurriedly put it into the space. This is the spoils of war. After putting away the black spear, he opened the system panel to check. It shows that there are more than 3,000 additional talents. All of them were looted by Elder Luoshan after he released the sun god to self-destruct, killed countless ferocious beasts, and the stoneman tribe's army. Ha 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 ha. Elder Luoshan thought he could blow me to death, but he didn't expect that everything would be lost to me for nothing. Yang Chen smiled very happily. Chapter 65 Spiritual power flies into the Dalo Dharma realm. The harvest is really too rich. Yang Chen looked at the rows of talents, and a crystal light flashed in his pupils. More talents mean that you can synthesize more S-level talents. Pick and choose again, find a few suitable S-level talents, and upgrade them to SS-level talents. One-click talent synthesis. He waved his hand. A total of 3,365 talents, through the system's random synthesis and upgrade, generate S-level talents one by one. This time, a total of 35 S-level talents were synthesized and upgraded. 35. Yang Chen pondered for a moment and began to select. First, it was innate ability, and secondly, the perception of the void realm. S-level psychic talent, can sense the Dalo Dharma realm, stay. With the S-level talent of 10,000 tribulations heavenly thunder, one can also sense the Dalo Dharma realm, so stay. S-level true fire talent, can sense the world of all fires, stay. With S-level fire lotus talent, you can also sense the myriad fire realms, so stay. As for the others, let's say goodbye to them all. Yang Chen said with gritted teeth. Although several of his talents had been with him for a long time, he still chose to break them down. Like the Golden Thunder talent, the Red Snake talent, and the Invisibility talent. Give priority to those who have strong sensitivity to the Daluo Dharma realm. Yang Chen took a last look at those talents and decomposed them all. He vaguely felt that using multiple talents to strengthen his perception of a realm would bring huge benefits. A total of 40,000 talent fragments were decomposed. Then, Yang Chen used 40,000 talent fragments to upgrade his special talent. S-level Psychic Talent, special upgrade to SS-level Psychic Talent. S-level Myriad Tribulations Heavenly Thunder, special upgrade to SS-level Myriad Tribulations Heavenly Thunder Talent. S-level True Fire Talent, special upgrade to SS-level True Fire Talent. S-level Fire Lotus Talent, special upgrade to SS-level Red Lotus Talent. After all the upgrades were completed, Yang Chen officially sorted out everything he had. His martial arts cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Fuchi realm. The high-level void realms that can be sensed include the Daluo realm, the True Dragon realm, the Giant Spirit realm, the 10,000 Fires realm, the Lingbao realm, and the Daluo realm. Among them, the talents that can be sensed in the Daluo Dharma realm are all SS level, namely Wisdom, Mind, Vortex, Air Shock, 10,000 Calamity Thunder, Growth, and Absorption. The only one who can sense the True Dragon realm is a SS level True Dragon talent. The ones who sensed the Giant Spirit realm were the SSS level Yuanxian talents and the SS level Vajra talents. The ones who can sense the 10,000 Fires realm are the SSS level Sun God talents, and the SS level True Flame and Red Lotus talents. Those who can sense the spiritual treasure world have the SS level Baoyu Guangwang body talent. Only those with SSS level Black Hole talent can sense the Great Grinding realm. After the comprehensive summary was completed, Yang Chen analyzed it secretly, so I must focus on the Daluo Dharma realm. A full 7 SS level talents are all sensitive to the Daluo Dharma realm. If I release a little bit of my spiritual power, I can pull down 18 Daluo immortal spirits from the Daluo Dharma realm. The 10,000 Fire realm, the Giant Spirit realm, and the Great Grind realm are supplemented. The True Dragon realm depends on how the talents will appear in the future. If we can continue to synthesize them and the corresponding dragon talents are released, then the True Dragon talents will be used as a supplement. After finishing all the arrangements, Yang Chen suddenly felt that the current route was much clearer. Daluo Immortal Spirit Chi. In an instant, his spiritual power penetrated the void and arrived at the Daluo Dharma realm, and at that time 36 Daluo Immortal Spiritual Chi were irrigated down. At this moment, Yang Chen almost couldn't help but groan. The amount of Daluo Immortal Spiritual Energy is really too much. Subconsciously, he urged his spiritual power to move closer to the Daluo Dharma realm. Closer and closer. Until a loud boom was heard, Yang Chen's eyes became clear and he saw a world like a fairyland. The sky is made up of immortal spirits, and there are vivid cranes. There is also endless, jade clear water. Is this the Daluo Dharma realm? Yang Chen was shocked. The last time I was in the Giant Spirit realm, I couldn't even get close to it, let alone come in to watch. He was even shocked by a giant spirit and vomited blood. Outrageous. My spiritual power actually reached the Daluo Dharma realm directly. It seems that it must be the Daluo Dharma realm. Marvelous. Yang Chen was excited and began to travel freely in the Daluo Dharma realm. In the sky there are cranes made of immortal spirit energy, as well as goldfish, white horses, and Sika deer made of immortal spirit energy. There are even some dragons swimming around. There is an air of harmony everywhere in the Daluo Dharma realm. All beings in the Dharma realm do not fight or compete, but wander happily between heaven and earth. It is simply the purest world. Just as Yang Chen's spiritual power was wandering in the Daluo Dharma realm, his physical body became ethereal under the nourishment of the immortal spirit. His bones became crystal clear, like the finest Hetian jade. The muscle texture is more delicate, and even has a little bit of precious light. The most important thing is that after all the jade liquid in his body has melted, new jade liquid is being regenerated. There is a faint spirituality in the jade liquid. It was a long time before Yang Chen withdrew from the Daluo Dharma realm and returned to his physical body. His thoughts ignited with a golden light. It's obvious that Daluo Feiji loves me more. The giant spirit realm is a bit disrespectful. It depends on how my talents turn out in the future. Yang Chen's thoughts suddenly stopped and he entered a deep level of perception. His spiritual power continued to roam in the outer ring area of the Daluo Dharma realm. The inner ring area of the Daluo Dharma realm obviously has special barriers. If you want to get in, you can only wait and collect more Daluo Dharma realm talents in the future. However, even the outer ring area of the Dalo Dharma realm is enough for Yang Chen to wander in tour for a long time. After several days passed, Yang Chen saw a ball of clear energy fall into the jade water next to him. The pure qi sank, and the surface of the water suddenly seemed to boil. Not long after, a giant green dragon flew out from it. The pure qi creates things. Yang Chen's heart sank, and he had a vague understanding. For a moment, his thoughts were scattered and he couldn't concentrate. Immediately, his spiritual power returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in astonishment, "I have comprehended a magic spell from the Dalo Dharma realm? Spirit point technique. Everything has a spirit, and can be enlightened and transformed into a spirit. Even the martial arts techniques are quite mysterious." He was about to try it when he heard a voice, "Yang Chen, you're finally awake. After so long, someone finally calls my name again." Instead of calling him Little God of Wealth one by one. Following the voice, Yang Chen discovered that it was not Li Dekai and the others, but Xiayin, whom he had met once. He asked doubtfully, "Chief Prosecutor Xia, why are you here?" Xiayin came closer and looked at Yang Chen with her big watery eyes for a long time. "If I'm not here, where else can I be?" Li Dekai and his men were transferred to Hualao Mountain to participate in the direct battle against the stoneman. Before they left, they specifically instructed us to protect you well. Look, several of us masters in the Fuji realm are guarding here, waiting for you to wake up. Chapter 66 The 7 Treasures Miaoxin Pill and the 3 Treasures Incense. Yeah. I'm quite proud. So many masters in the Fuji realm are guarding me. Yang Chen rubbed his face. What face do you mean? We just want to inform you as soon as possible, ask you to go to Shijiang Plain, and take over the territory of Shijiang Plain as soon as possible. A person standing next to him said. This man's name is Zhang Donglin, a martial arts master at the 5th level of the Chifu realm. Someone beside Zhang Donglin echoed repeatedly, Stone General Plain, that's the territory of General Shirun, Shinji. Brother Donglin, what is Shinji's strength? Zhang Donglin laughed, his smile full of sarcasm. That's the stoneman general who is at the 9th level of the Fuji realm. It is said that he also controls an elite corps of 50,000 stone men. After saying that, Zhang Donglin came closer and said, Yang Chen, do the higher-ups have a grudge against you? Why would they let you go alone? It's basically an absolutely impossible task. Xiayin glanced over and Zhang Donglin shrank his head in disappointment. Chief Prosecutor Xia is not someone to be trifled with. Not only does this woman have a strong background, she is also a master in the Fuji realm. At this time, Xiayin opened his hands and took out an extremely beautifully packaged square box and a long rectangular box. He handed it over and said, This is the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill and the 3 treasures incense. He added, Commander Li specifically instructed me to deliver it to you. Chibo Miaoxin pill. This pill is a rare and precious medicine, and it is said that it requires the cooperation of multiple Jinyuan realm masters. With great magical powers, he collected 7 petaled red spider lilies, 7-leaf swordgrass, 7 heartbodhi, 1,000-year-old peaches, green and yellow gourds, 5 metal essences, and lotus hearts of 12-petal golden lotus from the Mandala Dharma realm, Taewang Dharma realm, Bodhi Dharma realm, Pantao Dharma realm, Bayagula Dharma realm, Qingshan Dharma realm, and Penghu Dharma realm respectively, and refined them for 49 days with the true fire of the sun. Then take some yellow spring weak water from the yellow spring Dharma realm and pour it on the elixir, and it will finally become an elixir. The 7 treasures miraculous heart pill is suitable for martial arts masters in the Jinyuan realm. As for the 3 treasures incense, it requires a master who can go deep into the realm of spiritual treasures to collect 3 kinds of rare treasures, white jade marrow, 1,000-year-old ebony heart, and the stamens of the Tongtian vine incense flower. They are combined in a certain proportion and then go through 81 steps to make the Sanbao incense. Li Jin Meng? Why does she think of giving me these things? Yang Chen hesitated and did not take the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill and 3 treasures incense. Don't think too much. She said that it took you 3 months' salary to buy these 2 treasures. Xia Yin shrugged. Use my own salary to buy treasures for me? Yang Chen pointed at himself. Yes. Xia Yin covered her mouth with her other hand and giggled. Zhang Donglin and others next to them laughed even more unscrupulously. If that is the case, Yang Chen unceremoniously took the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill and 3 treasures incense from Xia Yin's hand and threw them into his planetary space. 3 months' salary. That's nearly 6,000 merit points, and they were all spent just like that? Xia Yin's eyes changed slightly. This guy called Yang Chen acted so quickly that I didn't even have time to react. Xiaoyin calmed herself down and said, what Zhang Donglin and the others said is true. Commander Li actually asked you to go to the Stone General Plains alone and strangle all the stonemen there. Among them is the stoneman general, Shinji. Zhang Donglin crossed his arms and said condescendingly, how is it? Do you need our help? Anyone can see that he is being hypocritical. Zhang Donglin thought arrogantly, why don't you come and beg me? If you beg me, I will give each of us another 18 million merit points. I'll consider going with you to the Stone General Plain. However, Yang Chen saw what Zhang Donglin was thinking from the beginning, and immediately waved his hand and said, no need, I will go to the Stone General Plain immediately. Zhang Donglin was still imagining Yang Chen's humbleness, and he said in a low voice, I still have to. Wait. What did you just say? Zhang Donglin suddenly came to his senses. I said, I don't need your help. Yang Chen said firmly. It was obvious that Zhang Donglin was not sincere at all and did not look like he wanted to help at all. I ask you for help? It's good enough that you don't make things worse for me. Zhang Donglin and the others were stunned. Boy, you said that. Don't say we didn't offer to help you. The people behind Zhang Donglin also echoed, exactly, you don't know how to appreciate it. Do you think you can level the Stone General Plains by yourself? What a joke. Even a great master in the Jinyuan realm would be in big trouble if he went there, let alone you. What's your cultivation level? What's your background? Isn't it just the 5th level of the Fuchi realm? Can it still break through the Stone General Plain? You must have water in your head. Xiaoyin coughed, ahem. Everyone around immediately shut their mouths. You wouldn't have guessed it, but this handsome and lovely prosecutor Xia is actually quite intimidating. At this point, Xiaoyin saw that everyone had stopped talking, so she said, although their tone isn't very nice, it's still a fighting force after all. If you invite us, we can help you, especially me. I have the authority to use supernova weapons. If necessary, I can also invite the masters of the Jinyuan realm from my family. How about it? Xiaoyin cast an inquiring look at him. Although she seemed sincere, Yang Chen knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world. He smiled and said, Chief Prosecutor Xia is quite powerful, but what's the price? You can't really do me this favor for free. Xiaoyin's eyes shone brightly, it's really easy to talk to smart people. Of course, what I want are the starstones and moonstones. After we annihilate the Stone General Plain, I will take 90% of the starstones and moonstones I loot from the Stone General Plain. The rest will be left to you. The lion opened its mouth wide. He asked for 90% of the starstones and moonstones at once. Miss Xia, you really scared me when you said that. Yang Chen hissed and patted his chest, saying, 90% starstone and moonstone. Xiaoyin frowned and counted on her fingers, saying, so what do you think? If you use supernova weapons, firing one shot will cost you 10,000 merit points. Plus, there's the cost of inviting a Gold Yuan realm expert to come over. Every penny of this is merit points. I can't possibly not earn a penny. She said so much, but Yang Chen only listened to one point. It costs 10,000 merit points to fire a supernova weapon? This expense was indeed beyond his imagination. But think about it, which high-tech thing doesn't cost money? What is more, it is the ultimate energy weapon such as supernova weapon. It's too troublesome. I think it's better for me to go to Shijiang Plain alone. Yang Chen turned around and was about to walk towards Shijiang Plain. You? Xiaoyin said angrily, it's not like there's no room for negotiation. Can't you bargain with me? Chapter 67, Huge Reserves of Starstones and Moonstones. Bargain? Yang Chen has never had the habit of bargaining. He always buys whatever the price is and leaves immediately. Don't waste time. However, now I heard Xiaoyin say that we can bargain. He turned around curiously and looked at Xiaoyin. I never like bargaining. But since we can bargain, then Chief Prosecutor Xia, please tell me, what is your final target price? Xiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief and said, my target price is 85%. This is my bottom line. 85%? Yang Chen frowned. Xiaoyin immediately tried to persuade him, the reserves of starstones and moonstones in the Stone General Plain are enormous. Even if it's only 1%, it would still be tens of tons of starstones. I'll give you 5%. That's nearly 70 tons of starstones. Even if you trade them for merit points, you can get tens of millions. She tried her best to persuade him. The reserves of starstones and moonstones in the Stone General Plain are enormous. For a moment, Yang Chen's pupils flashed with the luster of money, and Chen Shi's third uncle had reminded him before. Starstones and moonstones have additional great uses. Very good, I want both the starstone and moonstone from the stone general plane. Yang Chen thought to himself, and immediately looked at Xia Yin with a stern face. It seems that Miss Xia doesn't have much sincerity. It's better for me to go to the stone general plane alone. After saying that, Yang Chen turned around and walked away, following the open route towards the stone general plane. Xia Yin saw a gleam in Yang Chen's eyes just now, and she almost thought that Yang Chen agreed to divide it. But I never expected that the subject would change again? You. Xia Yin pointed at Yang Chen's receding back and stomped her feet anxiously. Zhang Donglin persuaded Xia Yin, don't be angry, Xia Yin. Be careful not to get too angry and hurt yourself. It's not worth getting angry at people like that. Xia Yin clenched her fist and said, but the stone plane contains a vast amount of important resources such as starstones and moonstones. And I've also heard that General Shinji has a high probability of controlling a sunwell. Do you know what the sunwell represents? The sunwell is a treasure that can continuously produce starstones and moonstones. She became more and more excited as she spoke. If Yang Chen hadn't invited us, I wouldn't have the authority to mobilize troops privately, let alone go to the stone general plains. The resources there are out of our reach. Zhang Donglin patted Xia Yin's shoulder and said, why are you panicking? From what I can see, Yang Chen's background only includes Li Dekai and a few others. There are no other forces. Li Dekai was transferred to Huolao Mountain to participate in the frontal combat and was unable to act on his own. What kind of waves can Yang Chen make by himself? That's the stone general plane, not some other place. I believe it won't be long before he comes back to beg us. Or maybe, he forced a one-on-one fight against Shinji and his elite stoneman troops, and was eventually. Having said this, Zhang Donglin suddenly stopped and wiped his neck with his hand. Xia Yin's expression changed, completely losing her previous panic. Instead, she was calm and composed. Zhang Donglin, you're right. That makes perfect sense. Alright, let's follow him and see what Yang Chen will do. Zhang Donglin groaned, but we still have to sign in at Kanjiagwan on Taishuadeo Road. If we don't sign in, we'll be marked as absent without permission. When the time comes, you will be punished by military law. That's right, the station personnel cannot leave their posts at will. If they leave without permission, they will be subject to a series of punishments. What to do? Xia Yin, who was unable to keep up, turned around angrily and looked at Zhang Donglin and the others. Just when Xia Yin was worrying about how to solve this problem, her eyes suddenly locked on a person, Zhao Tiexin. Zhao Tiexin possesses an S-level talent for transformation. Although the Thousand Changes talent has no offensive power, it can change into the appearance of anyone. He can even transform into a stoneman. Xia Yin looked Zhao Tiexin up and down. The rest of the people, including Zhang Donglin, also looked at Zhao Tiexin. Zhang Donglin spoke first, it seems that our check-in at Qingye Pass depends entirely on you. Xia Yin nodded and said, yes, I remember that Lao Zhao has a rare talent for transformation. He can even imitate our fingerprints. He can completely replace us to complete the check-in work at Qingye Pass. Zhao Tiexin has always been unpopular, mainly because he often used his versatile talents to imitate the image of a powerful leader to tease others. Later, he was taught a lesson by some people for a long time before he calmed down. Zhao Tiexin exclaimed, and then said, but if this is discovered, not only me but you all will be in big trouble. Zhang Donglin walked forward and stared at Zhao Tiexin, if you don't do as I say, you'll be in big trouble now. Besides, the iron waterway is so safe now, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, just go ahead. If you complete the task well, you will certainly get some benefits. Xia Yin also nodded, yes, you should also be aware of my Xia family's strong financial resources and background. Your benefits are indispensable. Zhao Tiexin's heart was immediately moved. In addition to being tempted by the benefits, there is another thing he likes very much, which is that he can turn into all the girls present. His talent for transformation allows him to perfectly transform into any person, from personality to body shape and structure, all the details can be changed to perfection. Then, Zhao Tiexin swallowed hard, moistening his dry throat and said, okay, I promise you. But I need some photos of you guys living your life in a more relaxed way. That way I can become more lifelike. Zhang Donglin waved his hand and said, it's simple, it's just a photo of everyday life. He immediately sent the photos to Zhao Tiexin. Xia Yin didn't think much about it and quickly sent the photo to him. At once, everyone sent their messages to Zhao Tiexin. A charming thought flashed through Zhao Tianxin's mind. He. Then I want to be polite. Zhao Tianxin immediately said, Chief Prosecutor Xia, I'm going back to Qingye Pass first. Please be careful along the way. Xia Yin nodded, well, go ahead. As for the rest, let's follow and see. Zhao Tianxin ran back to Qingye Pass and studied everyone's basketballs to see what the basketball hoops look like. Xia Yin and others hurriedly followed, staying far behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen, who was unaware of all this, was checking the spirit-enhancing technique he had just comprehended from the Dalo Dharma realm. Everything can be enlightened. Let's try it first. Yang Chen took out the black spear from the space. The martial arts jade liquid gathered in his body, and finally he pointed a finger at the black spear. Swish! A glimmer of light appeared on the surface of the black spear. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen felt as if the black spear had breathed and came back to life. Even the feeling of holding it in your hand is different from before. Much lighter. Alive? Yang Chen grabbed the black spear and looked at it up and down again and again. Chapter 68 Chapter 68, Transformed into a Dragon? 6th level of the Qi Fu realm. It seems like he can still breathe? Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise, and casually pulled out a strand of true dragon qi and injected it into the black spear. Under the baptism of the true dragon's qi, 2 dragon scales actually grew on the surface of the black spear. Crash! And as the black spear breathed in and out, the 2 dragon scales on it stood up and fell down. Could it be that this black spear can transform into a dragon? Yang Chen's expression was horrified, and he subconsciously pulled the true dragon qi from the true dragon realm. 2 more dragon scales were born. However, the scales are very small, only as big as a melon seed shell. It will take a long time to cultivate black spear to the point of transforming into a dragon. Yang Chen sighed repeatedly. The key is that the true dragon qi I pull down from the true dragon realm is not much, only 1 or 2 at a time. It's really limited. There is no way to speed up the training. He curled his lips and said in a deep voice, if we want to speed up the cultivation, we have to start from the Dalo Dharma realm where I have the strongest sense. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen pulled down 15 strands of immortal spirit energy, which was much easier than pulling down the true dragon energy from the true dragon realm. 5 strands of immortal spirit energy were separated as nutrition for Yang Chen's body, and the remaining 10 strands were poured into the black spear. The immortal spirit energy sank into the black spear. In an instant, although the number of dragon scales on it did not increase, they became larger and larger. Each dragon scale grows from the size of a melon seed shell to the size of an egg. You can faintly hear the roar of dragons. Hold head high. Looking at the changes on the black spear, Yang Chen was slightly stunned. Can the immortal spirit of the Dalo Dharma realm stimulate the growth of dragon scales? That's interesting. He repeatedly pulled down more immortal spirit energy from the void and poured it into the black spear. This time, the dragon scales on the black spear did not continue to grow larger, nor did their number increase. 10 more immortal spirits were injected into the black spear, but it remained motionless. Unchanged? Yang Chen frowned slightly, his hands moving non-stop, repeatedly injecting immortal energy into the black spear. Sadly, there is still no change. The fire of civilization lit up in his mind. Yang Chen analyzed it and understood, this artifact actually has the meaning of being full. It's in this state now, it's full. Any kind of qi will lose its effect. Okay. As he spoke, Yang Chen looked down at his obsidian combat uniform and asked, I wonder if this combat uniform of mine can be used to activate spirits? When he thought of this, he stretched out his hand and tapped his clothes, point to the spiritual technique. Swish! A ray of light flashed, and his clothes became spiritual. Next, just like when you activated the black spear just now, inject the qi from the Dharma realm into it. As for what kind of qi to inject, I'll try to infuse this combat uniform of mine with the divine energy of the giant spirit. He snapped his fingers and injected the giant spirit energy drawn from the void into his combat uniform. There was a loud boom and muscles appeared on his clothes. Afterwards, he kept pulling down the giant spirit's divine energy from the giant spirit realm and pouring it into it. Clothes have a tendency to become more and more bulky. TSK. This dress is much more handsome than before. Yang Chen's hands did not stop, injecting the giant spirit's divine energy until it could no longer absorb it. After the clothes were activated, he clearly felt that his steps were much lighter. With a little effort, he could walk forward more than 10 meters. This way, traveling will be much easier. Generally speaking, it takes at least 3 days and 3 nights to walk from Taishuadao to Shijiang Plain. But now, Yang Chen only needs 1 day at most to reach the Stone General Plain. Along the way, there are rivers of light one after another. Fortunately, Yang Chen was already a Chen Guang warrior, so we just had to wade through it. Finally, we passed through a bare forest. We just arrived at the Shijiang Plain. Below us lies an endless plain, covered with glowing dandelion-like plants. This plant has a nice name, called star grass. If you walk around casually on the grassland formed by starlight grass, starlight balls will float up. As for these starlight spheres, they are the seeds of starlight grass. When the seeds are blown by the wind, they fly far away and take root and sprout again. At this time, Yang Chen stepped into the starlight grass, stirring up starlight balls that floated into the air. We're almost there. Yang Chen stood in the starlight grass, his hands resting on his head, gazing into the distance. You can see a huge stone city. No hurry, I will digest the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill and the 3 treasures incense right here. Formulate a plan to complete the mission of annihilating the Stone General Plains. While speaking, Yang Chen sat on the ground and took out the beautifully packaged 7 treasures miraculous heart pill and 3 treasures incense from the space. After opening the package of Chibo Miaoxin pill, a sphere emitting colorful crystal luster appeared before your eyes. 7 treasures wonderful heart pill, Li Jinmeng really thinks highly of me. Yang Chen complained and threw the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill into his mouth. However, the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill did not dissolve in his mouth, but remained round. Something's wrong. He recalled the relevant records about the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill. The Chibo Miaoxin pill melts in your mouth and immediately turns into a sweet liquid. All you have to do is swallow the liquid. However, the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill in his mouth showed no signs of melting and remained round. What's going on? He subconsciously took a bite, and with a crackling sound, a sound like an eggshell breaking was heard. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of sweet liquid came out and Yang Chen swallowed it. After swallowing it all, he spat out the 2 halves of the shell in one gulp. I'm scolding you for not telling me earlier. It turns out that the surface of the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill is covered with a layer of shell. Yang Chen casually threw away the shell of the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill. Then open the package of Sanbao incense and take out a stick of Sanbao incense. The fragrant flag is flying over the pavilion, reaching the sky. I have ordered my ministers to report this, and the true spirits are waiting for you. 3 treasures incense, light it up. Yang Chen opened his mouth and spit out a ball of orange flame, lighting the 3 treasures incense. The moment the 3 treasures incense was lit, a wisp of green smoke shot straight into the sky, vaguely connecting to somewhere in the void. The effect of the 3 treasures incense is to help martial arts practitioners better establish a connection with the void Dharma realm. Seeing the green smoke rising straight into the sky, Yang Chen hurriedly took out the jade-channeled god-subduing sitting position from the Zhoutianxing Shinju, and at the same time released his spiritual power, using the help of the 3 treasures incense to strengthen the connection effect and connect to the Dharma realm of the heavens. As soon as he thought about it, 30 strands of immortal spirit energy from the Dalo Dharma realm descended. The effect is twice as good as without the assistance of Sanbao incense. At this time, the immortal spirit energy had already been infused into Yang Chen's entire body. Taking advantage of the fact that his current condition was at its best, he hurriedly took the time to digest the medicinal power of the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill and continuously pulled down more immortal spirit energy. The jade liquid is produced more and more. The bottleneck of the 5th level of the Fuchi realm has finally loosened. It took about a while. Crack. Crack. Sounds like breaking glass were heard, and Yang Chen officially stepped into the 6th level of the Fuchi realm, becoming a high-level cultivator in the Fuchi realm in one fell swoop. After breaking through the bottleneck, he did not stop, but instead consolidated his martial arts skills. Chapter 69 The Stoneman Tribe's Rolling Stone Chariot. Just as Yang Chen was practicing silently, Xia Yin and others had just caught up. Zhang Donglin crouched down, looking at the green smoke that still reached the sky in the distance. Now I have to use the 3 treasures incense. It's really luxurious. TSK. What do you think he will do next? Xia Yin thought for a moment and said, if it were me, I would definitely ask the masters in my family to come and help, or mobilize supernova weapons to carry out targeted strikes. But he has no power, let alone the authority to mobilize supernova energy weapons. I don't know what he's going to do. Zhang Donglin pinched his chin and said, he can't just go in alone, right? Someone nearby took over and said, isn't this perfect? If he dies, we can take the opportunity to report it and get permission to attack. Then won't we all get rich together? Zhang Donglin slapped the speaker's head and said, "You think too much. We attacked the Stone General Plains, and we can only reward people based on their merits. No right to share in the spoils of war." The latter rubbed his head and asked in confusion, "Why?" Zhang Donglin shook his head and said, "Silly. If you don't understand, forget it." He added in his mind that it was just a superficial reward based on merit, and he would give you a little more secretly. In short, you couldn't let others know that you had made a fortune. Otherwise, there will always be people who are jealous and do things behind your back. In the end, we all suffered the consequences. It has always been the case that people make a fortune in silence. As for the person who spoke just now, his CPU is about to burn out, and he still hasn't figured out why. At this moment, suddenly, jingle! There was a gentle sound of wind chimes, spreading to every corner of the grassland. At this time, Yang Chen heard it, and Xiayin, Zhang Donglin, and others also heard it clearly. Not long. Everyone saw that in the distance, standing on the grassland, there was a giant city belonging to the stoneman tribe, the Stone City, and the gate was slowly opening. Wait until the door is fully open. An extremely large chariot drove out from inside. Then came the second, third, and fourth car. A total of 5 giant chariots appeared in everyone's sight. Each chariot is more than 20 meters high and more than 40 meters long, making it a huge monster. Zhang Donglin stared at the chariot, his pupils shrinking rapidly. This is the rolling stone chariot built by General Shinji's order. Each one is made of adamantium and has a very strong appearance. 5 tanks, are they going to? Xiayin stared at the 5 chariots intently, her red lips parted as she uttered 2 words, "Rush to the rescue." She continued, "General Shinji has sent out chariots, probably to support the front battlefield. I don't know if Feng Yuan has received the news." She was about to continue when Zhang Donglin suddenly pointed to the side and asked, "When did Jiang Chen run to that road?" Xiayin let out a ha and looked in the direction Zhang Donglin's finger was pointing. She saw Yang Chen holding 2 swords and standing on the only open road on the grassland. Fuck, is he crazy? Zhang Donglin was confused. He wants to fight 5 stonemen rolling stone chariots alone? The muscles on Xiayin's face twitched violently. It was the first time she had seen such a rude person. Xiayin thought to herself, "Li Jinmeng thinks highly of you, Yang Chen. I thought you were really special, but now it seems that you are a complete reckless man." Xiayin squeezed out 2 syllables from between his teeth. "Should we leave quickly?" Zhang Donglin lowered his body, fearing that he would be discovered by the stonemen on the rolling stone chariot. "Coward!" Xiayin rolled her eyes at Zhang Donglin in disdain. "If any of you want to leave now, go ahead." Zhang Donglin had no choice but to squat there obediently. He is a grown man, he can't be weaker than a woman like Xiayin. Then, Zhang Donglin turned his gaze to Yang Chen, thinking deeply, "I want to see what exactly you want to do." At this moment, Yang Chen was in his peak condition after using up a stick of sanbao incense. It just so happened that the stonemen tribe sent rolling stone chariots for support, so how could he miss this opportunity to try his hand? At that moment, he seized the opportunity to activate the 2 swords and infuse them with true dragon energy. This time, Yang Chen only added the true dragon chi and did not add any other kind of chi. He wanted to see what the result would be if he infused only one kind of true dragon chi. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the black spear and repeatedly used his vortex talent on the black spear to accumulate strength. Just wait until the power is accumulated, and then deal a terrifying damage. For a while, he closed his eyes and concentrated, charging up the power for the black spear while infusing the true dragon energy into the 2 swords. After it lasted for a long time, a strong wind started to blow. The star grass made a rustling sound when blown, and suddenly the sky was filled with starry balls floating in the air. Even Zhang Donglin couldn't help but sigh, "What a romantic scene." Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the stoneman tribe's rolling stone chariots coming towards him. The wind is blowing. The moment the seeds of starlight grass flew in front of him, Yang Chen moved, and the space seemed to freeze. Lightning poison dragon drill. Swoosh. The black spear spinning at high speed turned into a black light and pierced the stoneman's rolling stone chariot like lightning. One could faintly hear the laughter of the stonemen coming from the rolling stone chariot. Where did this human come from to challenge our rolling stone chariot? You really are risking your life. Ha, drive over there quickly and run him over. Speed up, I want to see the wheels run over his body. A mere human being is really courting death. But soon, the black spear hit the rolling stone chariot, and its hard alloy shell only lasted for less than a second before being pierced by the high-speed rotating black spear. Puff, puff, puff. The black spear penetrated the first rolling stone chariot easily as if it were drilling through pieces of paper. Then came the second, third, and fourth car. The black spear pierced through the 5 rolling stone chariots in an instant, and continued to move forward, piercing straight into the wall of the distant stone city. Boom! A big hole was pierced on the huge city wall, and the black spear finally stopped. The 5 rolling stone chariots pierced by the black spears had their cores pierced, and they immediately lost power and stopped in place. There were faint sparks inside. Suddenly, roars of the stonemen were heard from the rolling stone chariot. Why did the car stop? What happened? The rolling stone chariot just got built, and it's already broken down? What on earth do you do for food? Hurry up and get someone to do the maintenance and check it out. Everyone else, follow me out of the car and take care of that human in the middle of the road. It can't be that human's doing, right? I seem to see a flash of black light just now. A group of stonemen got off the car one after another, and only a few stayed in the car to check. Zhang Donglin, who was standing behind him, suddenly became confused. Is it haunted? Are all the stonemen's rolling stone chariots having problems? Isn't this unlikely? Chapter 70 Sit back and wait, what does Lao Lu do? Xia Yin became suspicious. What on earth did Zhang Chen do? I just vaguely saw a flash of black lightning. Zhang Donglin looked up at the 5 stonemen rolling stone chariots. But the moment he looked up, all the rolling stone chariots exploded one after another. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion spread over dozens of miles in an instant. Moreover, the impact caused by the explosion formed a gust of air that spread out, and the surrounding starlight grass was compressed. What is particularly important is that after the rolling stone chariot exploded, a large number of stonemen were killed or seriously injured. In just 1 second, Yang Chen plundered more than 500 talents of various levels. Moreover, the number is still increasing. Flames shot up from the chariot, instantly dyeing half the sky red. The fire spread to the remaining stone people one after another. Many stonemen who escaped the explosion were killed by the flames. It was at this time that the 2 swords in Yang Chen's hands could no longer digest the true dragon energy. He raised his hands and poured the power of time into the 2 swords. The blades did not grow larger as before, but instead lit up with balls of white flames. Under the flames, the blade was covered with dense dragon scales. Kill! Yang Chen whispered a word, then jumped up and flew out at high speed, killing the stoneman who had just escaped from the explosion range. Leave no one behind. As he flew over, Yang Chen saw the flames burning on the chariots. Try the flame power of the 10,000 fire realm. Sun God. True flame. Red Lotus. Through these 3 talents, and sensing the 10,000 fires realm at the same time, Yang Chen's body instantly burned with blazing flames. He flew out at high speed, turning into a line of fire, passing through the seriously injured and wailing stonemen, as well as the stonemen struggling to escape. More talents available. Of course, there is also a huge amount of life essence. The ones who appeared here were the elite troops under the command of the stoneman general Shinji. As they are elite, their life essence must be more powerful. Whoosh whoosh. After using his fire ability, Yang Chen's figure could no longer be seen with the naked eye. All I could see was the flickering flames. The speed is too fast. Crack. Just after killing the last stoneman with 1 blow, Yang Chen finally stopped. The fire ability also has the effect of additional burst speed. I have to remember this. As he spoke to himself, he took the black spear from the wall of the stone city, then stepped back a few steps before looking at the stone city in front of him. All 5 rolling stone chariots have exploded. Someone should come out to check. I can just wait outside. After analyzing for a while, Yang Chen walked to the base of the city wall, leaned against it and waited patiently. We don't have to charge into the stone city, which saves a lot of trouble. He just held the 2 swords and calmed down. In the distance, Zhang Donglin started to curse. Luck? Or coincidence? All 5 rolling stone chariots exploded? This is too incredible. Xia Yin retorted, it's definitely not luck, nor is it a coincidence. It's just that black light that was like lightning just now. It's a pity that I didn't see clearly what it was. Zhang Donglin did not refute immediately, but he just didn't quite believe what was happening. While they were talking, the gate of Boulder City opened again. Someone was driving a brand new chariot and rushing towards the rolling stone chariot. These were the stoneman-related personnel who were checking the situation. Divine Fire Chariot? Yang Chen looked up at the chariot that had just rushed out of the Boulder City. The Divine Fire Chariot is not as heavy and huge as the Rolling Stone Chariot. Instead, it looks very light. But such a seemingly small Divine Fire Chariot has extremely strong killing power. It is equipped with heavy weapons that can rival supernova energy cannons. At this moment, the Divine Fire Chariot stopped next to the 5 Rolling Stone Chariots that had exploded earlier. Several stonemen got off the Divine Fire Chariot to check the situation. Good opportunity. Yang Chen jumped up, a black spear appeared in his hand, and began to spin rapidly. It's the familiar vortex talent again. Spiral Electric Poison Dragon Drill. He threw it out casually, and it cut through the sky and stabbed towards the Divine Fire Chariot below. Boom! The black spear pierced straight through the Divine Fire Chariot from above, nailing it firmly to the ground. Flames shot up into the sky again, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The Divine Fire Chariot that the stonemen had spent a huge amount of money to build was scrapped. He also injured several nearby stonemen. Sitting back and waiting for the rabbit to come to you has always been effective. Yang Chen was very satisfied with the current result. He flew forward and retrieved the black spear. Waiting for the next move of Boulder City. At this moment, the gate opened and teams of armored stonemen swarmed out from the gate. They all had long breaths, strong bodies, and appeared in neat steps. You can tell at a glance that he is well trained. As soon as the numerous stone men appeared, they quickly dispersed and formed square formations, looking as if they were facing a powerful enemy. At the same time, a chariot even larger than the Rolling Stone Chariot appeared. This chariot is built with gold and jade, full of the atmosphere of wealth. On top of the chariot sat a large man. It was Shinji, the general of the Stoneman tribe who was guarding the Stone General Plain. Zhang Donglin's pupils shrank sharply in the back, and he lowered his voice and said, "It's the Stoneman General, Shinji." He actually came out. Xiaoyin nodded slightly, "I saw it clearly just now." Yang Chen was indeed using a black spear. Does the black spear have such great power? Can a single attack destroy a stoneman chariot? Zhang Donglin grinned and said indignantly, "I don't believe he dares to use the same trick on Shinji. That's a 9th-level master of the Fuchi realm." Xiaoyin said to herself, "If it were me now, I would definitely stop while I'm ahead and not continue the fight. Destroying the stoneman's chariots is a great achievement." Zhang Donglin echoed, "That's right, there's really no need to fight harder." Unfortunately, Yang Chen had no intention of retreating. He stared at the elite stoneman warriors around him and thought to himself, "I can definitely fight this stoneman general directly. Then treat the surrounding stoneman elites as blood bags. Whenever my energy consumption is too high, I will kill a few stonemen to replenish it. This way, I'll have a chance to kill this stoneman general, Shinji." His heart suddenly calmed down, and a strong sense of self-confidence burst out from Yang Chen. "Human?" Shinji sat upright on top of the chariot, his eyes sweeping over the destroyed rolling stone chariots. He said calmly, "It seems that you are the human expert who came here specifically to intercept my rolling stone chariots. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong target. You are the first one who dares to destroy my Shinji's chariot. And the last one too." Shinji looked calm on the surface, but in reality, his heart was filled with rage. He wished he could tear Yang Chen to pieces right there and then. Chapter 71 Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash. Law of Heaven and Earth. Shinji moved, but not with his martial arts power, but by slapping the golden chariot under him. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling light flashed from the golden chariot. After a brief period of charging, a giant beam of light more than 10 meters thick came crashing down from the sky. Crack, no moral ethics. Yang Chen dodged repeatedly and narrowly avoided the huge beam of light. Never mind, let's kill a few blood packs first to replenish our good brothers. Kill. The flames suddenly burned, and Yang Chen bypassed the light column attack of the golden chariot and turned into a line of fire again, rushing into the elite troops of the Stoneman tribe at lightning speed. Puff, puff, puff. The 2 sharp swords with flaming lights slashed across the necks of the elite stonemen. In the blink of an eye, heads flew into the air. Then he landed heavily on the ground. Bang, 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 bang. With the huge replenishment of life essence, Yang Chen's martial arts skills were improved to a certain extent. This is not the end yet. As his movements continue to accelerate, more and more elite stonemen die under his double swords. Moreover, as Yang Chen continued to kill the stonemen, he was in a state of having no thoughts and his mental strength was highly concentrated. Unintentionally, he established a special connection with the 10,000 Fires realm. He was still continuing to kill, but his spiritual power had already entered the realm of all fires, and he passively comprehended the fire-related attack techniques. In the realm of 10,000 fires, balls of flames kept exploding, and a brilliant red lotus that looked like it was in full bloom appeared. With the appearance of this red lotus, Yang Chen's spiritual power suddenly returned, turning into infinite insights that filled his heart. Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique. What he just comprehended was the Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique in the 10,000 Fires realm. He silently integrated the insights of the Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique into his mind. Just when he was realizing it, a fierce wind blew, and a huge hammer came crashing down from above, carrying a tremendous force. It seemed that Yang Chen was about to be hit. But in the next second, he suddenly moved, 10,000 Fire Realm, Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash. This move was Yang Chen incorporating the Red Lotus Karma Fire technique he had comprehended into the Star River / martial art. A slash of sword, forming a blooming red lotus. The red lotus not only held up the huge hammer that was falling heavily, but also released petals that swept out in all directions. The stone people who were rushing over shouting and killing, no matter who they were, would be turned into ashes in an instant as long as they were slightly touched by the petals. There was no sign of any flames rising, and silently, they melted into ashes all over the sky. Very weird. The effect of Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash was completely beyond Yang Chen's expectations. Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash is so cool? He was surrounded by scarlet petals, looking like the god of death at the end of the world. Some of the timid stonemen were now trembling with their legs. What a strong fighting power! Not only the stonemen, but even Xiaoyin, Zhang Donglin and others were sighing and fell into silence. How could Yang Chen be so powerful? It's obviously only the 5th level of the Fuchi realm? Nourished by multiple high-level Dharma realms, Yang Chen's physical strength alone far exceeds that of an average 8th-level Chi-Fu realm expert. Coupled with the special effects of the Zhoutian Xingqianju, the more talents one has, the stronger the combat power. Yang Chen, who possesses multiple advanced talents, has such an almost unstoppable powerful combat power. At this moment, the pressure came to Shinji. Shinji swung his hammers in anger and smashed them to the ground. Boom! As a loud noise was heard, Shinji roared, "Little human, are you bullying me, the Stoneman tribe, who has no one? Talent unfolds, Juk Gate." Shinji slammed the ground hard, rumbling sounds continued, and then he saw doors rising all around. A total of 8 doors appear in 8 directions. At the same time, Shinji's figure swelled up like a balloon. In the end, it became 18 meters high. Looking at the gates rising around him, Yang Chen did not rush to take action. He secretly analyzed, it's a domain-type talent. But fortunately, Shinji has not yet reached the Golden Origin realm, so he cannot unleash the true power of his domain-type talent. If he reaches the Golden Yuan realm, I won't have any chance at all. As for now, you've grown bigger, and I also have the talent to grow bigger. Talent unfolds, Giant Spirit God. He roared, and his Vajra talent and Yuanxiang talent unfolded at the same time. A handful of golden light exploded on Yang Chen's body, and he transformed into an 8-armed Vajra giant who was 30 meters tall and slowly stood up. The 8-armed Vajra giant has many Yuanxiang tattoos on his body. The power that is enough to destroy the world is brewing in Yang Chen. Shinji's pupils flashed. Are you also a gifted person in the giant spirit realm? Very good, let us see which of us has the greater talent, Juk Sect. Crack, crack, crack. Light suddenly lit up from the gates around him, shining on Shinji. Shinji's size expanded once again, at one point expanding to 22 meters. There is also an amplifying effect. Yang Chen saw it at a glance. The next second, the two giants, Yang Chen and Shinji, collided violently. During the collision, loud explosions were heard one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Donglin, who was watching the battle from a distance, suddenly stuttered, he has the talent of the giant spirit realm. I saw in the information that he possesses a spatial talent, and it's an auxiliary portable space. But what's with his giant talent? Xiaoyin was also confused. Dual talents, could it be that he has a rare dual talent? Looking at the effect of this talent, the level is probably not low. No wonder he dared to come here alone. While they were talking, Yang Chen and Shinji had already exchanged hundreds of punches. With his SSS level Yuanxiang talent and SS level Diamond talent, Yang Chen had an absolute upper hand, and Shinji was beaten back repeatedly. The scene in front of me is like a parent educating his child. Yang Chen, in his 8-armed Vajra giant form, was larger than Shinji and also stronger than him. He has 6 more arms than Shinji. Shinji threw a punch, and Yang Chen threw 8 punches in a row. In just 5 minutes, Shinji was beaten black and blue on the spot. In the process of fighting with Shinji, Yang Chen, like before, flew into the giant spirit realm with his spiritual power, constantly comprehending the spells belonging to the giant spirit world. At the same time, Yang Chen, who had the upper hand, used his 8 arms to exert force and hammered Shinji to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound like beating drums, and Shinji was beaten into the ground again and again. It's like piling. After fighting like this for a long time, Yang Chen clenched his 8 arms into a huge fist and smashed it down. Bang! Boom! Shinji's head was knocked several meters into the ground, and Yang Chen stopped at this time. His spiritual power just happened to bring back a freshly made spell from the giant spirit realm, the law of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth. Yang Chen suddenly fell into ecstasy. This was a high-end magic spell in myths and legends. Unexpectedly, I found it in the giant spirit realm. The giant spirit world suddenly smelled fragrant. Chapter 72 Jin Yuan Realm? The terrifying spirit pointing red lotus karma fire technique. After obtaining the Fa Tianxiang Di, Yang Chen suddenly fell into ecstasy, and for a moment he even forgot about Shinji beside him. Shinji still had a breath left, and his life was not completely gone. It was at this time that a series of changes occurred in Shinji. The martial arts jade liquid that Shinji had practiced for many years condensed crazily at this moment, and where the jade liquid gathered, golden beans were born. Once the golden beans were produced, they triggered continuous changes in the jade liquid in his body. Form more golden beans. These golden beans nurtured by jade liquid were called golden elixirs in ancient times. In this era, it is called the golden liquid of martial arts, which is the golden yuan realm. Therefore, at this moment, Shinji has surprisingly stepped into the threshold of the Jin Yuan realm. The strength is rising rapidly. However, Yang Chen was so immersed in the law of heaven and earth that he did not notice the changes in Shinji. And Shinji also stayed in the soil without moving, waiting for all the jade liquid in his body to be transformed into martial arts gold liquid before he could stand up and fight again. The jade liquid produced in the state of Fu Qi only has the initial power of creation, while the golden liquid goes a step further and can communicate with ghosts and gods. Even the most common talents can produce tremendous power under the stimulation of golden liquid. The Fuji realm and the Jin Yuan realm can be said to be like heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth can not only make your body bigger, but also has the effect of increasing your combat power. After a long period of contemplation, Yang Chen finally had a preliminary grasp of the law of heaven and earth. The bigger the body, the higher the increase in combat power. Although the amplification method is different from that of the Zhou Tianxing Shenju, the results are almost exactly the same. He was concentrating and gaining insights when a ball of golden light suddenly rose up. Shinji finally condensed all the martial arts jade liquid in his body into martial arts gold liquid. Crack! He stood up from the soil and stirred up explosive streams of air that rushed in all directions. He said in a muffled voice, "Human boy, I really should thank you for allowing me to advance to the Gold Yuan realm in one fell swoop. You're dead." The moment he finished speaking, Shinji stretched out his big hand and grabbed Yang Chen. The big hand was like a mountain, and there was something unavoidable about it. Fuck, you got promoted because of my random punches? Is this kind of thing still happening? Let's fight. The moment Yang Chen's thoughts flashed through his mind, the image of the 8-armed Vajra giant suddenly shrank. Then it surged again. He collected the Vajra talent and used the Fa Tianxiang Dishu that combined the SSS level Yuan Xiang talent and the SS level Vajra talent. Boom! In a breath, Yang Chen's body suddenly grew to 36 meters, transforming into a giant spirit general, and his combat power increased 6-fold. This was not the end yet. He continued to circulate the martial arts jade liquid, and the 12 zodiac constellations lit up in his body. 12 times increase in combat power. When combined with the two methods of Fa Tianxiang Di, the total combat power is increased by 18 times. All of this is done in a brief moment. After being amplified 18 times, the aura emanating from Yang Chen was actually no weaker than that of Shinji, who had just been promoted to the Jin Yuan realm. Facing the big hand that Shinji stretched out, he punched back, and at the same time attached a red lotus karma fire technique to his fist. This punch is called the Red Lotus Karma Fire Fist. The fist that shone with the luster of red lotus, as soon as it touched Shinji's big hand, scarlet flowers quickly spread towards Shinji. Wherever the flying flowers passed, everything burned silently and turned into ashes. Even Shinji, who was in the Jinyuan realm, was no exception. His huge fist gradually turned into ashes and drifted in the air. Although Shinji relied on his huge vitality to grow new fists, when he looked at young Chen again, his eyes were full of fear. "What kind of flame is this?" Shinji asked in a deep voice. "What? Are you scared?" Young Chen, who was in the state of giant spirit general, looked at Shinji jokingly. "Didn't you advance to the Golden Yuan realm?" While speaking, Yang Chen stepped forward and slapped Shinji in the face. Bang! There was a thunderous explosion, and Shinji was stunned. But then, slap after slap was slapped on Shinji's face. Yang Chen slapped Shinji's face from both sides. "Aren't you the general of the stoneman tribe? Where's that majestic presence you just had?" Shinji even forgot to fight back. "Who am I? Where am I? Why can this human being in the Fuchi realm emit an aura comparable to mine? Why am I being beaten?" For a moment, Shinji even forgot to use the Jukman talent. "I was completely confused." After a long while, he came back to his senses. Shinji roared and raised his fist to continue fighting with Yang Chen. However, with his combat power increased by 18 times, Yang Chen and Shinji in the Golden Yuan realm were almost on par with each other. The fight was back and forth. However, Yang Chen became anxious. Although his current condition was good, his consumption was a bit behind. Even the elite stoneman who died around him replenished his life essence. It is far from keeping up with the current consumption. A huge amount of life essence is consumed every second. No. If I continue like this, I will be the loser sooner or later. Yang Chen activated his wisdom and mind talents, and began to calculate ways to break the deadlock. Combined with the Panga network he already possessed, he quickly deduced, Spirit Point Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique. Use the Spirit Enhancing Technique to activate the most lethal Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique. Thus, this new technique was formed. Spiritual Enlightenment Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique. A lotus-emitting scarlet light appeared out of nowhere and bloomed. And it's getting bigger and bigger. Initially it was only the size of a basketball. But in the blink of an eye, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique grew to half the size of a basketball court, and continued to grow roots, piercing into Shinji's body. Shinji frantically tried to pull out the Red Lotus roots that had pierced his body. But, I can't catch it at all. The Red Lotus grew rapidly every second, until it grew to the size of an entire basketball court, and finally exploded with a loud bang, forming a rain of scarlet flowers all over the sky. The flower rain looks beautiful, but in this scarlet flower rain, everything burns silently and turns into ashes. Even Shinji, who was in the Jinyuan realm, was no exception. He looked at Yang Chen in despair. "Why do you have so many talents?" With disbelief, Shinji gradually turned into ashes. "Congratulations on obtaining the SS level talent, Juk Gate. Very good. From now on, my connection with the Juling Dharma realm has become much closer." Yang Chen looked at the direction where Shinji disappeared. "Let me inherit your Juk Sect talent." As he spoke, a pure golden fire of civilization ignited in his body, burning all the essence of the stoneman he had just absorbed into nectar. With the nourishment of nectar, Yang Chen's strength recovered somewhat. He quickly put away the combat power enhancement effect and looked at the rest of the elite stoneman troops. At this time, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique, after being enlightened, is extremely spiritual. Even the flying scarlet petals are like seeds, constantly growing and spreading. It seems to really have the characteristics of a plant. Watching as the elite troops of the Stoneman tribe were ignited one after another by the Red Lotus of Karma Fire, they flew into petals, and the petals then touched another person. In the end, Yang Chen didn't even need to take action, as all the elite stonemen were reduced to ashes. All that was left was a rain of petals all over the sky. Hiss, after being enlightened, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique is surprisingly terrifying. Chapter 73, 8th level of the Fuchi realm. 100,000 talents. Standing under the blood-red petals floating all over the sky, Yang Chen sighed. A moment later, he jumped onto the golden chariot and absorbed the surging life essence. This is the life essence of the stonemen in the entire city of Stone City. Ultimately, the spreading burning ability of the Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique is simply too powerful. Someone who simply burned down a city. At this moment, under the operation of the Zhou Shinju, the surging life essence was transformed into Yang Chen's martial arts cultivation. It was when he was quietly transforming his cultivation. Xiaoyin, Zhang Donglin, and others who were hiding in the back were all stunned in place. After a long while, Xiaoyin said with a pale face, he is not a human. Zhang Donglin just wanted to run away at this moment. Hurry, run, why aren't you running yet? Xiaoyin glanced at Zhang Donglin weakly and thought, you and I are totally not on the same wavelength. I'm talking about the east and you're talking about the west. It's like talking at cross purposes. Someone was puzzled. Brother Donglin, didn't he strangle all the stonemen? Why are you running away? Zhang Donglin pointed at the scarlet petals that were still falling in the distance. See that? With such a strong wind, what if it blows over? As he was speaking, a cluster of scarlet petals approached. Damn! It's really blowing here, someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone felt like they were facing a great enemy. Hide quickly! Zhang Donglin suddenly fell to the ground to avoid the flying scarlet petals. Xia Yin and the others did not dare to be careless and hid carefully. They saw it clearly just now. All the stone people in the city died because they were contaminated by these petals. After finally dodging it, Xia Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Result: another handful of blood-red petals came towards me. Zhang Donglin lay on the ground and said repeatedly, we can't stay here anymore, let's go. If we stay any longer, we might all die under these petals. Xia Yin gritted her teeth and looked longingly at the stone city and Yang Chen sitting on the golden chariot at the gate of the stone city. So you have such a devastating move. No wonder you dare to come here alone. She was very envious of the huge treasure in the stone city, but unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to be envious now. Didn't you see that Shinji from the Jinyuan realm and everyone in the giant stone city died a tragic death? Run! Retreat, retreat quickly! Xia Yin called out reluctantly and prepared to leave. But when she turned around, she found that Zhang Donglin and his group had already run about 100 meters away. Xia Yin stamped her feet in anger and then hurried to catch up. Relying on their cultivation in the Fuji realm, they ran for more than 30 kilometers before finally stopping. Zhang Donglin sat by the lake, panting repeatedly, what kind of magic is that has such a strange effect? Xia Yin had just caught up when she suddenly thought, doesn't that mean Yang Chen has a third talent? The others looked at Xia Yin and then at Zhang Donglin. Are you two talking about the same thing? Forget it, I'm used to it. These two people have always been talking at cross purposes, yet the conversation can still go on. Zhang Donglin patted his chest and said, if we hadn't run fast, we might have been affected by those flower petals. Xia Yin squatted down and said, it's really rare to find a human with a third talent. Zhang Donglin came closer and said, I feel like his third talent should be a fire-type talent. Others, these two people were talking about their own things, but they were able to connect in the end. Xia Yin held her head with one hand, I wish I had his talent, a rain of flowers all over the sky, what a romantic way of attacking. Zhang Donglin curled his lips and said nonchalantly, it can't be a flower-type talent, right? Flower-type talents are also extremely rare. In short, it's definitely not a common talent. Xia Yin looked up at the sky, why am I not the owner of multiple talents? At the gate of Boulder City, the martial arts jade liquid in Yang Chen's body gathered into a stream and flowed slowly. It washed through his limbs and bones, further improving his physical condition. At the same time, with a pop sound, Yang Chen's martial arts skills broke through to the 7th level of the Fuji realm. And it is still continuing to move upwards. The jade liquid gathered more and more, forming a rushing river, flowing rapidly. It took 3 days and 3 nights for Yang Chen to completely transform all his life essence. And his cultivation also broke through the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Fuji realm in one fell swoop. Become a master of the 8th level of the Fuji realm. He then opened his eyes, I've finally reached the 8th level of the Fuji realm. By the way, let's take a look at the talents we plundered this time. With a wave of his hand, he opened the system panel, which recorded more than 100,000 talents. So many? Yang Chen was puzzled. After reading the memories intercepted by the fire of civilization, he discovered that in addition to the 50,000 elite stonemen in the Stone City, there were more than 50,000 ordinary stonemen. That's why there are so many talents plundered. I've made a fortune. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement, but then he thought, what if it's on the front line? How much talent can I plunder there? Excited, his eyes locked on the talent panel, one-click talent synthesis first. That's more than 100,000 kinds of talent. The system suddenly started working frantically. After synthesizing the talents one by one, a total of 850 S-level talents were synthesized. 850 S-level talents combined. Yang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He opened the talent panel and started selecting one after another. Finally, 3 S-level talents were selected to be retained, and the rest were all disassembled. They are Molten Fire, Sumeru, and Skylight. The Molten Fire talent is quite comprehensive, and can sense both the Dalo realm and the 10,000 Fire realm. Shumi is the gift of the giant spirit world. Heavenly Light is a gift from the Dalo realm. Except for these 3 talents, all other talents were shattered and turned into talent fragments. There are a total of 870,000 talent fragments. This time the harvest is so rich. I can completely synthesize special talents and get 8 SSS level talents. Yang Chen slapped his thigh. Start selecting objects to upgrade to SSS level talents. My planetary talent definitely needs to be upgraded. There are also the wisdom talents, the mind talents, and the vortex talents that can sense the Dalo Dharma realm. Plus the red lotus talent, the sun god talent, and the diamond talent. At last. He gritted his teeth and said, add a true dragon talent. Let's do it. Start upgrading your special talent. Congratulations on advancing planet talent to the SSS level world. Congratulations on advancing your wisdom talent to SSS level wisdom. Congratulations on advancing your spiritual talent to SSS level spiritual talent. Congratulations on advancing your eddy current talent to SSS level eddy current. Congratulations on advancing your true dragon talent to SSS level dragonless. Except for the names of my world talent and dragonless talent, the rest of the names have not changed. Yang Chen took a deep breath and pulled down 500 chi from the world of all laws. With 8 more SSS level talents, the effect is indeed different. Before this, with the help of the 3 treasures incense, he could pull down a total of 50 chi from the void dharma realm. Now, just taking a breath can pull down 500 chi from the world of all dharmas. In addition to the significant increase in his spiritual power, there is also the effect of his talent. Chapter 74 World Talent. Transformed into a small world. There are still 70,000 talent fragments. Yang Chen pondered for a moment, and upgraded the Molten Fire, Sumeru, and Skylight he had just selected through special talents, obtaining 3 SS level talents. Then he looked at the talent panel and counted all the numbers. There are a total of 10 SSS level talents, namely, World, Wisdom, Mind, Vortex, Yuanshan, No Dragon, Black Hole, Red Lotus, Diamond, and Sun God. There are also 10 SS level talents, namely, Airshock, 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Thunder, Growth, Absorption, Molten Fire, Skylight, Juk Gate, Shumi, True Flame, and Gemstone Light King Body. There are as many as 20 advanced talents remaining in his body. Among so many talents, the one with the greatest ability increase is actually the SSS level world talent. After the planetary talent is upgraded to the SSS level world talent, it is completely transformed into a small world. That is a small world covering an area of 100,000 hectares. It can easily accommodate an entire city. This is not the point. The point is that the world talent can be connected to any realm in the void. It is no longer just a connection to a formless universe. I never thought that with my awakened spatial talent, after upgrading to SSS level, I would be so awesome. Yang Chen looked up at the void and could vaguely see an infinite number of Dharma realms. Can it connect to the infinite Dharma realm? Can it even connect to the most supreme Dharma realm? At that moment, he opened up his wisdom and spiritual gifts, made calculations, and evolved. The main purpose is to deduce the relevant uses of each talent, especially the world talent, which will also make it easier for him to use it in future battles. At this moment, there was a gleam of wisdom in Yang Chen's pupils. After a long while, he regained consciousness. My world's talent of connecting to the infinite void realm is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it can perfectly combine all my talents. It can maximize the effectiveness of each of my talents. Just like when I cast the Red Lotus Karma Fire technique next time, I will be utilizing the power of my 20 high-level talents, rather than just a few scattered talents related to communicating with the Dharma realm. Fuck! This was great news, and he danced like crazy. After the excitement, Yang Chen's gaze penetrated the infinite void and saw the ancient realms in the void. Among them, the most central one is a super realm called Hongmeng. The Hongmeng divine realm shines with the dazzling brilliance of the Milky Way, standing above all the Dharma realms. All other void Dharma realms surround the central Hongmeng divine realm like stars surrounding the moon. I don't know if I can connect to that central Hongmeng divine realm. Yang Chen muttered. Take out a stick of Sanbao incense. He snapped his fingers and a ball of flame popped out and landed on the Sanbao incense. The Sanbao incense burned instantly, and a wisp of green smoke rose straight into the air. While the three treasures incense was burning, Yang Chen hurriedly sat down and concentrated his mind to sense the central Hongmeng divine realm in the void. His spiritual power flew straight into the void and rushed towards the Hongmeng divine realm. But unfortunately, he was blocked by the silver light surrounding the Hongmeng divine realm. As soon as you get close, you will be bounced away by the silver light. He tried many times in succession, but was unable to get close, let alone enter the Hongmeng divine realm. My martial arts skills are not good enough. It seems that I can only settle for the second best. Yang Chen had no choice but to retreat. Turn your head and look at other realms of Dharma. Below the Hongmeng divine realm are the Panhuang Dharma realm, the Fushan Dharma realm, the Donghuang Dharma realm, the Wahuang Dharma realm, the Taiyi Dharma realm, and the Three Paths Dharma realm. Ranked down in order. So, Yang Chen tried one by one from Panhuang Dharma realm downwards. The realm of Fushan Dharma cannot be entered. The Donghuang Dharma realm cannot be entered either. I still can't enter the Queen Nuwa realm. The top-ranked Dharma realms all have martial arts training requirements. If my martial arts cultivation was not only at the Fuchi realm, with my talent in this world, would I still be unable to enter? Yang Chen secretly felt depressed. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his spiritual power had fallen into the three evil realms. Fuck, this is the Three Paths realm ranked 6th, these are our people. Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise. He immediately used up all his mental strength to summon the divine energy of the three realms of evil. But in the end, he only managed to attract 5 divine energies from the three realms of evil. With the blessing of the three treasure incense, he was able to attract at least 1,000 of the divine energies from the higher worlds that were ranked below him. The gap is huge. But even if he only summoned 5 strands of divine energy from the Three Paths realm, Yang Chen felt as if he was about to burst. Each of the top 10 Void Dharma realm divine chi is extremely thick and heavy. In desperation, Yang Chen quickly drew out the Three Paths divine chi that he could not digest and casually hit the black spear. Zheng. The black spear that originally had 4 dragon scales suddenly changed, and all the dragon scales on it disappeared. Returned to its previous state. It also became dim and seemed to have lost its magical powers. Ha! Yang Chen was slightly stunned and reached out to grab the black spear. Before his hand touched the black spear, it automatically flew into his palm. Ha! He held the black spear and looked at it again and again, but didn't see anything magical about it. But after he threw out the black spear, he stretched out his hand again, and the black spear automatically flew back into his hand. Ha! Yang Chen was surprised. After being baptized by the Three Paths divine chi, this black spear evolved into a legendary magic weapon. Feeling uncertain, he connected to the Pangu network and searched for relevant knowledge. There is indeed content about magic weapons on Pangu network. However, generally the divine energy summoned from the void is combined with blood to baptize the weapons day and night. It usually takes a month before the weapons can be refined into primary magic weapons. It must be that the level of the Three Paths divine chi is too high. Yang Chen secretly guessed, it can refine the black spear directly in one go, saving a month of time. Turning around, he saw the Sanbao incense still burning in front of him. This can't be wasted. He quickly took out the 2 knives placed in the small world, the dragon arc and the obsidian long knife. At the same time, it also attracted a huge amount of heavenly dragon divine energy to descend. Since the true dragon talent was upgraded to the SSS level dragonless talent, Yang Chen was able to connect to a higher end dragon realm, the heavenly dragon realm. The chi of the heavenly dragon realm is of higher quality than that of the true dragon realm, and it contains more energy. It also has the effect of forced baptism and catalytic weapons. Don't worry about whether this object is full or not. Under Yang Chen's forced irrigation, the dragon arc and the obsidian sword bathed in the divine energy of the heavenly dragon gradually became slender, and the blade became tougher. As for the dragon scales on the 2 knives, they became like patterns, fitting perfectly with the blades. The scene of turning into a dragon was not as expected. In the following time, Yang Chen had been using a huge amount of heavenly dragon divine chi to forcibly baptize the 2 swords. Until the 3 treasures incense is completely burned out. Holding the dragon arc and the obsidian sword again, I suddenly felt a magical feeling. The dragon arc and the obsidian sword were, as if, no longer a weapon, a sword, but an extension of his hands. Chapter 75, Dragon Blade. Take over the entire Boulder City. Greedy. Moreover, Yang Chen also noticed that an ancient character was faintly emerging on the blades of the two knives in his hands. This text does not belong to Chinese characters, nor does it belong to English, Arabic, Russian or other languages. In short, it was a text he had never seen before. But Yang Chen read out the word on the spot, dragon. This word is pronounced long. Just as he read out the words on the blade, a high-pitched dragon roar came from the two swords. Hold head high. Faintly, one could see the shadows of two dragons emerging, roaring at Yang Chen continuously. Looking at the phantom dragons on the two swords, a flash of enlightenment came to Yang Chen's mind. Everything can become a dragon, even a fish that leaps through the dragon gate can become a dragon. Even a dragon can transform into a dragon after living for 1,000 years. Even a bug, an eel, or an earthworm has the chance to transform into a dragon. Even objects can be transformed into dragons. Although these two swords do not bear the image of a dragon, they contain a dragon soul. You can call it a dragon. From now on, I will call you Dragon Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, two faint consciousnesses came from Long Daodao's body, as if confiding, "We are very satisfied." However, Yang Chen knew in his heart that these two swords had only just been successfully cultivated. According to the level of dragons, they were currently at the level of Qilong. There are multiple levels above that, including Qianlong, Earth Dragon, True Dragon, Sky Dragon, Golden Dragon, Yinglong, and Ancestral Dragon. In the future, you will need to continuously pull in the dragon energy from the dragon realm to cultivate the two swords so that they will continue to grow. Become a higher level dragon. Holding the two swords, Yang Chen's heart moved, and he swung a sword in the air. Ninethday, the hidden dragon does not use it. The knife flashed, and a black dragon formed in the air, roaring and rushing towards the distance. The moment it landed, a roar broke out. Looking at the huge crater blasted by the black dragon on the ground, Yang Chen was very satisfied. Just a quick try, it's quite powerful. Very good. He waved his hand and pulled down 100 celestial dragon spirits from the air and poured them into the two dragon swords. A sense of joy came from the dragon sword. Everything is finally sorted out. Next, it's time to take over the Boulder City. Yang Chen turned around and looked at the tall Boulder City in front of him. The world unfolds. The moment he finished speaking, a huge hole formed above the stone city. Huge pulling forces were transmitted from it, covering the entire stone city. Boom! The houses, giant stone pillars and other things in the stone city flew into the air and disappeared into the void above. Obviously, Yang Chen was too lazy to enter the stone city and search for treasures everywhere. He planned to incorporate the entire stone city into his world. Boom! A series of tremors came, and the walls and gates of the stone city all rose from the ground and flew straight into the hole in the sky. Taken away by Yang Chen's world talent. As time passed, all kinds of buildings on the surface of Boulder City were absorbed into the world. At this moment, a long river made of starstones flew up from the ground. Starstone. And it is an extremely large number of starstones. In the middle of the long river of starstones, you can also see many silver shining crystal stones. It was moonstone. Although he saw a large amount of starstones and moonstones, Yang Chen was unable to move. All because he still has to maintain the operation of the world's talent. If he gets distracted now, his world talent will stop on the spot. Therefore, Yang Chen must concentrate on maintaining the development of his worldly talent. More and more starstones, and more moonstones. This is the real big gain. After collecting the entire giant stone city and all the treasures in it, Yang Chen sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. Huff. With the world's talent fully developed, it would be too difficult to take over an entire city. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his eyes showed a bit of fatigue. I'm so fucking tired. Yang Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, and hurriedly summoned and led down the three paths divine chi from the three paths Dharma realm. Without the support of the three treasures incense, he could only summon 3 strands of three paths divine chi. With the nourishment of the three paths divine chi, Yang Chen recovered quickly. He strode forward and searched for the remaining treasures on the ruins of the stone city. The Stonehenge is large and the ruins are extensive. After walking around the ruins for a long time, Yang Chen didn't find much. Once the world's talent unfolded, it was so fierce that it even scraped up several layers of the ground. Not to mention the treasures, not even a hair could be seen. Although I didn't see anything, this also proves the strength of my world talent. Yang Chen continued to move forward. If there were any buildings blocking the way, it would be much more difficult for me to search for the treasure. As he was speaking, he saw a crystal light coming from afar. Is there really something missing? Yang Chen hurriedly walked towards the direction where the light came from. This is a huge sinkhole. When I got closer to take a look, I was surprised to find that there were more starstones and moonstones stored underground. There are also starstones and moonstones? A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Chen's pupils, and he unfolded his world talent again to collect the starstones and moonstones underground. Crash! Starstones and moonstones, like flowing water, sank into his world. It took more than 3 hours to collect all the starstones and moonstones from under the sinkhole. Even after unfolding the world's talent, Yang Chen still took 3 hours. This is enough to show how huge the number of starstones and moonstones is. It's so damn generous. He sat on the edge of the sinkhole and sighed repeatedly. But at this moment, Yang Chen also discovered that no starstones or moonstones flew out of the sinkhole. He ran to the edge of the sinkhole to check. Result. At the very bottom of the Tianking, there was a lake filled with golden liquid? A pool of water? Based on the characteristics of this pool of golden liquid, Yang Chen was shocked. Sunwell. This is the legendary Sunwell. I never thought I'd see the Sunwell one day. He leaped over the edge of the sinkhole and jumped downwards. After adjusting his posture repeatedly in the air, Yang Chen landed just on the edge of the Sunwell. World talent. How could he let go of such a precious treasure? He immediately released his worldly talent and wanted to take the Sunwell. However, the golden liquid in the Sunwell did not react at all. No response? Yang Chen scratched his head. Why is there no response? I can't collect talents in my world? What's going on? As he spoke, he was about to reach out and touch the golden liquid in the Sunwell. But halfway through, Yang Chen suddenly retracted his hand. I don't know if this thing is corrosive. For the sake of my life, I'd better try something else. He casually took out a huge rock from the space and threw it towards the Sunwell. The moment the boulder fell on the golden liquid, golden light burst out from the boulder. The huge rock suddenly exploded and turned into small stones flying in all directions. Shit, it's a good thing I didn't try it with my hands. If I try this, won't I die just by trying? Chapter 76 Hey. Another trick. Oh my god, how can I get rid of the Sunwell? Yang Chen scratched his head. Look around. He remembered that Chen had said that if you were bitten by a snake, there would be an antidote within 5 steps. There must be a way to collect water from such a large Sunwell. However, the surroundings had already been completely taken away by the world's talents, leaving only bare land. Where is the method? The Sunwell is the key to producing starstone and moonstone. As long as we have the Sunwell, we will have an endless supply of starstones and moonstones. It's so frustrating that I can't collect such a precious treasure. Yang Chen felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. But there is no way. Just when Yang Chen felt helpless, a cold female voice came. You already have the starstone and the moonstone, and you're still greedy for the Sunwell. Who? The sudden sound scared Yang Chen. He clearly remembered that there should be no one in this Tiankung. Why is someone suddenly talking now? What the hell? He quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar girl. Li Jinmeng. Why is it her? When did she come? For a moment, Yang Chen was filled with questions, which finally turned into a sentence that he blurted out. Why are you here? Li Jinmeng crossed her arms and said, why can't I be here? I have the ability to cross timelines and appear wherever I want. Crossing timelines? So perverted? So, Yang Chen stared at Li Jinmeng again and again, wondering, crossing the timeline? How do I cross? Step forward? Step backward? Or side to side? Li Jinming's face darkened visibly as he said gloomily, for now, I can only follow the timeline. Is that all right? She added in her mind, and there are great restrictions. Okay, no problem. Yang Chen made a gesture. He still remembered that Li Jinmeng was a martial arts master in the immortal realm. But you must not make her angry. But then, his intelligent mind suddenly connected everything. Since Li Jinmeng can cross the timeline, she must be able to see the timeline. So, she specially arranged for me to come to the Stone City and strangle the Stoneman General. Was it all premeditated? So you were waiting for me here? Yang Chen looked straight at Li Jinmeng. Did you arrange all this? Hey! Another trick by others. Li Jinmeng raised an eyebrow and said, why, are you not satisfied? Then, she counted on her fingers. I've calculated. The treasures you just collected include starstones worth 510 million merit points and moonstones worth 100 million merit points. Are you not satisfied with these? Snap. You even calculated clearly how many treasures I got. You really are that person. Ahem. I think you should be a fortune teller instead of staying here as an ordinary little commander. Yang Chen said with a sneer. Li Jinmeng didn't get angry either. She came closer and said with a sweet breath, my other job is the junior chief of the Imperial Division. It's not much different from the fortune teller you mentioned. National Master Corps? Young Director? Bull, nose. Yang Chen grinned and gave a thumbs up. Li Jinmeng was very satisfied with Yang Chen's performance. She walked over to the sunwell and said, the starstone and moonstone are yours, but if you get your hands on this sunwell, it will be unacceptable. So, stop it. Stop it. Azoo. Are all the people outside yours? You can let me stop. Yang Chen looked at Li Jinmeng beside the sunwell, but you have to tell me why I can't take the sunwell. Li Jinmeng did not speak, but stretched out a finger towards the sunwell. Be careful. Yang Chen still remembered the stone that suddenly exploded just now. The next second, a drop of golden liquid in the shape of a water droplet popped out of the sunwell. After Li Jinmeng touched the liquid, he withdrew his hand, stood up, and said seriously, if you want to take the sunwell, you must first understand what it is. Then what is it? Yang Chen asked curiously, and you, why are you not hurt at all? Li Jinmeng stretched out her hand, and another ball of elastic golden liquid bounced up. After it touched her, it suddenly fell down again. TSK TSK. I know how to play, it's pinball. At this time, Li Jinmeng explained, actually, this thing extends 15 kilometers underground. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only 10 meters in diameter now. It's not very big. But underneath, the roots are deep. Especially at the bottom of the sunwell. Unless you can uproot the world beneath the sunwell, you cannot take the sunwell. At this moment, Yang Chen keenly noticed a word in Li Jinmeng's words, world? You mean, there's another world beneath the sunwell? Li Jinmeng nodded and said, yes, it is one world. That world is even larger than the 5 underground worlds combined, the Changwang underground world, the Lichuan underground world, the Molten Fire underground world, the Monsoon underground world, and the Glacier underground world. A world bigger than the 5 underground worlds combined? So big? Yang Chen gasped. So what do you think? If you can find the entrance to the world below, you can have as many sunwells as you want. Li Jinmeng pointed to the sunwell beside him. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Are you going to plot against me again? Yang Chen was not dazzled by the rich reserves below, but looked at Li Jinmeng. Is it not possible? My plan is upright and aboveboard. Li Jinmeng said with his arms folded. Okay, then tell me, how are you going to plot against me? Yang Chen became curious. I'm all ears. A smile spread across Li Jinmeng's pretty face. Aren't you curious about the true function of starstone and moonstone? The true function of the starstone and moonstone was only mentioned by Chen Qi's third uncle Chen Hai, but he spoke of it in a mysterious way. What's the function? Yang Chen asked curiously. Li Jinmeng pondered for a moment and said, the story begins with the sunwell. This sunwell is nothing but the essence of the magical power left in the body of the great sage-level beast that formed this world after its death. The essence of its magical power, the divine energy drawn down from the void Dharma realm, condensed into crystals, which are the starstone and moonstone. Li Jinmeng took a deep breath and continued, as for the true function of the starstone and moonstone, it is actually to help others develop more talents by leveraging the vast amount of divine energy contained in them. Secondly, it can be used as energy, or to communicate with the void world. The sunwell is the essence of the magic power of the great sage-level ferocious beast, and the starstone and moonstone are the crystals of divine energy? In other words, I can use starstones and moonstones to develop more talents? Yang Chen asked back. Chapter 77 Sacrifice the Starstone? Dragon Tooth Rice. Li Jinmeng looked around Yang Chen again and again. Does any elder in your family have reached the Imperial realm? No. Yang Chen didn't understand why she suddenly brought this up. Then do you have a friend who is a master of the Emperor realm and is willing to give everything for you? Li Jinmeng continued to ask. No. Yang Chen thought of the old man Liu Kang in Dusk City, but it was obvious that the other party would not give up everything for him. I don't know any experts at the Imperial Realm. How can you, at only the Fuchi realm, dissolve the Starstone and Moonstone and obtain the divine chi of the Dharma realm contained within them? Li Jinmeng spread out his hands. You must know that Starstone and Moonstone are only produced under the high compression of the essence of magic power. Only martial arts masters at the Imperial Realm can release the divine energy compressed to the extreme within the Starstone and Moonstone. The rest of the people can only use Starstones and Moonstones as energy. Do you understand? It turns out that it is so troublesome to obtain talents through Starstones. Yang Chen thought to himself, it would be better for me to keep plundering various talents through the plundering system. Come to think of it, since the masters of the Imperial Realm can obtain more talents by melting the Starstones to extract the divine energy of the Dharma Realm, then why don't they come to fight for the Starstones and Moonstones? Yang Chen became puzzled. Good question. Li Jinmeng praised, martial arts masters in the Imperial Realm have powerful spiritual powers and can sense the highest realms in the Void Realm. Then we will guide them to the high-end divine energy. Under the continuous nourishment of the high-end divine energy, they will naturally awaken corresponding top-level talents. To them, the Starstone is like chicken ribs. At most, they release the divine energy in the Starstone for the sake of their younger generations, helping them discover more talents. Can the divine energy of the top realm help discover top talents? This is good news for Yang Chen. He is currently connected to the Three Paths realm, which ranks 6th among all the realms. His eyes lit up and he thought, I guess, with the continued nourishment of the divine energy in the Three Paths Dharma realm, I might be able to gain some special top-level talents. Li Jinmeng changed the subject and said, although the Starstone is useless to the masters of the Imperial Realm, it is still somewhat useful to you. What a twist! Besides being able to sell it to earn merit points, what other use is there? Yang Chen could only think of selling it to earn merit points. You can sacrifice the Starstone and Moonstone to a certain Void Dharma realm, and the Dharma realm will naturally grant you some treasures. For example, if you offer a dozen Starstones as a sacrifice to the Peach realm, you can obtain a high-quality peach. Or if you offer them to the Penghu realm, you can obtain a few lotus flowers. Li Jinmeng counted them carefully. How is it? Is it useful? Sacrifice the Starstone and get peaches? Lotus? Is that a loss? Or a profit? Yang Chen calculated shrewdly. It's a big loss. If you exchange the Starstones for performance points, you can buy a few more 7 treasures miraculous heart pills or a few 3 treasures incense sticks. Li Jinmeng shrugged. She thought to herself, in this case, you will have no choice but to exchange the Starstones for performance points. He. Mr. Zhong's goal was achieved. Alright. Yang Chen waved his hand. I'll leave the Sunwell to you. I'll head to the front line of the battlefield. Li Jinmeng shouted, no. What's wrong again, little ant? Yang Chen stopped just as he was about to jump out of the sinkhole. The front battlefield is still under preparation and the fighting hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Jinmeng explained carefully and patiently. I'll give you another mission. Go and destroy Taishin City in Tandu Mountain. Taishin City in Tandu Mountain. It is also an important city of the Stoneman tribe, and it is located in the most dangerous place on the top of the mountain. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Yang Chen came closer, twirling his fingers. I can go, but you have to show some appreciation. Li Jinmeng tilted her head and said, why, aren't Starstones and Moonstones enough? After saying that, she looked Yang Chen up and down for a long time. Yeah, that's right, you are only a lieutenant now. So, single-handedly destroyed 2 important Stoneman cities and brought countless Stoneman technologies to support the human front. When the time comes, we will publicly award you the rank of Major and a first-class Medal of Honor. What do you think of this script? Not to mention the rank of Major, the first-class Medal of Merit alone is enough to make Yang Chen excited. The effect of the first-class Medal of Merit is equivalent to a golden medal of immunity from death, as long as one does not commit such a heinous act as massacring 1 million people. All have immunity. More importantly, with the blessing of the first-class Medal of Merit, Yang Chen can also quickly improve a series of permissions including warrior authority, driving authority, etc. In the future, if you want to drive an advanced mecha, drive an advanced mecha. If you want to drive a DZ999, drive a DZ999. Even the permission to use the supernova energy cannon is available. Comfortable pinch. It's a deal then. Yang Chen stretched out his hand, hooked his pinky finger, and said, don't regret it. Li Jinmeng looked at Yang Chen extending his hand and said puzzledly, "Of course I won't regret it." She pointed at Yang Chen's outstretched hand and said, "But what are you doing? You don't even know this?" Yang Chen took her hand, hooked his pinky finger, and said, "Pin it together and don't change it for 100 years. Finally, stamp your thumb like this, and the contract is done. If you violate the contract, you will be struck by lightning." Li Jinmeng nodded blankly and watched Yang Chen turn around and jump out of the sinkhole. She murmured, "Let's make a promise to each other, and we won't change for 100 years. As for Yang Chen, after exiting the Tianqing, he quickly passed through the ruins of the stoneman tribe, the stone general plain, and came to an open area. An idea struck him, and he took out 50 star stones and piled them on the ground. Don't believe everything Li Jinmeng says. I have to try it myself. After specifically searching for relevant sacrificial methods on the Pango network, Yang Chen placed another 3 treasures incense stick in the middle of the starstone, and his spiritual power quickly connected to the dragon realm. The thought flashed through his mind, "I, Yang Chen, will offer the starstone to the Tianlong Dharma realm. Pray to the heavenly dragon realm to grant treasures." Just as he finished speaking, vibrations were heard in the void. Buzz. The starstones placed around the Sanbao incense gradually turned into ashes under an invisible force and disappeared between heaven and earth. After a long time, a ray of light appeared out of thin air. A few dark red, iron rods fell from the light? Dragon tooth rice? Yang Chen curled his lips, dissatisfied. The iron rod-like thing that fell to the ground in front of me was actually the dragon tooth rice. It is the food of the legendary Tianlong clan. What's the use of giving this to me? It's not as effective as the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill. Okay, Li Jinmeng didn't lie to me. It would be more useful to exchange all the star stones for performance points. Chapter 78 Heading to Tandu Mountain, Taishin City. Throwing the dragon tooth rice into his portable world, Yang Chen started on his journey again. While on his way, he used the heavenly dragon divine chi to cultivate 2 dragon swords, and then used the 3 paths divine chi to cultivate a black spear. The giant spirit cultivates the obsidian combat uniform he wears. As soon as he returned to the base, he collected all the star stones, including most of the moonstones, through the base one by one. Only a small portion of the moonstone was left, and he had an extra 600 million merit points. Yang Chen is now the well-deserved god of wealth. Then he went into shopping mode. 7 treasures wonderful heart pill, 4,000 merit points per pill, buy it. 3 treasure incense, 10 sticks for 2,000 merit points, buy it. He bought 10,000 7 treasures wonderful heart pills and 300,000 3 treasures incense sticks in a row. He is really rich. This expenditure consumed a total of 100 million merit points. Afterwards, he also bought some food, equipment and other items that he had always coveted but had not had time to buy. After finally spending 110 million merit points, Yang Chen set out again on his journey to Taishin City in Tandu Mountain. As he went along, he could see that many people were no longer staying in the base, but were out hunting. It was obvious that the situation had changed dramatically. They were no longer being suppressed by the stonemen as before. Moreover, Yang Chen noticed that almost everyone he saw had become a Chen Guang warrior. That little bitch Li Jinmeng must have brought her here, he sighed. She's truly a woman who can see through timelines. She did everything thoroughly. I don't know if she noticed that I have a system. Just as Yang Chen was talking to himself, a cry of help came from a distance. It was also accompanied by the roars of wild beasts. Encountered a ferocious beast? Yang Chen took a few quick steps forward and saw a human team being chased by a ferocious beast. Judging from their aura, the average strength of the team members is at the 7th level of innateness, which makes them considered to be good masters. But the one chasing them was a multi-eyed mad pig at the 3rd level of the Fu Qi realm. The multi-eyed mad pig looks like a pig, with golden fur all over its body and huge, ferocious eyes on its back. Ah, the multi-eyed mad pig roared, and the eyes behind it suddenly lit up with golden light. The golden light pierced through the crowd like a sharp sword. Seeing that their lives were in danger, Yang Chen flew forward and drew out the dragon sword. He swung his sword repeatedly, blocking the sword like golden rays one by one. Someone exclaimed, "So handsome." Unfortunately, Yang Chen didn't have the leisure to accept the praise. He turned his head to look at the multi-eyed crazy pig not far away. The pupils of the multi-eyed mad pig lit up one by one, flashing scarlet light. It growled, lowered its huge head, and charged towards Yang Chen. "You still dare to rush up?" Yang Chen slowly raised the 2 dragon swords in his hands. Then, in the next second, his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot, while he said, 9-5, the flying dragon is in the sky. A long dragon roar was heard, and Yang Chen passed through the head of the multi-eyed mad pig. The dragon sword brought a sharp blade light and slashed across the huge body of the multi-eyed mad pig. Finally, he landed lightly on the ground and slowly put away the dragon sword in his hand. The multi-eyed mad pig behind him exploded, shattered into countless pieces. All the humans rescued by Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Killed the multi-eyed mad pig in one blow? Which expert did this? Thank you so much. If it weren't for him, we would have died. Should we ask this master for an autograph? If possible, it would be best if I could get his protection for a while. You're dreaming. The experts in the base are all very busy, and you still want them to protect you. At this time, Yang Chen turned around and looked at the group of people he rescued. Someone exclaimed, so young. Immediately afterwards, someone rushed over and asked, excuse me, which master of the Fuchi realm in the base are you? Anyone who can kill a multi-eyed mad pig at the 3rd level of Fuchi with one sword must be a master of the Fuchi realm. Lieutenant, Yang Chen. Yang Chen put on a look that said, keep away from strangers. He still had to go to Tandu Mountain to destroy Taishin City. Finally, according to the script given by Li Jinmeng, he drove the stoneman tribe's high-tech to the front battlefield. Assist humans to defeat the stonemen. But the group of people in front of them were surprised. Just a lieutenant? Impossible. If you have nothing else to do, I have something important to do. Yang Chen turned his head and looked at Tandu Mountain in the distance. The Ishihara battlefield is not in that direction. That direction is Taishin City in Tandu Mountain. Someone kindly reminded. Yeah? That's right, my goal is to rush to Taishin City in Tandu Mountain. After leaving behind these words, Yang Chen hurried in that direction, leaving everyone standing there in a daze. After a while, they started discussing again. Tandu Mountain, Taishin City? Why would he go to Taishin City? Could it be that the new commander has additional arrangements in Taishin City? But Taishin is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There is only one way up the mountain. That's right. It is said that there are 12 9th-level masters of the Fuchi realm guarding the road leading up the mountain. And there will be reinforcements from the top of Tandu Mountain at any time. Yang Chen, who had walked more than 100 meters, relied on his amazing hearing to hear clearly what everyone had just said. 12 masters of the 9th level of the Fuchi realm on one road? Yang Chen looked at the Tandu Mountain in the distance again. The entire mountain is like a stone pillar reaching into the sky, towering into the clouds. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, you can vaguely see the appearance of Tandu Mountain. Too high. Is that Tandu Mountain? Yang Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace. As he moved forward, he took the 7 treasures wonderful heart pills one by one to improve his cultivation. About 2 days later, Yang Chen arrived at the foot of Tandu Mountain. Looking at the nearby Tandu Mountain. From a distance, Tandu Mountain looks like a chopstick. Now when you look at it from a closer distance, you can see how huge it is. This kind of place is really not easy to attack. Yang Chen put his hands on the pergola and looked up, but he couldn't see the top at all. The continuous journey made Yang Chen feel tired. He simply lit a fire and put the dragon tooth rice he had obtained by sacrificing the starstone into the pot. Cook over high heat. There is no use leaving it here anyway, so why not eat it now? As soon as the water boiled, the dragon tooth rice in the pot melted completely, emitting bursts of fragrance. I scooped up a spoonful of dragon tooth rice porridge and put it into my mouth, and it immediately turned into a stream of cool liquid that fell into my stomach. You know what, it tastes pretty good. Yang Chen smacked his lips and scooped up another spoonful of dragon tooth rice and put it into his mouth. A bit high. He drank the dragon tooth rice repeatedly and felt the slightly increased strength in his body. Although it's still not as good as the 7 treasures miraculous heart pill, the taste is impeccable. Yang Chen tasted it for a while. At this time, a soft humming sound came from his dragon sword. What's the matter? You 2 swords still want to drink porridge? Yang Chen took out the dragon swords and put them into the pot one by one. Come, eat. Chapter 79 Dragon Sword Evolves, Level Qianglong. Puff, puff, puff. Bubbles suddenly appeared in the dragon tooth rice porridge, and the originally crystal clear dragon tooth rice porridge like blood jade was gradually turning black. It also emits an extremely fishy smell. In the blink of an eye, the dragon tooth rice porridge turned black and green bubbles appeared. Oh my god, you two knives can really make porridge? Chen quickly pulled out the two knives that were put into the pot. He looked at the black, smelly iron pot, and then at the two knives in his hands. The nature of the dragon sword seems to have changed. Chen silently felt the changes coming from the dragon sword. Just at this moment, two cheering consciousnesses came. After taking back the two dragon swords, Chen's pupils were covered with golden light. After a long while, he recovered. He had just connected to the Pangu network. After some understanding, he suddenly understood, dragon tooth rice, as the food of the heavenly dragon, actually has its magical properties. It can also improve the aptitude and physique of other dragons, making them more dragon-like. So, the dragon tooth rice has limited effect on me, but it's of great significance to the two dragon swords? Try another pot of dragon tooth rice. 1 grain of dragon tooth rice can make a large pot of food. Chen just used only 1 grain of dragon tooth rice. There were 8 grains of dragon tooth rice obtained from sacrificing the starstone previously. Now, he still has 7. At this moment, after Chen cleaned the foul-smelling liquid in the pot, he cooked 2 more dragon tooth rices and waited until the dragon tooth rice melted. The pot turned blood red again, and it glowed with a crystal-clear luster. Then he threw the 2 dragon swords into the pot again. Just like before, the dragon tooth rice porridge in the pot turned dark in an instant, and was filled with green bubbles. 2 dragon roars suddenly came from the blade. Hang on. 2 phantoms of dragon souls appeared on the blade of the dragon sword. Looking at the 2 dragon soul phantoms, Chen vaguely felt that their size had become much larger. What a big change! His heart sank, and he kicked over the remaining black liquid that Long Dao had eaten. Cook the Longya rice again. Again and again, until all the dragon tooth rice in his body was used up. Looking at the dragon sword again, Chen felt an anxious consciousness coming from the dragon sword. It seems to be saying, is there any more? Come on, I want to eat more dragon tooth rice. Damn, I actually turned these 2 dragon swords into foodies. Chen sighed. Then he repeatedly summoned and attracted the true chi of the heavenly dragon in the void. Not knowing whether the heavenly dragon's divine chi was still useful, the hungry dragon's sword began to absorb the heavenly dragon's divine chi frantically. It's okay for you to eat more heavenly dragon divine chi. Chen immediately concentrated his attention and summoned more heavenly dragon divine chi from the void dharma realm. Every half minute, he could attract 500 heavenly dragon chis. Until the 2 dragon swords began to emit a sense of fullness. Boom! A burst of energy suddenly burst out from the blades of the 2 dragon swords, and dragon scales peeled off piece by piece. And more. The dragon scales fell with the wind and turned into dust and disappeared the moment they hit the ground. As more and more dragon scales fell off, the appearance of the 2 knives changed slightly. They were originally in the Miao Dao style, straight and full of clean and neat flavor. But now, there is a little more curvature on the blade. It feels more suitable for chopping. Evolution? The 2 swords have evolved. Chen exclaimed in surprise. With his dragon-less talent and understanding of the Tianlong Dharma realm, he knew deeply that the 2 swords had evolved. From Qilong, evolve into Qianlong. Qianlong dual blades. If it continues to evolve, it will evolve into an earth dragon, also known as a horned dragon. Legend has it that a horned dragon has 2 large horns, officially possessing the characteristics of a dragon. Chen took a deep breath. These 2 knives have evolved so quickly under the catalysis of the dragon tooth rice. Fortunately, I have kept a small portion of the moonstones. I will sacrifice them to the heavenly dragon realm in the future to obtain rations for 2 dragon swords. He patted the 2 swords in his hands and said, "You must help me kill the enemies. There will be plenty of rations and other things in the future." The dragon soul consciousness on the dragon sword seemed to understand and transmitted 2 consciousnesses. It seems to be saying, don't worry, we will definitely help you kill all enemies. It's just like taking care of the cats and dogs at home. Chen complained in his heart. Now, both dragon swords have evolved into Qianlong. Now, Chen's gaze once again turned to Tandu Mountain, which was like a stone pillar reaching the sky. Kill all the way up? He gripped the dragon sword tightly in his hand, and a sense of confidence arose in his heart. So what if there are 12 masters in the Fuchi realm? I used my strength at the 6th level of the Fuchi realm to slay the entire stoneman clan of Giant Stone City. With my current cultivation and many talents, it wouldn't be difficult for me to kill them. Kill. As he said this, he was about to charge forward with his sword in hand. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed Yang Chen's shoulder. Who? Why are there always mysterious people appearing lately? When I turned my head, I saw a man wearing gold-framed glasses and dressed like an old cadre. He took a thermos cup, took a sip of the tea in it, and then spit out the tea leaves in his mouth with two poo sounds. Then he spoke. You are the young man that Director Li Xiao mentioned. Don't be so anxious yet. Seeing this person, Yang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. You are. The man calmly put his hands behind his back and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, isn't this the commander of Chen Guang's ground base? He is here. Was it arranged by Li Jinmeng again? It's Commander Fong, hello. Yang Chen stretched out a hand. Fong Yuan put his hands behind his back and stretched them out again to shake hands with Yang Chen. While shaking hands, Yang Chen noticed a dark circle on Fong Yuan's left eye behind his glasses. It felt like someone had punched him hard. He pointed at Fong Yuan's eyes and said, what's this about Commander Fong's eyes? Fong Yuan quickly turned his head away and covered his right eye. Is it obvious? Yang Chen laughed awkwardly and said, yeah, it's very obvious. Also, you covered your right eye. The bruise is on your left eye. Fong Yuan simply stopped covering his eyes. He put his hands in his pockets and acted nonchalant. Commander Li said, before you do anything, let me tell you a story. Story? What story? Yang Chen was puzzled, staring into Fong Yuan's eyes, and guessing in his heart that the only person who could beat Commander Fong Yuan into this state was probably Li Jinmeng. So miserable. Fong Yuan looked up at Tandu Mountain and said, in ancient myths and legends, the fire god Zhurong and the water god Gonggang have always been at odds with each other. They fought endlessly until one day, their anger got the better of them, and Gonggang knocked down Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou collapsed with a loud bang, causing countless casualties and bringing endless disasters. After saying this, Fong Yuan withdrew his gaze from Tandu Mountain, then turned to look at Yang Chen. That's what I want to say. Chapter 80 Crashing down Tandu Mountain? Are you kidding me? Gonggang was so angry that he hit Buzhou. This story is a mythological story that is familiar to all the people of Xia. So, why did Li Jinmeng ask Fong Yuan to tell this story? What's the purpose? Someone wouldn't tell this story for no reason. It must be meaningful. Gonggang knocked down Mount Buzhou, knocked down Mount Buzhou. Muttering to himself, Yang Chen accidentally looked at Tandu Mountain in the distance, and his expression suddenly shocked. Could she be asking me to crash into Tandu Mountain? He suddenly looked at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan forced a smile and said, smart means letting you crash into Tandu Mountain. How about it, do you have confidence? Oh no. That's exactly what I mean. Letting me crash into Tandu Mountain, this guy thinks too highly of me. Yang Chen turned his head and looked at the towering Tandu Mountain. Is this terrifying Tandu Mountain something I can break? Fong Yuan walked over with a thermos cup in his hand, put his arm around Yang Chen's shoulders and said, why are you panicking? I'm not asking you to just run into him. After saying that, Fong Yuan took out an object that looked like a mobile phone from his arms. He raised the mobile phone in his hand and said, see? I have this treasure to help you. This is a voice-controlled quantum light bomb. Wait until the quantum light bomb explodes before you go up and hit it. That's more like it. You should have known earlier that there was quantum light bomb assistance. You know. The power of the quantum light bomb is not much less than that of the mushroom bomb, and it has no radiation pollution, making it very suitable for blasting. For a moment, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I am very satisfied with this arrangement. I'm glad you're satisfied. Follow me. Fong Yuan pulled Yang Chen up and retreated. Keep backing away. After retreating several kilometers, Fong Yuan said to the remote control that looked like a large mobile phone, ahem. Cousin, I'm out. A voice came from the remote control, wrong voice password. Fong Yuan glanced at Yang Chen awkwardly, then slapped the remote control in his hand and continued, I'll do a 5-whip combo. Bang! Followed by a hair-melting attack. Wrong voice password. Wrong again? I'm coming in again, I'm going out again, come and hit me. Wrong voice password. Fong Yuan scratched his head and slapped the remote control in his hand. Ahem, my memory is not so good when I get older. Well, wait a moment, young man, don't be anxious. Hearing this, Yang Chen frowned, Brother Fong, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time and try the voice password. Fang Yuan erased his finger and said, "Oh yes, there are 2 more." He held the remote control and kept saying, "Chicken, chicken, you are so beautiful." Wrong voice password. That's the last one. Fang Yuan rubbed his hands, stole a glance at young Chen, and said in a low voice, "I love wearing JK." Louder, please. Fang Yuan stole a glance at young Chen again, raised his voice slightly and said, "I love wearing JK." Louder, please. Fang Yuan was helpless and yelled, "I love wearing JK." The voice password is correct. Verification passed. The quantum light bomb will detonate after the countdown ends. Please retreat to a safe place as soon as possible. The countdown begins, 59, 58, 57. Fang Yuan quickly ran behind a huge rock and hid there, calling out, "Young Chen, right? Come here and hide with me. This quantum light bomb is quite powerful." Yang Chen was still shocked by Fang Yuan's words, "I love wearing JK." He even imagined what Fang Yuan would look like wearing JK. "I can't take it anymore. It's too eye-catching." Yang Chen took a few quick steps and lay down behind the rock. Not long after I lay down, I heard the countdown on the remote control in Fang Yuan's hand was about to end. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, 0. The moment the countdown reached 0, a dazzling light came from afar. Amidst the flashes of light, explosions rang out one after another. Boom, boom. Boom. The entire Tandu Mountain began to shake, looking like it was about to collapse. After a long while, Fang Yuan patted young Chen on the shoulder and said seriously, "Young comrade, it's up to you to perform now." Facing Fang Yuan's cadre-like face, and thinking of JK just now, young Chen felt a little overwhelmed. "Okay, I'll go try it now." He quickly stood up and rushed towards Tandu Mountain. While rushing, Yang Chen calmed himself down and silently activated the doubling moves of the Zhou-Tianxing Chenju. The 12 zodiacs. Inside Yang Chen's body, the 12 zodiac stars lit up one by one. Under the illumination of the 12 zodiac signs, his martial arts jade liquid increased 12-fold. With this multiplied effect, the magic of heaven and earth should be higher and bigger when it is performed. Like the laws of heaven and earth, giant spirit god. A buzz sound came from Yang Chen's body, and the next second, his body swelled up rapidly. 10 SSS level talents and 10 SS level talents all worked together under the guidance of world talents. This time, once Yang Chen used his magic of controlling the heavens and the earth, his body size quickly exceeded 50 meters and continued to expand. It was not until his body exceeded 100 meters that he gradually stopped. Yang Chen, who was 120 meters tall, appeared in front of Tandu Mountain. The Tandu Mountain, which was originally towering into the clouds, now looked more like a stone stick in front of him. At this moment, Tandu Mountain, which had just been bombed by a quantum light bomb, was shaking slightly. But there seems to be no sign of collapse. The mountain that makes up Tandu Mountain is really hard. If it weren't for the help of the quantum light bomb, I might not be able to knock down Tandu Mountain. Yang Chen said in his heart. As for now, Baji, stick to the mountain. Yang Chen, who was 120 meters tall, stomped his feet suddenly, lowered his body, and used his shoulders to charge towards Tandu Mountain. The moment of contact. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive loud earthquakes were heard, and the shaking of Tandu Mountain became more violent. It worked. It seems that if I hit it a few more times, Tandu Mountain will definitely collapse. At this moment, Yang Chen was full of energy. He took several steps back and retreated several kilometers away. Then he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled white mist. And accompanied by roars. The roar came entirely from Yang Chen's breathing. His breathing was so huge that it squeezed the air and caused continuous explosions. After accumulating strength for a while, he suddenly exerted force with his feet and charged straight towards Tandu Mountain like a wild bull. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. The entire Tandu Mountain was shaking more and more obviously. More importantly, Yang Chen vaguely heard a few system prompts. Congratulations on obtaining B-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining C-level talent. Congratulations on obtaining D-level talent. The collision just now actually killed quite a few stone people. At the same time, he also received a lot of life essence replenishment. Yang Chen immediately gathered all his strength and crashed into Tandu Mountain again. At the same time, he yelled, "Shake your arms and hit the sky. Hit me." Bang! Bang! The shaking of the mountain became more and more obvious, but there was still no sign of it falling. Looking at the violently shaking Tandu Mountain, Yang Chen secretly speculated, presumably, the stonemen have reinforced the mountain. Chapter 81 shakes the mountains and the earth, crashes into Tandu Mountain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult to break. After taking a breath, Yang Chen rushed towards Tandu Mountain again. Red Lotus Karma Fire Technique. Crows take planes. Swirl. Airquake. 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Thunder. Tornado destroys parking lot. Fang Yuan, who was hiding behind a huge rock in the distance, looked at the scene in shock. Is Yang Chen's talent in the Giant Spirit God series? So fierce. Although Li Jinmeng had said it before, seeing it with my own eyes was still horrifying. Most importantly, he has only reached the 8th level of the Fuji realm in martial arts cultivation. What if he advances to the 9th level, or even the Golden Yuan realm? Isn't it more powerful? Not only Fang Yuan was shocked, but even the team that was rescued by Yang Chen earlier were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They followed quietly later. At this moment, they were staring with wide eyes, not blinking, at Yang Chen, who had transformed into a 100-meter giant. Giant, oh my god. Such a tall giant, is that some kind of talent? It's incredible that he can actually turn into a giant. I think we should stay a little further away to avoid being accidentally injured by that giant. That's right. We must stay further away. If we get hurt by mistake, it will be a disaster. As for Yang Chen, after he used all his strength to activate his talent, the entire Tandu Mountain was shaken to the point of collapse. But I always feel like something is a little off. Damn it! Even with the help of quantum light bombs, it's still so difficult to knock down. The stoneman's ability to reinforce mountains is really extraordinary. Yang Chen stared straight at the Tandu Mountain in front of him. At the same time, I felt a sense of emptiness coming from my body. Forcing it to become so huge requires enormous consumption. Fortunately, many stone people were killed in the process of crashing into Tandu Mountain, and Yang Chen was able to maintain his current giant state by replenishing his life essence from them. Otherwise, he would have been lying on the ground recovering by now. No, I must learn another killer move. Yang Chen immediately concentrated all his energy and connected to the Dalo Dharma realm in the void. And his giant spirit body, which was 100 meters tall, began to move on its own. Like a robot, he punched the Tandu Mountain again and again. And at the top of Tandu Mountain, in Taishin City. At this moment, the huge force alone was enough to kill many stonemen. In the middle of Taishin City, 18 stoneman elders who were in the Fuji realm were sitting in a circle. Right in the middle of the 18 people sat a tall and thin man, Shen Yang, the general defending Taishin City and Tandu Mountain. Chen Yang growled, "Don't let your guard down. Concentrate your strength on the earth veins, otherwise Taishin City will be lost." The elders of the Stoneman tribe tried their best to inject all their strength into the middle earth vein in order to stabilize the mountain of Tandu Mountain. If they hadn't forcibly stabilized the earth veins, Yang Chen would have crashed into Tandu Mountain long ago. Chen Yang cursed loudly, "Damn human, why does he have the talent of the Giant Spirit series? I must defend Tandu Mountain. Let us fight." Chen Yang bit it as hard as he could, and rushed straight towards the earth vein of Tandu Mountain, while roaring, "Tianju stone body." Crack! Crack! A layer of gray-black stone texture actually crawled onto the surface of General Shenyang's cyan gold body. The other elders all shouted in surprise, "No!" Unfortunately, they were too late. Shenyang turned into a stone in the shortest time. This is the method of self-sacrifice in the Tianju stone body technique. After the stonemen sacrifice themselves, they will immediately merge with the world's earth veins, strengthening the earth veins and mountains. And with the help of the earth veins, he bestowed some special amplifications on other stone people. "General Shenyang, we will remember you." One of the elders, Elder Lizhan, stood up and said respectfully. Then he stepped forward and took Chen Yang's place. He said in a deep voice, "If Tandu Mountain still can't hold on, then I will use the Tianju stone body." There was a glint of determination in the eyes of all the elders. Then they sat down again and continued to exert power on the central earth vein. Just after General Shenyang sacrificed himself, the shaking of the originally shaky Tandu Mountain suddenly decreased. Almost to the point of stopping. Yang Chen continued to punch the Tandu Mountain. Within the Dalo Dharma realm, his spiritual power shuttled through the sky above its inner ring area. Here you can see many Yaoqi lakes and pavilions. Just as Yang Chen was crossing one of the Yaoqi lakes, A jade ball, about the size of a basketball, floated up from the water of Yaoqi Lake. Sensing something unusual, Yang Chen quickly stopped and looked at the jade sphere rising from the water of Yaoqi Lake. With a pop sound, the jade sphere shattered, and a message was transmitted from it and merged into his spiritual power. Suddenly struck by this information, Yang Chen could no longer concentrate and returned to his body from the endless void. After deciphering the information, his eyes flashed with excitement. This is a spell unique to the Dalo Dharma realm. It shakes the mountains and the earth. Especially since I have the talents of aerial shock and vortex, they have a significant bonus to shaking mountains and earth. Okay. Now try my earth-shaking power. This time, Yang Chen did not use his shoulders to hit or punch him, but instead carried him up to Tandu Mountain. Then he suddenly used magic, shaking the mountains and the earth. An invisible force spread out in all directions, and everything that touched this force began to vibrate wildly. Some ordinary trees and stones were turned into powder in an instant after being touched by this force. It turned into smoke and dust and scattered. Moreover, as Yang Chen continued to urge the mountain shaking and earth shaking power, the entire Tandu Mountain was melting. At this moment, in Taishin City on the top of the mountain. For takeover. Defend Taishin City and protect Tandu Mountain. One by one, the elders rushed into the earth veins, used their heavenly pillar stone body to transform into stone statues and merge with the earth veins. Elder Lisan. Elder Changshan. Elder Mingshan. Many elders, etc., have integrated into the earth veins of Tandu Mountain one by one. They are extremely determined to protect Taishin City of Tandu Mountain. But unfortunately, with the additional enhancements from multiple talents such as vortex, air shock, and myriad heavenly thunder, the power of the mountain shaking and earth shaking power that Yang Chen had just comprehended was unexpectedly powerful. Even after all the elders in the Fuji realm sacrificed themselves, they could only block the shaking of the mountains and the earth for more than 10 seconds. Soon, the mountain of Tandu Mountain collapsed rapidly. Just 1 minute later, Tandu Mountain broke into dozens of pieces and collapsed with a loud bang. Boom! Pieces of stone fell to the ground, stirring up large clouds of dust. The stonemen hiding in Taishin City suffered countless casualties. With the replenishment of a huge amount of life essence out of thin air, Yang Chen once again had the power to test the mountains and shake the earth. He struck out with his palm towards the completely shattered Taishin City on the ground. Chapter 82 The ninth level of the Fuji realm. The conditions for becoming the Great Wall Guardian. In an instant, a huge palm print formed out of thin air and slapped the completely shattered Taishin City on the ground. The moment the palm print landed on the ground suddenly became like a stream of water, stirring up waves of mud and spreading out. All the stonemen who came into contact with this power were instantly strangled into a pool of mud. Boom! Boom boom boom! The waves of mud rolled, forming a sound like a raging storm. Even those stonemen who managed to escape were shaken into puddles of mud by the waves formed by the mud. The walls and buildings of Taishin City were all vulnerable to this force. With the help of air shock and vortex, the destructive power of shaking mountains and earth is really astonishing. At this time, Yang Chen's attention was attracted by the starstones and moonstones all over the ground. Are these the reserves of starstones and moonstones in Taishin City of Tandu Mountain? Yang Chen was happy at first, but then became unhappy. Under my earth-shaking power, nothing can remain undestroyed. But these starstones and moonstones are all intact, which shows their quality. Although he was depressed, Yang Chen still reached out and put them into his world one by one. After fishing for a while and storing all the starstones and moonstones, he put away Ascension. Restored the original appearance. As soon as he recovered, Yang Chen sat down on the ground. He said weakly, I feel like my body has been hollowed out. The power of Ascension is strong, but the consumption is really too great. He sighed deeply, took out more than 10 Seven Treasures wonderful heart pills in a row, put them into his mouth and swallowed them. Use elixirs to restore one's strength. About half an hour later. With the continuous replenishment of the Seven Treasures miraculous heart pill, Yang Chen finally recovered completely. Ninth level of Fuji realm. A glint flashed in his eyes. My martial arts cultivation has finally reached the ninth level of the Fuji realm thanks to the Stoneman tribe's vast life essence and the Seven Treasures wonderful heart pill. If we continue this way, we will reach the Jin Yuan realm. Just as Yang Chen was muttering to himself, Fang Yuan's voice came, Yang Chen, you really opened my eyes. With such strength at your disposal, you must head to the front lines as soon as possible. Kill the enemy and gain merit. Strive to become someone in power as soon as possible. In power? Yang Chen hasn't thought about this thing yet. He turned his head to look at Feng Yuan, waiting quietly for Feng Yuan's next words. But Feng Yuan just held the thermos and kept drinking water, with no intention of speaking anymore. So, Yang Chen asked, what else? Feng Yuan closed the lid of the thermos cup and asked, huh? What else? Does Commander Feng Yuan suffer from intermittent amnesia? Well, what will happen after you have the power? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. Once you have power, you just enjoy life and the benefits that power brings. Feng Yuan said as a matter of course. Boring, you're not really enjoying life right now. Yang Chen curled his lips and lay down on the ground in a different position. Soak the wolfberries in your thermos. I lay down and watched the chains of stars flying freely in the sky. How wonderful! Don't you enjoy it? Feng Yuan tightened the thermos cup, pointed at Yang Chen, and was about to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. Hesitant to speak. It seems like something is wrong again. After a long while, Feng Yuan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. This is not the same as that kind of enjoyment. Young man, you still don't understand. His kind of enjoyment is that it can be very abstract. As he spoke, he made an S-shaped curve with his hands. Hey. Now you should understand, right? Destroy the life force. Yang Chen waved his hands repeatedly. You'll understand when you grow up. Feng Yuan shook his head, opened the thermos and took a sip of water. It looks exactly like a water jar. By the way, Commander Feng, when will our frontal battle begin? Yang Chen glanced at Feng Yuan. Wait a minute. We need to prepare manpower, materials, and military supplies. There are so many things to do, how can we do it quickly? Feng Yuan said, his hands behind his back. It will take at least half a month. As he spoke, Feng Yuan turned on the communication equipment and fiddled with it for a while, passing on the news that Taishin City and Tandu Mountain had been destroyed. Then he put his hands behind his back and sat on the ground. Feng Yuan approached and said, you don't seem to be interested in holding power at all. But you've already made many contributions. When the time comes for evaluation, you can at least get the rank of major. If you're lucky, you might even get the rank of lieutenant colonel or even colonel. As a school-level officer of the Great Wall Garrison, it's unacceptable for you not to lead a team, not to lead a corps or something like that. However, Yang Chen just stared at the sky. All he could think about was that he couldn't get a lot of talents because the frontal battle hadn't even started yet. How can I plunder more talents? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Feng Yuan asked, could it be that you want to be the more free type? The Great Wall's garrison commander? When Yang Chen heard the word Great Wall City Guardian, his eyes lit up and his mind immediately became active. The position of the Great Wall Guardian was relatively free. You can go to various places at any time to participate in strangling ferocious beasts or dealing with star races. No need to be trapped in a corner. Therefore, Yang Chen immediately became interested. Yes, I want to become a defender of the Great Wall. Feng Yuan stared at Yang Chen again and again. If you really want to become the governor of the Great Wall, then you have to work hard. Although the Great Wall Garrison commander has a high degree of freedom, he doesn't even have to pay attention to most transfer orders. However, the requirements for becoming the Great Wall's defender are not low at all. Just in terms of martial arts cultivation alone, the minimum requirement is the Gold Yuan realm. Also, you need the support and recommendation of certain people. Feng Yuan shook his head and continued, I didn't expect you to like the Great Wall Guardian. I thought you'd be more interested in power, and the S-shaped one. Feng Yuan spoke and gestured at the same time, but when he saw that Yang Chen was not interested, he did not continue. At this moment, all Yang Chen was thinking about was that the minimum requirement for the Great Wall Town Guardian was the Jin Yuan realm. It seems that I have to work harder and reach the Jin Yuan realm as soon as possible, and meet the requirements for the position of the Great Wall Guardian in the shortest possible time. Then I can play badly openly without having to listen to anyone's orders. Nor will you be calculated by some people. Very good. Yang Chen slapped his thigh and made a decision in his heart. This actually scared Feng Yuan so much that he almost couldn't hold the thermos cup steady. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Yang Chen said seriously, Commander Feng, then, I will have a few short days of free time. Feng Yuan nodded hesitantly, that's right, but I still want to remind you that you must reach the front line within half a month. As he spoke, Fang Yuan opened the three-dimensional map and pointed to the location of the front battlefield on the map. It will only take me 3 days at most to get to this place. Yang Chen raised 3 fingers. Chapter 83 adds 8 new SSS level talents. The Great Law Realm's favored one. 3 days? Okay. It's up to you to decide. The higher-up said that anyone who doesn't reach the front lines within half a month will be considered a deserter. Fang Yuan straightened his clothes, stood up, and prepared to leave. I don't need to explain the fate of deserters. Once considered a deserter, not only will one be stripped of his military rank, but he may also be brought to a military court. Being sentenced to 10 or 8 years is considered a light sentence. Yang Chen was of course aware of this. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I certainly understand." Fang Yuan nodded, walked away, and soon disappeared into the shadows. Yang Chen, who stayed where he was, opened the system panel to check it. This time, he knocked down Tandu Mountain, destroyed Taishin City, and killed countless stone people in Taishin City. I got more than 50,000 talents in total. Yang Chen's expression changed as he noticed several talents on the talent panel. There are actually 36 SS level talents that were looted, and a full 58 S level talents. This hasn't even been synthesized yet. One-click talent synthesis. Swish, swish, swish. All talents begin to synthesize under the random arrangement of the system. 436 S-level talents were formed at once. Randomly synthesize all S-level talents again. Yang Chen closed his eyes and randomly synthesized the S-level talents. Finally, 49 SS-level talents were generated, plus 36 that had not been synthesized. In total, 85 new SS-level talents. Come on, let's do another random synthesis. Yang Chen waved his hand. 85 SS-level talents can be directly combined into 8 SSS-level talents. They are Xinqing, Inha, Shenyuan Gold, Dahuang Wood, Tianhe Water, Yunshan Fire, Sanjiang Earth, and 5 Elements. This. Yang Chen was very surprised when he saw the final synthesis result. They are all talents related to the Daluo Dharma realm. Among them, the Cloud Fire can communicate with both the Daluo Dharma realm and the Myriad Fire Dharma realm. Could it be that the system is biased towards the Daluo Dharma realm because I have more talents in the Daluo Dharma realm, so the talents I randomly synthesize are biased towards the Daluo Dharma realm? Yes. A dialog box pops up. You admit it. Yang Chen grinned, feeling delighted. So, before my Daluo Dharma realm talent is perfected, I can just randomly synthesize everything, and it will be more efficient? No need to be picky at all. All 8 SSS level talents must be kept. Yang Chen turned around and looked at the remaining 5 SS level talents that had just been synthesized, as well as the remaining 4 S level talents. Only 1 SS level talent here can be kept, and the rest should be decomposed. Yang Chen waved his hand and kept the SS level talent, Kuei-Geng. Kuei-Geng belongs to the talent of the giant spirit world and can be kept. Once decomposed, 45,000 talent fragments were immediately formed. Adding the remaining fragments from the last synthesis, there are another 100,000 talent fragments. You can upgrade an SS level talent to SSS level. It must be the air shock. Yang Chen chose to upgrade the air shock talent without hesitation. This talent is currently still at SS level and has not yet been upgraded. Special talent upgrade. The SS level air shock was instantly upgraded to SSS level. Although the name has not changed, the power has increased significantly. The next special talent upgrade will be reserved for the SS level 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Thunder. After completing a new round of talent upgrades, Yang Chen's SSS level talents increased to 19, and his SS level talents to 10. The moment everything was sorted out, as many as 3,600 strands of immortal spirit energy poured down from the void and poured into his body. I haven't even released my spiritual power to communicate with the Daluo Dharma realm, but the void Dharma realm directly gave me the initiation? Yang Chen was stunned. In the past, he needed to communicate through spiritual power before he could attract and guide the immortal spirits from the Daluo Dharma realm. But now, there is no need to release spiritual power to communicate. What kind of treatment is this? I have become the person favored by the Daluo Dharma realm? This kind of treatment is no less than that of the Son of Fortune in novels, the protagonist of a world. Yang Chen was shocked, and immediately used his wisdom and spiritual talents to deduce. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, I never thought that as long as I have enough high-level talents in a certain world, I will be favored by that world. For example, right now, among my talents in the Dalo Dharma realm, I have 12 SSS level talents and 5 SS level talents. My current status is commonly known as the Dharma realm's favored one. Right now, I'm just a beginner in the Dharma realm. When my Dalo Dharma realm talent increases a bit, I will become a mid-level Dharma realm patron, and then a high-level Dharma realm patron. Then, I will be able to enjoy even more favors. It's even possible to receive direct rewards from the Dalo Dharma realm. Pills, weapons, and more. Every minute, Chen can enjoy the irrigation of the 3,000 immortal spirits in the Dalo Dharma realm. Great! 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 I have become a favored one of the Dalo Dharma realm in one fell swoop. Alright, I need to get some more SSS level talents to become a higher level patron of the Dharma realm. The more talents you have in the Dalo Dharma realm, the higher your favorability. As he was speaking, Chen suddenly thought, I am a person favored by the Dharma realm. What if I sacrifice the Starstone and Moonstone directly to the Dalo Dharma realm now? Will there be more benefits? When he thought of this, a feeling of excitement rose in his heart. At that moment, Chen took out 108 Starstones and 36 Moonstones without hesitation. Then he took out 72 3-treasure incense sticks and stuck them into the ground one by one. In order to gain greater benefits, Chen specially arranged the Starstone, Moonstone, and 3-treasure incense into a pattern in the shape of a dragon. After the placement is completed, the dragon sword is in hand. With a clang sound, a raging fire ignited on the blade of the dragon sword. Then, Chen waved the dragon sword, and a circle of flames suddenly spread around. Light up the 3 treasures incense sticks stuck in the ground. As the green smoke rose, he murmured, I, the patron of the Dalo Dharma realm, pray for the Dalo Dharma realm's reward. As the words fell, the 3 treasures incense, Starstone, and Moonstone placed on the ground gradually turned into ashes under the influence of an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. The sacrifice was successful, and Chen waited quietly, waiting for the reward from the Dalo Dharma realm. I waited for about an incense stick of time. Not far in front of him, countless jade droplets condensed. The water droplets gathered together and finally formed a sphere half the size of a person. Seeing this sphere appear, Chen prayed repeatedly, Dalo Dharma realm, please give me some strength. Otherwise, these starstones and moonstones might as well be used as merit points. I don't know if his prayers worked. The sphere shattered with a pop sound, and a large stone covered with a hazy luster fell out from it. Stone? Chapter 84 Chapter 84 7-hole exquisite stone. Magic, mediating fate. A stone? The Dalo Dharma realm is a bit disrespectful. Just a big rock? Although Chen kept complaining in his heart, he still went forward to check the stone that had fallen on the ground. Judging from the appearance, the stone is quite popular. There is a hazy glow on the surface, and there are 7 holes on the stone. Clusters of jade-like liquid gathered in the holes. After careful observation, Chen finally recognized the identity of the stone. 7 aperture exquisite stone? Dalo Dharma realm, it smells so good. This is a piece of 7 aperture exquisite stone that has been nurtured for nearly 1,000 years. The 7-hole exquisite stone is no ordinary object, it is a precious stone that can give birth to spiritual beings. For example, the mythical Sun Mukon was born after being nurtured by the 7 aperture exquisite stone for billions of years. The 7-hole exquisite stone that nourishes Monkey King is made of the same colorful stone that Nuwa left behind after she mended the sky. This piece of 7-hole exquisite stone of mine is made of 9 heavens mysterious iron. Although the 9 heavens mysterious iron is far inferior to the 5-colored stone that nourished Monkey King, it is also a rare treasure. I don't know what kind of spiritual creature will be nurtured inside. Raise it slowly, maybe it will become a good helper for me. Then, Chen threw the 7 aperture exquisite stone into his world. Stand up and look into the distance. Now that I've discovered the benefits of being favored by the Dalo Dharma realm, I won't be polite. Chen rubbed his fingers. He took out the stone from the stone city that was stored in his portable world. Throw it on the ground casually. Since there's the extra bonus from the patron, I'll definitely have to make more sacrifices. This altar is definitely necessary. It must be built immediately. But just as Chen thought of this, a piece of information came down from the Dalo Dharma realm and poured directly into his mind. This piece of information is nothing but the magic given by the Dalo Dharma realm to mediate the creation. Is this the power of the patron? Chen's heart was shocked. I don't even need to release my spiritual power to search in the Dharma realm. Give me the spell directly. Cool. After obtaining the magic spell, Yang Chen immediately concentrated his mind and began to comprehend the way of mediating the destiny. When he opened his eyes again, 7 days had passed. Looking at the time, Yang Chen sighed, how fast? 7 days have passed. But fortunately, I have begun to understand the mediation of fate. This spell is not an offensive spell, but a creative spell that can create things. Alright, let me use the power of fate to create an altar. He took out huge stones stored in the world one after another and threw them all onto the open space in front of him. After taking out everything, Yang Chen stretched out his hands. Shen can create something from nothing, mediates creation, life. With a swish sound, an air vortex formed in front of Yang Chen. The vortex of air swept up huge rocks and many miscellaneous things on the ground. During this period, Yang Chen threw all the useless debris in his portable world into the vortex in front of him. Then you see lightning and thunder in the vortex of airflow, and flashes of colorful lights such as red, blue, green, and blue. At the same time, in order to maintain the mediation of fate, drops of crystal sweat dripped from Yang Chen's forehead. After a long time, the clouds and lights suddenly dispersed, and a magnificent and majestic altar appeared. Using the power of fate to build an altar is still too difficult for me at the moment. Yang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Time is running out. I'll have to wait until later to sacrifice the Starstone. For now, I'd better seize the opportunity to hunt down as many ferocious beasts and stonemen as possible, and get as much talent as possible. After saying this, he put the altar into the world, and then his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Running towards the distance at high speed. He is quite strong in himself, and now he has the talent of super speed, so traveling 1,000 miles a day is no problem for him. At the same time, with the deliberate promotion of some people, the video of Yang Chen crashing into Tandu Mountain went viral on the Great Wall Defense Network. Anyone who saw it would find it incredible. Everyone on the Great Wall Defense Network started talking about it, and the heat continued to grow. Holy crap, who is this powerful being? He suddenly transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant. A 100-meter-tall giant isn't a big deal. The most important thing is that he actually crashed into Tandu Mountain. What's on top of Tandu Mountain? That's Taishin City. Taishin City is where the Stoneman tribe develops special weapons. If we destroy that place, how big of a blow will it be to the Stoneman tribe? Have you ever thought about it? Yes, the destruction of Taishin City was a huge blow to the Stonemen. Are you guys off topic? Our topic should be about Tandu Mountain. There are veins cultivated by the Stonemen in Tandu Mountain. They are incredibly solid. I didn't expect him to crash into them and collapse them. This person is extremely strong. Yang Chen, however, was completely unaware of this. He was in the nearest green wall forest, hunting ferocious beasts. The green wall forest is a gathering place for ferocious beasts, and a large number of them live there. Some stonemen would also enter the green wall forest to capture ferocious beasts to serve as their food or to tame them. Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash. Yang Chen slashed out a scarlet light, cutting a ferocious beast that looked like a wild boar into two halves. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level fire talent. It's a good harvest. In just half a day today, we have killed more than 100 ferocious beasts. Yang Chen retracted the dragon sword with satisfaction. Continue. Continue. Kill. He transformed into a red light, shuttled through the green wall forest, and killed every ferocious beast he met on the way. Of course, Yang Chen did not let go of the corpses of the ferocious beasts and stored them all in his small world. It was not until dusk that he vaguely heard some shouts and curses, as well as the howling of ferocious beasts. Then I saw a group of stone men chasing a group of ferocious beasts, shooting arrows from time to time, piercing the heads of the beasts. It's the Stoneman tribe. Yang Chen's heart moved. He took out the black spear from the small world, held it in his hand, and when he saw the right opportunity, he threw it out. The moment the black spear flew out, Yang Chen repeatedly applied the innate powers of vortex and air shock to the black spear. The black spear suddenly began to spin in the air, and it spun faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a meteor and attacked the ferocious beasts being chased by the stonemen. The black spear did not hit any of the beasts, but instead crashed into the ground. Boom! The terrifying impact force spread in all directions, sweeping towards the ferocious beasts. All the ferocious beasts that were touched by this impact force were shocked to the point of spitting blood, falling to the ground on the spot, and losing their life. Even the stonemen who were far away were affected by the impact and were injured. And this is just the residual power generated after the black spear landed. If it is hit head-on, it will be crushed into powder without leaving any residue. Chapter 85 Chapter 85 You are all surrounded by me, surrender immediately. At this time, a cry of surprise came from the stoneman. Look, it's King Chushan's black spear, why is it here? Elder Haishan stepped forward quickly, grabbed the spear and was about to pick it up to examine it. However, as soon as his hand touched the black spear, he was bounced more than 8 meters away by a force. He fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Elder Haishan felt as if his hand was torn apart. Ugh. Pain. It hurt so much. He let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, many stone people saw a human wearing black armor appear in their sight. Human. Why are there humans here? This is clearly the hunting ground of my stoneman tribe. How did he appear here? The stonemen began to discuss. Of course, young Chen would not explain their questions. He walked straight to the black spear and reached out to grab it. This is the black spear of my uncle Wang Qing'a. You can't move it. An angry voice came. Looking up, Yang Chen discovered that it was a guy whose clothes were obviously much more gorgeous than the other stone people. Coupled with the fact that he just called out Uncle Wang Chenggu, it seems that his identity is extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Chenggu? Yang Chen grabbed the spear and laughed loudly. I killed him a long time ago, so his black spear is naturally mine. After saying this, he looked at the Haishan elder who was injured by the 3 paths divine qi. The black spear was nourished by the 3 paths divine qi and already had its own 3 paths divine qi. Except for Yang Chen, anyone else who touched the black spear would only be injured by the 3 paths divine qi contained in it. Impossible. The gorgeously dressed boy's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Uncle Shingu be killed by a tiny human like you? As he spoke, he looked at Elder Haishan and said, Go and carry him back. The other stonemen stared at Yang Chen in confusion and didn't dare to move. It seems you haven't understood the situation yet. Yang Chen raised his spear and pointed at the stonemen standing in the center, dressed in gorgeous clothes. I'm telling you, you are surrounded by me now. Why don't you just lay down your weapons and surrender? The stoneman in gorgeous clothing standing in the middle had a cold expression and said, Human, you are quite arrogant. I, Shen Lai, want to see how strong you are. Shen Lai took a step forward, and gravel flew under his feet. Obviously he was very powerful. Want to fight me? Then don't blame me for being rude. Yang Chen put away the black spear, and 2 dragon swords appeared in his hands. I'll play with you first. How much combat power can a mere human possess? Shen Lai looked over with contempt, making a strange gesture. He gestured repeatedly, Come, let me see how strong you are. This Chen Lai is quite confident. I just don't know whether your strength matches your confidence. Yang Chen simply activated the earth-shaking power and tentatively swung his sword towards Chen Lai. However, Chen Lai did not make any defensive moves and punched forward with his bare hands. The fist collided with Yang Chen's dragon sword. As a result, Chen Lai was blown away on the spot by the earth-shaking power of the dragon sword. Chen Lai groaned, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The force that shakes mountains and shakes the earth is conductive and can injure a person's internal organs through his arms. Chen Lai was careless and his internal organs were injured by the earth-shaking shock. Chen Lai sat up suddenly, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. What kind of power is that? Why can it directly injure my internal organs? Facing the question raised by Shen Lai, Yang Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Do you think I will tell you my moves? Stop talking nonsense. If none of you can stop me, then I'm going to go on a killing spree. Tumultuous. As he spoke, the dragon sword in Yang Chen's hand burned with balls of scarlet flames. At this moment, someone hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, it's that strange blood flame. This person is probably the Blood Lotus Butcher from the remaining images of Giant Stone City. Boulder City, Blood Lotus Butcher? Are you talking about me? Yang Chen was stunned when he heard this, Blood Lotus Butcher? Me? Thanks to his strong vitality, Shen Lai has almost recovered by now. He looked at Yang Chen angrily. Since you are the Blood Lotus Butcher, then Uncle Shingo must have been killed by you. What a human! You will die. Chen Lai roared, and his whole body was wrapped in a ball of platinum flames. He used the supreme martial arts of their stoneman tribe. Just like Shingu of the past. However, the platinum flame on Shen Lai's body was obviously much stronger than the silver flame on Shinji's body. At the same time, young Chen also saw Chen Lai's martial arts cultivation, same as me, the 9th level of the Fuchi realm. I just don't know how much fighting power you have. As he was speaking, Chen Lai had already launched an attack. His figure flashed by and he quietly appeared beside young Chen. Unfortunately, young Chen is no longer an easy person to deal with. He reacted immediately after noticing Chen Lai's attack. Air shock. He didn't even turn his head and directly blocked it with the power of his air shock talent. Bang! Chen Lai's fist seemed to hit an invisible wall, and the whole person was shocked and flew back more than 10 meters. Chen Lai gritted his teeth. Damn, what kind of power is that? It can actually block my punch. It seems that I can't defeat you without showing my true strength. He roared in anger, and the flames on his body completely turned into pure gold. Like a little golden man. But the next second, a big foot kicked Chen's cracked belly. Bang! Boom! Chen Lai flew backwards more than 30 meters before he came to a stop. He looked at the person who kicked him. It was Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen was retracting his leg and said, "It's rude not to reciprocate, but I can block your punch, but you can't block my kick." As he spoke, he twisted his ankles as if to stretch his muscles. Chen Lai's rage rushed to the top of his head, and the golden flames on his body were stained with a layer of blue. Wow, can the strength continue to increase? Yang Chen said exaggeratedly. Chen Lai became more and more angry, and his speed increased significantly. Only a blue light flashed, and then it appeared in front of Yang Chen. Unfortunately, this time, Yang Chen was well prepared. He not only dodged Chen Lai's punch, but also returned a punch. Hit his lower abdomen. Bang! Chen Lai was knocked into the sky by Yang Chen's violent punch, and blood spurted out of his mouth. While Chen Lai was still in the air, Yang Chen raised his hand and slashed upwards with a knife. A circle of fiery red flames approached Chen Lai. Chen Lai used the momentum in the air to dodge the scarlet flames. Chen Lai, who was standing in the air, looked down at Yang Chen. A solemn look flashed in his pupils. He was already at a disadvantage before he even started. Even a fool could see that something was wrong, let alone Chen Lai, the second prince of the stoneman tribe. In an instant, the golden aura on Chen Lai's body turned into azure blue. Bluestone. Mountains and seas. Don't move. These are the 3 talents that Chen Lai possesses. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Is it really still human? Seeing Chen Lai activating 3 talents, Yang Chen was slightly surprised. 3 talents? This was the first time he saw a stoneman with 3 talents. Could it be that there is an old ancestor in his family who is at the Imperial realm and is giving him special training? The method of cultivation is probably to use the martial arts cultivation of the Emperor realm to dissolve the starstone to help give birth to talent. At this time, a group of stone guards started talking jokingly. Your Majesty, Chen Lai was personally cultivated by Patriarch Chen Sha. Help him awaken 3 SS level talents. He is a rare combat genius. Although this human is powerful, he is too arrogant to dare to challenge young Master Chen Lai. That's right, with young Master Chen Lai here, this human definitely doesn't stand a chance. There is only one way to go, and that is death. As expected, he was really cultivated by the ancestors of his family. At this moment, a voice came from Yang Chen's ear. You dare to be distracted when fighting against 3 talented people like me? Shinhai style. A fist was growing bigger and bigger in Yang Chen's eyes. Bang! Chen Lai suddenly punched Yang Chen on the forehead. However, his powerful punch seemed to hit cotton, with no effect. This is exactly where Yang Chen's vortex talent and black hole talent came into play. Perfectly neutralized the power of Chen Lai's punch. At the same time, a powerful rotating force tore towards Chen Lai's arm. Crack! Crack! Several sharp sounds were heard in succession, and Chen Lai's arm was twisted into a knot, and the sleeves of his clothes were torn into countless pieces. Puff! Chen Lai was torn by the spinning force and flew backwards, falling to the ground again. He looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. I clearly activated 3 talents, and I still hit you. Why? Looking at his incredulous eyes, Yang Chen smiled and said, just 3 talents. I'll show you what talent is. He stretched out his hands, and all 29 advanced talents unfolded in succession. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen's body expanded to 5 meters high, and the power of earth, fire, water and wind surrounded him. Chen Lai's eyes widened, and he counted for a long time. Talent, all talent. And they are all high-level talents. How is this possible? His heart suddenly sank. Is this guy in front of him really a human being? Could it be the reincarnation of an ancient god? I'm saying the same thing to you. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Yang Chen's gloomy voice appeared in Shen Lai's ears. Immediately afterwards, Shen Lai felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his whole body felt as if he was struck by lightning. He is not Yang Chen, who has the talents of black hole, vortex, and air shock. No ability to block counterattacks. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive punches knocked Chen Lai unconscious. The power of 29 talents combined was far beyond what Chen Lai could withstand. The stoneman elders who were originally watching the excitement were horrified. Hurry up and rescue the young master. If we die, the young master must not die. Someone shouted and rushed forward, blocking Chen Lai with his body. Puff! Boom boom! He didn't take any protective measures, and Yang Chen smashed him into countless pieces with one punch. But after this person risked his life to protect him, Chen Lai was able to regain consciousness and retreated repeatedly. When he looked at Yang Chen again, his eyes were full of fear. The rest of the stoneman guards and elders took this opportunity to rush forward and protect Chen Lai, shouting, "Young master, please return to the royal court. As long as you reach the royal court, you will be safe." Chen Lai looked at Yang Chen with fear, then turned and ran away. He ran away without a trace. Dare to stop me? Yang Chen roared, and a vortex of airflow surged around him, covering all the stoneman guards and elders. No one was spared when the vortex erupted. They were all ruthlessly strangled into pieces by the whirlpool. This is not the end. Yang Chen, through the mediation of fate, used the fragments to create a huge stone tablet. He wrote 3 big words on the stone tablet with hatred: "Escaper." If I had known earlier, I would have just used the knife to chop Chen Lai. I just wanted to show off a little bit, but ended up missing an important opportunity. Yang Chen felt secretly annoyed. He took a deep look at the direction where Chen Lai fled, then looked away. It would be unwise to chase him any further. The Stoneman King's court must have some powerful person or thing. If I go there, I'll be courting death. Retreat! Retreat! He thought to himself as he rushed out of the green wall forest at high speed. When Yang Chen was about to rush out of the green wall forest, a terrifying force enveloped him from the sky. Carrying unmatched power, it fell on the entire green wall forest. Boom! The tremendous force came crashing down, and all the trees and ferocious beasts in the green wall forest were killed by this force and crushed into a piece of paper. As for Yang Chen, he had just stepped out of the green wall forest when he saw such a horrifying scene. The entire green wall forest was turned into a piece of paper? The stone tablet I just built was also turned into a piece of paper? Damn it, this is the legendary dimensionality reduction attack. Yang Chen smacked his lips repeatedly. Luckily I ran fast. Otherwise, you will become a nameless ghost under that power. Also, you must get away from it as soon as possible. While speaking, Yang Chen used his innate ability of supernatural speed to move away at an extremely fast speed. He returned to the Tandu Mountain ruins and sat down on the ground. I didn't expect that there was such a master hidden in the Stoneman King's court. With one blow, he turned the entire green wall forest into a piece of paper. After sighing for a long time, Yang Chen grabbed a handful of 7 treasures wonderful heart pills and put them into his mouth. Then he started practicing the Jotian star art to digest the medicinal power. In a separate secret room in the Stoneman King's court, there is a lounge chair in the middle of the secret room, and a stone man is lying on the chair. And Chen Lai knelt down beside the recliner. At this moment, he even started to cry, looking at the person on the recliner and saying repeatedly, "Ancestor, that human actually has more than 20 high-level talents. I am no match for him at all." The person sitting on the recliner was Chensha, the ancestor of their Stoneman tribe. Chensha opened and closed his eyes and said, "Shall I, next time you take action, remember to understand the enemy's true combat power. Otherwise, you will lose completely like this time." Chen Lai nodded continuously. "Ancestor, I understand." Chensha patted Chilia's head and said, "Okay, I have turned the entire green wall forest into a piece of paper. If he remains in green wall forest, there is no chance of survival." A smile suddenly broke out on Chen Lai's face. "Really? Ancestor?" The truth is, the shadow Yang Chen cast on him was too great. Chen Lai has always claimed to be the best of the Stoneman tribe, all because he possesses 3 SS-level talents, but now he has been completely defeated by Yang Chen's 29 talents. The most important thing is the human beings whom they look down upon. This dealt a great blow to Chen Lai. His thoughts were not clear and his martial arts practice would be hindered. Chapter 87 Great Causation. Return to the team. Chen closed his eyes and said, if he escapes from the Green Wall Forest, it means he is not destined to die. You are the blood of my stoneman royal family. You must show the confidence you deserve. The stonemen are divided into royal bloodlines and ordinary bloodlines. Among them, their royal blood contains the power of the gods. As long as they grow to a certain level, they will have the opportunity to obtain the blessing of the gods. Ordinary bloodlines do not have this. Chen thought of the divine power contained in his own blood. He nodded suddenly and said, don't worry, ancestor. I will definitely not lose my confidence. I am the blood of the stoneman royal family. He said firmly, even if that human survives by chance, I will be able to kill him in the future. He stood up with great excitement, radiating tremendous self-confidence. Chen left a sentence, very good. Afterwards, he concentrated his mind and merged into the endless void. He wanted to seize the time to comprehend the Dharma realm deep within the void. At the same time, after a brief recovery, young Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart enough not to follow. Anyone who can turn an entire green wall forest into a piece of paper must be at least at the unbreakable realm of martial arts. There's a huge difference of two realms. He smacked his lips repeatedly. It's not that serious now, I better hurry to the front line. Prepare for war. At this moment, young Chen hurried on his way. After traveling for more than 9 hours, he finally stopped in front of a hilltop. Not far away was a place that looked like a ruined temple. Temple? There are actually temples in the underground world at this time? Walking into the dilapidated temple to check, Yang Chen discovered that the temple enshrined a stone statue of a ferocious beast. It looks like a toad, but has 6 pairs of eyes. This beast seems to be an ancient species, called the six-eyed green-eyed toad. It's rumored that it's so huge that it can swallow the sun and the moon with one open mouth. After observing for a long time, Yang Chen did not find anything special. He only saw a hand covered in dust on the stone statue in front of the altar. No one has visited this temple for a long time. So, Yang Chen took a deep breath, and then blew towards the stone statue, mediate the destiny and change the world. A breath of air blew up, and immediately the dust covered the entire temple. A gray-black vortex formed out of thin air, and wherever the gray-black vortex passed, the place became brand new. It's like it's been renovated. I saw the gray-black vortex quickly sweeping across the entire dilapidated temple, and in the process rebuilt some stone tables, stone benches, and stone beds. Not long after, Yang Chen looked at the brightly lit temple that had been transformed, and was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. This is perfect for me to take a break. He immediately lay down on the stone bed and rested. After a series of journeys and destruction of cities, Yang Chen felt a sense of fatigue emanating from his heart. Soon, fall asleep. Not long after Yang Chen fell asleep, a cloud of black mist floated out from the stone statue of the six-eyed green-eyed toad. Just as he was about to float towards Yang Chen in the black fog, he suddenly felt a suction force. Oh no, there's something strange about this human. The black fog retreated rapidly, breaking free from the suction. It watched silently from a distance. After a long while, Black Mist suddenly said excitedly, it's the patron of the Dalo Dharma realm. I never thought that after searching for the Dalo Dharma realm in the depths of the void Dharma realm for thousands of years, I would finally find it in a human like you. More importantly, he is also a favored one of the Dalo Dharma realm. The black fog was excited for a long while, and then it suddenly separated into a black sphere as black as ink. The sphere flew out and instantly sank into Yang Chen's body. Black Mist said with satisfaction, boy, the great karma has been planted in you, and a bond of destiny has been added between you and me. You helped me clean the temple here. This is the cause. When you see my true body in the future, that will be the result. The black fog surrounded Yang Chen from a distance, muttering for a while, and finally dissipated into the air. When Yang Chen woke up again, it was 6 hours later. He stretched and then stood up without feeling any discomfort. Instead, I feel comfortable and relaxed all over. It's like putting down a heavy burden. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Yang Chen stretched his muscles and walked out of the temple. Keep going. It was 2 days later that Yang Chen arrived at Twilight Mountain. At this time, a large number of people gathered on the top and bottom of Twilight Mountain, looking ready to take action. From afar, you can see Mingkong City, the city where the Stoneman tribe's South Royal Court is located. At this time, there were transport planes coming in, bringing in more people and various supplies. This is the real battlefield. Yang Chen was sighing as he passed through security check. Then, someone stuffed 3 large energy packs into his arms, and at the same time, he heard the other party repeatedly admonish him, "Lieutenant, find your team as soon as possible." Well. Looking at the 3 large energy bags in his arms, young Chen was slightly stunned. It would take at least a month for a Xiantian realm expert to digest 3 large energy packs. This is already a very good supply supplement. Unfortunately, for Yang Chen, a master in the Fuji realm, it would take him less than an hour to digest 3 large energy packs. The benefits are pretty good. Yang Chen walked over while holding the energy pack and drinking. The frontline position on Hualao Mountain was so large that it took him 3 hours to find Li Dekai and the others. They are on the training ground, seizing the last bit of time to exercise. Li Dekai, Wang Jiyu, and Zhang Yan. Old Li. Yang Chen greeted him. When Li Dekai saw him, he immediately rushed over excitedly, "My god of wealth, you are finally back." He was so enthusiastic that he even wanted to kiss Yang Chen on the face. Yang Chen quickly interrupted, "Why do I only see the 3 of you? Where's Chen Qi? Hasn't he come back yet?" Li Dekai shrugged and said, "Chen Qi followed his uncle through hard training, but was counted as leaving the team midway. Now he's been punished for his violation and is being locked up in a small dark room. By the way, god of wealth, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? They accused you of leaving the team without permission. Looking back at when I just passed through security check, nothing unexpected happened." He shook his head and said, "No. I was carrying out an important mission. How could they possibly give me the excuse of leaving the team without permission?" Li Dekai felt relieved. That's good, that's good. At this time, Wang Jiyu and Zhang Yan also rushed over. Wang Jiyu felt as if a huge stone had fallen from his heart. The god of wealth has finally returned safely. I heard that the stonemen have gone crazy recently, looking for lone humans to kill. I was afraid they would hold you down there. Hearing this, Yang Chen waved his hand and said, "That's impossible. They wouldn't dare to press me, no matter who they are." Zhang Yan asked in confusion, "God of wealth, you are so confident." Li Dekai stepped forward to interrupt the conversation and said, "Let's go and see Mr. Chen in the small dark room." The little dark room. That place is not pleasant. Chapter 88 Power Grid, Small Dark Room. Li Dekai led the way in front, and everyone followed him to the so-called small dark room. It is more like an independent dormitory than a small dark room. There is food, drink, and a big soft bed. Unfortunately, there is no internet, no game consoles, and no series of corresponding equipment. Living there is nothing but boring and tedious. So boring. These days, Chen Qi was bored out of his mind. He lay straight on the bed, staring at the ceiling with his dead eyes. He looks like the ultimate salted fish. At this time, a voice came from the door, "Chen Qi, someone is here to see you." Crash. The heavy iron gate was opened, and Yang Chen, Li Dekai and his group walked in one after another. Looking at Chen Qi, who looked like an old, salty fish, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask, "Has this old guy always been like this?" Li Dekai immediately agreed, "Yes, he has always looked half dead." Chen Qi's eyes moved, and then he suddenly got up. Apparently it was because he heard a familiar voice. "Oh my, the little god of wealth is back too?" Chen Qi's cloudy eyes were suddenly filled with luster. "Our 5-member team is finally reunited. I miss you guys so much." As Chen Qi spoke, he was about to rush forward. As a result, he was stopped by an electric fence just a few steps after he rushed out. Sizzle. Chen Qi was shocked by the electric net and his whole body was twitching. Wisps of green smoke rose from the top of his head, making him look very miserable. At the same time, a voice rang out from the small dark room, "Please stay within a certain range, inmates. Don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qi was knocked to the ground by the electric current and continued to twitch for a long time before stopping. Yang Chen was stunned by Chen Qi's miserable state. "Is this old guy okay?" Wang Jiyu squatted down, pulled out a wooden stick and stretched it towards Chen Qi's butt. "Click it." Chen Qi scratched his butt and said, Hey. Stop it." Wang Jiyu quickly retracted his long stick. "Hey, he's fine." Li Dekai stared at Chen Qi lying on the ground, sighed, and said, "I don't think he'll be able to get up anytime soon. Let's go back first. In 3 days, Lao Chen will be out." Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Dekai finished speaking, Chen Qi immediately got up from the ground with a swoosh. He patted his chest and said, "How could I not be able to get up? I have practiced my Chen family's unique martial art, the Li Di Tong Tianju." The art of Li Di Tong Tian? Is it very powerful? Li Dikai looked at young Chen beside him. The stronger your understanding of the environment, the faster your martial arts skills will improve. Chen Shi gestured repeatedly, swish, 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 it's like riding a rocket, improving at a rapid speed. As he was speaking, a voice rang out from inside the room, the visit is over. All other non-related personnel please leave as soon as possible. The moment the voice fell, a row of electric nets rose between Yang Chen and Chen Shi. The electric grid moved, signaling Yang Chen and others to get out as soon as possible. As the electric grid went up, everyone had to retreat. Yang Chen spread his hands and said, "Oh no, old Chen, we're leaving first." Chen Shi pursed his lips and said aggrievedly, "Let's go. I'm annoyed just seeing you guys. Go." After coming out of the small dark room, everyone returned to the dormitory. Everyone had a separate room, and Yang Chen was also assigned one. In the room, he assumed the jade chanting god sitting posture from the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Ju, grabbed a handful of 7 treasures wonderful heart pills and put them into his mouth, then closed his eyes and began to practice. A heart sank to the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he radiated his spiritual power to receive the immortal spirit energy descending from the Dalo Dharma realm. In the blink of an eye, 3,600 strands of immortal spirit energy surged into Yang Chen's body. Bang! 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 The medicinal power of the 7 treasures wonderful heart pill mixed with the immortal spirit energy exploded in Yang Chen's body, giving birth to more and more martial arts jade liquid. The martial arts jade liquid started from Yang Chen's tailbone, went up to the Jiaji, then past the jade pillow, passed through the Tianling, and then fell down from the Naiman Palace. Passing through Tanzhong, returned to Dan Tian Shihai. This is exactly the circulation of the martial arts jade liquid. During the circulation process, the jade liquid will flow to the limbs and bones, as well as every tiny part of the body. As the martial arts jade liquid circulated through Yang Chen's body, mysterious patterns formed in his muscles, bones, and blood. The word Daluo appeared faintly, which was a special favor from the Daluo Dharma realm. However, Yang Chen didn't know it yet. He was concentrating on receiving the immortal spirit energy from the Daluo Dharma realm and constantly refining the martial arts jade liquid. In order to condense the martial arts jade liquid, his martial arts skills grew very slowly. Even after being baptized by a huge amount of immortal spirit energy, he couldn't even reach the 9th level of the Chi-Fu realm. After condensing a beam of martial arts jade liquid again, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes. I looked at the time and found that exactly 3 days had passed. I timed it just right, he said to himself excitedly, and then he felt the powerful martial arts jade liquid in his body. My progress this time isn't that great, but I'm consolidating my foundation in the martial arts jade liquid. Lay a solid foundation for advancing to the Jin Yuan realm. After tidying himself up, Yang Chen walked out the door and happened to see Li Jinmeng coming over with someone. It's like carrying a child. Looking closely, the person Li Jinmeng was holding in her hand was actually Chen Shi. Old man Chen Shi was finally released from the small dark room. But why come back in this way? Commander Li, what are you doing? Yang Chen asked in surprise. Li Jinmeng put Chen Shi down, then pointed at him and said, "Ask him himself." At this time, Li Dekai and Wang Jiyu also gathered around and became curious. Chen Shi stood up, but did not say anything and just stood there in silence. Why aren't you talking now? Weren't you quite rude just now? Li Jinmeng said with her arms crossed. Chen Shi turned his head aside and said, "Humph. If it weren't for Commander Li, I would have smashed all their mechas to pieces." Li Dekai stepped forward and asked, "Old Chen, what's the matter that makes you so angry?" In his impression, Chen Shi has always been gentle and rarely argues with others. Chen Shi explained aggrievedly, "Those who got mechas and laser guns look down on us who are just practicing martial arts. I was so angry that..." Li Jinmeng waved her hand and said, "Because of this, I almost got locked up in the dark room again. If I hadn't saved your life, you would have spent the day in the dark room again." After saying that, Li Jinmeng looked at Li Dekai again and said, "Brother, you guys haven't passed the mecha and laser gun authority exams yet. Are those things that difficult?" Chen Shi said aggrievedly, "It's too difficult, it's really too difficult. There's just too much information for me to process." Li Dekai also echoed, "Yes, it is indeed difficult." Li Jinmeng sighed helplessly and said, "Excuse. They're all excuses." She turned her head and looked at Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, take them to the high ground of Tianji Mountain later. Let them broaden their horizons." Chen Shi exclaimed, "What do you mean by broaden your horizons?" Even Yang Chen himself wanted to know, "What exactly do you mean?" Chapter 89. Don't worry, I will take action. You'll know when you get there. Li Jinmeng said this and turned to leave. Chen Qi turned around and looked at Yang Chen. Is this an instruction? An order? Looking at Li Jinmeng's departing back, Yang Chen said helplessly, forget it, she is the commander of the Changwon underground base after all. So? Li Dekai shouted without hesitation, everyone! Bang! They all gathered together and stood in a neat row. Li Dekai said loudly, move out and head towards the Tianji Mountain highlands. The group of 5 quickly left the base, crossed the mountain, and ran towards the Tianji Mountain highlands. I met many people passing by on the road. So many people. Chen Qi exclaimed. The higher-ups are very determined. Yang Chen observed along the way. It is imperative to eradicate the stoneman tribe. We must take back the resources that originally belonged to us. Li Dekai was rarely passionate. But then he suddenly turned around and said, little god of wealth, can our plan to make a fortune still proceed? He looks like a warrior one second and a businessman the next. You are amazing. Yes, I must. Yang Chen patted his chest and promised. That's good. Li Dekai nodded with satisfaction. In the following time, they moved forward silently, walking along the mountain road towards Tianji Mountain. The closer you get, the more you can smell the smell of gunpowder in the air. It seems, a small regional conflict has already occurred here. Keep walking forward and you will see the strange blood of the stoneman, a dark green liquid. When everyone reached the heights of Tianji Mountain, a group of people had already set up camp there. As soon as their guards saw Yang Chen and the others, they all raised their laser rifles, pointed their guns at them, and shouted, which team are you from? Li Dekai slapped the instrument on his body and showed the team number, Changwon 3333. We are the Changwon 3333 Advanced Combat Formation. Li Dekai introduced hurriedly. Among the guards, one who looked like the captain of their guard team waved his hand and said, put down your laser guns. Swish. The guards took back their laser rifles one after another. Their military literacy was quite high. The guard captain, Xianing, approached in full armor and looked around at Yang Chen, Li Dekai, and the other 5. Are you from the Changwon 3333 formation? In addition to wearing obsidian clothes, you also use cold weapons. Why, on such a large battlefield, you're going to use cold weapons to fight the stoneman? Xianing sneered, you guys are really brave. After saying that, the guard captain Xianing patted Chen Qi's butt. Chen Qi glared over. Xianing ignored Chen Qi's gaze and said, don't look at me like that. Isn't what I said the truth? I really don't know why the higher-ups sent you here. Oh yes, you have another use, and that is to stop the stonemen who may approach at any time. Xianing pointed to several mechanical structures over 10 meters tall in the open space in the distance and said, see? Our E3 laser cannons. These are the real killer weapons. Li Dekai was speechless after being criticized by Xianing. They do not have much authority to use weapons. Although they have a lot of merit points, they can only use cold weapons. Not to mention the E3 laser cannon, even the most basic laser rifle cannot be used. How should I respond? Li Dekai thought about it again and again. Should we fight with them? That's simply impossible. Provoking trouble before the war is a serious crime. Xianing pointed around again, I advise you to form the 3333 formation and just stay around here. For the rest, it still has to be us. As Xianing finished speaking, the guards started to jeer, that's right, you should just go wherever it's cooler. Just don't disturb our battle plan. It's a bit uncomfortable to not have permission. The key is that there is no way to refute it. Chen Qi rubbed his hands together, oldly, tell me. As long as you open your mouth, I promise to help you educate these grandchildren. Li Dekai held out his hand, stop, this is a battlefield, not a place for ordinary training. If you take action, the nature of the matter will be quite different. Xianing stomped his combat boots, making a bang-bang sound. I really hope you guys take action. He patted Li Dekai on the shoulder and said, but you are quite clever. Li Dekai did not make any other move and let the other party put his hand on his shoulder, fully demonstrating his strategy of hiding. Xianing shook his head and said, boring. You're a captain. After saying that, Xianing called out to his team members, okay, everyone go to your respective positions. Those who need to check their equipment should check their equipment, those who need to rest should rest, and those who need to rest should stay alert. We are ready to fight at any time. Yes. Everyone in their team roared. Then they dispersed and stopped surrounding Li Dekai, Yang Chen and the others, and went about their own business. Chen Shi's fists clenched so tightly that they made a cracking sound. Old Li, are you just going to let it go? Li Dekai turned around and glanced at him. So what do you want? If you stir up trouble before the war, you won't just be locked up in a small darkroom for a few days. You'll get into big trouble later. Chen Shi's eyes rolled around, then wait until we finish fighting. After saying that, he put a victory gesture above his chin. Li Dekai suddenly remembered what Li Jinmeng had said, "Oh, God of wealth, what did my sister mean by gaining knowledge?" After what happened just now, Yang Chen was also very angry. At this moment, Li Dekai suddenly mentioned it, and when he combined it with what had just happened, he remembered the golden chariot of the stoneman tribe stored in the world. We don't have access to E3 laser cannons, laser rifles, or mechas. But the stoneman's strategic level weapons can be used. Could it be that the golden chariot of the stoneman tribe is what Li Jinmeng mentioned, to broaden their horizons? Just as Yang Chen was thinking, a team of people wearing hunter mechas came from behind. They came all the way to Chen's camp and said at the same time, "Captain, we have captured all the stonemen who escaped just now." Xianing nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, a victory in the first battle, this is a good sign. Continue to patrol the surroundings. Report any unusual movements to me immediately." "Yes, Captain." Several people in mechas responded in loud voices. The mechas on them were quite eye-catching and attracted everyone's attention for a while. Even Yang Chen was no exception, staring in a daze. "Unfortunately, I don't have permission." "So envious." One of them, wearing a mecha, shouted coldly, "What are you looking at, you five-country bumpkins?" Chen Shi's face was filled with anger. "Captain, please say something." There were faint flames burning above Zheng Yan's head. "I can't stand this anymore." At this moment, Yang Chen suddenly released the aura of the 9th level of the Fuji realm. At the same time, he placed one hand on Chen Shi's shoulder and the other on Zheng Yan's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll take action." Chapter 90 Why did you mess with him? Before the Stoneman tribe's golden chariot was released, Yang Chen's 9th level Qi realm aura brought a great sense of oppression to Qianing and his group. Chen Shi said with great joy, "Fuck, our little god of wealth has already reached the 9th level of the Fuji realm." The flames above Zheng Yan's head suddenly died down, and he looked at Yang Chen with disbelief in his eyes. "Gosh, you're really fast, kid." He's actually already a 9th level master in the Fuji realm. Li Dekai and Wang Zhiyu were stunned on the spot. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen is the strongest one in their team now. As for Qianing, he swallowed hard and stammered, submit the 9th level of Qi realm? You, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash." The guards around Qianing and the mecha soldiers were all sweating profusely. Fingers trembled with fear. The oppressive feeling brought by the 9th level of the Fuji realm is simply too great. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Dekai quickly said, "Don't act on impulse, kid." Acting on impulse? How could that be possible? Yang Chen gave Li Dekai a reassuring look, then said, "Where is there a more open space here?" Although Li Dekai didn't understand what Yang Chen wanted to do, he still searched the nearby geography. The search was complete, and he guided it over. Soon, they appeared in front of an empty field. Li Dekai pointed to a field about the size of a football field and said, "How is this place? Is it spacious enough? Is it big enough?" After taking a quick look around and making an estimate, Yang Chen replied, "Okay, the venue here is big enough." At this time, Xianing and his guards, as well as the mecha team, also approached and observed curiously from behind. They each began to wonder in their hearts what this 9th level Fuji realm master wanted to do with this empty space. But at the same time, they were also relieved that this master did not really attack. At such a close distance, laser cannons and mechas are nothing but a pile of toys in front of any ordinary 9th level master of the Fuji realm. What's more, it's Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen was taking out the golden chariot from the world. Then, a giant golden chariot, which was completely golden, gradually fell to the ground under the control of Yang Chen. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the golden chariot falling from mid-air. Boom! The huge golden chariot landed, causing a violent vibration. The shock spread quickly. Many people from afar hurried here and saw an extremely huge golden chariot. "Hey, the golden chariots of the stonemen are coming here," someone asked. After being reminded by him, Xianing reacted and asked cautiously with great fear, what is this golden chariot?" Xianing no longer had the arrogance he had just shown. Yang Chen said lightly, I killed Shinji from Giant Stone City, and this golden chariot is my trophy. What? Is there a problem? The light words that came out of his mouth made Xianning and others feel as if they were struck by lightning. What did he say? He killed the general of Giant Stone City, Shinji? Wait, then isn't he the blood flame butcher that the stonemen mentioned in their legend? The great master who slaughtered an entire city by himself and even uprooted the entire Giant Stone City? At this moment, Xianning was extremely regretful. He wanted to slap himself a few times. How the hell did I offend this great master? Shenji patted the golden chariot and said ecstatically, Oh my god, little god of wealth, how did you get all this treasure? You really killed General Shinji? Li Dikai said disdainfully, how could this be fake? The golden chariot is right here. A bright light appeared in Zhang Yan's eyes, and he clapped his hands repeatedly and said, Good, good, good. I never thought that the arrogant General Shinji would die at the hands of the little god of wealth, and the golden chariot became our trophy. At this time, Yang Chen had already jumped onto the golden chariot, fiddled with it for a while, and then said, Don't you want to get on? We will use this golden chariot to attack the stonemen later. Chen Shi gave a thumbs up on the spot, killing people and destroying their hearts. Little god of wealth's move of killing people and destroying their hearts is really brilliant. Use the rune technology weapons developed by the stonemen to attack themselves. Ha ha ha. As he was talking, Li Dikai, Wang Jiu, Zhang Yan and others all jumped onto the chariot and followed Yang Chen to study for a while. Xianning and the others could only watch helplessly. After more than an hour of research, everyone finally mastered how to use the golden chariot. This giant golden chariot can not only be used as a melee type to crush the propulsion chariots on the spot, but can also release long-range energy-like cannons. In terms of power, it is not inferior to the E3 laser cannon, and is even slightly stronger. By the way, Captain Qian, please step back a little. Once this golden chariot starts, it will be extremely powerful. It would not be good if Captain Qian was injured. Yang Chen deliberately reminded. Xian Ying's face twitched, but he couldn't refute it. He shouted, Everyone, go back to your respective seats. Xianning didn't dare to say even a single word of no. He is not like Yang Chen, who has reached the 9th level of the Fuji realm in martial arts cultivation. Xianning and the members of his team returned to their own positions. Everyone completed their work with their own thoughts. Many people blamed in their hearts, why did you offend the blood flame butcher when there were so many people to offend? That person can destroy an entire city by himself. Why are you messing with him? On the other hand, Yang Chen and his team were testing the mobility of the golden chariot. The energy source of the golden chariot is entirely made of starstones and moonstones, as long as there are enough starstones and moonstones. The golden cannon on the golden chariot can be used continuously to deal a devastating blow to the enemy in the shortest time. Boom! Under Chen Shi's operation, the huge golden chariot began to move, making rumbling sounds. How do you feel? Yang Chen asked others while sitting in the main driver's seat. It feels so good, so good. I finally got rid of my anger. Chen Shi immediately started dancing with joy. Handsome. Li Dikai rarely praised, and he felt secretly happy in his heart. Wang Jiu and Zhang Yan were also secretly excited, but they did not show it. At this moment, in the distance, giant elephants nearly 10 meters tall were seen walking out of Mingkong City, the main city of the Stoneman tribe. The giant elephants took heavy steps and rushed straight towards the human base at the foot of Fire Prison Mountain. Every giant elephant here has the cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Fuji realm. Once they rush into the base, they will definitely cause huge damage. After discovering this, Yang Chen was the first to react. Old Chen, let's work together to kill a few giant elephants. How could Chen Shi not agree? He agreed on the spot, no problem. Look at what I, Old Chen, do. Chapter 91 The Power of the 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon. Full left rudder. Chen Shi placed his hands on the control panel and operated it continuously. Accompanied by the sound of click, 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 the muzzle of the cannon on the golden chariot began to move slowly. 35 degrees to the upper right. The cannon continued to be adjusted in Chen Shi's hands. Tracking directional aiming. Fire. Finally, Chen Shi pressed on a key runestone. At this moment, rows of blue lights lit up. After a brief period of charging, a beam of light with a diameter of several meters flew out from the muzzle of the golden chariot. Blast towards the giant elephant in the distance. The beam of light hit a giant elephant accurately and blasted through its huge body. He blasted through the 3 closest giant elephants with undiminished momentum. Just after Shinji fired a laser cannon, several beams of light blasted towards the herd of giant elephants from various directions. These were all fired by the E3 laser cannons deployed at various positions. Moreover, more and more laser cannons were fired at him. Shinji slapped his thigh and said, "Fuck, why are there still people stealing monsters?" He turned his head and said, "No, little god of wealth, give me the right to use the cannons of this golden chariot." Lee Dikai teased, "You had a hard time passing the Mecha Authority and Laser Gun Authority exams. It's not hard now?" Shinji choked on the spot, "No, they are completely different." Lee Dikai rolled his eyes at him. "With the combined Mecha Authority and Laser Gun Authority, no way. Golden Chariot, okay." Shinji smiled awkwardly, "I just studied a little more about the Stoneman tribe's rune technology." "Hey, just give me all the cannons, I want to do something big." He excitedly said repeatedly, "This golden chariot uses 77 internal cores and has 33 talisman light cannons. If the muzzles of these 33 talismanic light cannons were arranged in a certain array, they could produce unexpected effects. Based on my understanding of the golden chariot, I can definitely achieve top-notch results under my control." Chen Shi's eyes swept over the crowd. Lee Dikai looked at young Chen and asked for his opinion. "That's fine. I can give you the authority." Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, "But..." Chen Shi looked eagerly, "Just what?" He looked as if he was afraid that Yang Chen would disagree. Facing Chen Shi's pleading eyes, Yang Chen said helplessly, "But, how can I give you the authority?" It's not his fault that he doesn't understand, it's just that the talisman technology is too complicated. The first is the talisman. There are more than 3,800 tadpole-shaped talismans in total, and each talisman has its own unique meaning. In order to operate the golden chariot well, you must remember the meaning of each of the more than 3,000 runes. Secondly, what effect will be achieved after combining 2 or 3 runes? All of them require a lot of memorization and learning to master. Chen Shi was stunned. Little god of wealth, please put the tadpole-shaped runestone that looks like a fish and the bear-shaped runestone together. Then pull it up to the empty space below." According to what Chen Shi said, Yang Chen immediately took action and carefully pulled the talisman stone to the empty space below. A dazzling light appeared inside the golden chariot, and all the light was concentrated on Chen Shi. As soon as the light focused on Chen Shi, he sat upright, ready for battle. At this moment, Chen Shi's entire state changed. There is an inexplicable aura all over his body. He rubbed his hands vigorously, took a deep breath, and began to operate the golden chariot. Crack, crack, crack. The 33 cannons on the golden chariot were arranged in a certain array. Finally, Chen Shi reached out and pressed down a diamond-shaped talisman stone. Buzz! 33 cannons gathered their energy together, and a huge ball of white light appeared above the muzzle. Gather but do not release. After more than a minute, a huge ball of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters formed above the 33 cannons, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Everyone present could feel the tremendous energy emanating from the ball of light. At this moment, Chen Shi roared, 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon. Blast it! Chen Shi suddenly let go of the diamond-shaped talisman stone. The giant ball of light flew out from the cannon that had been gathering energy for a long time with a boom. At lightning speed, it crashed into the herd of giant elephants. In a short time, countless giant elephants were smashed to pieces, and the walls of Mingkong City were also smashed in one fell swoop. The ball of light suddenly fell into Mingkong City. Well done! Lee Dikai exclaimed. This shattered the solid city walls that the stonemen were so proud of. Zhang Yan also gave a thumbs up. Well done, it's rare that old Chen does something good. They all praised. As he was speaking, an extremely dazzling light suddenly appeared in Mingkong City. In the next second, a shocking explosion erupted in the city. Boom! The violent tremor was felt so violently that even people far away on the high ground of Tandu Mountain felt the vibration. At least a magnitude 4 earthquake. Shit! Yang Chen adjusted the strength of his feet repeatedly to keep his footing. Chen Shi explained proudly, this is the true power of the 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon. At the same time, he pointed in the direction of the empty city and said, look. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw an enormous mushroom cloud rising in Mingkong City. Faintly, you can see the light flashing in the mushroom cloud. Bull, nose. Zhang Yan said in a daze. Not bad, old Chen. You can even control the golden chariot of the stonemen. Yang Chen praised him generously. You can even play the golden chariot to this level, so how come you failed the mecha and firearms tests? Li Dekai muttered. Can you not bring this up? Chen Qi was like a deflated ball. Yes, as long as you fire the 33 Heavens Talisman light cannon again. Yang Chen stood up and said. This is impossible, little boss. The Fuguan cannon needs to be charged with maximum power before it can be fired. Look at how many starstones are left in the energy box. Chen Qi explained repeatedly with sweat on his forehead. Energy tank? Where is it? Yang Chen stared at the golden chariot again and again. I'll do it myself. Chen Qi jumped out of the cockpit and ran to the back to check carefully. After checking, Chen Qi said that 33 heavenly light cannon just now used up the energy of 50 starstones. So, if you want to fire the 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon again, you need to replenish 50 starstones. As he said this, he stretched out his hand. 50 starstones. Even though Yang Chen was wealthy, he couldn't help but gasp. 50 starstones are needed at a time. If the Fuguang Divine Cannon is fired a few more times, Yang Chen's storage will be completely consumed. However, in order to witness the power of the 33 Heavens Talisman Divine Cannon again, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and took out 100 starstones from the world and placed them next to Chen Qi. He repeatedly reminded her, I'll give you 100 starstones first, please save them for me. Chen Qi's eyes lit up immediately. Don't worry, I'll adjust the settings a bit. Who knows, I might be able to fire the 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon a few more times. After saying that, he picked up the starstone and started tinkering with it in the golden chariot. Chapter 92 Sneak Attack? The effect of SSS Level 5 Elements Talent. Just as Chen Qi was tinkering with the golden chariot, Chen Ning, who was on the same high ground, looked straight towards the direction of Mingkong City. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Xianing took several deep breaths. That seems to be the golden chariot's 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon. They actually know how to use the stoneman's advanced technology? What the hell, this is the stoneman tribe's most powerful cannon. Not only Xianing, but everyone else was stunned for a long time, and only after a long time did they start to talk. It's the 33 Heavens Fuguang Divine Cannon. I never imagined that one day the stonemen would get to experience what their own weapons are like. Using the stoneman's technology to attack the stoneman's capital, the royal court, is truly a murderous act. Those guys are truly geniuses. I don't know who it was just now, but he mocked me as a bumpkin. It turns out that the bumpkin is actually me. At this time, a team of elite stoneman soldiers climbed up from the cliff at the back and approached where Yang Chen and the others were. The first thing I saw when I came over was the golden chariot. Golden chariot. That's the golden chariot of our Boulder City. Someone shouted excitedly. With this roar, Yang Chen and his friends all saw the location of the Stoneman tribe. Damn, the Stonemen are actually charging towards us. Li Dekai charged forward without hesitation. He raised the spear in his hand and attacked the Stonemen bravely. Yang Chen also moved very quickly. He immediately took out 2 dragon swords and reached out to wipe the blades of the dragon swords. A blood-red flame burned on the dragon sword. Chen Qi noticed Yang Chen's movements and suddenly asked, a knife is a cold weapon, so is a knife with flames considered a hot weapon? Yang Chen, who was about to rush forward to fight, stopped in his tracks. What kind of abstract question was this? You really know how to ask questions. After Yang Chen said this, he waved the dragon sword, turned into a meteor of fire, and rushed straight towards the stone people. Although he took action after Li Dekai, he was the first to arrive. Instead, he approached the stone men first. The first one to rush out to stop them was a stone man holding a thick shield. When he saw Yang Chen chopping towards him with the flame dragon sword, a hint of sneer flashed in his eyes. This is a reinforced shield blessed by talismans. Just because of the flaming knife in your hand? The stoneman slammed his shield hard on the ground, and a thick wall of light suddenly rose up. Intend to use this to stop Yang Chen. But at this moment, Yang Chen shouted in a low voice, Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash. The dragon sword, which was infused with the Red Lotus Karma Fire technique, burst into blood red lotus flowers. A blazing fire broke out on the stoneman's large shield. It quickly burned through the wall of light and burned towards the large shields in the hands of the stonemen. Even the large shield created by rune technology could not hold out for long against the Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash. It was quickly ignited and turned into drops of liquid metal that dripped onto the ground. In the incredulous eyes of the stoneman, a blood-red flame suddenly surrounded him. And in just 1 second, it was burned to ashes. This is the Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash, even without any spiritual magic applied to it, but its power is already quite astonishing. After easily killing one of the stonemen, Chen continued to kill the next one. His mind moved, and a white light emerged from the dragon sword. This white light was exactly the Chen Yuan gold talent that Chen had obtained not long ago. Cut it down with one knife. The sharp white light formed a big knife and chopped down on the head of the nearest stoneman. The stoneman still wanted to resist. Unfortunately, he underestimated the sharp effect of the Chen Yuan gold talent. With a swish sound, a line of blood formed in the middle of the stoneman. Puff! The stoneman suddenly exploded and split into 2 halves. This was not over yet. Chen suddenly inserted his 2 swords into the ground, and sections of wood grew out from the ground, rushing towards the nearest stonemen at lightning speed. Blast them away one by one. This is exactly Chen's great talent for a Rocky. Then, a huge amount of clear water emerged from the large wild trees growing around. Under Chen's control, they gathered into a dragon made entirely of water. The water tornado took off towards the surrounding stone people and carried them into the air. Talent. Tianhe water. Under Chen's intentional control, a group of stone people were trapped by the water dragon, forming a huge water ball. This is not over yet. Chen pulled out the dragon sword that was stuck in the ground. Talent. 3 feet of land. In an instant, the earth roared, and a dragon head slowly rose from below. The dragon head opened its mouth wide and bit the stone people in the water ball in the air. Take a bite. Puff. The huge dragon head, made entirely of mud, sank into the ground with a mouth full of stone men. Finally, the ground returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. The spear that Li Dikai thrust out was still in the air. He slowly retracted his spear. Damn, the little god of wealth is faster than me. And he used so many talents in a row. In the blink of an eye, you have completely wiped out all the stonemen. You didn't even give me a chance to practice. How abominable. He kept talking. Ahem. Oldly, I'm also doing this to test talent. Chen smiled awkwardly. Okay, you have tested my talent this time, but next time it will be my turn. Li Dikai retracted his spear. No problem. Chen waved his hand generously. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind the 2 of them. Well, I finally managed to make the golden chariot obedient. The energy conversion rate of the starstones has been greatly improved. These 100 starstones can be used to fire the 33 Heavens Fu Guang Divine Cannon 3 times. Chen Qi's words attracted everyone, including Chen, for a moment. They all came closer to observe. After Chen Qi's treatment, the color of the golden chariot body changed. Become more eye-catching and refreshed. Just like it came out of the factory. Chen Qi excitedly jumped onto the golden chariot and pressed the diamond-shaped firing button again. With a buzzing sound, the 33 gun muzzles of the golden chariot were arranged in sequence to form an array. A ball of blazing white light quickly gathered. This time, the speed of energy gathering was also very fast. It seemed that Chen Qi's conditioning was very effective. The blazing white light ball was fully charged in just half a minute. The moment Chen Qi released the button, the ball of light flew out like lightning and hit the Mingkong city of the Stoneman tribe again. Boom! The city wall exploded again, and a ball of light flew into it. After 10 seconds, the ball of light exploded, filling the sky with white light. And formed a giant mushroom cloud. Chen Qi stretched out his hands and waved them repeatedly. It worked. His face was full of excitement. The power is the same as before, and the charging efficiency is faster than before. This is a significant improvement. Li Dikai came closer and said repeatedly. It seems you know a lot about the stoneman's golden chariots. Chen Qi waved his hand and said, oh, it's nothing, it's just a hobby. Chapter 93 Spell, 5 Elements Escape. While Chen Qi was speaking, he pressed the diamond-shaped button again. The second round of 33-day talisman cannons gathered together immediately. Within half a minute, the energy was fully charged, and an extremely large ball of light flew out with a whoosh. Same as before. It shattered the city walls and caused a horrific explosion inside them. Boom! The earth was shaking violently. The power of the 33 Heavens Talisman light cannon was truly formidable. But at this moment, Chen felt a palpitation for no reason, as if there was some potential huge crisis. Crisis? Yang Chen frowned, thinking to himself, a martial arts master of my level can sense potential crises. What exactly is this crisis? He looked around in surprise, but didn't find anything wrong. The trees are still trees, and the people are still people. No changes are seen at the moment. At this moment, Yang Chen walked quickly to the edge of the Tandu Mountain plateau and observed carefully. He thought it was another group of stone people who had sneaked in. But after a thorough inspection, nothing was found. At this moment, Yang Chen felt a familiar wave. Fuck. It's the same feeling I had when I was in the Green Wall Forest last time. It was that Stoneman clan ancestor. As soon as he reacted, he felt a terrifying pressure descending from above his head, which seemed to destroy everything. Run! Yang Chen shouted hurriedly at Chen Shi and the others. As a result, just as he took a step forward, a cold snort came from him. Fortunately, I have taken all your actions into account. What's the point of sneak attack? Sands of time. A string of small particles flashing with silver light suddenly appeared and stretched across the heads of Yang Chen and the others. The pressure coming down from above my head suddenly lightened. Immediately following, the sound of a bubble bursting was heard, and the unprecedented sense of crisis in Yang Chen's heart disappeared without a trace. Looking up, it was Li Jinmeng's tiger girl. Li Jinmeng said hurriedly, I have already locked onto the Stoneman clan ancestor who is in the indestructible realm. Yang Chen, you must attack the Stoneman clan's royal court as soon as possible. After saying this, Li Jinmeng quickly disappeared into the silver-gray glow. I have a feeling that we are actually bait? Yang Chen muttered, looking at the direction where Li Jinmeng disappeared. Fuck, if you don't compensate me with some treasure, this matter will not end. Li Dikai also noticed something. Damn, Li Jinmeng, you were so heartless. You actually used me, your brother, as bait. Instead, Yang Chen patted Li Dikai on the shoulder and said, let's go to the Stoneman King's court and plunder the treasures first. Chen Shi also echoed, that's right, we'd better hurry up. Look, the huge city wall has been broken, and some people are already rushing forward. Looking over, Yang Chen saw many people rushing towards Mingkong City. Let's go there quickly too. With a wave of his hand, he put away the golden chariot and rushed down from the heights of Tandu Mountain. Li Dikai, Chen Shi, Wang Zheyu and Zhang Yan followed closely behind. Chen Ing and his team were still immersed in the terrifying pressure just now and did not come back to their senses for a long time. By the time they came to their senses, Yang Chen and others had already rushed into Mingkong City. At this time, after entering Mingkong City, Yang Chen discovered that there were still a large number of elite stoneman warriors making the final struggle. At the same time, he also saw Fang Yuan holding a thermos cup. When Fang Yuan waved his hand, an invisible force erupted and strangled the stoneman into pieces. Telekinesis talent? Yang Chen didn't think much about it. He jumped and landed on the roof of a building. He shouted, Law of heaven and earth, giant spirit god. No more pretending, just use all your strength. Boom! In an instant, golden light burst out. Surrounded by the golden light, Yang Chen's body swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant spirit god 130 meters tall. With a casual scoop of his hand, a circle of terrifying energy was formed. When the energy was released, it caused a series of explosions. As Yang Chen used the magic of heaven and earth, he transformed into a giant spirit. All the humans who followed up exclaimed, it's the giant that knocked down Tandu Mountain. For a moment, everyone was greatly encouraged. Fang Yuan, who was always calm, was no longer calm at this moment. Although this is the second time I've seen it, I'm still shocked. His size alone is intimidating. Some people even stopped fighting and looked in the direction of Yang Chen. Is this the master who knocked down Tandu Mountain? It's incredible that he actually appeared right before my eyes. I didn't believe it could actually become so huge. It's really Xiao Dao pulling the butt, it opened my eyes. With him here, I declare that we can win without any effort. Li Dikai patted Chen Shi on the shoulder and said, look, our little god of wealth has grown to this point. Chen Shi nodded hesitantly, no wonder he rushed so fast. Wang Zhiyu analyzed it again and again, that should be the talent of the giant spirit realm. What a huge size. A flaming sword appeared in Zhang Yan's hand. Don't be stupid. We are still on the battlefield and we still need to kill the enemy. Platinum Fury. Whoosh whoosh. Zhang Yan immediately unleashed his talent, wielding the flame sword in his hand and slashing at the surrounding stonemen. Li Dikai, Chen Shi, Wang Zheyu and others are not inferior to others. They all used their talents to fight against the surrounding stonemen. Standing on the ground to reach the heavens technique. Gluttony. Yang Chen, on the other hand, released a series of earth-shaking attacks, shattering the surrounding stonemen one by one. Even if each palm strike is made, it can kill a large number of stone people and plunder a huge amount of life essence in various series of talents. Even so, Yang Chen was still dissatisfied. It's too slow. Do you have any large-scale killing moves? As he was muttering to himself, a message came down from the Dalo Dharma realm in the void. It's a spell, the 5 elements escape. Being a junior Dalo Dharma realm patron, this is so cool. Yang Chen was overjoyed. I can get a spell just by thinking about it. Who else can do it easier than me? 5 elements escape? With this technique, I think I can try out those moves that only exist in movies, TV shows, and anime. He took a deep breath, and after holding his breath, he shouted, "Water escape, who will fix the dam?" Puff! Yang Chen suddenly spurted out a stream of water, sweeping across the area. Then, Yang Chen used the 5 elements Great Escape to launch his next move, Kun, Earth River Cart. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing. All the 5 elements abilities were released, and Yang Chen felt comfortable all over. But the stone people suffered a lot. They were flooded, buried in the earth, and finally burned. I finally experienced what it means to be in a world of ice and fire. They collapsed to the ground one by one as if they had experienced all the hardships they should have experienced in their lives. With the help of the powerful 5 elements escape, all the stonemen who surrounded him were killed by Yang Chen with a wave of his hand. Chapter 94, The Empty Stoneman King's Court. Underground Passage. At the same time, a huge amount of life essence is replenished. With such abundant replenishment, Yang Chen roared and became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Every punch and kick carries great power. Moreover, just by combining the aerial shock talent and vortex talent, his combat effectiveness increased linearly. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! The invisible vortex force and air shock worked at the same time, and the stone people present were no match for him at all. For a moment, Yang Chen was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, unstoppable. Loud rumbling sounds were heard one after another, and the casualties of the stoneman tribe increased. It was at this time that he noticed the highest place in the entire Mingkong city. That is where the stoneman tribe's South Royal Court is located. Since it is the Royal Court, it must store many starstones and moonstones. Charge! Yang Chen jumped up and leaped towards the stoneman tribe's Royal Court. He landed on the ground with a loud bang, and raised his huge fist and smashed it forward. Bang! I expected resistance, but nothing happened. On the other hand, the entire royal court exploded under Yang Chen's punch. I raised my fist and looked inside, only to find that it was already empty. All that's left is a bunch of empty shells. No one? Yang Chen muttered angrily, looking around. There were not many starstones and moonstones. Is the Stoneman King's court so poor? That shouldn't be the case. He was full of confusion. This is the royal court of the Stoneman tribe, it shouldn't be so poor. Although he was doubtful, Yang Chen collected all the starstones and moonstones and did not continue to destroy them. He shrank his body and squatted in the same place. Those stonemen must have escaped. Before escaping, they also took away a large number of starstones and moonstones. You guys are amazing. You're like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. You run away so fast. Yang Chen stomped his feet in anger. Crash! There was an entrance to a hole on the floor paved with exquisite marble tiles. There's an entrance? Yang Chen was surprised at first, then a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. This might be where the Stoneman tribe stores their treasures. Or it's the way they escaped. Anyway, no matter which one it is, there is a chance to gain more. Thinking secretly, Yang Chen turned around and looked at the battle in Mingkong City. The current situation is that it can be basically concluded that the overall situation has been determined. Only the final stage was left, and Yang Chen was in a dilemma. At the moment. On the one hand, there are the life essences and talents of many stonemen. On the other hand, there are the escaped members of the Stoneman royal family. By staying in Mingkong City, you can plunder more life essence and talents. Chasing down the royal family of the Stoneman might earn you a hefty bounty or a batch of starstones. Staying in Mingkong City and plundering the stonemen will definitely bring you benefits. There is only a slight possibility of chasing the stonemen. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and thought, the royal family members of the Stoneman tribe might have some ancestors to protect them. If I go down rashly, my life might be in danger. Forget it. I can't be greedy. I'd better eat everything I can get. I'll worry about the underground passage later. This is the result of his repeated consideration. So, Yang Chen took out 2 dragon swords and turned back to attack again. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sword light killed the stoneman one by one. Plundered a huge amount of the stoneman's life essence and talents. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level gold talent. Congratulations on obtaining the D-level fire talent. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level water talent. The battle was already one-sided, and now Yang Chen joined in. Soon, the battle is coming to an end. Only one step remains: clean up the battlefield. This battle is about to come to an end. Yang Chen sighed to himself. But at this moment, a discordant shout was heard, "Look, he is the great master who knocked down Tandu Mountain." After hearing this, the people who were cleaning up the battlefield all looked over. There was a fanatical look in their eyes, as if they had seen the big star they admired day and night. I'm going to rush up on the spot. Run! Yang Chen said secretly, exerted force on his feet, and disappeared from everyone's sight at lightning speed. He quickly found the underground passage he had accidentally discovered earlier and jumped into it. It shouldn't be dangerous to explore again now. He looked at the passage in front of him, feeling uneasy. Mainly because I don't know what will happen next. It comes from the awe of the unknown. Move forward along the passage. Yang Chen kept groping forward in the darkness. Fortunately, with his martial arts cultivation at the Fuchi realm, the darkness underground could not stop Yang Chen. Even so, he groped in the passage for a long time before he saw a beam of light not far away. It's the exit! Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked up and saw a passage similar to a canyon. I don't know where it leads to. Stepping on the gravel on the ground, he walked forward along the only passage in the canyon. This journey was extremely boring and there was nothing. It was about 2 hours later that Yang Chen reached the end of the canyon. Directly in front of him was a pool of blood-red water, and behind the pool was a small hill of mud that looked like a grave mound. Pond of blood? Grave mound? Where is this place? Yang Chen asked in confusion as he approached the blood pool. His face was reflected in the pool of blood. In front of the reflective pool of blood, he adjusted himself slightly and struck a pose that he thought looked very handsome. I look pretty handsome. The narcissistic Yang Chen accidentally discovered a few words from the stoneman tribe on a grave in the distance. You can enter the blood pool to reach other worlds. Could it be that the royal family of the stonemen left through this blood pool? Thinking of this, Yang Chen reached into the blood pool and stirred it. He looked at the vortex in the blood pool and said, is this blood pool really so magical? It can actually lead to other underground worlds? Unfortunately, no other third person appeared, so his question could not be answered. Only Yang Chen can try it himself. So he put his entire arm into the pool of blood. Suddenly, a powerful suction force came from the blood pool, and Yang Chen fell into the blood pool. He was pulled by the powerful force and swam in the bloody liquid for a long time. It landed on the ground with a plop. When he stood up again, Yang Chen came to a dim place, with only bursts of light coming from not far away. We really have arrived in another world? He exclaimed in surprise, but where is this place? Standing up, Yang Chen looked around. Looking up again at this time, there was no place like a passage at all. All I could see was a gray-black stone wall and a passage. There is nothing else. Generally speaking, it's nothing but desolation. I can't go back yet. Damn it! Yang Chen cursed and followed the only ray of light. Chapter 95 Great Sage of the Heavenly Toad, the Six-Eyed Green-Eyed Toad. After passing through a narrow passage, the view suddenly opens up. Inside the hemispherical cave, Yang Chen saw from afar a large sphere-like object floating in the air. It also emits a golden light, but the light is not dazzling. After getting closer, Yang Chen discovered that there were many wrinkles on the sphere. Wrinkles? The more he looked at it, the more it looked like something, brain? Oh my god, what kind of creature's brain is this big? After observing repeatedly for a long time, Yang Chen finally confirmed that the sphere floating in the air in front of him was a brain. He looked around at the enormous brain again and again, grinning. Could this be the head of the great sage-level beast that fell and formed the Changwang underworld? As he was speaking, he seemed to be tripped by something. After stumbling for a moment, he steadied himself. Looking back, Yang Chen suddenly saw a statue of a ferocious beast. The statue is located in the corner and does not look very conspicuous. He quickly moved closer and took a closer look. Another statue of the six-eyed green-eyed toad? It is exactly the same as the ferocious beast statue I saw in the dilapidated temple I passed by last time. Six-eyed green-eyed toad. Reaching out to wipe the ferocious beast statue, Yang Chen's hands were covered in dust. But, looking at the statue again, a golden light appeared from the place where he had just wiped his fingers. Could it be gold? Yang Chen's heart moved, and he was about to reach out his hand again to wipe off the thick dust covering the statue. But when he stretched his hand into the air, as a result, thick layers of dust fell off the statue of the six-eyed green-eyed toad. A six-eyed green-eyed toad emitting golden light appeared. Just as Yang Chen was surprised, a voice rang out, "Wow, I didn't expect you to come so quickly? It seems that the karmic relationship between us is quite deep." Who? Looking around, Yang Chen did not see any person or living being. There was only the huge brain and the six-eyed green-eyed toad statue next to it. Could it be that brain? You're seeing things. Look at the ground, not that big head. The voice sounded again. Underground. Looking back, Yang Chen's gaze locked onto the six-eyed green-eyed toad statue. Are you talking? It put the voice and said, "Yes, of course it's me talking." Who are you? Yang Chen asked. I'm not a human being. As you can see, I am the six-eyed green-eyed toad. Before my death, you humans usually called me the great sage of the heavenly toad. There was a hint of pride in the tone of the six-eyed green-eyed toad. Are you a fallen great sage-level beast? Wait, so it is your ferocious beast's body that formed the entire Changwon underground world? Yang Chen suddenly realized. Ahem. It's only my lungs that form Chen Guang's underground world. The six-eyed green-eyed toad quickly corrected. The other underground worlds are formed by my heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys. No wonder what we can see are exactly 5 underground worlds. So this place is inside your head? Yang Chen turned around and looked at the big head floating in the air at that moment. That's right. A golden light flashed on the body of the six-eyed green-eyed toad. Then what's the matter with the appearance of your statue? Yang Chen turned around and squatted down, looking at the six-eyed green-eyed toad statue that was emitting a bright golden light. This is the crystallization of my spiritual will. Only by maintaining the current state can my spiritual will not dissipate over time. My physical body has fallen, and I still need to find another opportunity to be reborn. The six-eyed green-eyed toad said as a matter of course. But it's clear that my chance of rebirth lies with you. Why me? Also, how do you want to be reborn? Yang Chen became secretly alert. He kept thinking of the descriptions in many novels he had read, about ancient powerful beings taking over the bodies of others and being reborn. Anyway, my chance is definitely with you. Think about it carefully. My great cause and effect magic will not bring you here for no reason. The six-eyed green-eyed toad said as a matter of course. What is the great karma? Yang Chen was a little confused. Could it be that this six-eyed green-eyed toad did something secretly? I don't know. You helped me clean my temple last time, and I secretly planted a great karma spell on you. The six-eyed green-eyed toad laughed. Then, what are the specific effects of the great cause and effect technique? Yang Chen asked. As long as you have the method to help me be reborn, you will appear before me under the guidance of the great cause and effect technique. When the time comes, I will pay you a huge benefit. The six-eyed green-eyed toad said seriously. When Yang Chen heard there were benefits, he immediately became interested. What benefits? The six-eyed green-eyed toad was silent for a moment before saying, What benefit do you want? After my death, what is the remaining mana essence? Or is it my brain, or the toad treasure I have kept for many years? Mana essence is the substance that forms the sunwell. How much mana essence can you give me exactly? Yang Chen asked cautiously. That's all, just the amount for one sunwell. If there are more, it won't work. The six-eyed green-eyed toad was very embarrassed. He looked as if he was afraid that Yang Chen would want more magic essence. Why? Isn't this body originally yours? Yang Chen looked around. My body has now become one with this planet. Many of your human martial arts masters have also placed special powers within me, allowing the essence of mana to become the regular substance that maintains the operation of the entire underground world. Unless your martial arts skills exceed the great sage level, you won't be able to extract more magic essence. The six-eyed green-eyed toad felt aggrieved. Then I'll give you one sunwell's worth of mana essence as a reward, Yang Chen immediately decided. He pointed at the giant brain next to him and said, "By the way, what's the use of your head?" The six-eyed green-eyed toad didn't explain. Instead, he said angrily, "You haven't even given me a way to revive me, and you're asking me for a reward." "You kid. That's right. Ultimately, we still have to help it find a way to revive and be reborn, otherwise we won't get any of the benefits it mentioned. Why rush? Since your great cause and effect technique has brought me here, I must have a way to give you a new life." Yang Chen patted his chest confidently. "So, let's negotiate the terms first. Maybe I can find a way to bring you back to life in the next second." The six-eyed green-eyed toad stammered, "That makes sense." "Okay, then let me tell you about my brain. My brain can be made into a special treasure. You can use it to release mental shocks that ignore the physical body, mental thought attacks. Or soul burning or something. So, the big brain in front of me is still a magic weapon? What about your toad treasure?" Yang Chen thought of the third benefit that the six-eyed green-eyed toad had just mentioned. Chapter 96 Toad Treasure, Purification and Purification Effect. The toad treasure is a magic weapon that I have nurtured for many years. It has the effect of purifying objects and removing impurities. The six-eyed green-eyed toad continued. These benefits are more than enough. Purify items and remove impurities? The effect of the toad treasure made Yang Chen's eyes light up. If I use its toad treasure to purify my 2 dragon swords and the black spear, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of the dragon sword and black spear. However, Yang Chen still asked cautiously, "But how can you guarantee that you won't regret it after I help you be reborn?" The six-eyed green-eyed toad said immediately, "Don't worry. If I change my mind, the great karma will bring me a lot of trouble. I might even die on the spot from the true fire caused by the great cause and effect spell. Now, should you think carefully about what method you have to help me be reborn? A Sunwell's mana essence, its brain, and toad treasure in exchange for a chance to be reborn. Why does it feel like it will be very troublesome?" Squatting on the spot, Yang Chen pondered, "Is the method of rebirth of this toad in my hands? What will it be? Zhoutian Xingqianju? Or my talents? Or, an object? The starstone of the stoneman tribe? Sacrifice altar?" He searched for everything he currently had, first his talents and skills, and then his items. Or some other treasure? With a clang sound, a golden light flashed in Yang Chen's pupils, and his wisdom talent and spiritual talent took effect at the same time. Starting from the starstone to the dragon sword and black spear, check them one by one. Until his thoughts fell on the 7 aperture stone. Could it be the 7 aperture exquisite stone that can nourish living beings? The golden light in Yang Chen's pupils dissipated, and he turned around to look at the six-eyed green-eyed toad. "I've been thinking about it for a long time, and it seems that only this thing can help you be reborn." While speaking, Yang Chen took out the 7 aperture exquisite stone from the small world in his pocket. Place it in front of the six-eyed green-eyed toad. The six-eyed green-eyed toad suddenly exclaimed, "7-hole exquisite stone. And it's a 7-hole exquisite stone. So you have such a wonderful treasure. Ha ha ha. With this stone, I can live my life again. Very good. That's great." The six-eyed green-eyed toad was so excited that the golden light on its body became dazzling. "That's good. You should be reborn as soon as possible and return my favor." What Yang Chen envied the most was Chan Bao. "Don't worry, this 1,000-year-old 7-hole exquisite stone is just 9 heavens black iron. You can use my toad treasure to purify it." A cluster of light suddenly released from the motionless eyes of the six-eyed green toad, shining on the stone wall above. Then I saw an object that looked like a pearl slowly falling from the sky. Floating in front of Yang Chen, he grabbed the pearl in his palm and said, "Is this your toad treasure? How do I use it?" The six-eyed green toad then said, "If you input your magic power into this toad treasure, you will be able to release the brilliance that purifies all things." Just as he finished speaking, the six-eyed green-eyed toad said awkwardly, "Oh, I forgot, you are currently only at the chi supplying stage, at the stage of consuming chi, and have not yet reached the stage of condensing mana. However, the same goes for the martial arts jade liquid. The next time the martial arts jade liquid is condensed, it will evolve into a special golden liquid. After a long period of condensation, the golden liquid will evolve into magic power." According to what the six-eyed green-eyed toad said, Yang Chen circulated the jade liquid in his body and injected it into the toad treasure. After a moment, a cluster of light appeared and fell on the 7 aperture exquisite stone. After shining for a long time, the 7 aperture stone did not respond at all. Seeing this, Yang Chen became puzzled. Why is there no reaction? The six-eyed jade toad said helplessly, I can only ask you about this. The martial arts jade fluid is too little to activate this toad treasure. Feelings are the problem of martial arts jade liquid. This made Yang Chen's old face blush, and he immediately urged more martial arts jade liquid to be injected into the toad treasure. After he had used up all of his martial arts jade liquid, he still couldn't activate the toad treasure. His body was completely empty. Yang Chen roared, releasing his spiritual power and trying his best to attract the immortal spirit energy. Dalo Dharma realm, the immortal spirit energy is coming. Boom! After he released his spiritual power with all his strength, a total of 5,000 immortal spirits flowed into Yang Chen's body. With the irrigation of so much immortal spirit energy, new martial arts jade liquid gradually emerged in Yang Chen's body. He poured the martial arts jade liquid into the toad treasure without stopping. The six-eyed green-eyed toad thought secretly in his heart that he was worthy of being the favored one of the Dalo Dharma realm, as he could easily pull down so much immortal spirit energy. This is the immortal spirit. Choosing him was the wisest decision I have ever made. At this time, Yang Chen repeatedly recruited and received a large amount of immortal spirit energy from the Dalo Dharma realm, and condensed more martial arts jade liquid. Over and over again, no one knew how much time had passed until the jade liquid of martial arts was fully infused. Even Yang Chen became completely numb, as if he had lost his mind and turned into a robot. Buzz! A cluster of light burst out from the toad treasure and landed heavily on the seven-hole exquisite stone. Under the illumination of this cluster of light, layer after layer of stone skin fell off the surface of the seven-hole exquisite stone. It's done! The six-eyed green-eyed toad shouted in surprise. Yang Chen sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Did it work? Finally it worked. This took much more effort than using the celestial and terrestrial magic. The six-eyed green-eyed toad explained, the power of purification belongs to the power of creation. How can it be compared to brute force? After saying that, it changed the subject and said, let's not talk about this. The texture of the 7-aperture exquisite stone has been upgraded from 9 heavens mysterious iron to Tai divine iron. I can perform the soul reincarnation technique. You step back, the farther the better. Hearing this, Yang Chen pointed at himself in surprise and said, I should step back? Why are you asking me to step back? The six-eyed green-eyed toad said bitterly, you have something that can absorb life essence and spirit. You are truly cutting off all your escape routes. If I come out of this stone statue, I will be absorbed by you directly. Can the six-eyed green-eyed toad sense the existence of the plundering system? Okay, I'll step back now. Yang Chen agreed and took several steps back until he was about 15 meters away. Is this okay? But the six-eyed green-eyed toad said, no, you need to step back a little, or I won't feel safe. Helpless, Yang Chen retreated again. Just as he took the third step back, a golden light suddenly shot out from the golden stone statue of the six-eyed green-eyed toad and instantly disappeared into the 7-aperture exquisite stone. A breath of life emanated from the 7-aperture exquisite stone. I didn't realize that this six-eyed green-eyed toad was still a sixth in command, launching a surprise attack. Yang Chen's facial muscles twitched. But if it were me, I would do the same. For this last glimmer of hope. At this moment, after the spirit of the six-eyed green-eyed toad sank into the 7-aperture exquisite stone, there was no movement. So, Yang Chen opened the system panel and started synthesizing talents. Chapter 97 SSS level talent, Eternal Thunder. Duo Bao is born. On the front battlefield, he collected more than 100,000 talents. One-click talent synthesis. Yang Chen immediately selected the button. Swish, swish, swish. All talents are synthesized within the system. In the blink of an eye, 1,100 S-level talents were synthesized. With his previous experience, Yang Chen didn't even look at it and continued to add everything and perform random synthesis. Finally, 110 SS-level talents were generated. After one final synthesis, there were 11 SSS-level talents. Among these 11 SSS-level talents, 9 belong to the Dalo Dharma realm talents. There are 2 talents belonging to the giant spirit world. The 9 SSS-level Dalo Dharma realm talents are Tianquan, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Yuhong, Yaguang, Kaiyang, Tiankui, and Tiansun. The talents of the 2 giant spirit realms are Lingshan and Wutao respectively. The 9 newly added Dalo Dharma realm talents are all-star spirit talents, which can use the power of the stars in the sky. As for the talents of the giant spirit realm, Lingshan and Wutao, one belongs to the enhanced appearance, and the other, like Yuan Xiang, focuses on strengthening strength. As the 10 new SSS level talents merged into Yang Chen's body, he clearly felt a surge in pure strength. After checking for a while, Yang Chen was secretly surprised and said, 100 tons. Now, every punch I make has a force of 100 tons. I have such strength that I can blow up a ferocious beast with my bare hands. As he spoke, he analyzed the remaining useless SS level and S level talents. After decomposing them all, there are 180,000 extra talent fragments. You can upgrade another SS level talent. Yang Chen's eyes swept across the talent panel and finally landed on the SS level 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder has always been the most powerful talent. First, upgrade the 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Thunder specialization to an SSS level talent. As he spoke, Yang Chen waved his hand, and 100,000 talent fragments disappeared. Congratulations on upgrading SS level 10,000 Tribulations Heavenly Thunder to SSS level Eternal Tribulation Divine Thunder. The Eternal Calamity Divine Thunder. The moment the upgrade was completed, Yang Chen's heart moved, and tiny scarlet electric currents appeared between his fingers. Although this scarlet electric current does not look very large, it reveals a destructive aura, as if it will bring endless disasters. I now have 31 SSS level talents. If I tell others about this, it will scare people to death. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved into an arc. Add 9 SS level talents and I'm invincible. He laughed wildly in his heart. After all his talents were synthesized, Yang Chen ignited the fire of civilization, burning every inch and every part of his body. Countless spirits were ignited and turned into nectar that fell from the sky. Boom! The martial arts jade liquid in his body began to run at high speed like a wild horse, transforming into drops of new martial arts jade liquid. No one knew how long it had passed, but the martial arts jade liquid in Yang Chen's body finally reached the 9th level of the Chifu realm. One more step and you will be able to break through to the Jin Yuan realm. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard the urgent voice of the six-eyed green-eyed toad from the 7-aperture exquisite stone next to him. Quickly inject the immortal spirit energy of the Dalo Dharma realm into the 7-aperture exquisite stone. Seeing its anxious look, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Didn't you tell me not to get close to you?" The six-eyed jade-eyed toad quickly said, "It's different now. I've already merged perfectly with the 7-aperture exquisite stone. Even if you use that strange ability to extract my spirit, you won't be able to do so. As long as the spirit is integrated with something, the system cannot plunder it? Okay, I'll be right over then." Yang Chen stepped closer. "By the way, you seem to have said that you only needed the immortal spirit energy from the Daluo realm?" The six-eyed green-eyed toad couldn't hide its excitement. "That's right, I only need the immortal spirit energy of the Daluo Dharma realm. I don't need any other kind of divine energy." Hearing this, Yang Chen penetrated his spiritual power into the depths of the Void Dharma realm and summoned 10 black divine energies from the Three Paths Dharma realm. "You don't need this either?" The six-eyed green-eyed toad cried out in surprise. "Who on earth are you, kid? How could you possibly summon the divine chi of the Three Paths Dharma realm, which ranks 3rd in the Dharma realm? Don't worry about who I am. I'm just asking you if you need the divine energy of the Three Paths realm." Yang Chen played with the dark divine energy of the Three Paths realm. "No need." The six-eyed jade-eyed toad said firmly, "Except for the immortal spirit energy of the Daluo Dharma realm, I don't need the divine energy of other Dharma realms." TSK. Quite harsh. You said that yourself. Yang Chen quickly took out 3 sticks of Sanbao incense and lit them. Under the amplifying effect of the 3 treasures incense, he absorbed 7,200 plants of immortal spirit energy from the Daluo Dharma realm at once. 6,600 of the immortal spirits were sent to the six-eyed green-eyed toad, and the remaining 600 were used to replenish itself. As the 6,600 immortal spirits were irrigated, the six-eyed green-eyed toad shouted excitedly, "More! I need more immortal spirits." No matter how Yang Chen heard it speak, he felt something was wrong. However, he still repeatedly summoned the immortal spirit energy from the Daluo Dharma realm and irrigated it into the 7-aperture Linglong stone. After continuously attracting the immortal spirit energy and cultivating the 7-aperture Linglong stone, patches of divine light emerged from this extremely dark stone. It's getting richer and richer. After at least 360,000 immortal spirits were recruited to cultivate the 7-aperture Linglong stone. Boom! The surface of the 7-hole exquisite stone kept falling off, and pieces of divine light burst out at the same time, illuminating the entire cave. The dazzling light made young Chen retreat more than 10 steps. After a long while, the light gradually dissipated, and a toad emitting golden light all over its body appeared. It was the six-eyed green-eyed toad that successfully lived a second life. Ha ha ha. From now on, there will be no six-eyed green-eyed toad, only the multi-treasure swallowing toad. The golden toad's laughter echoed throughout the cave. After quietly waiting for Duobao swallowing heaven toad to laugh wildly for a long time, young Chen finally asked, Duobao swallowing heaven toad, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Duobao Tianshan tilted its head and looked over. No problem. Just call me Duobao from now on. While speaking, Duobao opened his mouth wide and spat out saliva towards the brain not far away. The huge brain suddenly shrank and finally became the size of a walnut kernel and fell into young Chen's hands. After the brain disappeared, a sun well appeared at the brain's previous location. The golden liquid contained in it gushed out and formed a golden sphere in mid-air. Just like the sun. Under Duobao's repeated operations, the golden sphere turned into a ping-pong ball-sized ball and fell down. Now that I have the things, it seems that you, Duobao, are quite honest. Yang Chen put the toad treasure, the brain, and the magic ball into the world with satisfaction. Of course, with the supervision of the great cause and effect technique, I must maintain my integrity. Otherwise, I will be the one who gets hurt. Duobao explained repeatedly. This great cause and effect technique is like a double-edged sword. Chapter 98 Dalo Dharma Realm, the Uncrowned King? It not only restrains myself, but also restrains others. Yang Chen analyzed to himself. But if both parties can complete it according to the requirements of the great cause and effect technique, they can obtain unexpected benefits. Duobao just finished speaking. Lotus flowers are growing throughout the cave, emitting colorful and brilliant light. Very beautiful. After the lotus has grown throughout the cave, it releases a sand-like substance emitting a golden glow. At this time, the Duobao heaven swallowing toad opened its mouth wide and sucked in a large amount of golden sand and dust. The next second, Duobao swallowing heaven toad's cultivation level skyrocketed from the 3rd level of the Fuchi realm to the 5th level of the Fuchi realm. When Duobao swallowing heaven toad was born, it was at the 3rd level of Fuchi realm. The potential is enormous. Even Yang Chen was jealous of its leapfrogging speed, and immediately followed Duobao in absorbing the golden dust floating over. He started competing with the palm-sized Duobao swallowing sky toad. After a long while, the golden light and dust released by the lotus flowers all over the ground were divided up by Yang Chen, Duobao, and the toad. Duobao's cultivation level soared to the 7th level of the Fuchi realm, but Yang Chen's cultivation level did not change at all. He muttered to himself, although my martial arts cultivation has not changed much, my mood and state are becoming more perfect. As long as I practice hard again, I can almost reach the golden yuan realm. After analyzing the situation inwardly for a while, he turned to look at Duobao. The unexpected benefit you just mentioned is the golden glow released by these lotus flowers, right? Duobao immediately jumped over and landed on Yang Chen's shoulder. Yes, the lotus on the ground is indeed the reward given to us after the great karma spell was completed. Since there are benefits to completing the great causation technique, then, Duobao, is there any way to repeatedly gain the benefits of the great cause and effect technique? A light bulb went off in Yang Chen's head. Are you stuck on a bug here, kid? You actually thought of the benefits of repeatedly using the great karma technique. Duobao shouted. However, I tried it when I first learned the great karma technique, but unfortunately, the reward mechanism of the great karma technique is very complicated. One must complete a good deed to receive the reward of the great karma technique. It's like you just saved me from a new life, and now we're being rewarded with the great karma. It turns out there are harsh conditions. Am I overthinking it? Yang Chen sighed and thought to himself, what a pity. Yes, you're right, you think too much. Duobao hugged his arms humanely and said while sitting on Yang Chen's shoulders. Turning around, Yang Chen saw Duobao sitting with his legs crossed and shaking. He asked curiously, are you planning to stick with me and not leave? Duobao nodded heavily and said, of course. This is the first time I've seen a human being who can be favored by the Dalo Dharma realm and the Fuchi realm. Follow you, there will definitely be meat to eat. So, hey, just leave me here. Seeing him like this, Yang Chen thought that having a reincarnated great sage level master by his side seemed pretty good. But then, another question came to his mind, you seem to attach great importance to this Dalo Dharma realm. Just now, he didn't even want the 6th rank 3 paths Dharma realm divine chi. Duobao hurriedly explained, nonsense. In my opinion, you became a favored person of the Dalo realm purely by luck. I have no idea what's so magical about the Dalo realm. Judging from his tone, is there anything special about the Dalo realm? So, Yang Chen asked curiously, what is so powerful about the Dalo realm that you value it so much? It's just an ordinary high-level Dharma realm. It didn't even rank up. Duobao said in a condescending tone, don't underestimate it, it's just an ordinary high-level Dharma realm. But in reality, only the immortal spirit energy that descends from the Dalo realm is the purest and also the most abundant. Other Dharma realms all have their own emotions to some extent. Like the Juling Dharma realm, their divine energy carries a hint of anger. Using too much of the Juling Dharma realm's divine energy will make you irritable and easily angered. The divine energy of the Tianlong Dharma realm carries a sense of nobility and arrogance. It has to be the Dalo Dharma realm. It must be the Dalo Dharma realm. What's more, the Dalo Dharma realm is not just an ordinary high-level Dharma realm, it is also. Having said this, Duobao stopped suddenly. After waiting for quite a while, Yang Chen still didn't hear anything from Duobao, so he quickly asked, why don't you continue talking? Is it still what? Duobao lowered his voice and said, the reason why the Dalo Dharma realm is called the Dalo Dharma realm is because it is infinitely large and infinitely broad. When you think you have explored its entirety with your spiritual power, in reality, it is only an appearance. When you have enough talent and become a higher-level Dalo Dharma realm patron, maybe you will be able to see its true face. Dalo is the uncrowned king, you will know it later. Yang Chen was surprised to be praised by Duobao as the uncrowned king. He originally thought that the higher the ranking of the world he connected to, the better. But now it seems that this is not the case. The true face of Mount Lu. He sighed. Well, when I gather more talents, I will definitely take a good look at this true Dalo Dharma realm. As for now, let's get out as soon as possible. Right now, I don't know how many days have passed. I must go back and report. Duobao agreed immediately, as long as I'm here, you can go wherever you want. Wow! What a big mouth! However, Duobao also has this confidence, after all, it is his physical body that formed this underground world. Don't say anything else, just take me back to Chen Guang's underground world first. Yang Chen looked at the Duobao swallowing sky toad on his shoulder. Duobao patted his chest and said, no big deal. You go there. While speaking, it also points in a direction. Following the direction pointed by Duobao, Yang Chen took a step forward and passed through one narrow passage after another. He didn't expect that there were so many hidden passages around him, leading to all directions. Under the guidance of Shi Duobao, Yang Chen finally returned to the underground world of Chen Guang. He looked at the familiar star chain floating in the sky, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Duobao on his shoulder. I thought you would just use your great magic power to fly me back. I never expected that you would actually bring it back to me by guiding me. Duobao pursed his lips and said, what can I do? I'm just a little Fuchi realm Duobao swallowing heaven toad who has just been reborn. A small Fuchi realm. You sound so humble. Yang Chen looked down on you for a while. Suddenly, Duobao went straight into Yang Chen's clothes, saying repeatedly as he went, someone is coming, I'll hide first. Then Yang Chen saw Li Jinmeng appear not far away. Why is she everywhere? Commander Li, long time no see. Yang Chen grabbed Duobao and held him in his palm. Why, do you want to talk to me about something? Li Jinmeng smiled and said, you've been missing for nearly a month, so of course I have to find out what's going on with you. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 You don't want to stay in the dark room, do you? Has a month passed? So fast? A hint of surprise appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. If you don't come back, I guess, even if you have made contributions, you will be locked up in a small darkroom for several days. Li Jinmeng became serious. By the way, you don't want to stay in the darkroom, do you? In no mood. Who would want to stay in a small darkroom? Yang Chen immediately put on a weak look. Let's not talk too much for now. Just come back with me and report. Li Jinmeng stepped forward and grabbed Yang Chen, then pulled open a passage. When they appeared again, they appeared at the entrance of Chen Guang's underground base. Duobao, who was held in Yang Chen's arms, poked his head out and was extremely surprised. The talent of time, actually there is a human being who has mastered the talent of time. Going straight back to the base, Commander Li's talent is really useful. Yang Chen sighed repeatedly. The day after tomorrow will be your title inauguration ceremony, and the day for the awards of honors. Li Jinming turned around and reminded, "You should prepare well." After saying this, she disappeared in a silver glow. "You really are like a dragon that can't be found from head to tail," Yang Chen muttered to himself as he watched Li Jinming's disappearing back. Then he walked towards the checkpoint not far from the main gate. Identity confirmed. Respected Lieutenant Yang Chen, congratulations on returning to the team. After passing the checkpoint and entering the base, Yang Chen could hear the discussions and fanatical gazes of the members of the Chengwan underground base. He's the master who can transform into a giant. He's incredibly powerful. I wish I could be like him. Don't even think about it. With your sea-level talent, do you think you can be like a master? What's wrong with sea-level talent? Wait until I reach the Imperial Realm, collect the passwords to the Advanced Realm, and cultivate advanced talents. Forget it. By the time you reach the Imperial Realm, the flowers will be cold. Ordinary people only have the opportunity to upgrade their talents when they reach the Imperial Realm. And it takes a long time to nurture. As I walked along, everyone was talking about me. So, Yang Chen was too lazy to listen carefully and went straight back to the base. Then we saw Li Dekai and Shenji fighting for a helmet made of talisman stone. Let me play with it. I found it first. Give it to me, Shenji said fiercely. I'm the captain and the oldest, so I should go first. Li Dekai hugged the helmet tightly in his arms. Wang Jiu and Zhang Yan stood aside, cracking melon seeds and watching the show. So, Yang Chen quietly walked over to Wang Jiu and said, "Why are these two still acting like children?" Wang Jiu thought it was Zhang Yan who spoke, so he said, "Exactly. They've fought to this extent just for a helmet." It was Zhang Yan who noticed the third person's voice. He quickly turned around and looked, "Little god of wealth. You're finally back. We were also worried about you." Following Zhang Yan's voice, everyone turned around and noticed Yang Chen holding the duobao swallowing heaven toad. "Don't look at me, continue fighting for your helmets." Yang Chen acted as if he was just watching the fun. Chen Shi took this opportunity to snatch the helmet from Li Dekai's hand, then ran to Yang Chen excitedly and said, "Little god of wealth, this is not an ordinary helmet. I'm telling you." Before he could finish, Zhang Yan interrupted, "This helmet can help you enter the consciousness space, and then construct virtual monsters in the consciousness space to fight with you. Fighting virtual monsters can greatly improve your actual combat abilities. Oh yes, this is the rune technology of the stoneman. We have only found this helmet so far." Chen Shi kicked Zhang Yan's butt angrily, "How come you told me everything I wanted to say?" Zhang Yan spread his hands and said, "Who told you to dilly-dally? Isn't this just a little information? Rune helmet? Construct a consciousness space and complete virtual battles? If this precious thing could be popularized, it would be really useful. Old Chen, have you ever thought about making a few more helmets?" Yang Chen spoke hurriedly, interrupting their nonsense. "I've thought about it, but we lack star stones." Chen Shi pouted, "How can we make a similar helmet without star stones?" "Star stone. It's still star stone. I have star stones, as long as you have ideas," Yang Chen said, patting his chest. "Now that we have the sunwell given by the duobao swallowing sky toad, there is no need to worry about not having enough star stones. As soon as the little god of wealth makes a move, we'll know if it's possible." Chen Shi's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. "As long as I have the starstone, I'm 88% sure I can create a similar helmet." Zhang Yan squeezed out, "Only 80%? Chen Shi said disdainfully, "What do you mean by only 80%? This is my first time making this kind of helmet, so of course I have to lower the success rate. If I were given a few more tests, I would be absolutely sure of success. How about it, little god of wealth, invest in me. Then everyone will get a helmet. One helmet per person." Everyone, including Li Dekai, became excited and their eyes were all focused on Yang Chen. "I invested. Of course I have to invest in this kind of good thing that can improve actual combat ability." Yang Chen simply waved his hand and released the starstone stored in his portable world. "You still have so many starstones in your hands?" Chen Shi exclaimed, rubbing his hands repeatedly, and walked towards the pile of starstones. "If I didn't have so many starstones, how could I be worthy of the little god of wealth?" While speaking, Yang Chen snatched the helmet from Chen Shi's hand. "Let me first experience what it feels like to fight in the consciousness space." He put on his helmet immediately. However, it was not brought into the conscious space. Chen Shi stretched out his hand to grab it, but immediately retracted it. "Ha ha. Little god of wealth, this helmet can't just be put on, it also needs to be activated here. Shinji walked up and tapped a talisman button on Yang Chen's helmet. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of light instantly enveloped Yang Chen. The next second, Yang Chen's consciousness fell into endless darkness. Snap. 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 Just as his consciousness fell into darkness, beams of light lit up and an interface popped up. Whether to start the consciousness space battle? So amazing. Come, let me feel what it means to fight in the consciousness space. Yang Chen made the choice and started immediately. The interface turned into smoke and slowly disappeared, while in the distance, flashes of light and shadow appeared, forming monsters with snake heads and human bodies. Moreover, all the monsters with snake heads and human bodies have the same title, the lower-level star race, the Python race. As soon as the Python people appeared, they attacked with scimitars brandished. Come on, Star River slash. Yang Chen raised his hand and slashed with the sword. A sharp blade flashed, and several Python people were cut in half. Good opportunity. He flipped over and swung the dragon sword repeatedly, slashing down with galaxies of light several times, and all the Python people were killed by him. Ding, difficulty upgrade. Chapter 100, a trial run in the consciousness space. 5 monsters with snake heads and human bodies appeared again in the distance. However, there were 3 more words after the names above their heads: Yangqi Realm. Qi Nourishing Realm? Upgraded? Yang Chen was surprised and swung his sword again to kill them. Difficulty increase. Immediately afterwards, the Python people were regenerated. However, the title above their heads became Innate Realm. Can they be upgraded every time I kill them? Yang Chen burst out with a strong fighting spirit and killed the Python people one after another. After 2 times, the strength of the generated Python people reached the level of Fuchi. The Python people in the Fuchi realm were still no match for Yang Chen and were easily killed by him. Difficulty increase. Next time, it should be the Python people from the Jin Yuan realm. Yang Chen stared at the place where the monster was generated. In a short while, the Python people were regenerated, and they were all monsters with the strength of the Gold Yuan realm. Zheng. The Python people after the Jin and Yuan dynasties moved incredibly fast. It was just created and appeared behind Yang Chen the next second. The huge hammer came with a fierce gust of wind. So fast. Yang Chen dodged quickly, but he was still affected by the force of the hammer and flew far away. While he was still in the air, he swung his 2 swords, Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash. A circle of scarlet flames formed out of thin air, and blood-red lotus flowers bloomed. The blood-red lotus burned fiercely on the Python people's bodies. However, it only burned for half a minute before it was completely extinguished. The burn injuries on the bodies of several Jin Yuan realm pythons were mostly healed in the blink of an eye. Then he attacked again. As fast as lightning, Yang Chen unleashed a spell at the critical moment, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, the space was shaking, and the 5 Python men were shocked and flew backwards. However, they twisted their bodies and dissolved Yang Chen's earth-shaking attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 5 Python men simultaneously spewed out black mist all over the sky, and the mist formed a sharp arrow that appeared in front of Yang Chen like lightning. Unable to dodge in time, Yang Chen was suddenly hit by the black mist. Just as he was about to launch his next attack, a circle of red characters appeared before his eyes. You have died, killed by the Python's venom attack. Red words flashed by, and Yang Chen returned to the menu page. I lost? A venomous attack from a python? After he disconnected, he took off his helmet and saw 4 pairs of eyes surrounding him. Little god of wealth, how is it? Shinji asked anxiously. Alas, I lost to the Python clan in the Jin Yuan realm. Yang Chen sighed. Awesome, little god of wealth, you actually fought all the way to the Python tribe in the Jin Yuan realm. Shinji gave a thumbs up. It's extremely difficult for me to defeat the Pythons in the Fuchi realm, and I still can't defeat them. Li Dekai's face showed a bit of melancholy. He changed the subject and said, so, I still have to practice hard. After saying that, Li Dekai reached out his hand like lightning, grabbed the helmet, and then ran away quickly. Damn it, Brother Li, you have no moral ethics. Yang Chen shouted as he watched Li Dekai running away quickly. He has always been like this. It seems I have to hurry up and make the helmet. Chen Shi curled his lips and walked towards the starstone placed on the ground. He packed the star stones one by one. Finally, I hid in his dormitory and started studying. I don't know if old Chen can develop it. Zhang Yan looked eagerly at the direction of the gate. Wang Zhiyu patted Zhang Yan's shoulder and said, "Pray that he can make a helmet. Otherwise, neither of us will have any fun." Zhang Yan nodded, "That makes sense." As he spoke, Zhang Yan lowered his body, quietly moved towards Chen Qi's room, and listened carefully. Wang Zhiyu also came forward and eavesdropped with him. "Oh no?" Yang Chen shook his head and returned to his dormitory. He took off the duobao swallowing sky toad from his arms and placed it casually on the table. At this time, Duobao had his eyes closed, and it was unclear whether he was sleeping or practicing silently. At that moment, Yang Chen stopped thinking about it, calmed his mind and concentrated his energy to consolidate the martial arts jade liquid in his body. However, his mind was preoccupied with the awarding ceremony 3 days later, and he couldn't calm down. "I just lay down and slept until the 3rd day." Crash! A sea of applause rang out as Fang Yuan, standing on the podium, spoke, "Through our unremitting efforts, we've finally taken down the Stoneman King's court. All that remains is the subsequent cleanup work. Only after we eliminate all the stonemen here can we collect starstones and moonstones with confidence. Here, we will be holding an awarding ceremony and distributing various medals. First up, the Outstanding Combat Award goes to Xiaoyin and Chang Baishang. As many as 300 or 400 people received Outstanding Combat Awards. Before long, the platform was full of people. They were awarded the Outstanding Combat Award in military ranks in turn. After all the awards were presented, Fang Yuan continued, "Then there's the Honorary Victory Award. Zhang Donglin, He Dongsheng, Zhao Shan." Then another group of people went up and received the medals. Position Defense Award. Best Teamwork Award. Several types were issued in succession. Until Fang Yuan read out, "Next we are going to award the 3rd-class Medal of Merit. Li Dekai, Chen Shi, Wang Zhiyu, Zhang Yan, 6 others." Li Dekai, Chen Shi, Wang Zhiyu and Zhang Yan stepped onto the platform one after another. They were successively awarded the 3rd-class Medal of Merit and military ranks. All 4 of them received the rank of Major. Coming down from the platform, Chen Shi excitedly held the medal in his hand and said repeatedly, "I, old Chen, will be able to get the 3rd-class Medal of Merit one day. With this, I don't need to take the mecha driver's license test. I can drive directly." Li Dekai shook his head repeatedly, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Let you drive a mecha? In my opinion, you are a mecha killer and a laser rifle killer. You should never drive a mecha and use a laser rifle." Wang Zhiyu suddenly looked at Yang Chen, "Hey, why does a little god of wealth have a Medal of Merit?" Li Dekai said, "As a matter of course, little god of wealth can at least get a 2nd-class Medal of Merit. If you're lucky, you might even get a 1st-class Medal of Merit." Just at this time, Fang Yuan finished reading the names of those who had received the 2nd-class Medal of Merit. "No." Chen Shi listened carefully. Then he looked towards the platform and saw a tall beauty with amazing curves. There was another person, a stern-looking young man with a stubble. "It's her." Zhang Yan looked straight at the woman. "Who is she?" Chen Shi asked in a low voice. "Ahem. Xia Yike, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia family." Zhang Yan immediately introduced, "Xiaoyin, whom we call the flower of Chengwang base, is not even a direct descendant of the Xia family. She is just a side branch of their family. The Xia Yike you and I see is the real heavyweight." Chen Shi rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, I don't understand it, I just think it's amazing. Your introduction is equivalent to no introduction at all."